I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1185. Chan Do bids farewell. Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan agreed to be the first batch of experiments upon hearing Lin Huang talking about elevating to virtual god level. The 97% success rate aside, even if the success rate was only 67%, the duo might have agreed to that too. One must know that elevating to virtual god level one day was what all the demigods in the world were hoping for. Naturally, that included Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan. If someone else were to tell them that they had a way to elevate demigod to virtual god, Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan might scoff at the person, thinking that it was a lie. However, since it was Lin Huang who said that, the impossible became possible. The duo did not hesitate at all and chose to believe him. After Lin Huang left, Huang Tianfu contacted Huang Tufu immediately. However, he did not tell him what was it about on the Emperor's heart ring. He just told Huang Tufu to get back to Emperor City. As Lin Huang walked out of the office, the first thing he did was to get to the compound that Lin Xin was staying in. It was 2 days before New Year's Eve. That girl must have been complaining about him every day. He heard Lin Xin, Xiao Mo, and Chan Do's chatter as soon as he walked into the courtyard. Scanning the area with his divine telekinesis, he found out the trio's combat strength crystal clear. Lin Xin had elevated to immortal level and was already on immortal level rank 6 now. Clearly, she had been suppressing her speed of elevating. Xiao Mo had already achieved imperial level yellow gold rank since he was healed. Clearly, he had not slacked off. Among the three of them, Chan Do was the one who had the highest combat strength. He was already on imperial level white gold rank now and was only one step away from imperial level purple gold rank. Compared to a holy fire level, an imperial level powerhouse could advance 3 ranks within half a year. It was even a few times faster than Xiao Mo, whose body had been transformed by the crow god before. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim secretly, he deserves to be one of the 5 princes, the highest powerhouse among the supreme geniuses. He knew very well that if he had no conduit such as Xiao He, he could never compare to Chan Do, no matter whether it was talent or potential. Talking about the real talent and potential, the 5 princes, including Chan Do and Huang Wuji, suppressed the era in this gravel world. Lin Huang appeared before the trio in a flash after some observation. What are you guys talking about? It sounds fun. The 3 of them were stunned to see him appear out of nowhere. Brother, you've finally gotten out. I would have to see you next year if you didn't get out in time, Lin Xin teased him while smiling. You silly girl, do you think I don't know when New Year's Eve is? Lin Huang shook his head while saying with a smile, of course, I went into closed-door cultivation after careful calculation. Master Emperor, Xiao Mo cupped his hands. He was now a dynasty member. Naturally, he could not be as casual as he had been before when speaking to Lin Huang. We're family. There's no need to be so serious. I got you to join dynasty so that it's easier for you to obtain cultivation resources. I didn't mean for you to learn all these. I must obey the basic rules. Xiao Mo remained respectful. Seeing that Chan Do did not speak, Lin Xin could not help it and informed Lin Huang, brother, Boss Chan is leaving. Lin Huang spun around to look at Chan Do with a delighted expression. Boss Chan, so you've made up your mind. I have, Chan Do responded while nodding. I've been waiting for you to get out of your closed-door cultivation so that I can say goodbye. Thanks for taking care of me for half a year. Don't worry about it, Boss Chan. You took care of me back when we were at the Genius Union, so I should be the one thanking you. Although I don't remember anything about the Genius Union, it feels good to know that I used to be your boss, Chan Do said while smiling. After all, Lin Huang was the mighty emperor of dynasty now. Moreover, he was collaborating with a few of the top organizations including the Union government. Dynasty was one of the biggest influential organizations in the whole gravel world now, hence it made sense for Chan Do to feel proud about being such a person's boss in the past. Lin Huang could not help but chuckle out loud after hearing what Chan Do said. You were glorious when you were the chief of the Heaven Alliance. You were on par with me. You'll remember it when your memory recovers. I also hope to recover my memory soon, but I can't force such a thing to happen. I'll just go with the flow. Chan Do smiled lightly. Perhaps, I might recall something when I return home in the environment that I was familiar with. It'll be New Year's Eve in a few days. I shall leave today, so I'll be able to familiarize myself since I'm going back a few days ahead. I can prevent myself from forgetting my family members and their names during the new year. The Chan clan, Lin Huang hesitated and said it anyway. The Chan clan was in chaos during the 6 months since you went missing in May last year. Although your father is still the master of the clan, he has been challenged. The Chan clan has been divided into 3 sects, and all of them are fighting to be the master of the clan. They are also fostering a supreme genius each. You must be careful in everything you do when you return. Don't be betrayed by your own family. Chan Do narrowed his eyes after hearing that. He only nodded at Lin Huang after a moment of silence. Thanks for reminding me, but it's good for you to go back now. It's New Year's Eve. Everyone will be busy. Nobody has the time and strength to be fighting. Moreover, since you're alive, it'll be the best piece of news of the year for your father. Lin Huang patted Chan Do's arm. You can consider joining Dynasty if you're eager to join an organization after you're done handling your matters at home. I've reserved a good position for you. Whether I'm in this gravel world or not, Dynasty's doors will forever be open for you. I'll think about that. Chan Do nodded in all seriousness. He was not perfunctory at all when he said that. He was really putting Dynasty the first in his list. As Chan Do took out a dimensional portal from his Emperor's Heart Ring, Lin Huang and the other 2 watched him disappear after stepping in. Lin Huang found Chan Do's Emperor's Heart Ring among the loot he gotten after fighting God Bless. He then returned it to him. Brother, why didn't you get him to stay? Lin Xin asked while watching Chan Do leave. The Chan clan is in chaos now, but he has yet to recover his memories. He has to face what's happening at home sooner or later. His memory didn't recover the slightest bit throughout the past half a year. He can't keep dragging it out if he doesn't recover in 10 or 20 years. Moreover, for the Chan clan, the earlier they solve the internal conflict, the better. It'll be too late to remedy it if this goes on. What if the people in the Chan clan attack him for the position of master? Xiao Mo asked all of a sudden. He was trained by the Purple Crow, so he had seen and heard about many of such filthy doings. Lin Huang could not help but snicker after hearing what Xiao Mo said. Don't underestimate Chan Do. He can fight a demigod with his current ability. As long as he doesn't encounter any virtual god-level powerhouses the organizations are hiding, he's basically conquered the entire gravel world. It would be seeking death if someone stupid in the Chan clan decides to attack him. You guys have only seen his gentle and quiet side throughout the half a year. That's why you're afraid that he might be bullied. Do you really think a man who was the boss of the Heaven Alliance could be bullied by just anyone? Chapter 1186. I'll tear all of the floors, walls, and ceiling down. When Chan Do left, Lin Huang began his preparation to leave the gravel world. His combat strength had elevated to Imperial level rank -3. He would need more and more godheads in the future to continue elevating his combat strength. It might be hard for him to break through within a short period of time if he continued staying in the gravel world. Therefore, he had finally came up with an official itinerary to the Great World. However, since it would be New Year's Eve a few days later, Lin Huang allowed himself to rest for a few days. He was planning to finish everything he had yet to handle in the gravel world after the New Year, and with that, he would be able to depart to the Great World without any worry. New Year's Eve came rather late this year on the 21st of February. In reality, it was almost early spring in Emperor City. The temperature had turned a little warm, being only 13 or 14 degrees Celsius at its warmest point during the day. Most people just stopped wearing jackets. Meanwhile, the weather in Emperor City was rather nice. The weather was a cloudless sunny sky as far as thousands of miles. The first thing Lin Huang did after sending Chan Do off was to step into the dimensional portal to head over to Peaceful Ocean. To avoid being chased, Mr. Fu's ship had been wandering around Peaceful Ocean. He hardly stayed in one place for a long time. However, now that his combat strength had recovered and even elevated to virtual god rank 9, he no longer had to hide himself. With that, there was no need for him to wander around. Lin Huang appeared on Mr. Fu's ship directly as soon as he stepped out of the dimensional portal. My dear disciple, there's been an elevation in your combat strength again since we last met a few months back. Mr. Fu's voice was heard without warning the moment Lin Huang appeared. As his voice echoed, Mr. Fu's body slowly revealed itself within 10 meters of Lin Huang. It's just an elevation within Imperial level. Compared to you, Master whose rank has elevated to virtual god rank 9, mine is nothing. Lin Huang smiled as he walked toward Mr. Fu. It was then that Mr. Fu took out 2 chairs and a tea table from storage. Take a seat. He took a seat after speaking to Lin Huang and began making tea as Lin Huang sat on the other chair, saying nothing as he watched Mr. Fu patiently prepare the tea. Once Mr. Fu was done sealing the pot with the prepared tea, he brought it over along with teacups. I heard Dynasty has been doing great these past few months. Lin Huang took the teacups and nodded as he smiled. It's all right, I merely set things in motion. Tianfu and the rest have been handling everything ever since. The model that you came up with was pretty interesting. There must be many organizations that are willing to join as long as you promote it. The problem is it's pretty risky. After all, Dynasty isn't the union government that oppresses everyone without abandon. As time goes by, as more and more organizations join, there would be more disputes of interest. When that happens, people would begin challenging Dynasty's leader. That scenario has crossed my mind from the very beginning. That's why I've come up with 2 plans. Lin Huang nodded lightly. I'll drag Misery in after the new year. By then, Misery would be leading the entire underground organization that would be supporting Dynasty. That's my first plan. Misery. Mr. Fu looked at Lin Huang with his eyes widened. Misery is now under me. Just like Dynasty, I've added them into the Royals affiliate organization list. There's no need to worry about them betraying me, Lin Huang smiled as he explained. Mr. Fu was stunned for a moment before asking, so you were the mastermind behind Misery's earlier release of new regulations integrating the Ensure underground organization? Yes, Lin Huang nodded. I made that decision after discussing with Bloody and Grimace. After all, I neither have enough time and effort to turn all the underground organizations neutral like I did to Dynasty, nor can I stop everyone in the whole world from being evil. Therefore, the decision Bloody, Grimace and I came up with was that we might as well support one powerful organization among the underground organizations, and get them to lead the development of the underground organizations. The regulations enforced at the moment can't completely stop them from crimes, but it can restrict some of their evil doings. However, it will improve slowly and subtly transform the entire underground organization. Mr. Fu nodded after listening to that. What you have planned is great, but it's going to be tough. I admit that despite most people having a good nature, they could possibly commit a crime on impulse or when they're forced into a corner. However, there are people who are born evil. It's in their bones, and there are no regulations or restrictions that will change them. I know that. We'll kill those who are born evil if we ever encounter any. I won't waste my effort trying to turn someone good, Lin Huang said as he smiled. Mr. Fu nodded after seeing Lin Huang come to such a realization and moved on from that topic. You said you came up with 2 plans. Misery was the first one, so what's the second one? Hearing that, Lin Huang simply shot Mr. Fu a smile while remaining silent. Mr. Fu was initially puzzled but later reacted by pointing at himself. Are you talking about me? Master, your ability has recovered and it's improving. I hope that you can make a comeback and guard Dynasty for me when I'm away from this gravel world. Lin Huang nodded along with his request. Are you going to the Great World? Mr. Fu frowned slightly when he heard that. Yes, my cultivation system is different from regular ones. It's very hard for me to elevate here in the gravel world. Moreover, the disaster is coming really soon, and I don't think it's wise to be a sitting duck. I'm thinking of going to the Great World to look for the crux so we can eradicate this problem of our world being attacked. But your current combat strength, Mr. Fu was still concerned of Lin Huang's combat strength. Master, my ability is more than enough to protect myself. Lin Huang's body began rapidly disintegrating into pieces the moment he finished speaking. The entire god-level ship and the peaceful ocean below the ship disintegrated along with him as well. Mr. Fu was stunned as he saw the events unfolding before his eyes, not believing even for a moment that he could be caught in an illusion without even realizing it. What, Master, that was just a little demonstration I performed for you. Sorry if I've offended you, Lin Huang put the teacup down while smiling. He was still sitting still as if the events that happened earlier did not happen. Mr. Fu had just noticed a monster that looked like a tiger with long trunk that appeared next to Lin Huang without him even noticing. Shock flashed through his eyes as he could clearly sense the virtual god rank 8 combat strength of the monster. Noticing Mr. Fu's stare, Lin Huang introduced it with a smile. This is Nightmare Taper, he was the one who created the Dreamland earlier. Such a bizarre illusion ability. Mr. Fu could not help but exclaim. I currently have 3 imperial monsters that have similar ability to him, Lin Huang added. No wonder you managed to oppress misery. I should have thought of this. Although Mr. Fu said that, he had no idea exactly how powerful the most compelling misery member was. All that he knew was that misery had more virtual gods than any of the other top organizations. So when do you plan to leave? Mr. Fu asked again after snapping back from his shock. I'll leave after New Year when I'm done sorting out the follow-up and some other stuff on my plate. In reality, Lin Huang was planning to leave after he broke through to imperial level. However, he countered many things throughout these few months which he had to postpone his plan until now. And when do you plan to come back? I'll try my best to come back within a year. Although the Union government foresees that the disaster will take 3 years to hit, their estimation might not be accurate. Moreover, more than half a year had passed since the 3-year speculation. We don't have much time left. In reality, Lin Huang knew that the 1-year period that he gave himself was rather tight. Sure, I'll guard dynasty for you for a year, but I'm telling you beforehand, this old thing can't bear much torture. I'll leave when 1 year is up. You better come back alive within a year or I'll trade everything within dynasty's treasury into food if you're late for even a day. I'll remove all of the doors if you're 2 days late. I'll tear all of the floors, walls and ceilings if you're late for 3 days. Lin Huang was unsure whether to laugh or cry hearing that. Chapter 1187, Mr. Fu makes a comeback. Master, apart from guarding dynasty, there's another reason why I'm asking you to make a comeback this time. Lin Huang only spoke about this other thing after breaching the subject of guarding dynasty with Mr. Fu. Bloody found a way to elevate from the demigod level to the virtual god level. Elevating from a demigod to a virtual god. Mr. Fu got excited when he heard this. Nobody has ever solved that problem since the old days. Is there really a way? Yes. Bloody had done up to 1 million simulations after coming up with the theory. The success rate even exceeded 97%. Lin Huang nodded. What exactly is it? Can you tell me? Mr. Fu was a little curious. Put simply, it's done by causing the broken godheads within one's body to explode and consolidate a new godhead with the intense energy from the explosion. Lin Huang explained it as simply as he could. In reality, he had no idea how it would work because Bloody was the only one who knew. Can a person still live when their godhead explodes? You said the success rate exceeds 97%, but I think it's more like the death rate exceeds 97%, Mr. Fu glared at Lin Huang doubtfully. He thought the solution made no sense. Stop fooling around, tell me the solution. I'm being serious, I'm not fooling around with you. I'm not exactly sure what the exact steps are but Bloody will explain to you by then. Lin Huang looked helpless, but this process would require a high-level virtual god that's at least at virtual god rank 7 to take control. Mr. Fu remained doubtful and was in disbelief. However, after giving it some thought, he asked Lin Huang anyway, so you're asking me to help the demigods in Dynasty to elevate to the virtual god level? In reality, I was only thinking of getting Huang Tianfu and the other two to elevate to the virtual god level. I'll get them to use a disguised god relic to conceal their combat strength so the news won't go out and attract trouble from other organizations. However, Bloody suggested elevating all the demigods in Dynasty and spread the news of it later as long as the exact method of achieving this feat was not revealed. After all, even if Huang Tianfu and the other two managed to hide this, they would only be able to hide it for a while. It would be far worse if someone was to find out about it by then. Moreover, we can take in the request of other demigods' request after announcing this news and charge them for the service. We believe there are many demigods would be willing to pay to elevate to the virtual god level. You little rascal, always thinking of tricks like these. Mr. Fu laughed as he criticized Lin Huang. But I love this idea of yours. All the senior demigods are filthy rich, and we've finally found the opportunity to take their money, Mr. Fu thought he was a little disgusting for saying that and changed his expression to one far more serious. Since the disaster is coming, having more virtual gods is a good thing to the entire gravel world. I'll be more than happy to help them elevate to the virtual god level. Hee. Lin Huang was speechless. Mr. Fu was showing more and more of his true colors before Lin Huang. After their discussion, Mr. Fu decided to pack up his ship to return to Emperor City with Lin Huang. Huang Tufu had just returned too as soon as they stepped into the dimensional portal. Master Emperor, Huang Tufu went to Lin Huang immediately. Have you just returned, Tufu? Lin Huang did not expect such a coincidence. Yeah, I've just taken a few steps out of the dimensional portal and saw you stepping out with this young brother, Huang Tufu smirked while saying. Young brother, Mr. Fu was a little speechless. It had been 1,000 years since someone called him that. Lin Huang, who was standing next to Mr. Fu, almost laughed out loud, but he explained immediately, he's my master, Mr. Fu. Don't call him nonsensical things like that, Mr. Fu. Huang Tufu was stunned to hear. He could not help but mumble to himself after a moment of observation, isn't Mr. Fu a short, old man according to the rumors? A short, old man, Mr. Fu squinted as he heard what Huang Tufu mumbled later on. Realizing that he had said something wrong, Huang Tufu owned up to his mistake and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend an old man like you, old man, Mr. Fu's expression when he was looking at Huang Tufu was getting increasingly impatient. Lin Huang grabbed Mr. Fu's shoulder immediately. Tufu, isn't Tianfu looking for you? Why don't you go look for him, now? He signaled Huang Tufu to ask him to leave immediately. Realizing that he said something wrong again, Huang Tufu left right after he cupping his hands before them in respect. I'll remember you, muscular brat. Mr. Fu mumbled softly while looking at Huang Tufu leave. Don't be angry. Tufu always speaks before he thinks. He didn't mean it, Lin Huang comforted. I'll bring you to Tianfu and Wonan now, Lin Huang said and brought Mr. Fu into Dynasty's office building. Everyone had their eyes on both of them as soon as they entered the lobby, starting their gossip once again the moment they entered the elevator. As they got to the highest floor via the elevator, Lin Huang brought Mr. Fu to Huang Tianfu's office. Huang Wonan and Huang Tufu were there too. Seeing that Mr. Fu was staring at him, Huang Tufu looked down and away immediately. Huang Tianfu and Huang Wonan stood and spoke. Master Emperor, Mr. Fu. Clearly, both of them learned about Mr. Fu's identity from Huang Tufu. It's the pleasure of those of us in dynasties to have you, Mr. Fu here. Huang Tianfu took out a tea set from his storage space after a short chat of courtesy. Even Lin Huang was surprised. He had no idea how Huang Tianfu found out that Mr. Fu loved tea art. Mr. Fu only spoke once he saw Huang Tianfu bringing out the tea leaves. This is pretty good. These are the tea leaves from an ancient tree. I've got no idea of its background, but it was Master Emperor who brought them back earlier, Huang Tianfu explained. I brought them back. Lin Huang was stunned to hear this. Then, he recalled a moment later that Gigi from Misery was the one who gave it to him 2 months ago. Although they had no idea of the origin and type of the tea leaves, Mr. Fu started the conversation and began speaking about the art of tea with Huang Tianfu. Huang Wonan, who was standing aside, would chime in occasionally as well. Huang Tufu was the only awkward one who sat exactly where he was, having no idea what he could say to add to the conversation. The topic finally changed when Huang Tianfu distributed the tea. Lin Huang told me that he has a way to elevate demigods to virtual god. Do you guys believe him? What? Huang Tufu looked lost. He told Huang Tianfu and Huang Wonan about bumping into Mr. Fu as soon as he flew here. He did not have the time to ask why Huang Tianfu brought him back to the headquarters in such a rush. We didn't have the time to tell him yet, Huang Tianfu explained, feeling a little embarrassed. Huang Wonan, who was next to him, gave Huang Tufu a simple explanation through a voice transmission immediately. Huang Tufu's emotion stirred after he heard it. He looked at Lin Huang. Master Emperor, can it really be done? This is one of the main reasons why I brought my master here. To get him to help you guys elevate to the virtual god level. Lin Huang nodded. That's awesome. I've dreamed of breaking through to the virtual god level every single day. Huang Tufu was so happy that he was almost jumping with joy. He believes it so easily. In reality, Mr. Fu, who was standing at one side, heard the voice transmission Huang Wonan sent to Huang Tufu. He merely passed the news to him and Huang Tufu believed it just like that without a single doubt. He asked Huang Tianfu and the rest if they believed what Lin Huang said to test how much trust they had on Lin Huang. However, it seemed like Huang Tufu's belief in Lin Huang was without hesitation. He could not help but peep at Lin Huang. Initially, he thought he would help to teach the three of them a lesson if they lacked confidence in Lin Huang's management. However, it seemed like Lin Huang was not just a respectable emperor, but had even won over the heart of Dynasty. It was so much better than what Mr. Fu expected. Chapter 1188, Mr. Fu's thoughts after meeting the three Grand Dukes. Lin Huang brought Mr. Fu to the residential area and got him to pick his own compound. The luxurious residential area in Dynasty's headquarters had different courtyard styles for each compound. Lin Xin got to choose her own courtyard as well. Mr. Fu scanned through all the courtyards with divine telekinesis. Lin Huang smiled seeing that as he was clearly looking for Lin Xin. A moment later, Mr. Fu stopped walking when he arrived at the compound to the right of the one Lin Xin chose. This courtyard seems pretty good, I'll pick this one. Naturally, Lin Huang knew why Mr. Fu picked that compound but said nothing about it. Xin happens to be staying next to me. I can visit her whenever I have time, Mr. Fu said while smiling. Then let's drop by Xin place. I'll get someone to clean your house, Lin Huang replied and sent a message to Huang Tianfu. He then brought Mr. Fu to Lin Xin's courtyard. Mr. Fu nodded while smiling. That's great, it's been a while since I last saw Xin. Lin Xin was practicing with her sword in the courtyard as the duo walked in. This girl could elevate her combat strength by merely eating life crystals. However, she knew what her weakness was. Her combat strength elevated too fast, so the cultivation of her combat skills along with actual battle experience was lacking. To remedy this, she would spend some time practicing with the sword every day. She was now only on immortal level rank 6, but she had mastered no less than 20 sword skills. She was only on level 1 sword Dao, which was nuance at the moment. Although she had surpassed many of the same age, she was very much lacking if compared to top geniuses like Lin Huang. Seeing Lin Xin so focused in practicing with her sword, Lin Huang and Mr. Fu stopped walking at the same moment. They did not interrupt her as they waited for her to finish practicing this set of her sword skills. Approximately 4 to 5 minutes later, Lin Xin was done with her first round of practice. It was the soul butterfly, something Lin Huang taught her. It was only then that she noticed Lin Huang and Mr. Fu's presence. She put away her sword and sprinted toward them. Brother. She also noticed that the person standing next to Lin Huang looked a little familiar as she arrived before her brother. Your Grandpa Fu. Mr. Fu once spent New Year's Eve at Lin Huang's house looking like this, and Lin Xin still remembered how he looked like. You still remember Grandpa Fu, little girl. Mr. Fu was happy that Lin Xin recognized him. But why did Grandpa Fu disguise this way again? What Lin Xin said subsequently upset Mr. Fu. Xin, this is how Master really looks like. He was injured earlier, which caused his body to age. Now that he recovered, his looks returned as well, Lin Huang explained immediately. It's normal to look young when he's recovered, but how come he's even taller now? Lin Xin asked honestly. Well, Lin Huang had no idea how he was going to answer that question. Mr. Fu, who was standing aside, decided to explain himself. The injury that I suffered earlier contained a curse that caused my flesh to shrink. Bones are in my flesh, so they were cursed as well. Therefore, my height and body had been shrinking each year throughout the 800 years. It's just that the changes can't be seen by the naked eye. Lin Huang recalled the time when he saw Mr. Fu for the first time 3 years ago when he heard what Mr. Fu said. Indeed, Mr. Fu was slightly taller 3 years ago compared to when he last saw him before his recovery. However, the change was insignificant and was almost invisible to the naked eye. He even thought it was an illusion. Mr. Fu seemed to no longer want to dwell on this issue, so he shifted the subject to Lin Huang after explaining. Little girl, your combat strength elevation is pretty fast. You're catching up with your brother. What's the use of elevating so fast? My brother could fight 10,000 of me when he was on immortal level rank 6. It was Lin Xin's turn to feel depressed. She knew her weaknesses very well and was rather upset to hear such a compliment. You're exaggerating. Lin Huang patted Lin Xin's head while smiling. Sword skill are merely something quite minor for you. As soon as you train well in your main firearm, your ability will reach the supreme genius level as well. Really? Lin Xin asked with eyes wide open as she heard him say that. Of course I'm serious. Your talent in firearms is no less impressive than the few supreme geniuses that I've met in the past. Lin Huang nodded while smiling. He was not lying to Lin Xin about this. Lin Xin's talent in firearms was truly no less inferior than that of a supreme genius. However, she would have to work harder on her cultivation. 1. Must know that most supreme geniuses spend almost all their time in cultivation apart from sleeping and eating. It would be normal even if they were to cultivate for more than 15 hours a day. It was not that Lin Xin was slacking. She spent more than 8 hours in cultivation almost every day, and at times, she would even spend more than 10 hours. Compared to ordinary people, she was working extremely hard. The reason why Lin Huang held his tongue from telling Lin Xin about her difference compared to other supreme geniuses was because he did not want her to turn into a lunatic when it came to cultivation. After chatting for a while, Lin Huang left with Mr. Fu since the compound that he chose was now clean. Meanwhile, Lin Xin continued to practice with her sword. Mr. Fu had been quiet ever since he stepped into the compound. "Master, we can get you another one if you don't like this." Let's take a look at the compound to Lin Xin's left. Mr. Fu smiled and shook his head as he heard that. "I'm just thinking if I should tell you this. Master, there's no secret between us. Just tell me what you have in mind." "It's about the little girl Lin Xin, Mr. Fu turned his head to look at Lin Huang. Lin Huang smiled while nodding. "What about her? Have you ever thought of getting her to cultivate the saber or spear Dao instead?" Mr. Fu raised an odd question. "I've never thought of that. She was the one who picked the sword Dao back then. I thought I'd let her do whatever she wanted, so I didn't pay much attention to that." Lin Huang was unsure why Mr. Fu asked such a question. "I think her talent in the sword Dao seems to be quite mediocre. So I'm thinking whether it would be better for her to change it to the saber Dao or something else. After all, she would have to try all sorts of weapons to find one that suits her most." Mr. Fu was secretly observing Lin Huang's reaction. Lin Huang was still a little puzzled from hearing the question earlier. However, he realized what Mr. Fu meant now that he heard this and could not help from smirking. "Master, I don't know much about other weapons apart from the sword Dao. I'm afraid I can't teach her if Shinra really wants to learn some other weapons." He managed to read between the lines and gleaned that Mr. Fu wanted to teach Lin Xin the saber Dao. Perhaps he saw some potential in Lin Xin, causing him to make such a rash decision out of nowhere. After all, he had been cultivating the sword Dao. He did not accept Mr. Fu's saber Dao inheritance. "Don't you have me if you can't teach her. I'm good in every weapon, so I can let her try and see which suits her most. She can't be burying her talent if she's really good in one of those weapons." Mr. Fu replied immediately. "I'll leave her in your hands then, Master," Lin Huang agreed while smiling. Chapter 1189, A Grand Reunion of Dynasty's Finest. Mr. Fu only got down to business after they were done with their discussion about Lin Xin. "Get Bloody to give me the steps to elevate a demigod to a virtual god then." Lin Huang nodded and summoned Bloody, who was wearing a red dress when she appeared. Mr. Fu was clearly stunned when he saw Bloody, who had such a beautiful body. He only asked a while later, unsure about what he was seeing, "She's Bloody." Ever since Bloody elevated to the mythical level, her form was not the only change she went through. Even her aura was now completely different. Did she elevate from a quadruple mutation? Mr. Fu could not get his eyes off Bloody. "This is my first time seeing a quadruple mutated monster that's alive." Lin Huang nodded and smiled as he saw Mr. Fu's curiosity. "Yes, she has elevated from a quadruple mutation. Apart from your form, is there anything that's different compared to before?" Mr. Fu asked Bloody. "Major changes, it's like a thorough transformation." Bloody replied honestly while smiling. "There are plenty of boosts in all aspects. I've also obtained much more abilities." "What about the boost in your abilities?" Mr. Fu asked again. "This probably varies from individual to individual. I've had a significant boost in my abilities because after all, my previous form was unsuitable for battle. On top of that, I've mastered plenty of human battle skills and secret skills. I wasn't able to do any of these things in my previous form. With my current form, I can pretty much perform all the human secret battle skills," Bloody explained in full detail. "How about the skills like Supreme Intelligence that had before this? Is there a boost as well?" "Yes, my computing skills has had a significant boost as well." Bloody nodded. "Moreover, I can feel that my Supreme Intelligence is at its peak now. If I elevated one more time, or if this skill experiences a boost, it could possibly grow toward an even more powerful direction." Mr. Fu only recalled the serious things after discussing a quadruple mutation with Bloody for some time. "Oh yeah, that kid Lin Huang told me that you've found a way to elevate demigods to virtual gods." He also told me that the solution is to use the broken godhead in a demigods and cause an explosion. Is that true, Mr. Fu was still doubtful of the solution until this moment. Put simply, that's about it. Bloody nodded and admitted, but one would have to follow my steps throughout the entire process or the success rate would be almost zero. Bloody continued as she walked in front of Mr. Fu. I'll share the complete steps of the simulation I have concluded with you. Mr. Fu nodded and closed his eyes. Bloody then pointed her finger between Mr. Fu's brows. The tip of her finger was 2 to 3 millimeters before Mr. Fu's skin. If one was to observe with divine telekinesis, one would see the colorless and formless particles that were so small they were almost invisible. They accumulated into threads that looked like lightning and pierced through between Mr. Fu's brows. A moment later, Bloody retreated her finger after all of the particles had been transported. Mr. Fu kept his eyes closed, delving into his body as he sought out the new information Bloody shared with him. Mr. Fu was silent for more than 10 minutes. He looked deadly serious when he opened his eyes. How did you get the data of this simulation? I obtained the preliminary data from Huang Tianfu and the rest. Such elevation can only be done by perfect stage demigod level powerhouses who have converted 100% of their life power to divine power. Although Huang Tianfu and the other two have rather higher data compared to ordinary perfect stage demigod level powerhouses, they range within the normal standard, Bloody explained. I gotten the average rate after quantifying all kinds of data from the trio's bodies. Mr. Fu nodded and asked again, there's one step that I don't understand throughout the whole simulation. I can understand that the reaccumulation of Godhead after the broken Godhead exploded would need massive amounts of energy. However, why is high temperature and pressure required? The function of high temperature and pressure is actually polymerization. Without the high temperature and pressure, it would be tough for the polymerization to happen if energy is the only thing that's provided. I've also got this inspiration from knowledge of other worlds. Bloody peeped at Lin Huang, who was next to her as she spoke to this point. In reality, she gotten the inspiration from the hydrogen bomb's nuclear fusion that Lin Huang told her before. All right then, I heard from Lin Huang that you've done over 1 million simulations and the success rate was 97%. Mr. Fu asked again. It's 97.1% to be exact, Bloody corrected him. Perfect stage demigod level powerhouses can elevate to virtual gods through this, but how about those virtual gods who have been refining someone else's godhead? Theoretically, they should be able to consolidate their own godhead through the same method as well, right? Yes, but the success rate will be much lower. The reason is that it's even tougher for a complete godhead to explode, but the impact would be stronger. Furthermore, those virtual gods who achieve the virtual god level depending on refining godheads are flawed in flesh and soul. The death rate would be even higher if they were to elevate this way. According to my current simulation, if one was to refine a virtual god rank -1 godhead, the success rate would only be 88.7%. Refining a virtual god rank 2 godhead would have a success rate of approximately be 81.6%. If one was to refine a virtual god rank 3 godhead, the success rate would only be 72.3%. These are already the best case scenarios from my simulations, especially the difficulty would be much higher in reality and pull the success rates even lower. It can work on virtual gods as well. Lin Huang was wondering if virtual gods who managed to achieve the virtual god level through refining godheads could use the same way as well. He held his tongue because he thought it was virtually impossible, but now that he heard Bloody's explanation, he realized that virtual gods could do the same thing as well. Is there any way to increase the success rate? There's no way. At least there's no way that I know of before my supreme intelligence transforms again. Bloody smiled helplessly as she waved her hands. I must inform Baiyu and Haoyang to see what they think about this. There's no need to wait, you can do that now. Also, gather all those perfect stage demigod level powerhouses who are eager to elevate in these few days, Mr. Fu said to Lin Huang. It'll be New Year's Eve the day after tomorrow, do we have to rush it? Lin Huang raised his eyebrows. It's better to settle this before New Year's Eve. Mr. Fu nodded. All right then, I'll get Tianfu to make the arrangements. Lin Huang nodded and called Huang Tianfu right away. Huang Tianfu had no complaints when Lin Huang delegated the responsibility to him. He merely replied, all right, I'll handle it. Mr. Fu on the other hand was discussing the details with Bloody. When it was almost lunch, Lin Huang had to interrupt them since they were still deep in discussion. After lunch, Lin Huang left Bloody behind with Mr. Fu to answer his questions while he brought Lin Xin and Xiaomo out for shopping. Under Huang Tianfu's arrangements, a couple of perfect stage demigod-level powerhouses rushed back to Dynasty's headquarters in Emperor City one after the other. Including Huang Tianfu and the other two, there were a total of 7 perfect stage demigod-level powerhouses in Dynasty. All of them were present. The last time the 7 of them gathered was when Lin Huang was enthroned as the emperor. It was not only the 7 perfect stage demigod-level powerhouses, but Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang who Huang Tianfu informed of the matter were here as well. Powerhouses wielding the top combat strength throughout Dynasty were now gathered in the same room. Chapter 1190. The first one to be elevated. It was past 6 in the evening. 2 virtual gods and 7 perfect stage demigod-level powerhouses from Dynasty gathered at the courtyard. Mr. Fu had just moved into. Lin Huang also went there according to Bloody's voice transmission. After all, Dynasty needed Lin Huang to look after the situation in the absence of the upper echelons. Baiyu, Haoyang, have the both of you decided? There's a certain probability that the transformation will fail. As soon as it fails, your cultivation base will be destroyed and you might not be able to cultivate any longer. That's considered a milder situation. If it's serious, you'll explode and die directly. Even your soul will be killed too. Tianfu told us about it in the past few days, so I've made up my mind. Huang Haoyang nodded without any hesitation. Huang Baiyu also nodded. I'm willing to accept it no matter what the final result is. The duo had been stuck on their current level for hundreds of years. Throughout the centuries, they watched their juniors grow generation after generation while there was no way for their combat strength to be elevated at all. Naturally, they felt uncomfortable. Moreover, as the promotion of the ancient methods went on, achieving virtual god level was no longer a challenge for those young people with terrifying talents. It was possible that the juniors would surpass them if they stagnated for some decades. One of the reasons why Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang accepted the challenge was that they really hoped to be a normal cultivator who could boost their combat strength levels. Other than that, they figured it was just a matter of time for Huang Tianfu and the rest to surpass both of them as soon as they got to virtual god level. To avoid being left out, the duo decided to take the risk. Lin Huang stopped saying anything discouraging after confirming their determination. Since you guys have made up your minds, I'll respect your decision. Both of you will be the last. I'll start with those with a higher success rate first to warm up. Mr. Fu glanced at the 7 perfect stage demigod level powerhouses including Huang Tianfu and asked while smiling, who wants to be the first? The 7 of them were stunned to hear that question. Although Lin Huang told them that the success rate was 97%, it was only in theory. Furthermore, nobody had ever experimented with it before, not even Mr. Fu. Nobody was willing to be the first lab rat. Just when Huang Tianfu thought no one was willing to volunteer, he saw Huang Tufu advancing a step out. I'll go first then. Huang Tufu stepped out, appearing determined. The rest noticed that his muscles were stiff. He was clearly nervous. All right, buff guy, you'll be the first then. Mr. Fu grinned at Huang Tufu. Mr. Fu. Huang Tufu's scalp was a little numb upon noticing that Mr. Fu was studying him like a lab rat. Spill whatever you have to say. So, since I'll be the first one to do this, can you be more thorough later? Huang Tufu probed while smiling. I'll know how much hair you have on your body when I scan you with my divine telekinesis later. How much more thorough do you want me to be? Mr. Fu asked with a raised brow. Never mind. Pretend I never said that. Huang Tianfu shrugged helplessly. To prevent any interference, the entire elevation will take place in my god territory. This is the first time we're doing this. Apart from Bloody and this buff guy, the rest will have to wait outside. The same goes for the rest. I don't want to be interrupted throughout the process. So, all of you will come in one by one. I'll block all the unrelated people outside. Don't you need my help? Lin Huang asked. No, having Bloody is good enough. I'll get Bloody to contact you if I really need your help. His assistance was declined directly. Oh yeah, how long does it roughly take to elevate a person? Mr. Fu asked Bloody. Because Bloody's simulation was the fast-forwarded version, the entire process was compressed into a couple of seconds. Although that did not affect the content by scanning with his divine telekinesis, Mr. Fu could not pinpoint the exact duration. It usually takes around 2 hours. However, you'll need 1 to 2 hours to replenish your divine power after each round of elevation, Bloody explained. It'll take longer for people who are already on virtual god level. The replenishment will take longer too. So, that means it'll take at least 3 to 4 hours each. Mr. Fu raised his brow when he heard the clarification. He spoke to Huang Tianfu and the rest. Then, let's not wait here. All of you can do whatever you want to do. Those who have nothing to do can go shopping or get some sleep. I'll get Lin Huang to inform you when it's your turn. Huang Tianfu bowed immediately after hearing that. Then, I'll return to my office. There are some things that I have yet to finish. He looked like a workaholic. Huang Wunan glanced at him and spoke subsequently, I'll return to my office too. Among the 9 of them, apart from Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan, the rest said nothing. The duo left right after they said goodbye. Mr. Fu said nothing either. All he did was wave his sleeve. Next, Huang Tufu and Bloody disappeared at the same time. Subsequently, Mr. Fu faded away slowly. Lin Huang knew that Mr. Fu had taken both of them into his god territory. You guys don't have to stay here. I'll inform you when it's your turn, Lin Huang emphasized again. However, he stopped bothering them upon seeing that Huang Baiyu and the remaining 5 did not plan to leave. Just as Lin Huang left Mr. Fu's courtyard, Huang Tufu's transformation began in Mr. Fu's god territory. He sat with his legs crossed in the air with his eyes closed tightly. Mr. Fu also sat across him with his legs crossed while his hand pressed against Huang Tufu's chest. Golden divine power penetrated Huang Tufu's body rapidly. It soon found where the broken godhead was, and a sea of divine power began filling it. Meanwhile, Bloody stood aside while scanning Huang Tufu's body with divine telekinesis to observe the transformation process. After Mr. Fu inserted divine power for an hour, Huang Tufu's broken godhead was replenished and filled to the point that it could no longer take in any more divine power. Higher temperature and more pressure right now, Bloody urged to Mr. Fu through voice transmission. Mr. Fu did not respond. Instead, he ignited his divine power, igniting the inside of Huang Tufu's body on fire. In the sea of fire fueled by divine power, it began to put pressure from all directions, pressing the broken godhead. Huang Tufu had a dramatic change of expression. He could feel the pressure and high temperature that was squeezing his broken godhead throughout his entire body. He was in so much pain that he was groaning. This is pretty painful, but you must bear it. Keep activating your godhead and don't pass out. The elevation will fail as soon as the activation of broken godhead stops, Bloody said to Huang Tufu through voice transmission. Scream if you really can't take the pain. Don't hold it back. It might be better if you let it all out. Huang Tufu nodded lightly while clenching his teeth. He dared not say a word, scared that he might give up as soon as he spoke. Time passed by in the god territory. Mr. Fu maintained his divine power at a high temperature and high pressure. It was crushing Huang Tufu's broken godhead in all directions. Under normal circumstances, it was hard for the outside world to intervene as soon as one deactivated their godhead. That was the reason why it was so hard to destroy a godhead. However, the godhead could experience an exchange of energy when it was activated. Theoretically, it could be destroyed. As the high pressure and high temperature went on for more than an hour, the broken godhead in Huang Tufu's body finally became unstable. Furthermore, the instability was getting more and more obvious. It might even explode anytime. Mr. Fu, you must maintain the high temperature and pressure at all times during this process. Even if his broken godhead explodes, you can't stop for even a second. That's the key to combine the godhead. Bloody spoke to Mr. Fu through voice transmission again. Huang Tufu, don't detonate your broken godhead on purpose. When the instabilization is at its peak and might explode anytime, you can detonate it with little effort by then, Bloody spoke to Huang Tufu through voice transmission. As Huang Tufu's broken godhead went unstable, he immersed his consciousness into his body while waiting patiently. As time ticked by, the broken godhead soon expanded to its peak under the high temperature and pressure. The entire godhead turned red like a smoldering iron. Bloody's voice came into Huang Tufu's ears all of a sudden. Right now, he detonated it without hesitation. Bang! Intense golden sparks came after the explosion. The glaring golden glow soon filled his entire inner world. The explosion soon reached its peak under the intense temperature and pressure. Activate your divine power to consolidate the godhead. As Bloody's voice boomed, Huang Tufu began activating his divine power as much as he could. A sea of divine power began to gather in a river in the middle of the explosion point. A whirlpool formed. Then, it merged into golden gravel at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The gravel was expanding continuously. Chapter 1191, 100% success rate. Huang Tufu's elevation took almost 2.5 hours to complete. Mr. Fu was finally relieved to see the godhead in Huang Tufu's body being formed. Although he was upset that Huang Tufu had called him short and old, he was merely giving him attitude so that Huang Tufu would watch his mouth in the future. Although he teased Huang Tufu about knowing how much hair he had on his body, Mr. Fu was giving it his all throughout the process of elevation, as he did not want any mistakes to happen. After all, it had something to do with Huang Tufu's future and destiny. As soon as it failed, Huang Tufu's cultivation base could be destroyed, or worse, he could die from the explosion. Huang Tufu was on cloud 9 when his godhead solidified successfully. He could clearly feel that his body and soul being transformed. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mr. Fu had retreated 10 meters away with his legs crossed to replenish his lost energy by refining divine stones. Huang Tufu thanked him immediately. "Thank you, Mr. Fu, for helping me to get to virtual god level." Mr. Fu opened his eyes to peek at him. "Stay there quietly. Don't disturb me replenishing my divine power." "Yes, yes, yes. All shut up." Huang Tufu covered his mouth and stayed where he was obediently. He quieted down his mind to observe the transformation in his body. Although Mr. Fu and the other two did not get out of the god territory, Lin Huang heard the news from Bloody as soon as the elevation ended. He found out that Huang Tufu's elevation was completed successfully. He had elevated from demigod level to virtual god rank -1. In the Emperor's palace, Lin Huang was finally relieved. The 97.1% success rate that Bloody told him about before was just data in theory. They would only find out if the plan worked when it was carried out in reality. After all, the denotation of a broken godhead was crazy enough when one heard about it. Now that Huang Tufu's elevation was successful, it finally proved that Bloody's simulation worked and that the solution that she came up with was viable. Approximately over an hour later, Mr. Fu finally opened his eyes since the replenishment of his divine power was done. Seeing that Huang Tufu's body transformation had yet to be done, he did not chase him out of his god territory. Instead, he leapt and appeared in the courtyard. The buff guy has completed his elevation and his body is still in the midst of transformation. Who'll be the second one? Mr. Fu glanced at the remaining 4 demigods since Huang Tianfu and Huang Wenan were absent. Me. A muscular hunk who was even more muscular than Huang Tufu was the first to raise his hand. "Pick me." A girl with short hair who was rather tiny jumped up almost at the same time. Mr. Fu looked at both of them carefully. "The lady goes first then. You'll be next, buff guy. The rest of you will discuss the sequence. Don't waste any time. I'd like to have a good rest during New Year's Eve." Mr. Fu waved his sleeve again as soon as he was done speaking, and the short-haired girl disappeared from where she was directly. Mr. Fu too disappeared subsequently. The girl saw Huang Tufu, who was sitting with his legs crossed as soon as she was dragged into the god territory. She clearly sensed that his aura was indeed on virtual god level. While she was anxious before, she was now excited. It really works. Naturally, Mr. Fu noticed her change of emotions, but he ignored that. He glimpsed at Huang Tufu, who was still in mid-transformation, and then spoke to the girl. "I'll send all of you out of my god territory as soon as your godhead is formed. You guys might interfere with the process and affect the other's elevation success rate if all of you stay in my god territory. You guys can complete the body and soul transformation in the courtyard later." The girl nodded. "Understood. All right, calm down. Sit with your legs crossed and close your eyes. Begin activating your godhead when you're ready. Leave the rest to me." Mr. Fu began to delve into the entire process since he had practiced it on Huang Tufu earlier. The girl soon went into the zone and began activating her godhead. Mr. Fu then began the first step. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. The short-haired girl's forming of her godhead was slightly faster than Huang Tufu. Naturally, she shrieked much louder than him throughout the process. Even Huang Tufu, whose body was undergoing the transformation, was woken by her screams. Initially, he was confused about where the girl's screams were coming out of nowhere. He thought somebody was bullying a girl and was going to criticize the bully on instinct. However, when he opened his eyes, he realized that it was Mr. Fu elevating the short-haired girl. He covered his mouth immediately in fear that he might say something offensive again. Bloody turned to Huang Tufu with a grin. Seeing him look at her, she gestured him to keep quiet. Huang Tufu nodded and sat where he was without daring to move. He knew that it was a critical moment when the short-haired girl was consolidating her godhead. He dared not do anything to distract Mr. Fu. The short-haired girl's elevation was very successful as well. She triumphantly consolidated her godhead within 2 hours. Before she managed to extend her gratitude, Mr. Fu flicked his sleeve, sending her and Huang Tufu out of his god territory. Much to the excitement of the rest, they noticed that the duo's combat strength had changed as soon as they were sent out. The short-haired girl's body was still changing while Huang Tufu had finished his transformation. The people then gathered around him to ask all sorts of questions. After sending both of them out, Mr. Fu took an hour to rest and stepped out of his god territory again. Buff guy, you'll be the third one. This time, Mr. Fu did not waste even a second. He waved his hand and took the muscular guy into his god territory. Since the muscular guy, another 2 demigods underwent successful elevation. Huang Tufu got Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan to be there immediately. The duo waited for Mr. Fu's divine power to recover in the courtyard. They then went into the god territory one after another. They took a slightly longer time, only completing the elevation almost 3 hours later. After 28 hours, all 7 perfect stage demigod level powerhouses in Dynasty had elevated to virtual god rank -1. The success rate was 100%. Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang were thrilled to witness the success of the 7. Although the success rate for them would be slightly lower, they were encouraged by the continuous success for Huang Tianfu and the rest. Even Mr. Fu himself was confident since he was getting more and more familiar with the process after performing it 7 times consecutively. After Huang Tianfu was elevated, Mr. Fu rested for more than 3 hours. He only stepped out of his god territory when he had rested enough to perform at his peak. He glanced at Huang Baiyu and Huang Haoyang, finally setting his eyes on the latter. You're on virtual god rank 2, so your success rate is slightly higher than his. You'll be the first. Huang Haoyang nodded. As you wish, Mr. Fu flicked his sleeve, then Huang Haoyang disappeared. Mr. Fu's body faded slowly almost at the same time. Chapter 1192. Huang Haoyang's unique godhead. In reality, the conversion of godheads required similar steps to consolidating broken godheads. To put it simply, it was just detonating the godhead and piecing it back together to consolidate a new godhead. The difference was that the difficulty of detonating a complete godhead was even higher. The energy that was released from the broken godhead was even higher and much more difficult to control. However, the 2 differences alone had spiked the difficulty for Mr. Fu, who was the controller. Calm your emotions down. Don't rush it. After all, there's no difference if the conversion is done earlier or later. Sit down with your legs crossed and close your eyes when your body has stabilized. Control the godhead in your body and activate it as usual. Leave the rest to me, Mr. Fu said to Huang Haoyang. Just follow what I say after that and don't hesitate. Got it. Huang Haoyang nodded and began to adjust his breathing. His anxiety began melting after a few deep breaths and his heartbeat that had been racing was now normal. After confirming that his body was all right, Huang Haoyang sat down with his legs crossed. He then nodded at Mr. Fu. I'm ready. In reality, Mr. Fu had been scanning Huang Haoyang's body with his divine telekinesis. He sat across Huang Haoyang calmly after confirming that he was relaxed and everything in his body was fine. At that moment, Huang Haoyang closed his eyes and began activating the godhead in his body. Mr. Fu extended his palm and pressed it against Huang Haoyang's chest. Golden divine power began penetrating Huang Haoyang's body, going toward his godhead. This time, the penetration alone took over 4 hours. The godhead in Huang Haoyang's body was filled after that. Mr. Fu released a long sigh after confirming that the godhead was full. The first step he took with Huang Haoyang alone was longer than the entire elevation process for Huang Tianfu and the rest. Since the first step was completed, Mr. Fu began applying high pressure and high temperature on Huang Haoyang's godhead. At that point, Bloody advised, use 4 times higher pressure and temperature first and adjust it later. Mr. Fu said nothing. In reality, Bloody had told him about this step before, but she was emphasizing it again. After applying 4 times more pressure and temperature compared to what he did with Huang Tianfu and the rest, Mr. Fu and Bloody observed the changes in Huang Haoyang's godhead. A moment later, Bloody spoke again, 4 times isn't enough. Make it 5. Mr. Fu did as she said immediately. Less than a minute had passed before Bloody frowned slightly. Make it 7. Are you sure? You only did a little more than 4 times in your simulation, Mr. Fu could not help but ask through voice transmission. I missed out the Godhead's attribution in the simulation because most attributes won't affect the process. However, the Godhead that he's refined seems to be a little more unique. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Godhead that was born with a fire attribute. It has a high resistance to high temperatures. We have to increase the temperature and pressure to detonate the Godhead. There's no other way, Bloody explained helplessly. But if that's the case, even if the explosion happens, the impact of the explosion will surpass our expectations by heaps. The impact on his body and soul will be a few times more. Mr. Fu was already considering giving up. Indeed, his survival rate will drop to 21.7% and the success rate will be less than 18%. Bloody frowned deeply. Unless there's an outlet for the extra energy coming from the explosion. Why don't we stop it now? The failure rate will be high if this goes on, Mr. Fu advised. I've an idea. I'll get Master to absorb the extra energy. Bloody thought of an idea all of a sudden. Lin Huang, we're dealing with divine power here. Moreover, the divine power coming from such a high-pressured explosion in Huang Haoyang's body might be like being attacked by a virtual god rank 4 powerhouse. Mr. Fu could not understand why Bloody would suggest such a bad idea at such a time. Don't worry about it, Master can even refine a virtual god rank 9 godhead. However, indeed, we need to ask Huang Haoyang's opinion first and see if he wants to proceed. Bloody then explained the current situation to Huang Haoyang through voice transmission. Less than an 18% success rate. Even Huang Haoyang was stunned to hear that. He then asked subsequently, what if Master Emperor absorbs the extra energy? Will the success rate increase a little? It depends on his absorption rate and the duration of which your body and soul can take the impact, but it's definitely higher than 18%. Bloody did not provide an exact value. But you can give up temporarily. I'll spend some time building a model based on your body's data. Then, I'll perform the simulation again and see if I can find another way to get a higher success rate. Huang Haoyang fell into silence for a moment and made up his mind. Go on then. After all, this is caused by the unique Godhead attribute in my body. You might not be able to find a way to raise the success rate with the simulation. Indeed, I might not be able to find a way, Bloody admitted while nodding. She only found a way after more than 1 million simulations earlier. It was even more difficult for her to improve it from the foundation. Then, I'll get Master here. It was 5 in the morning at the moment. The sky was still dark since it was winter in Emperor City. Lin Huang, who was in a deep sleep, was awakened by Bloody. He sat up immediately and appeared in Mr. Fu's courtyard in a flash after hearing Bloody's explanation. Huang Tianfu and the rest had left Mr. Fu's courtyard much earlier while Huang Baiyu was the only one who stayed. He was stunned to see Lin Huang's appearance in his pajamas at such a time. However, Mr. Fu dragged Lin Huang into his god territory in the next second. Huang Baiyu's pupils shrunk a little. Did something happen to Haoyang? Lin Huang rushed over in his pajamas and he was dragged into Mr. Fu's god territory as soon as he arrived. Huang Baiyu knew something must have happened to Huang Haoyang even if he had to think with his toes. He began to worry. As Lin Huang was dragged into the god territory, Bloody narrated exactly what happened to him quickly. Got it, leave. The absorbing of the extra energy to me, Lin Huang agreed without hesitation. Mr. Fu began adding pressure and temperature into the godhead in Huang Haoyang's body. He raised the intensity from 5 to 7 times. However, Bloody urged again approximately a minute later, 8 times. This time, Mr. Fu had no doubts and raised the pressure and temperature by 8 times. Approximately 3 minutes later, Bloody spoke again, raised the pressure to 8.5 times and the temperature to 12 times. Are you sure about that? Mr. Fu asked. I'm sure. Mr. Fu did as he was ordered right after he received the confirmation. Around 3 minutes later, she instructed, maintain the same amount of pressure and raise the temperature to 18 times. Ah, Huang Haoyang's veins were bulging from the pain while his gums were bleeding from all the clenching. You must remain awake no matter how painful it is. Otherwise, you'll waste all the efforts, Bloody said to Huang Haoyang through voice transmission. Huang Haoyang's eyes were all bloodshot with red veins. He panted hard while nodding at Bloody. He had no more strength to speak. Time crawled by. Finally, Bloody did not order to increase the temperature any further, much to Mr. Fu's relief. The next 3 hours were complete torture for Huang Haoyang. The immense pain almost crushed his consciousness, but his strong will gave him the strength to hold on to it. The bloody red godhead in his body was reaching the brink of explosion. Master, press your palm to his back. You'll have to absorb the divine power as soon as the godhead explodes later. You can only stop when I ask you to, Bloody said to Lin Huang. Lin Huang nodded and walked to Huang Haoyang. He then sat behind him with his legs crossed and pressed both of his palms on his back. Bloody then turned his head to Huang Haoyang. It all depends on you now. Detonate the godhead when it's almost exploding. Don't do it prematurely. When it explodes, summon a soul-type god relic to protect your soul immediately. You must bear the impact alive. Huang Haoyang panted while nodding hard. A moment later, the bloody godhead finally reached its brink of exploding. Barely holding on, Huang Haoyang detonated it, and it exploded. Red sparks shot out, illuminating his inner world. The red divine power that ignited spread towards all directions. Right at that moment, Lin Huang absorbed the spreading divine power. With Lin Huang as the outlet, the sea of bloody divine power rushed into his body like a broken dam. The 10 divine fires in his body absorbed all of the scorching red divine power, sharing the same amount of power among themselves. Lin Huang noticed this and increased the strength of absorption immediately. With him absorbing the divine power, the pressure in Huang Haoyang's body was lifted. However, the explosion impacted his body and soul. His soul was injured from the first round of impact. He was dying from the consecutive impacts while his soul was shaking. Even though he had a soul-type god relic protecting his soul, his body and soul were weaker than an ordinary virtual god rank 2 powerhouses. He could not bear the impact that was on par with a virtual god rank 4's attack. Naturally, Lin Huang noticed the changes in Huang Haoyang's body. Seeing that his soul was being crushed, an idea popped into his head. He released divine fire to fill Huang Haoyang's body directly. The 10 divine fires were like 10 fire dragons rushing into Huang Haoyang's body. They began absorbing the bloody divine power as much as they could. One of them even rushed up in front of Huang Haoyang's soul and blocked the impact. The divine fire dragons danced in Huang Haoyang's body for less than a minute, and almost half of the divine power in his body was taken away. 3 minutes later, there was less than 1/10 of divine power in his body. Bloody told Lin Huang to stop upon noticing that, you have to stop. If your divine fire proceeds to absorb the divine power, he can't consolidate his godhead. Lin Huang recalled his divine fire immediately. Meanwhile, a bloody, gravel-sized godhead was formed in the middle of the explosion point in Huang Haoyang's body. The bloody divine power around it turned into a gigantic bloody whirlpool and penetrated the gravel. Chapter 1193. Conversion completed. Thinking that death was a sure thing, Huang Haoyang did not expect Lin Huang to summon 10 fire dragons. Lin Huang pulled him away from the brink of death and allowed him to reconsolidate his godhead. He had no idea that the fire dragons were made of divine fire. He thought it was some technique that Lin Huang had executed. He was also unaware of was that if not for Lin Huang, he would have exploded and died much earlier if another virtual god had helped him instead. Seeing that Huang Haoyang's aura had stabilized and that he began using the divine power from his transformation to recover his body and soul, Mr. Fu waved his hand and sent him out of the god territory. Divine fire, you sure have many secrets. On the other hand, Mr. Fu saw that Lin Huang was using divine fire. I was lucky to obtain it unintentionally, Lin Huang admitted while smiling bashfully. No wonder Bloody told me that you can even refine a virtual god rank 9 godhead. Mr. Fu thought of something all of a sudden. You told me that you were going to use godhead as the foundation of imperial level before. Did you really do that? Lin Huang had mentioned this when he had a phone call with Mr. Fu before elevating to imperial level. However, since he only mentioned it casually, Mr. Fu did not take it seriously. Nonetheless, upon seeing there was divine fire in Lin Huang's body now, Mr. Fu figured Lin Huang might have really done it. Yes, Seeing that Lin Huang admitted that with a nod, Mr. Fu proceeded to ask, "So, how did you elevate to imperial level?" "By refining more godheads," Lin Huang answered. "So, what happens when you elevate to virtual god level?" Mr. Fu was a little puzzled. "I'm not too sure at the moment, but theoretically, I shouldn't be able to elevate further when my life palace reaches the peak. I think I'll have to convert my godhead," Lin Huang explained, "but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do it exactly." "I'll figure it out then. You're being too reckless. You should consider the consequences before doing it." Mr. Fu frowned, thinking that what Lin Huang had done was too risky. "Don't worry about me. There are countless types of cultivation methods in the great world. I'll look around as much as I can. I'll definitely find a way to elevate to virtual god level by then." Lin Huang was not in a rush at all, and he did not think that he had made a mistake. "Take a rest, Mr. Fu. It's New Year's Eve tomorrow. I think it'll take a long time to convert Huang Baiyu's godhead too." Bloody helped to divert the subject at that second. "What time is it now?" Mr. Fu lifted his head to ask Lin Huang. "It's already 8:30 a.m., Lin Huang said after checking the time. Mr. Fu said nothing more. He took out a divine stone again and replenished his divine power after shutting his eyes. As he was not sure if Huang Baiyu needed any help with the conversion, Lin Huang could only wait in the god territory. He began chatting with Bloody through voice transmission because he was bored. He asked about Huang Tianfu and the rest's elevation. Meanwhile, Huang Baiyu was relieved to see Huang Haoyang appearing in Mr. Fu's courtyard, looking fine while his combat strength remained on virtual god rank2. Huang Haoyang only opened his eyes slowly 4 to 5 hours later. "What happened earlier?" "I saw the emperor going into the god territory," Huang Baiyu asked immediately. "You can't even imagine it. The godhead that I refined is born with a fire attribute. I almost died from that, dude. Can you believe that the gigantic fire dragons the Master Emperor summoned are at 10,000 feet long each? They can suck the bloody divine power in my body into their dragon stomachs like an inverted tornado. It's as easy as slurping noodles to them." Huang Haoyang suddenly had an urge to boast when he saw his old friend Huang Baiyu. Huang Baiyu was stunned to hear him describe the entire process exaggeratedly. This time, Mr. Fu took almost 6 hours to finally replenish his divine power. He spent another hour to settle down before standing up to pull the last person, Huang Baiyu, into his god territory. Huang Baiyu was a little anxious at first. However, he was relieved to see Lin Huang there. After all, Huang Haoyang had boasted that Lin Huang was a godsent from heaven. "Calm down. Sit with your legs crossed and quiet your mind with your eyes closed. Begin activating your godhead after settling down." Mr. Fu was at ease since he had the experience of handling Huang Haoyang earlier. Huang Baiyu did as he was ordered and Mr. Fu went into the zone immediately. Huang Baiyu's godhead took 7 hours of channeling Mr. Fu's divine power to be completely filled. By then, they reached the second step. Use 6 times of high temperature and high pressure first. Bloody was guiding Mr. Fu by the side. Mr. Fu controlled his divine power to increase the temperature and pressure right away. Bloody spoke again a moment later, 7 times. Mr. Fu made a slight adjustment immediately. 7.5 times. Mr. Fu did as he was ordered. 7.8 times. Mr. Fu did as he was ordered again. With his prior experience, he knew that there was no need for him to doubt Bloody's estimation. "All right, maintain this." Bloody finally nodded as she observed the minor changes in the godhead in Huang Baiyu's body with divine telekinesis. However, she frowned a little. Although his godhead is virtual god rank3, in reality, it's close to virtual god rank -4. The impact of the explosion will definitely be more intense than we expected. "We might need to get Master to absorb the divine power again," Bloody said to Mr. Fu and Lin Huang through voice transmission. The divine power at the high temperature and pressure had been penetrating the godhead for 7 hours until Huang Baiyu's godhead finally reached the brink of explosion. After hearing Bloody's instructions, Lin Huang sat behind Huang Baiyu with his legs crossed easily while pressing both palms on his back. A moment later, the godhead in Huang Baiyu's body exploded. Endless white sparks flew out as insane divine power that exceeded their expectations spread out. Lin Huang summoned all 10 of his divine fires to suppress that. 10 fire dragons entered Huang Baiyu's body rapidly, spreading out toward all directions and absorbing the immense divine power. Soon, 10 gigantic inverted tornadoes appeared in Huang Baiyu's body one after another. Each gigantic dragon was absorbing the sea of divine power like a whale guzzling water. The riled-up divine power that even Mr. Fu could do nothing about was suppressed within 1 to 2 minutes. Huang Baiyu's soul was protected behind a gigantic fire dragon since the beginning, so it suffered almost zero impact. Bloody called off the absorption of the divine power after it went on for almost 4 minutes. Alright, he can consolidate the godhead as usual now. Lin Huang then recalled the divine fire back into his body. Reluctantly, a couple of divine fire dragons peered hungrily in the direction where Huang Baiyu's godhead was. Forming before they left, they wanted more. As the 10 divine fire dragons retreated from Huang Baiyu's body, his inner world finally recovered its peace. A massive white whirlpool formed in the middle where the godhead was. White gravel was quickly appearing in the core of the whirlpool at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Chapter 1194, Sticky Rice Cake. It was almost 6 in the morning when Mr. Fu sent Huang Baiyu out of his god territory. Lin Huang, Bloody and Mr. Fu walked out of the god territory right after that. Mr. Fu let out a long sigh upon seeing the sun that had just risen from the horizon far away. It's the new year. Ah, I can finally take a good rest. Rest well, master. I'll visit you at lunch with Xin, Lin Huang suggested. All right then, I'll take a nap. I've been really exhausted throughout these few days. It's been over 800 years since I last drained my divine power like this, Mr. Fu confessed with a slight smile. Lin Huang glanced at Huang Baiyu. He carried him and walked towards Lin Xin's compound next door with Bloody. As they departed, Mr. Fu lifted his head and looked at the sun far away. He smirked. It's a new year. After watching them for a while, he then turned around and walked towards the loft behind him with his hands behind his back. Initially, Lin Huang thought he would be able to rest during the last few days at the end of the year. Never had he thought he would be dragged into being a slave and misguarding the year with Lin Xin. She was still sleeping when they arrived at her compound. Lin Huang did not wake her. Instead, he put Huang Baiyu down in a small pavilion in the courtyard and sat on the stone stool. Bloody walked to the stone stool across him and sat down. Judging from Huang Baiyu's conversion earlier, I think Virtual God Rank3 is the limit of the solution. If it were Virtual God Rank4, I'm afraid it'd be difficult even for Mr. Fu to detonate the godhead, Lin Huang told Bloody. It'll still work, but the controller might have to be a true god-level powerhouse when handling virtual gods above Virtual God Rank4. Bloody thought about and explained, but, indeed, there are many uncertainties for godheads that are obtained from other sources. It's very hard to figure what oddity some godheads might have before the process begins. Even the refiners themselves are unsure of the godheads that they've refined. Just like Huang Haoyang, who underwent the conversion before Huang Baiyu, even he had no idea that he refined a godhead with fire attribute. I think if Mr. Fu really wants to make this into a business, it's best not to take virtual god-level powerhouses in. He can only do it for demigods. Bloody could not help but suggest, after all, the success rate is already so low. If he encounters those with problematic godheads like Huang Haoyang's, death is almost guaranteed. I was just thinking about that, Lin Huang responded. I really hope there are more virtual god-level powerhouses in this gravel world, and the more powerful they are, the better. However, the success rate is an issue. Also, the conversion is quite a burden to master. On the other hand, elevating demigods have a high success rate and it's easier for him. We can tell the people that we've only found a way to elevate demigods to virtual gods, but we haven't found a way to convert a virtual god's godhead. Lin Huang came up with a plan. Since Lin Xin was still sleeping after speaking to Bloody, Lin Huang thought of bringing Bloody out of Dynasty's headquarters. They went to the fat lady's dumpling stall for breakfast. The fat lady and uncle were still the same, busy working in the stall. The fat uncle saw Lin Huang's familiar face, so he greeted him with a wide grin immediately. The fat lady's temptation to pry burned strongly when she saw Bloody. Master Emperor, have you brought a girl to our dumpling stall today? This lady is so pretty. Master Emperor, I don't mean to be offensive, but you should bring such a beautiful lady to a higher-end restaurant. Auntie, your stall is pretty high-end. Look around you, which stall within 20 miles has a longer queue than yours every morning? Lin Huang teased. The uncle continued with a grin, that's right. What's wrong with dumplings? Our dumplings are one of a kind in Emperor City. How are we not a high-end restaurant? The lady narrowed her eyes until there were only 2 slits as she spoke. A man is always lying with his lips. The sweeter the things he says, the more you can't believe him. Bloody simpered when she heard that comment. She began to understand that humans were animals who said things they did not mean. You can try their dumplings, Lin Huang recommended. If you don't like them, their sticky rice cake is pretty delicious too. Lin Huang said that because Bloody used to only eat desserts whenever she was snacking. Her favorite food was sweets, and her second favorite was sugary drinks in all flavors as well as dessert. She was never interested in savory food such as dumplings. However, now that she had elevated to mythical level, Lin Huang was not sure if her taste buds had changed. Soon, the fat uncle brought 2 servings of dumplings. Bloody used her chopsticks to take a nibble out of one dumpling. She then put it down and shook her head. Seems like your taste buds remain unchanged. Lin Huang smiled and called to the fat uncle, Uncle, a serving of sticky rice cake, please. Sure, coming right up. The fat lady brought a small serving of 4 sticky rice cakes. Bloody sniffed it in confusion. Judging by the smell, it smelled sweet, but there was the aroma of sticky rice. She was unsure if it was appealing or not. She took a small bite of one with her chopsticks. The confusion on her face morphed into joy all of a sudden. She then picked up another sticky rice cake and shoved it into her mouth quickly. It's yummy, isn't it? Lin Huang knew that she would like that. Bloody nodded enthusiastically immediately. When Lin Huang was done with half a serving of dumplings, Bloody had finished all 4 pieces of sticky rice cake. Lin Huang ordered another portion for her after noticing that. The uncle noticed this and could not help reminding, our sticky rice cake is pretty filling. The most I can eat is 2 servings and I wouldn't be able to have lunch later on. You guys can get a refund if you can't finish. Don't force it down. Don't worry about it, uncle. I'll pack it for lunch if we really can't finish it, Lin Huang assured kindly. After the uncle left, Bloody finished another serving of sticky rice cake quickly. Before Lin Huang could finish the second serving of dumplings, Bloody had inhaled the 3rd serving of sticky rice cake. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow when he realized that Bloody was looking at him in hunger. Do you want more? Bloody nodded immediately. Then, I'll order 2 more servings for takeaway and get a serving of dumplings for Xin. Bloody's takeaway was ready when Lin Huang was finished eating. The duo then stood up and returned to Dynasty's headquarters. It was past 7 in the morning when they were done with breakfast, and Lin Xin had just woken up when they arrived at the courtyard. Wash up now and have some breakfast. Lin Huang brought the dumplings that he had packed to the 1st floor and put it on the dining table. Coming. Lin Xin's voice chimed from the 2nd floor. Bloody unpacked the sticky rice cake right away and began munching away at the table. When Lin Xin got down, Bloody had finished the 2 servings of sticky rice cakes that she brought back. Brother, where did you go yesterday? I was guarding the year last night and I waited until 1 a.m. but I didn't see you, Lin Xin asked as soon as she saw Lin Huang when she arrived downstairs after putting on her slippers. Master dragged me to be his slave in the middle of the night. We were only done when it was almost 6 in the morning, Lin Huang explained with a comforting smile. Don't worry, it's the 1st day of the new year today. I'll guard the year with you tonight to remedy for last night. Lin Xin pouted when she heard his response. What's the point? Guarding the year means guarding the last day of the year and watching the new year start. It doesn't make sense to guard the year today. Alright, I'll do it tonight and bring you shopping tomorrow, Lin Huang extended his condition. No, it has to be for 3 days. Lin Xin bargained. Alright, 3 days it is, Lin Huang agreed to that bitterly since he figured there should not be anything happening the next 3 days. Chapter 1195. 3 days of torture. Winter break in the gravel world usually lasted for more than 2 months from the end of December to the beginning of March. Even cultivator organizations such as the Union Government and the Hunter Association would have a 10-day holiday during the end of the year. Apart from a minority of members guarding the organizations, the operations of the entire companies were basically stopped. Naturally, it was the same for Dynasty, whereby they had a standard 10-day holiday. During the first few days of New Year, apart from Huang Tianfu and the 10 staff who had nowhere to go, Lin Huang's family was the only one that remained in Dynasty's headquarters. The massive headquarters was very quiet. Since Lin Huang missed guarding the year with Lin Xin, he agreed to the unfair terms to go shopping with her. In reality, he wanted to seize the opportunity to accompany Lin Xin, figuring that he would leave the gravel world soon after the new year. After all, many things were still a question mark in the great world. He might not have enough strength to protect himself, so it would be unrealistic to bring Lin Xin along. Lin Xin started to bug Lin Huang to bring her shopping after she finished the dumplings that he had packed. "Can't you just stay at home on the first day of the new year?" Lin Huang looked helpless. "But it's so boring here. There's nobody in the entire dynasty, and there's no New Year atmosphere here." Lin Xin gave a legit reason. "Since Sister Bloody is here, I'll get Brother Xiao Mo while you summon Little Witch and Sister Kylie, then we'll go shopping together." "Summon Little Witch and Sister Kylie? What are you trying to do? Tear Emperor City apart?" Lin Huang asked while staring at her. "We're all girls. They can give us their opinions when Sister Bloody and I shop. I can't be trusting you and Brother Xiao Mo, the two straight guys' sense of beauty." "Am I right?" Lin Xin said while pouting. "I think my sense of beauty is fine." Lin Huang had never thought there was anything wrong with his sense of beauty. "All right then." Lin Xin did not dwell on that with Lin Huang. Instead, she took out 10 lipsticks and asked him after opening the caps, "What's the difference between the color of these lipsticks?" Lin Huang glanced at the cylindrical tubes and subsequently frowned. "They're all red. What's the difference?" "Sister Bloody." Lin Huang turned around to look at Bloody. Bloody glimpsed and said expressionlessly, from left to right, "It's no. 405 tomato red, number 200 muddy maroon, number 501 red bean, number 154 plum, number 407 moody red bean, number 409 dark plum, number 12 pinky, number 333 maple, number 80 ruby and no 317 tangerine." "You're absolutely right." Lin Xin turned her head and smirked at Lin Huang. "What kind of opinion will you be able to give if I'm getting lipstick later?" Lin Huang was speechless for a moment. "All right, you win," Lin Huang exclaimed secretly after summoning Kylie and the witch. "Fortunately, this girl has no idea I have another 4 bug tribe queen mothers who take form of girls." Kylie, who had elevated to quadruple mutation, wore a gold and purple armor dress. The material of the armor dress did not look like metal. Instead, it was more like a combination of metal and fabric that fluttered in the wind. Furthermore, the style looked luxurious. The patterns and designs on it were complex yet elegant. One could tell that it was tens of times or even up to 100 times more expensive than an armor dress of the same rank. She finally did not wear a mask on her face. She had a beautiful face, but it was intimidating, especially her eyes. There were no eyeballs, just golden flashes of lightning that were sparkling. On the other hand, the witch no longer looked like a 15 or 16-year-old little girl. She had transformed into a young lady with long, shapely legs. She wore a black short skirt, showing off her pair of legs. In addition to that, her breasts and butt were perfectly proportioned. In short, she was sexy. Meanwhile, her face looked like it belonged to a seductive mistress. Men might not be able to help but steal a glance at her a few times. A look was all it would take to make a man fall in love. Lin Xin was stunned since it was her first time seeing the duo's brand new look. She only snapped back to her senses a while later. "It's better if you guys change. You're attracting too much attention. Sister Kylie, put on some sunglasses to cover your eyes." Lin Huang contacted Xiao Mo as Lin Xin got the two girls to change. Xiao Mo was stunned when he saw the witch and Kylie when he got there. He could not help but ask Lin Huang who the two girls were. To his disbelief, he found out that they were imperial monsters. It was past 8 in the morning when the two girls were done changing. Lin Huang and the gang headed towards the shopping district as soon as they left home. The 2 handsome men and the 4 beautiful ladies attracted attention as soon as they strolled on the streets. If everyone in Emperor City did not know who Lin Huang was, many might have thought that the city was having a parade whereby the 6 of them were a new band. Lin Huang and Lin Xin had gotten used to being watched, but Xiao Mo felt uneasy. Among the 3 summoning beasts, Bloody and Little Witch did not care about the attention. However, Kylie disliked the attention. The 6 of them grabbed even more attention when they reached the shopping district. It was crowded in the shopping district, and there were people everywhere. All the stores were opened and the staff on shift were busy. Undoubtedly, their efficiency was much lower than usual since they were understaffed. It caused a long queue which wasted more time for the shoppers than usual. The entire shopping district was even more packed than the average day. "There are so many people today," Lin Xin complained to Lin Huang, "and you said people usually stay at home on the first day of the new year. Buy whatever you want now. We're having lunch with Master when we're done. Lin Huang changed the subject directly. How do I know what I want if I don't shop? Lin Xin had a different logic. Lin Huang wanted to argue her logic, but he gave up on the idea when he thought about it. He recalled something that he had heard before. Don't try to argue with a girl because they always think they're right. The 2 men and 3 human form pets followed Lin Xin shopping from one store to another. Lin Huang noticed that Lin Xin had no purpose when she was shopping. She had no idea what she wanted to buy. If Lin Huang were to shop, he would first choose the item that he was looking for and exclude the rest. He would only shop for one type of targeted item. For instance, if he was looking for a t-shirt, he would only go into t-shirt stores. If there was no t-shirt store at first glance, he would skip the entire area. However, Lin Xin had a different shopping logic. Oh, they sell caps here. Let's take a look. This store has nice bags. Let's take a look too. This store has cool sunglasses. Let's go in. Wow, they have such cute dolls. Let's go. This wedding dress is so pretty. Let's take a look. This fitness store is so neat. Let's go in. She browsed over 20 stores in the morning alone and tested up to 100 products. However, in the end, she bought nothing. The other 3 female imperial monsters felt nothing. Perhaps because they were girls just like Lin Xin, or perhaps monsters were curious about the human world, but they were happy shopping with her. Even though Kylie did not show any emotions on her face, Lin Huang noticed that she would touch the products that she was interested in. Xiaomo had no expression on his face. Lin Xin would always drag him out for shopping when Lin Huang was not around, so he had gotten used to such torture. However, to Lin Huang, shopping with Lin Xin was even more tiring than refining virtual god rank 9 godheads. At least, he could see the refinement progress that increased daily whenever he refined godheads. However, Lin Xin buying nothing from her window shopping spree throughout the entire morning meant 0% progress to him. After lunch with Mr. Fu, Lin Xin recovered her strength. She then brought Lin Huang and the rest to begin a new round of shopping. Mr. Fu had asked Lin Huang what he was going to do in the afternoon at lunch. Upon hearing that he was going shopping with Lin Xin, he left with the excuse that an old man like him needed a nap after lunch. Since it was the new year, all the stores in the shopping district closed earlier than usual. All of the stores closed when they shopped until almost 9 p.m. on the first day. Lin Xin returned to Dynasty's headquarters unwillingly. At night, Lin Huang brought Huang Tianfu and the rest of the staff who stayed back out for a reunion dinner. It was considered the replacement reunion dinner that he missed yesterday. On the second and third days, Lin Huang and Xiaomo brought Lin Xin shopping in the morning and would go home late. They would head out at 8 a.m. and returned after 10 p.m. every day. Throughout the 3 days, Lin Xin brought them to the 5 biggest shopping districts and 7 big shopping complexes in Emperor City. They had stopped in at least 300 stores and looked at up to 1,000 products. In the end, Lin Xin bought a pair of shoes, a shoulder tote, and some 10 presents for Bloody and the other 2. She was thinking of getting Lin Huang and Xiaomo something, but both of them declined her offer directly. Lin Huang was finally relieved when he returned to the Emperor Place on the night of the 3rd day of the new year. The 3 days of torture have finally come to an end. Chapter 1196. The meeting after the new year. Lin Huang finally eased into rest mode officially after the 3rd day of the new year. However, he did not stay idle. He was learning new sword skills every day. He would master a new pseudo-mythical level sword skill almost every day. As he mastered more and more sword skills, he could faintly sense that his level 6 sword Dao was approaching its peak. Time flew by, and very soon a week had passed. The 10th day of the new year was the last day of holiday for many, including the people in Dynasty. It was the 11th day of the new year on the 3rd of March. All the organizations basically went back to their normal working operations. Lin Huang called for a meeting with Huang Tianfu and Huang Wunan early in the morning. Since it was the first meeting of the year, Huang Tufu rushed back to the headquarters from Division 3. The rest of the upper echelons were basically there. At the meeting table, the 6 demigod dukes gaped at Huang Tianfu and the rest in confusion. They clearly sensed that Huang Tianfu and the other 6 of them were now on virtual god level. It was unexpected. The 6 of them asked about it through voice transmission. The only response they got was, "Master Emperor will explain later." The meeting officially began at 9 a.m. It was still hosted by Huang Tianfu, who welcomed Lin Huang after starting the meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to gather everyone since the new year has started. After all, it's a new beginning with new plans. While I have many plans for myself this year, so does Dynasty. The first thing I would like to announce is that Mr. Fu is settling in Dynasty, Lin Huang explained further upon seeing many of them appearing surprised. I know that you guys have many doubts. The legendary Mr. Fu is my master. He used to be on Virtual God rank 8 and he's now on Virtual God rank -9. I invited him to come into Dynasty before the new year, and he's temporarily staying for a year. Mr. Fu coming in won't affect Dynasty's daily operations. Dynasty will still be led by Huang Tianfu, Huang Wenan, and Huang Tufu. Mr. Fu is only responsible for Dynasty's safety matters. Many of them were finally relieved to hear that. They were a little worried that Dynasty would have a change in authority structure when they first heard about Mr. Fu moving in. It seemed like Lin Huang had invited Mr. Fu there to provide Dynasty with a pillar of support. The second thing is what you guys have witnessed. Tianfu and the rest have elevated to Virtual God level. I've successfully found a way to elevate demigod levels to Virtual God level. I've also gotten Mr. Fu to help Tianfu and the rest of the powerhouses on perfect stage demigod level to Virtual God level. Such an elevation process must follow the strict steps that I provide. Apart from that, only high-level virtual gods such as Mr. Fu can carry out the process. Furthermore, the basic condition is that the person to be elevated must be on perfect stage demigod level and the life power in his body will have to be fully converted to divine power. That's the reason why the 6 demigod dukes present today weren't informed before the new year. The third thing is that I have a portion of God's blood that can help demigods to accelerate their conversion of life power to divine power. I'll get Tianfu's help to delegate it out the next few days. As the God's blood might not be able to get all the demigods to perfect stage demigod level, it will be distributed according to the contribution points that all of you obtained last year. Those who have more contribution points will be given the God's blood first while those who have less will be awarded later. Does anybody have anything to say about the sequence? All 6 of the demigods shook their heads. In reality, it was very fair to carry out the dissemination by one's contribution points. Moreover, Lin Huang had taken over Dynasty last year, so it made sense to disseminate the God's blood based on a year of contribution points. So, I'll hand over the God's blood to Tianfu. He'll elevate you guys to perfect stage demigod level when he's done giving out the God's blood and send me the list of those who are elevating to virtual gods. I'll then get Mr. Fu to handle that. The fourth thing is also related to demigods elevating to virtual god. I've discussed this with Mr. Fu. We're planning to announce this news to the public. After all, we can't hide this forever as soon as there are that many virtual gods in Dynasty. It's better that we let people know now. We have plans to charge organizations other than Dynasty for the service. So, don't think that you guys won't have any competition and that you'll be able to relax as soon as you guys have elevated to virtual god. The reason we came up with such a decision is mainly that disaster is hitting our gravel world soon. We need virtual god level powerhouses to handle the crisis. Of course, the exact announcement will be made when this round of Dynasty demigods are done with the elevation. Therefore, I hope that all of you complete the elevation to virtual god level as soon as you can when you get the God's blood. Those who have insufficient God's blood will have to obtain them before the news goes out. The price of the God's blood might shoot up after that. Apart from those of you who are present today, I'll get Tianfu to inform the rest of the demigods. However, I hope that you guys won't spread this news out before Dynasty does officially. If I find anyone spreading the news intentionally, I'll get Mr. Fu to sever the person's cultivation base and dispel the person from Dynasty. That will be the end of the person's relationship with Dynasty. Lin Huang glanced at everyone before speaking again. The fifth thing is the circle that Dynasty has built with the Union government. At the moment, the Union government and Hunter Association are the leaders. The mystic butterfly is the fence sitter while the heretics aren't powerful enough. I'm getting Misery to join for the balance of the circle and to impede the Union government and Hunter Association. From now on, Misery will be our secret ally, but publicly, Dynasty isn't on the same side with them. As soon as Misery joins us, the development of the circle must slow down. We can't grow too fast. Dynasty's current priority is to deepen the collaboration with all major organizations so that the Union government, the Hunter Association, and the Mystic Butterfly won't leave us. The circle will only be preliminarily stabilized when we've achieved that. Before the disaster condemns this gravel world, the Union government will definitely want to lead this circle. There's no need for Dynasty to revolt their leadership. All we have to do is to win the same position as them. They can lead, but Dynasty must be included in the leadership. In other words, this is the main development direction for this circle for the next 1 to 2 years. We'll discuss the details further next time. Lin Huang put a halt in the discussion of the circle and said no further for a few moments. The sixth thing is that I'll leave the gravel world for a while after I'm done with everything on my plate. Everyone gawked at Lin Huang when he announced that. How long will you be gone? Huang Tianfu asked immediately. A year at the moment. Of course, I hope that I can get back before the disaster befalls. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for me to return, Lin Huang said. I'll give Tianfu a communication measure. If something really happens in the gravel world, contact me and I'll get back as soon as I can. But none of the people who left our world have ever returned, Huang Tufu muttered while frowning. The main reason is that they can't return to our world since they've elevated to true god level, Lin Huang explained. I'm only on imperial level, so it's not difficult to return as long as I find the route. Even if I can't find the route myself, I can get royal to help me. After all, I'm a rank A royalty. The people were relieved when they heard Lin Huang. In reality, they were a little afraid that Dynasty would become ownerless again if Lin Huang died. Then, royal would cut their resources off again. That's more or less what I've got to say today. I'll sort out the details in the next 2 days and send it to the 3 Grand Dukes. You guys can discuss it when they've studied the details and approved it. Chapter 1197. Memory card. After setting Dynasty's direction, Lin Huang delegated the rest to Bloody. She spent less than half a day coming up with a series of plans. All of them contained detailed steps. Lin Huang scanned through the plans Bloody came up with roughly and sent them to the 3 Grand Dukes. On the second morning, Lin Huang visited Misery again. While setting Misery's 1-year development plan, he also discussed elevating demigods to virtual gods as well as getting them to join Dynasty's circle. As GG was a virtual god rank 9 powerhouse himself, Lin Huang did not want to bother Mr. Fu, so he got Bloody to teach GG the way to elevate demigods to virtual gods right away. He told him over and over again that it could only be used on Misery's internal members and had to be kept a secret. If anybody asked, they had to say that it was Mr. Fu of Dynasty who helped them achieve it. When it came to converting a virtual god's godhead, Lin Huang also told them that they must inform him beforehand if they wanted to do so because the failure rate would be high if GG were to do it himself. Naturally, Misery was more than happy to join the circle. After all, cultivation resources were what Misery lacked the most. Apart from ruins and sites, they would be given access to all cultivation resources through trade as well. Furthermore, basically all the top-grade cultivation resources were monopolized by the major organizations. Very few of them were open to trading with other organizations. However, it would be a different case with the circle between Dynasty and the Union government. All of the barriers caused by the monopoly would be broken down. Figuring that he was leaving soon, Lin Huang even gave a part of Royal's authorization to GG and Jia Wu, allowing Misery members the access to enter the trial zones. Lin Huang mumbled to himself while holding his chin sitting on the throne in the Emperor's palace when he returned to Emperor City. I've basically arranged everything I need to for Misery and Dynasty. I'm almost done with all I need to handle before leaving the gravel world. Now, the only thing that's left for me to do is to visit the ruins where Qi Mushang hid the Goldfinger. Bloody, who was sitting aside and coming up with the 1-year detailed plan for Misery, lifted her head and said to Lin Huang, if I were you, I'd read through all the books in the libraries and archives in the major organizations. Also, I'll visit all the ruins and sites above grade 5 that are open to take as many resources as I can. I won't miss anything. These 2 ideas sound great. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard. However, he soon frowned. But I'm afraid it'll require a long time to read all the books in the libraries and archives even with the Epiphany card. At the moment, Xiao He, who had been quiet for a long time, spoke all of a sudden. There's a card called the memory card that can store a sea of information. When the saving is done, it'll be integrated into your brain memory automatically. There's such an amazing item. Lin Huang bought one and looked at it after hearing about the existence of the memory card. Memory card, type of card, function card, rarity, grade 2 inches function. The card will save the content that the host wants to save as soon as it's activated. Remark 1. A memory card can only be used once no matter how much it contains. Remark 2. The user will only need to specify the content and the card will handle the rest as soon as it has been activated. Remark 3. When the memory card is done storing the memory, it will become a part of the user's memory automatically. The part of memory doesn't occupy the user's brain memory. Remark 4. The duration of memory saving depends on the volume. The more memory there is, the longer it takes to save. On the contrary, it will take a shorter time if there's a smaller volume. This card is great, but I wonder what's the saving speed like. Lin Huang put the card away and devised a plan. He applied to visit the Central Library and the Central Archive from the Union government immediately. When he discussed collaboration with the Union government while representing Dynasty earlier, he had obtained the highest reading access for a month. However, he still had to apply before he visited each time. Such a procedure was not only applicable to Lin Huang but to everyone, including the chief of the Union government, Zhang Shan. Even he would have to submit the application beforehand to access the highest reading authorization. It could only be accessed by one person at a time. Therefore, the Central Library came up with an application system with the Union government. Everyone would have to book their slot beforehand and the library would assign them access for the time slot booked. With this system, there would not be any conflict. Although very few people were given the access, the system indeed helped to avoid awkwardness when one entered but failed to be granted access. The Central Library responded after 3 minutes. Lin Huang submitted his applications. Dear Mr. Lin Huang, you applied to access the Central Library's highest reading authorization from 9 a.m. on the 5th of March to 9 a.m. on the 6th of March. The total duration will be 24 hours. The application has been approved. Please be at the Central Library at the booked slot. Dear Mr. Lin Huang, you applied to access the Central Archive's highest reading authorization from 9 a.m. on the 6th of March to 9 a.m. on the 7th of March. The total duration will be 24 hours. The application has been approved. Please be at the Central Library at the booked slot. Lin Huang was elated to see both of his applications being approved. On the next day, which was the 5th of March, he rushed to the first city after breakfast early in the morning. He had a cup of coffee outside the Central Library. Only when it was 9 a.m., he stood up and headed to the library for the slot he booked. The library was almost occupied early in the morning. Lin Huang glanced through the first floor to find that most of the seats were taken. He walked past the hall and headed straight to the elevator. After scanning his ID on his Emperor's heart ring, the elevator took him to the highest floor of the Central Library, the 9th floor. Lin Huang was a little puzzled when he arrived on this floor. He looked around. Apart from a sealed container and a chair, there was nothing else. Transparent liquid filled the transparent sealed container. There was a tissue the size of a basketball that looked like a human brain soaked in the liquid. Neither did it have tentacles, nor other extra appendages. It looked like an enlarged human brain floating quietly. Meanwhile, the chair was placed approximately a meter before the sealed container. The chair was ordinary. It was made of wood, and the pattern on the surface looked shiny from the collision. Clearly, someone else favored this seat. Lin Huang looked around and sat on the chair while concluding that there was nothing else on this floor. Just when he sat on the chair, the brawn in the container experienced a tremor all of a sudden. Constant bubbling frothed in the container. A deep voice came into Lin Huang's ears at the same time. What kind of information are you looking for? Stunned, Lin Huang realized that it should be the brawn in the container that had spoken. However, he soon snapped back to his senses. I don't have specific information that I'm looking for. I want to look at everything you have. The brawn in the sealed container did not expect Lin Huang to say that. It went silent for a moment while a couple of bubbles rose in the transparent liquid. Subsequently, the deep voice came again. Interesting, you only have 24 hours. I know. Lin Huang smiled while nodding. Almost at the same time, the container and the brain before Lin Huang disappeared. The walls around the entire floor turned into projected images. The same happened to the ceiling and the floor beneath his feet. There were up to 10,000s of images of all sizes. Lin Huang glanced through the images and smirked. He crushed a memory card quietly. As soon as the memory card was activated, the thousands of images began moving as if they had lost control. Chapter 1198. Hunter Association's appointment. The memory card only took less than 3 hours to download everything in the Central Library. In reality, Lin Huang had been cultivating seamless with his eyes closed during the few hours. He only opened his eyes when the memory card had downloaded all of the information and become memories in his head. It was not even 12 p.m. when he checked the time. It would not make sense for him to stay, so he stood up and left. He ate something around the library and contacted the chief of the Union government, Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was surprised to see that it was Lin Huang who called. He picked up anyway. Lin Huang asked while smiling as soon as the video call was connected, "Master Chief, could you help me change the slot that I booked for the archive visit tomorrow to today instead? Didn't you apply to visit the library today?" Zhang Shan asked with his brow raised. He knew that Lin Huang submitted the applications yesterday. "I've found the stuff I was looking for at the library." Lin Huang came up with an excuse. "So, I thought I'd drop by the archive today instead of tomorrow. I'll speak to the people at the archive. I'll change the time slot for you if nobody is using it in the afternoon. However, you'll have to wait until tomorrow if somebody is using it in the afternoon." To Zhang Shan, such a favor was nothing as long as it did not interfere with the archive regulations. After all, amending the time slot at the last minute was permitted. They'll inform you whether they can amend the time slot for you later. "Thanks, Master Chief." Just when Lin Huang was going to hang up, Zhang Shan stopped him. "Emperor Lin, I happen to have something to discuss with you." Lin Huang was stunned to hear that. The first thought that came into his mind was, did someone expose that we've elevated demigods to virtual gods? However, his face remained calm. "Do tell, Master Chief. The Hunter Association spoke to me twice. They're looking into working with you guys. What they mainly want is access to the trial zones." "Sure, we can discuss the time later." Lin Huang agreed to that right away. In reality, he wanted to see if there was anything useful in the Hunter Association's library and archives. After hanging up the call with Zhang Shan, the archive sent him a message in less than 2 minutes. The amendment of the time slot had been approved. The time was amended from 1 p.m. on the 5th to 1 p.m. on the 6th. To Lin Huang, the hours given were not important. As long as the information was downloaded by the memory card, he would no longer need to return to the library and archive in the future. Lin Huang made it to the archive at 1 p.m. In reality, it was a huge building that was similar to the library. He arrived on the 9th floor after scanning his emperor's heart ring. The setting was similar to the library. There was also a tissue that looked like a human brain floating in a transparent sealed container. The difference was the color of the brain. The one in the library was light red while this one was sky blue. Given his experience in the morning, Lin Huang got the blue brain to get him all the information that was available in the archive directly. After crushing another memory card, it began to download the information automatically. Meanwhile, Lin Huang closed his eyes and began cultivating seamless in a relaxed manner. The second the memory card stopped downloading the information around 2 hours later, it became a part of Lin Huang's memory. He stood up and left right after he opened his eyes. As he arrived at the entrance of the archive, Lin Huang summoned a dimensional portal and returned to Emperor City. The first thing he did as soon as he arrived at the Emperor's palace was to share everything in the 2 memory cards with Bloody. With Bloody's computing skills, she spent over 2 hours digesting everything in the 2 memory cards. The information load is pretty huge. Bloody could not help but exclaim after she was done digesting all of the information. "Is there anything useful?" Lin Huang asked immediately. "Yes, quite a number of them. However, the real secrets should be sealed by the Union government. For instance, there should be complete production drawings for weapons containing rule power. However, there's no such thing in the memory that you shared with me. Also, the item lists that were excavated from the ancient ruins are missing. There should be many secrets in them. It's normal for them to be sealing such information. After all, I'm just an outsider. It's impossible for the Union government to reveal everything to me." Lin Huang, on the other hand, was understanding. "If I were Zhang Shan, I would seal that information and hide them from everyone else." Bloody nodded and proceeded to speak. "There are quite a number of useful information too, especially in cultivation alone. There are 14 god-level sword skills that you can use and 37 pseudo-mythical level sword skills. Including sword skills, there are a total of 63 god-level and 218 pseudo-mythical level martial skills. There are also 3 divine skills and up to 100 secret skills." As Lin Huang was talking to Bloody about the information that he obtained, a message came all of a sudden. Lin Huang saw that it was Zhang Shan who had sent the message. He said that the Hunter Association had decided the time when they would visit Dynasty the next day. In less than 5 minutes after Zhang Shan sent the message, Huang Tianfu informed Lin Huang that he had received the Hunter Association's appointment. The Hunter Association even published the appointment on the internet. In reality, Lin Huang could understand why they did that. They were afraid that people might take photos of the Hunter Association's upper echelons visiting Dynasty, so they announced it instead. The content of the appointment was simple. They were going to discuss a collaboration with Dynasty. However, everyone on the internet was discussing it despite the appointment having very vague content. After being quiet for a few months, Dynasty was trending on number 2 on the internet again. The Hunter Association was trending as number 1 this time. Everyone in the cultivation world was talking about this, and the Hunter Forum was the most crowded one. Most people in the cultivation world had registered themselves as a hunter before, even though they had never officially joined the Hunter Association. They could post on the Hunter Forum as long as they had their hunter's license. The main topic on the Hunter Forum was what exactly Dynasty did the Hunter Association want to work with them on? What kind of collaboration were they looking into? Meanwhile, in the Black Market Forum, they were discussing what Dynasty had to be attracting the Union government and the Hunter Association to work with them. As the internet was heated with discussion, the Hunter Association's upper echelons appeared in Emperor City in a high profile early in the morning on the 6th of March. They walked into Dynasty's headquarters while many media representatives snapped pictures. Lin Huang led the 3 Grand Dukes who had hidden their combat strength to welcome the people from the Hunter Association. The discussion between both parties was considered smooth. They came up with the preliminary direction of the collaboration and project in the morning alone. They then spent 2 days going through the details and signed the agreement eventually. Bloody was observing and providing suggestions in the Emperor's palace throughout the entire process. Chapter 1199. This inheritance of yours is fake. Once again, the Hunter Association's collaboration with Dynasty stirred intense talk among many cultivators on the Heart Network. Many organizations finally noticed Dynasty's odd behavior. Dynasty collaborated with the Union government, the Heretics, the Mystic Butterfly, and now the Hunter Association. They almost covered half of the top organizations in the entire world. The thought of such a lineup alone was terrifying. The Union government, the Hunter Association, and the Mystic Butterfly were the giants among the top organizations. Although Dynasty was considered weak as a whole, it was also a giant among them. Moreover, Lin Huang had been developing it rapidly since the 1 year that he was appointed. Dynasty was considered a legit giant now. The weakest one would be the Heretics. Even though they were an organization with no discipline, they were still a top organization with 2 virtual gods and close to 20 demigods. No matter what, they would be the top 5 in the lineup with their overall abilities. Such a majestic lineup could almost wipe out all the organizations in the entire gravel world if they were given access to each other's weapons. Noticing Dynasty's odd behavior, many organizations had internal meetings to discuss whether they should join the parade. Some even submitted their applications to the Union government and Dynasty directly. As the outside world was in a stir, Lin Huang visited the Hunter Association, the Mystic Butterfly, the Heretics, and Misery with his personal identity. He entered the 4 organizations' libraries and archives. He spent less than 3 days downloading all of the information with 4 memory cards. On the 3rd afternoon, Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring vibrated all of a sudden when he returned to Emperor City and was downloading Dynasty's information. He took a glance to see that it was Huang Tianfu calling. Usually, Huang Tianfu would not look for him if it was not something urgent. Lin Huang picked up the video call request right away. "What's up? Shadow Killer has just contacted me. They want in." Huang Tianfu went straight to the point. "What's your opinion on that?" Lin Huang thought about it for a moment and nodded. "It's actually fine. If Misery joins us, we'll have 4 out of 5 giants. Shadow Killer would have definitely wanted in as soon as they found out. I didn't expect them to be so quick to act. However, as soon as Shadow Killer joins us, there'll be 2 uncertainties: the Mystic Butterfly, which was already an uncertainty, and now Shadow Killer." Huang Tianfu raised his concern. "That's nothing to be worried about. It's impossible for Shadow Killer and the Mystic Butterfly to watch the Union government take charge. They won't be supporting the Union government. Instead, they're most likely to gang up. Also, they might collaborate with us. After all, we're a neutral organization. No matter whether it's the former or the latter, there are more advantages than disadvantages for us. Make an appointment then. Let's see what exactly Shadow Killer wants. Also, settle Misery's agreement as soon as you can to avoid any changes when Shadow Killer comes in, Lin Huang reminded. Misery has submitted their review. It's currently stuck on the Union government and the Hunter Association's side. They didn't decline us directly, but neither did they agree to it, Huang Tianfu updated about the situation. We shouldn't interfere in this. Let Misery talk to them themselves. Lin Huang said that because Dynasty could not be too close to Misery on the surface. Oh yeah, how's the sorting out of the god's blood going? Lin Huang asked again. I've sorted it out according to the ranking of contribution points. However, it's almost enough whereby the last person lacks a few drops to complete the elevation. I've gotten him to look for it himself. Those who have received the god's blood these 2 days have been elevating to perfect stage demigod level. That's great. Lin Huang proceeded to cultivate Seamless after hanging up. The memory card downloading function was completely automatic. As long as Lin Huang did not pause the download, it would not be affected no matter what Lin Huang was doing. Naturally, it was not interrupted by the video call either. When it was past 5 in the afternoon, he had finally downloaded everything available in Dynasty's library and archive. He had dinner at Dynasty's canteen. After that, he returned to the Emperor's palace and shared all of the downloaded memories with Bloody. Lin Huang closed his eyes when Bloody was sorting out the information. He began reading Qi Mushang's inherited memory. When he elevated to Imperial level earlier, Qi Mushang's inherited memory had been unsealed. However, he was too busy back then, so he only took a glance at it and put it aside. Nevertheless, it was the unsealing of Qi Mushang's memory that reminded Lin Huang that the Goldfinger Qi Mushang possessed as a traveler just like him was sealed in a ruins. The location of the ruins, Lin Huang browsed through the inherited memory rapidly to look for where the Goldfinger was sealed. Soon, he finally found where the ruins were. He was a little dumbstruck when he saw it. It's in the virtual zone. So, Qi Mushang went to the virtual zone and made it back alive. With that doubt in mind, Lin Huang began sifting through Qi Mushang's memories. The virtual zone was the 4th layer of the Abyss Brink. It was also the most dangerous forbidden area in the entire world. Legend had it that none of the people who entered the virtual zone made it back to the gravel world alive. However, many ancient documents that were left behind recorded that the virtual zone was a gateway leading to another world. In reality, Lin Huang was planning to leave the gravel world via the virtual zone. One of the reasons why he believed that the virtual zone was a gateway was due to such records in many ancient books. Another reason was that there was a similar record in Wu Mo's inherited memories. Another reason was that he obtained a description of such a gateway in those members' memories from the Great World when he was in the royal trials. All of the mini-worlds and gravel worlds with incomplete rules were the broken pieces in the central continent of the Great World at a certain time or space. They were connected to the Great World's central continent when they were created. Such connections made at least an invisible spatial gateway between the central continent and those gravel worlds as well as the mini-worlds. As long as the gravel worlds and mini-worlds did not die, the spatial gateway connecting the central continents would be open forever. Lin Huang also obtained the gateway's characteristics from those memories. To put it simply, there was no turning back. The reason was that such a dimensional gateway only worked one way. In reality, it was a natural protection setting to prevent the powerhouses from the Great World from stealing and enslaving the mini-worlds and gravel worlds. However, Lin Huang found nothing about the virtual zone after spending a couple of hours looking through Qi Mushang's memories. Filled with skepticism, Lin Huang shared that part of the memory with Bloody. He wanted her help to see what exactly the problem was. Bloody spent half an hour scanning through the inheritance. She gave an answer that Lin Huang never expected. This inherited memory is incomplete. To be exact, apart from this inheritance being real, much of the content in the memory was made by a powerful spiritual technique. A complete story was made up of facts and lies. Chapter 1200. Killing all of the virtual god-level monsters in your ruins. It's made up. Lin Huang was shocked. Excluding the part of the memories which was only unsealed when he elevated to Imperial level, he had looked through the memories at least 10 times when he was cultivating Seamless earlier. He had never noticed anything wrong. Don't you think apart from cultivation and battles, this memory of his seems to be acted out from a script? The people that he met during his daily life are like non-player characters in games. Even what they say is almost the same every time they meet, don't you think? Daily life. Lin Huang looked at it immediately. He usually skipped those parts whenever he looked through the memories. Apart from scanning through it roughly the first time, he basically skipped it every time after that. As expected, he soon noticed that something was off after Bloody reminded him about it. Indeed, these people sounded weird and they behaved strangely too. I didn't notice anything from that single conversation, but everyone seems to be customized from the same set of a model after watching more of them. Moreover, in his daily life, many of those people who have zero interaction with him in those buildings, as well as the trees around him, were blurred out. Usually, we retrieve the most original memories when we read someone's memory. As long as we don't zoom in, everything he saw should be clear and detailed. Even if he forgot something, his original memory should be clear as a movie film. Also, he made many details up intentionally. He even used some real footage and combined them with the made-up stories. He thought people couldn't tell since it's a combination of real and fake stuff. However, the real portion of the memory had tens of times of information in almost every frame compared to the made-up memories. It causes the made-up memories to be extra crude compared to those details that are usually ignored with the naked eye. Bloody pointed out each issue one after another. I've cast parasites on up to 100 millions of brains and read countless minds. Those amended memories and messed up memories due to some pathological causes in the brain, I can tell them apart easily. Although Qi Mushang's inherited memory was made by a powerful technique, the effect is too crude. It gives me a feeling that it was made up simply without even trying to hide it. So, what's the reason for him to do that? If the inheritance is real, why make up the memory? Lin Huang could not understand it. Nobody knows. Bloody shook her head. Maybe there were too many embarrassing incidents in his original memory and he's afraid of being humiliated by his descendants. Maybe that's why he made up a fake memory to hide it. Or perhaps there are secrets in his memory that he doesn't want people to know. She came up with two possible speculations. Lin Huang shook his head to shake off the thought since he could not figure out the answer. Forget it, let's not think about it. Since Qi Mushang's ruins is in the virtual zone, we'll explore when we go by then. We might retrieve the answer when we get there. Even if we don't, the effort won't be wasted if we get his Goldfinger. Since Qi Mushang's ruin was in the virtual zone, Lin Huang would not have to make 2 trips. The only thing left to do would be to look for loot in other ruins and sites. In the entire Gravel world, there were a total of 13 grade 6 ruins and sites with virtual god-level treasures, and there were only 4 ruins and sites with true god-level treasures. Lin Huang checked through Zhuge Fifen's memory. These 17 ruins and sites were not opened recently. However, there were 3 grade 6 ruins that were opened all the time. They belong to the Union government, the Hunter Association, and Shadow Killer relatively. I can only explore Shadow Killer's ruins when they join the circle. I'll explore the 2 grade 6 ruins under the Union government and the Hunter Association's jurisdiction these few days. Lin Huang submitted his application to the Union government and the Hunter Association as he thought about this point. He just realized that it was almost midnight when he was done submitting the application. The next morning, Lin Huang woke up early. He washed up and began to practice his sword skills. He had boosted his telekinetic threads to more than 60,000 threads from cultivating Seamless the past few days. Now, he had arrived at the peak of his current combat strength. Since he would not have more telekinetic threads from cultivating Seamless any further, he switched to practicing his sword skills. He happened to have downloaded information from so many organizations these past few days and obtained many sword skills. Zhang Shan from the Union government responded when it was almost 9:30 a.m. His application was approved. Some 10 minutes later, the Hunter Association also approved his application. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Huang summoned his dimensional portal without hesitation and headed straight to the first city. The person who was responsible for welcoming him was still the person he was familiar with, Guanzhong. Master Emperor, it's been a while. Guanzhong smiled lightly. Chief, why are you here? To be honest, Lin Huang was a little surprised. Although he held a high position whereby it made sense for the Union government to send Guanzhong to welcome him, the thing was that it was not an official visit. It would be alright for them to get anyone to send him to the entrance of the ruins. There was no need for them to send the chief of the agency EA to serve him. I was given the responsibility when I was speaking to the chief this morning. Guanzhong spread his arms wide. You sound like you're reluctant, Lin Huang teased with a grin. Definitely not. I agreed to do it with all the willingness in my heart, Guanzhong said while smiling. I was excited when I heard that I'm serving you, Master Emperor. What an exaggeration. Lin Huang was speechless. In reality, I've got nothing much to do in the past 2 days, so I thought I'd volunteer myself to give a good impression, Guanzhong explained further. Alright then, let's not beat around the bush. Let's get to business. Lin Huang did not bother to dwell on that topic with Guanzhong. Guanzhong nodded and summoned a dimensional portal directly. He opened the door and gestured for Lin Huang to go in first. Then, he went in after him. A moment later, Lin Huang realized he was clearly no longer in the first city when he stepped out of the dimensional portal. There were mountains after mountains all around him as he gaped around him. Moreover, there was snow beneath his feet. It was obviously not spring in the first city. Where is this? Lin Huang could not help but ask as he looked around. A forbidden area that's unpopular, Guanzhong answered. However, he added, figuring that his response was a little too perfunctory, as this place is a little secluded, not many people know about it. Therefore, there's no official name for this place. If you must give it a name, the people living in the foothold close to this mountain call it the Crouching Dragon. Crouching Dragon, the name reminded Lin Huang of Sir Tang in a TV drama. Is there anything that you're looking for, going into a grade 6 ruin alone, Master Emperor? Guanzhong asked while pretending to be casual. I'm not looking for anything. I just thought I would take a stroll in ruins that I've never been to before leaving the gravel world, Lin Huang said while smiling. In reality, he did not finish what he was saying. And I thought of killing all of the virtual god-level monsters in your ruins. Chapter 1201, Blasphemy Dragonpeed. The grade 6 ruin under the Union government's jurisdiction was called the Demon Swamp. It had many abyss creatures and demons. It was said that the total number of monsters exceeded those in the usual grade 6 ruins. Moreover, through the exploration before, it was known that there were at least 20 virtual god-level monsters in this ruin. That was the reason why Lin Huang chose to go there first. The volcano beneath us is the entrance. It's approximately 1,000 meters beneath the spiritual lava, Guanzhong said while smiling, pointing at the volcano ahead. Although this ruin is open all year round, almost nobody below imperial level can get to the entrance. Lin Huang sensed the intensity of the spirit beneath and nodded. This spiritual volcano's spirit intensity is above an imperial level powerhouse's life power. With the pressure coming from the depth of 1,000 meters, indeed, it blocks all cultivators below imperial level from going in. He looked around and finally found out why the mountain was called the Crouching Dragon. No wonder this mountain is called the Crouching Dragon. The connected mountain range resembles a winding giant dragon. If I'm not mistaken, we're standing on the dragon's head. Am I right? That's right, Guanzhong agreed with a smile. If this is the dragon's head, then what's that volcano? Lin Huang asked while pointing at the spiritual volcano beneath them. People living nearby call it the Dragon Jewel. They're pretty creative. Lin Huang raised an eyebrow. He thought the scenery was beautiful as he stood tall at the top of the dragon's head. He snapped a few pictures and said to Guanzhong calmly, "I'll go down then." "Thanks for your service." "Sure." Lin Huang leapt and allowed his body to freefall. He only adjusted his direction slightly just before falling into the crater. He summoned a pitch-black god relic battle armor as he entered the crater while his body was engulfed in dust. A maroon layer of defense emerged on the surface of the battle armor as he inserted his divine power into it. He plunged straight into the boiling lava just when the defense layer appeared. Heat throbbed from all directions all of a sudden. Even with the divine power blocking it out, the spiritual lava made one uncomfortable. Lin Huang was plummeting rapidly. He scanned the area with his divine telekinesis at the same time and soon found where the entrance was. Guanzhong, who was standing on top of the dragon's head outside of volcano, watched Lin Huang fall into the crater. He then summoned a dimensional portal and stepped into it. As he passed through the entrance of the ruin, Lin Huang got a rough idea of the ruin before he landed. The sky was dark blue, and it looked like night had just fallen. Dusk covered the wilderness. Lin Huang did not even see a single monster in his field of vision. However, he could not help but grin as he widened his range of divine telekinesis. How careless! There was no other reason for him to smile so gleefully other than that there were actually monsters around him as he scanned the area with his divine telekinesis. There were monsters called predator plants disguised as weeds spreading across the wilderness. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Nonetheless, with his naked eye, Lin Huang did not see any. Apart from that, there were a couple of carrion maggots hiding underground. The carrion maggot was at least 10 meters long. Their bodies were as poisonous as pure venom. Although they loved eating rotten meat, they would make an effort to get onto the ground to hunt on their own sometimes. Although the predator plant was an immortal level monster, the couple of carrion maggots underground had imperial level combat strength. An imperial level powerhouse might be at risk if he were to enter such a place without any preparation. Noticing the existence of the two types of monsters, Lin Huang stopped descending. He summoned Bloody calmly while hovering midair. In her red dress, Bloody sensed the existence of the predator plants and carrion maggots as soon as she was summoned. Let's cast parasites on a few of them. See if there's anything useful in their memories about this ruin. To be honest, Bloody was unwilling to cast her parasite on monsters that had poor combat strength and low grade. However, she did it without hesitation since the order came from Lin Huang. A few invisible leech pods flew out and soon penetrated the few predator plants and carrion maggots' bodies. Currently, she had Virtual God Rank 2 combat strength. Almost no living thing below Virtual God Rank 2 could sense the existence of her leech pods. The parasitization on the few local monsters was completed smoothly. Almost the moment when the leech pods penetrated their bodies, the information in those monsters' heads were sent to Bloody. Bloody spent less than a second sorting that information out. This is the south of the ruin. There should be a virtual god level monster around 8,000 kilometers towards the north. They've no idea about the exact information of that virtual god level monster. However, I have a rough idea about the exact route following the terrains and distribution of monsters. Then, let's head over there. There's no need to waste time using our feet, Lin Huang suggested and summoned Thunder. Thunder, which had elevated to quadruple mutated mythical level, had undergone a change of form again. Its feathers were now deep indigo with patches of beautiful golden patterns on them. Its pupils were golden purple. Its body was much more muscular than before, but it did not look bulky at all. Instead, it appeared as elegant as before but was more overbearing now. Lin Huang leapt onto Thunder's back with Bloody and patted it. Follow Bloody's instructions. Thunder flapped its wings and flew into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. The entire sky echoed with thunder. As the purple lightning soared into the sky, Thunder deviated and flew straight towards the north. Within a minute, they arrived at their destination on Thunder's back. Lin Huang only sensed the virtual god-level monster with his divine telekinesis when he was close. It was an evil spirit-type monster from the abyss called the Blasphemy Dragonpede. Lin Huang had read about such a monster in the Union government's archives. The monster was a dark purple giant centipede. With its two pitch-black wings, it was thousands of meters long. Its favorite food was dragonkin's babies and sky dragons with dragonkin's bloodline. Moreover, such a monster was deadly. It could poison almost all the monsters on the same combat strength. Lin Huang also sensed that the monster was only on Virtual God Rank 2, which was the same with Bloody and the rest. While he was going to summon Lancelot to fight it, he never expected Thunder to attack the monster that occupied the swamp as soon as it noticed the monster. It did not even wait for Lin Huang's order. Chapter 1202, Thunder vs. Blasphemy Dragonpede. Black mist curled around the Blasphemy Dragonpede. It lifted its upper body from the swamp when it sensed Thunder's aura from far away. Its 100 legs were dancing with its straightened body, appearing very terrifying. Seeing Thunder approaching its direction, the Dragonpede shrieked in rage. Underneath, Thunder responded in kind. However, its reply was even more determined. It flapped both of its wings. The dusky sky was filled with dark clouds that covered the entire sky. As purple lightning bolts lit up around its body, more lightning sparkled in the clouds above. Screech! The lightning bolts around Thunder's body charged when it shrieked for the second time. Countless purple beams of light accumulated between the gaps in its feathers. They turned into thousands of lightning bolts and shot out like a pouring lightning waterfall. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky had purple lightning sparkling within them. The lightning rained down like a storm, and soon integrated with the lightning bolts that rained out from Thunder. Endless purple lightning bolts drowned the gigantic Blasphemy Dragonpede. However, a shriek emerged from the lightning bolts a moment later. The shriek sounded similar to a dragonkin's shriek, but it was even sharper. There was a ripping sound that sounded more evil and brutal. Before the shriek ended, a gigantic silhouette flew out of the lightning bolts. At that moment, the silhouette was at the same height as Thunder. Upon closer inspection, it was the Blasphemy Dragonpede. It flapped its wings and hovered into the sky. There were faint purple lightning bolts lingering on its dark purple shell. However, the lightning bolts did not seem to affect its movement at all. Lin Huang also noticed there seemed to be 0 wounds on its body. It seems like the attack doesn't work on it. It makes sense. A monster such as the blasphemy dragonpede has powerful defenses. Furthermore, there's dragonkin bloodline in its body. It has immense immunity to elemental attacks, Bloody explained. However, Thunder didn't give it its all earlier. It was just attacking it in a testing manner. Lin Huang nodded. In reality, he could tell that Thunder indeed had not given its all. It was just a test attack. On a certain level, it was using a ranged attack to trigger the blasphemy dragonpede. Thunder seems to be a little excited to be encountering it, doesn't it? Birds are the natural enemy of snakes and worms, so this is their instinct, Bloody explained further. It's normal for Thunder to behave like water meeting fire when it encounters such a venomous centipede. I see. Lin Huang had always thought that monsters would lose their original instincts when they elevated. He even thought the instinct would go away entirely. Never had he thought that its animal instinct would still be there when Thunder elevated to mythical level. The hatred between birds and worms did not disappear at all. Within the short few seconds that Lin Huang and Bloody chatted, Thunder had collided with the blasphemy dragonpede a few times. Although the blasphemy dragonpede was powerful, no matter whether it was the natural suppression that Thunder was born with or its low grade, it lost to the latter in all aspects. Wounds started forming on its body as a result of the few collisions. Thunder finally stopped testing its foe after gaining a rough understanding of its opponent's ability. The lightning bolts on its body had now turned golden. The tiny golden lights under its feathers accumulated into lightning bolts. They then covered the blasphemy dragonpede like a web. The blasphemy dragonpede flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. However, it could not overcome the lightning bolts and drowned in it. This time, black char marks appeared on its shell whenever the golden lightning hit its body. It groaned from the pain. Thunder is winning the battle like a piece of cake. Should we catch it alive? Lin Huang raised his brow when he saw what was happening. All the while, he was sitting on Thunder's back with Bloody. Although Thunder knew that both of them would be fine even if they got hit by the impact of the battle, it had been protecting them throughout the battle. This blasphemy dragonpede is born less powerful than Thunder. The fact that it's only 3.5 mutated, it's incomparable with a complete quadruple mutated monster. Moreover, Thunder has a double bloodline of the Thunder Lord and the Storm Phoenix, so it can kill many virtual god rank-3 monsters. Bloody was not surprised by the outcome of the battle. Just when she said that, the golden lightning web contracted rapidly. The blasphemy dragonpede shrunk together with the web, and Thunder grabbed its head with its claws. Consequently, the blasphemy dragonpede totally lost its ability to fight back. Lin Huang and Bloody leapt from Thunder's back then. Although it had shrunk substantially, the blasphemy dragonpede's head was much bigger than Lin Huang's body. It glared dangerously at Lin Huang and Bloody with its 4 bloody eyes. If not for its head that was being squeezed by Thunder, it might have spat toxin to attack the duo standing before it. However, Lin Huang was fearless as he faced this monster. Even if he did not have Thunder and Bloody next to him, he could fight a virtual god rank-3 with his current ability. The giant centipede before him only had virtual god rank 2 combat strength. On the other hand, Bloody took a step forward directly and pressed her hand against the blasphemy dragonpede's head. She was not afraid of the toxin on its body. Her parasitization was completed within 3 seconds. Later on, she spent approximately half a minute reading and sorting out its memories. She then turned around and walked to Lin Huang to share the sorted memories with him. Lin Huang closed his eyes and took some time to digest it. Then, he opened his eyes again. Including this one, there are a total of 23 virtual god level monsters in this ruin. Most of them are on virtual god rank -1 to rank-3, and only 2 of them are on virtual god rank -4. There are no man-made buildings in the entire ruin, which means we don't have to waste time looking for human remnants and search for treasures. Lin Huang thought the plan was pretty reliable, whereby he could rest after killing the monsters and wait for the ruin to reset itself. There isn't much useful information in this centipede's head. Bloody was dissatisfied with the giant centipede's memories. She suggested after Lin Huang mentioned waiting for the ruins to reset. According to the Union government records, the interval to reset the ruin is pretty long. Even if we kill many monsters, it'll take more than 72 hours for each reset. I think it's unnecessary for us to wait for it to reset. I think so too, Lin Huang agreed. With Thunder's speed, I think we'll only take an hour and a half at the most to kill all 23 virtual god level monsters. After we're done with the first batch of virtual god level monsters, we'll do it again when it resets at midnight. We can leave right after that, so we don't have to wait for it to reset for the second time. The second reset will take 3 days. I can kill the monsters in the other 2 ruins in that time. Do we take its godhead? Bloody turned her head to look at the blasphemy dragonpede. There's no need. You can make the virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 monsters your puppets. Lin Huang shook his head. Now that I'm on imperial level, the effect of virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 godheads is dropping. I'd rather make the best of it. Bloody nodded and said nothing more. She then put the blasphemy dragonpede away into her god territory. Lin Huang spread his divine telekinesis out and searched for loot around the swamp where the blasphemy dragonpede lived. He then hopped onto Thunder's back. Let's go to R2 o'clock about 12,000 kilometers away. Thunder flapped its wings before Lin Huang could even finish speaking. It flew through the sky like a flash of purple lightning. The dark clouds in the sky only faded slowly a long time after Thunder left. Chapter 1203. Rotten Heart. Time flew by, and almost an hour had passed. Lin Huang only managed to kill half of the 23 virtual god level monsters. His efficiency was much lower than he expected. In reality, apart from the blasphemy dragonpede they first encountered, Lin Huang did not get Thunder to fight those virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 monsters. He got Bloody to cast parasites on them and put them away in her god territory. Among the virtual god rank 3 monsters, he summoned Lancelot, the evil dominator, killer, Kylie, and the rest of his battle imperial monsters to practice. Although he saved ample time by putting the virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 monsters away, the time Lancelot and the rest took to practice was much longer than Lin Huang expected initially. He thought he would only need 1.5 hours to kill all 23 monsters. Unfortunately, after an hour had passed, he had only killed 12 monsters. The next one is a virtual god rank 4 monster. I'm afraid Lancelot and the rest, Bloody reminded just when Thunder flapped its wings and flew off. Lancelot and the rest aren't a match for it. Lin Huang knew his imperial monsters' abilities very well. So, Bai will fight next. He was very curious about how much of Bai's ability had increased since it elevated to pseudo-supreme god level. Thunder only took a minute to travel across 10,000 kilometers. Lin Huang and the rest sensed their next target from far away. It was the Rotten Heart. The Rotten Heart was an evil spirit-type monster with a unique form. The monster truly looked exactly like its name. It appeared like a gigantic heart that was festering. It was dark with pus all over it. Dark purple veins bulged and throbbed, making it look even more terrifying. It had no eyes, mouth or ears. It sensed its surroundings through the sonic coming from pumping its own body. In reality, it was similar to a bat. Standing on Thunder's back, Lin Huang gazed down at the Rotten Heart from far away. As expected, it was the same as recorded in the Union government's archives. However, the Rotten Heart also noticed Thunder's existence whilst Lin Huang was observing it from far away. Instinctively, it attacked Thunder from a distance. A black ray shot out like a lightning bolt, going after Thunder. Thunder flapped its wings and barely dodged the assault. It never thought the second and third black rays would shoot out consecutively. As Thunder was busy evading the attacks, Lin Huang inspected the black rays closely, and realized they came from the black threads that stemmed from the body of the Rotten Heart. It was similar to the vampire particles Bai used to have, but the method of using it was different. Initially, Lin Huang planned to summon Bai to fight when they got closer. However, now that the opponent had initiated the attack, he could only summon Bai directly. In its black robe, Bai nodded at Lin Huang as soon as it was summoned. It soon fixed its eyes on the Rotten Heart. Although it was only on virtual god rank 2, Bai was fearless when it glared at the Rotten Heart that was on virtual god rank -4. Instead, its will to fight ignited. As its black robe fluttered in the wind, the bloody patterns on the robe lit up like lava. They were flowing like they were alive. A bloody crystal the size of a thumb extended out from between Bai's brows. His black pupils turned bloody red at that moment. A layer of bloody mist began lingering around his body and covering him entirely. Bai hovered midair and shot a deadly glare at the Rotten Heart with its bloody eyes. The bloody mist around its body began solidifying into bloody tentacles without it doing anything. The 100 bloody tentacles expanded before Bai rapidly. They turned into bloody whips that tore through the black threads from the Rotten Heart and snapped them mercilessly. Bai's almighty vampire particles were clearly a level higher than the opponent's technique. However, that was not the end of it. After blocking the attack, the bloody tentacles proceeded to charge in a frenzy towards the rotten heart. Beneath, the rotten heart did not dodge the attack. Instead, it began pumping intensely like a beating heart at a frequency that only increased with time. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle aside, soon noticed that circles of energy waves radiated from its pumping. Furthermore, the energy waves were getting denser and more powerful. Almost when the bloody tentacles were 10 meters before the rotten heart, it had reached its peak whereby the circles of energy waves spread hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. The bloody tentacles seemed to drown in mud as they slowed down. They could no longer go any further when they arrived around 5 meters before the rotten heart. Bai frowned slightly when it saw that. It extended an arm from a distance and held its stance steady. The tentacles seemed to have received an order as they stopped fighting on their own and began integrating quickly. Approximately 1 to 2 seconds later, the 100 tentacles became one. Bai smirked and transformed the integrated tentacle into a giant drill immediately. It began working right away. Lin Huang was stunned to see that. He subsequently chuckled out loud. No wonder the skill evolved into the almighty vampire particles after he elevated. The drill began spinning quickly as soon as it was formed. It then proceeded to approach the rotten heart. Although the beating waves from the rotten heart were powerful, it could not stop the drill from advancing further. A couple of thick, black tentacles flew out of the rotten heart's body all of a sudden as the drill was about to penetrate its body. The black tentacles bonded with the drill Bai created. A moment later, Bai's attack was eventually blocked. However, it had reached its goal. The bloody mist around it began transforming into bloody flying daggers. One after another, the flying daggers flew at an alarming speed. They were going after the rotten heart. Lin Huang noticed that Bai's attack was actually similar to his telekinetic attack, but the telekinetic threads were turned into almighty vampire particles. Flying daggers were neither god relics nor demigod relics, but they were consolidated by the almighty vampire particles automatically. After breaking through the defense made of energy waves, Bai used a flying dagger attack immediately. He wanted to harm his opponent effectively before the rotten heart even managed to react. However, the rotten heart reacted as soon as it happened. The black threads soon changed into a dense web. The flying daggers were like insects stuck on a spider web when they collided with it. They could not get free. Bai did not have any concerns on its face when its attack failed again. Instead, its will to fight was getting more and more intense. Bai snapped its fingers after recalling the flying daggers and drill made of the bloody mist. The bloody mist around it transformed once again as it snapped its fingers. Soon, they turned into tentacles of sharp sabers. On the other hand, the rotten heart dared not hold back at all. A mass of black threads began coming out of its body. They then merged into black tentacles of various weapons. Chapter 1204. Body severed by tide of boa in the air, the black and red tentacles turned into various weapons and collided. Each collision was comparable with a virtual god Rank-4 powerhouse's full force attack. The collisions of the black and red divine power created deafening explosions consecutively. Thunder roared continuously as if there was a furious storm. The impact coming from the collisions of two types of divine power alone spread thousands of kilometers away. Almost everything turned into dust wherever the impact passed by. The ground collapsed, and rivers and lakes dried up. Even the clouds in the sky were chased away. Almost all the holy fire level to imperial level monsters died. A vacuum was formed as a result of the strong collisions. Circles of waves formed in the sky and spread tens of thousands of kilometers away. The trees in the ruins were broken by strong winds. Many other plants were even uprooted. Dark clouds filled the sky and the ground cracked. It looked like doomsday had come. The level of battle even surpassed Lin Huang's personal abilities. Lin Huang, who was situated in the middle of the battlefield, had to carry a mirror, the elevated dark mirror since Lancelot had elevated to mythical level, to block the impact of the divine power. He involved himself in the battle quietly. However, he realized that he would only be beaten no matter what. Putting the rest aside, he would be completely crushed in terms of speed alone. He could only catch the shadows of the duo's attacks. Unfortunately, his body could not react in time at all. The duo's intense attacks lasted for over 10 minutes. Apart from Lin Huang, Bloody, and Thunder who were still alive, everything around was pulverized into dust. The main reason why they could watch the battle in such a relaxed manner without being affected was the powerful defense coming from the mirror. In the middle of the battlefield, although the rotten heart had been suppressed, it persisted with its stubborn defense and had yet to lose. Bai frowned slightly upon seeing that it could not defeat it. He had consolidated up to 1,000 tentacles from the almighty vampire particles. However, the black threads were crawling out of the opponent's body too. They were no fewer than his. Although the opponent's black threads were much weaker than his almighty vampire particles whereby they would be broken again and again, they recovered continuously. Lin Huang realized Bai's problem as he watched the battle. Perhaps because it was its first battle ever since he elevated to pseudo-supreme god level, Bai was eager to prove its improvement by winning the battle. However, it encountered a cunning opponent this time. It seemed to have noticed Bai's eagerness and slowed the battle rhythm down on purpose. As a result, the battle stagnated. Just when Lin Huang was going to remind him, Bloody spoke through voice transmission before he could say anything. Bai, don't let it drag the battle rhythm out. Your overall ability is much more powerful than its own, but it's limited. It's very hard to oppress it entirely. All you'll have to do is to kill it in this battle. Don't try to win it perfectly. The more distracting thoughts you have, the more disadvantages there are for you in this battle. Don't think about anything else now. Just think of how to kill it in the fastest way. Bai was stunned when it heard what Bloody said. It then noticed its problem subsequently. It shook its thoughts off immediately and stopped thinking of ways to defeat it perfectly. Its attack soon became precise after that. It stopped colliding with the opponent's black threads. Instead, each attack went after the opponent's body. The rotten heart began showing its weakness and become clumsy as soon as Bai changed its battle rhythm. Lin Huang peeked at Bloody next to him after seeing Bai's changes. Although he did not hear what Bloody said to Bai, he figured that she must have pointed something out for it. There were more and more wounds on the rotten heart's body. However, a black liquid would flow out whenever there was a wound on its body. The wound would then recover right away. Bai had no concern with that. It knew that such a technique of its opponent would be draining. Some 10 minutes later, the healing on the rotten heart's wounds began to slow down. Even the black tentacles were weaker than before. Bai sped up his attack frequency after noticing that. The wounds on the rotten heart's body that was already clumsy increased all of a sudden. Its body was pumping rapidly. Although it had strengthened the black tentacles' defense, the draining of divine power was clearly more now. Bai was calm because it had completely mastered the battle rhythm. Realizing that it was now on the losing end, the rotten heart's pumping began to speed up. It was beating faster each second than before. The rotten parts in the black heart began cracking. At the same time that the black juice was spilling, there would be thick rotten tentacles coming out of it. The 100 rotten tentacles were completely different from the appearance of the black fluid earlier. They were more like the real stuff made of flesh and blood. As the rotten tentacles grew, there was an intense noxious stench lingering in the air. Lin Huang felt dizzy after merely inhaling a little bit of the air. He shut his breathing system immediately and shouted at the rest at the same time, "Stop breathing. Its tentacles are toxic." A black silhouette came as soon as Lin Huang spoke. Thunder was the first to react. It flapped its wings slightly and dodged the black silhouette. Lin Huang had just realized that the black silhouette that came earlier was a rotten tentacle coming from the rotten heart. It was attacking Lin Huang and Thunder. Bai was enraged to see the rotten heart attacking. "You're seeking death." 2 red glows shot out of Bai's eyes whilst endless bloody mist curled out of his body. They turned into ferocious bloody boas one after another. Tens of thousands of gigantic bloody boas were going after the rotten heart like a tide. The rotten heart did not yield. Up to 100 black rotten tentacles charged at the tide of the boa. The bloody boas tore the rotten tentacles one after another. However, the bloody boas would be dyed black as soon as they touched the black liquid that shot out of the tentacles. Lin Huang was frowning a little as he watched the whole scenario. Can the toxic even infect pure energy? 5 to 6 minutes later, the bloody boas tore up to 100 rotten tentacles into pieces. However, almost half of the 10,000 boas were infected by the black toxin. Nevertheless, Bai did not plan to stop fighting at all. It proceeded to control the giant boas to attack the rotten heart. They were tearing it apart. In the beginning, the rotten heart would strive to recover itself. It even attempted to defend by extending its black tentacles. However, the bloody boas would bite them off each time it extended its tentacles. After attempting it for some 20 times, it finally realized that there was no way for it to turn the tables around at all. The divine power in its body had been drained, so its flesh could no longer recover. It could only watch its body being torn apart by the giant boas surrounding it, eating it alive. In reality, It did not last long since its divine power was drained. Approximately 5 to 6 seconds later, it was devoured by the bloody boas one after another. A black godhead hovering in the air was the only thing left behind. Chapter 1205. The Galactic Hive's first show. Bai fled the battle in the air. The bloody patterns on his black robe seemed to be dormant again. Not only had they stopped flowing, but even the color was also dimmer. The lava-like color was now bright red as if it was painted on a picture. The bloody crystal on his forehead penetrated his body automatically. His pupils that were bloody red became black and bright again. Just when Bai was ready to recall the mist that was almost black, Lin Huang called out to him, "These participles have been infected. Will it be okay if you recall them?" "Don't worry, I got them infected on purpose." Bai nodded and explained calmly, "In reality, this rotten heart has the same nature as my ability, which is the blood bond. However, his blood bond is special whereby it's a cursed virus. It's very suitable for battle. I got my almighty vampire particles infected on purpose to engulf its cursed virus to obtain a new blood bond technique." "Are you sure about this?" Lin Huang was still worried. It was not that he had no trust in Bai's ability, but the black rotten tentacles seemed like bad news no matter what. It might pose a problem if Bai were reckless. "Let me show you." Bai knew the reason why Lin Huang was worried. Instead of explaining it with words, he demonstrated it directly. He created a cloud the size of a fist from the black mist and another cloud the size of a thumb from the red mist. He placed both of them in a transparent, sealed energy bubble. In the bubble, the red mist attacked the black mist as soon as they touched. It engulfed the black mist mercilessly. The same unit of red mist was produced whenever each inch of the black mist was engulfed. The black mist attempted to extend its tentacles to infect the red mist a few times, but its attempt was to no avail. The red mist would consume and convert the black mist each time it extended its tentacles. Within 10 seconds, the black mist was completely destroyed. The almighty vampire particles were the only thing left in the entire sealed bubble. "I didn't do anything throughout the entire process. I allowed them to do that," Bai said while smiling at Lin Huang after popping the bubble with its finger. "My almighty vampire particles usually won't be affected by such a virus because my blood bond grade is higher than the rotten heart. Its virus is just food to my almighty vampire particles. The reason why they were infected was that I removed the defense on purpose, allowing the virus to go in. The goal is to analyze and simulate how the virus works." "All right then." Lin Huang was relieved to see Bai's demonstration. "Can I have the godhead?" Bai turned his head to look at the black godhead hovering midair nearby after explaining. "You can have it if you want," Lin Huang offered. He did not ask Bai why would he want the godhead. He knew that Bai had its reasons. "This godhead has signed a blood bond. I can use it as a medium to master the rotten heart's blood bond ability better. I can refine this godhead directly when I elevate to virtual god rank 4 and obtain the rotten heart's complete inheritance." Bai provided a detailed explanation anyway. "You can have it if it's helpful to elevate your abilities. There's no need to explain in such detail," Lin Huang responded with a smile. "Put it away now. We need to move on." Bai only put the godhead away in its body after getting Lin Huang's permission. The three of them hopped onto Thunder's back. Thunder flapped its wings and flew towards their next target. Bloody cast parasites on 6 of the remaining 10 virtual god-level monsters. Grimace and the rest practiced on the other 3 virtual god rank 3 monsters. Meanwhile, Bai fought the virtual god rank 4 monster. The battle this time was much easier than killing the rotten heart before. The virtual god rank 4 monster that Bai fought was a dead spirit dominator that was an expert in close-range combat. Bai used the rotten heart's ability that he had just signed the blood bond with directly. His bloody tentacles turned black with the curse and toxin. The battle had just started for less than 10 seconds, but a simple contact slashed the dead spirit dominator's abilities by more than half. Subsequently, the battle turned around as if Bai was beating a child. He spent less than 2 minutes settling this battle. However, Bai did not ask for the virtual god rank 4 godhead this time. Instead, it gave it to Lin Huang. Lin Huang spent almost 2 hours decimating all the 23 virtual god-level monsters. He checked the time. It was only past 11 in the morning. He was bored, so he had lunch early. Bai, Bloody, and Thunder took their favorite snacks out as their lunch. It was noon after lunch, and Lin Huang was done chatting with his few pets. The ruins would only reset the monsters after midnight. In other words, they would have to wait for another 12 hours. Lin Huang was bored just thinking of it. Although it was noon at the moment, it seemed like the sky was turning dark. Lin Huang lifted his head to gaze at the sky. The moon aside, there was not even a single star. He was getting really bored. He thought of something as he was dull to his very core. The queens need many carcasses as material to give birth to bug tribe fighters. There are so many monsters in this ruin. Isn't this the best source of bug tribe material? A daring idea came into Lin Huang's head as he thought about this point. Almost in the next second, a massive galactic hive the size of a moon landed in the ruin. This hive was oval like a football. It hovered some 10 meters above the ground. It was Lin Huang's first time summoning the galactic hive since he obtained it. Even he was amazed when he saw the true form of the hive in reality. Bloody, Bai, and Thunder were completely dumbstruck as they stood frozen where they were. Is this the legendary galactic hive? Bloody could not help but mumble. She had read about such a thing in the ancient documents more than once. However, it was her first time seeing the real thing. She was well and truly shocked. Meanwhile, Bai and Thunder were speechless. The bugs in the galactic hive used the hive as a medium. They did not occupy Lin Huang's summoning authority at all. He could summon a few 100 million or even a billion of them. Lin Huang contacted the 4 bug tribe queen mothers and issued his order, clear the entire ruins. The 4 queen mothers that got his order cascaded the order to the bugs under them through the hive immediately. A stream of bugs rushed out like a tide when they received the queen mother's orders. They flew in all directions under the multi-eyed worms, the superbrain worms, the golden bugs, and the thousands of bug servants command. Chapter 1206. A great sweep. The 4 queen mothers that took the form of young girls sat in 4 corners of the galactic hive. Under their command, the 7 virtual god rank 2 bugs led the 10,000 pseudo-mythical levels and more than 30 million imperial level purple gold rank bugs to sweep the place. The stream of bugs rushing out of the galactic hive covered the sky like dark clouds. Lin Huang had cleared all of the 23 virtual god level monsters in the ruin earlier. Now, the most powerful monster was merely on demigod level while the rest of the monsters ranged from holy fire level to imperial level. The level of the monster horde was nothing compared to the number of monsters in the bug horde. The bug horde was like a locust plague. They killed all the monsters wherever they passed, leaving no lives behind. Approximately 10 hours later, the bug horde cleared the entire ruin. Billions of abyssal and demonic monsters were killed. The few virtual god-level monsters put the carcasses away into their god territory. The monster carcasses were valuable material to the queen mothers, so they brought them to the latter. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had been practicing his sword skills in a relaxed manner during the 10 hours. It was 10:30 p.m. when the bug horde returned. The ruin remained looking as if it was dusk. Bloody nodded at Lin Huang. They've cleared everything. At least, there's nothing alive within my range of observation. She was actually secretly in awe about how terrifying the bug tribe was. The total amount of monsters killed is around 3.3 billion. I didn't calculate the exact data. The rough figure will do, said Lin Huang. He gazed into the galactic hive after chatting with Bloody. In the hive, the 7 virtual god-level bugs took out the monster carcasses from their god territory respectively and gave them to the 4 queen mothers. The queen mothers who obtained the sea of monster carcasses soon went into breeding mode. They transformed from human forms to their bug tribe forms. They began devouring the monster carcasses one after another after connecting to the incubator. Lin Huang learned about the queen mother's habits from the hive's inherited memories. Since the queen mothers were already on virtual god rank 2, it would be meaningless for them to breed fighters below virtual god level. Therefore, when the material obtained was of a lower grade, the bug tribe queen mothers would not breed fighters of the same combat strength as the material. Instead, they would store the material as sources of energy whereby they would be nutrients used in breeding imperial level monsters. Among the 3.3 billion monsters, most of them were on holy fire and immortal level. Less than a tenth of them were imperial level monsters. With these low-grade monster carcasses as material, the imperial level purple gold rank bugs that the queen mothers would eventually breed might come up to be less than 100 million. Even though that was the case, Lin Huang was pretty satisfied with the results. After all, he had obtained tens of millions of bug tribe fighters without doing anything. He put the galactic hive away into his body after seeing that all of the fighters had returned while the 4 bug tribe queen mothers had entered incubation. He practiced his sword skills for another 1.5 hours patiently. The sky in the ruin turned bright all of a sudden when it reached midnight. Lin Huang lifted his head to peer up. A bloody crack extended across the sky rapidly. At first, it was less than a meter long, but it grew tens of kilometers long within a short few seconds. The crack resembled a stroke in the sky that had been drawn with a red pen. As the crack expanded in the sky, tiny cracks began to appear below it. The sky seemed to have failed to bear the existence of the crack and it began to tear. Time passed by. Slowly, the red crack appeared to be expanded by an invisible force. It looked like an eye beginning to open from a state of being shut. The entire virtual eye hanging in the sky made it look like the sky had a bloody pupil growing in it and was studying the world. The red, bloody glow turned the dusk into day. However, the day looked a little odd, as if the entire ruin had been dyed red. Although the virtual eye was far away, Lin Huang clearly saw that there were many black silhouettes standing at the virtual eye that had just opened. As the virtual eye stabilized, the black silhouettes rushed out of it like a waterfall. Lin Huang managed to notice that the black silhouettes which were rushing out were monsters. He did not hesitate any longer and summoned thunder again. Let's go to the virtual eye. Thunder flew with Lin Huang and Bloody on its back. It only took 2 to 3 minutes to arrive at the area where the virtual eye was. Lin Huang summoned the galactic hive again, showing no mercy after taking a glance at the virtual eye with monsters spurting out of it. The 4 queen mothers that had received his order conveyed his order again. In the galactic hive, more than 3 billion imperial-level purple-gold rank monsters rushed out of it in a frenzy. They attacked and destroyed the monster horde coming out of the virtual eye. Even the virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 monsters were parasitized by Bloody as soon as they came out. They had no idea what exactly happened at all. As for the virtual god rank 3 monsters, Lin Huang did not summon Lancelot and the rest to practice. After all, it was not suitable for them to practice their skills under such chaos. Instead, he got the 7 virtual god-level bugs to attack and kill them as soon as they could. Lin Huang summoned Bai again when the virtual eye sent its first virtual god rank 4 monster. Bai sensed his opponent's existence immediately. It went into battle mode before Lin Huang even gave his order. The massacre at the entrance of the virtual eye was undoubtedly much more efficient than before. Within approximately 3 hours, all of the 3 billion monsters that rushed out of the virtual eye were killed. Apart from the 2 virtual god rank 4 monsters which had taken some of Bai's time, all of the monsters were killed right away, including the virtual god rank 3 monsters. The virtual eye finally disintegrated completely when it finished releasing the last batch of monsters at 3 a.m. The 3 billion monsters that came out of the virtual eye ended up as carcasses strewn all over the place. The 7 virtual god level bugs cleared the battlefield quickly and put all of them away into their god territory. Meanwhile, Bai passed the 2 virtual god rank 4 and 5 virtual god rank 3 monsters godheads to Lin Huang. It was almost 3:30 a.m. when the entire battlefield was cleared. Lin Huang hovered midair and looked at the empty ground. The ruin was silent. The virtual eye will open again in 3 days. I wonder what would people from the Union government think if they came within these 3 days and saw an empty piece of land. I guess the people from your hometown would say they must look dumb, Bloody mocked. Lin Huang lifted his head and glanced at the sky that was dusky again after putting the galactic hive away in his body while riding on Thunder's back with Bloody and Bai. He knew this should be the last time he would visit this ruin. Time to go. Next stop, the Hunter Association's Hunting Garden. Chapter 1207. Hunting Garden. The Hunter Association's Grade 6 ruin was called the Hunting Garden. The reason it was given such a name was that there were many varieties of monsters in this ruin. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary ruin would only have 20 to 30 types of monsters. Very few of them had more than 40 types of monsters. However, according to the Hunter Association's records, they confirmed that the Hunting Garden had 183 types of monsters. It was said that over 20 types of monsters were never found. Nobody had ever managed to take photos as proof for some reason, so their existence was never proven. There was something unique about the monsters in the Hunting Garden whereby most of them were carnivorous. There was a minority of them that were omnivorous, but almost none were herbivorous. These monsters had powerful hunting skills. Lin Huang was very interested in such a ruin. Since he had booked his slot earlier, he headed straight to the Hunter Association headquarters in Foothold No. 1A2, Hunting City. The person who was responsible for serving him was the deputy chief, Wu Xing, who was a tall and big man. Although he looked like a lummox, in reality, Wu Xing's character was the complete opposite of his appearance. He was great in interpersonal relationships. Lin Huang had no idea whether he was really friendly or was pretending. However, the experience made him comfortable. Wu Xing had a great sense of propriety in everything he did, and that alone impressed Lin Huang. Most people had no sense of propriety as Wu Xing did. At least, Lin Huang could not achieve that. Furthermore, among the many people he knew, Huang Tianfu might be the only one whose sense of propriety could compare with Wu Xing's. Lin Huang was chatting with Wu Xing along the way. He realized that he had arrived at the entrance of the hunting garden. This is the entrance of the ruin and it's also the furthest I can send you. Wu Xing stopped walking. Lin Huang nodded and thanked him. Then, he stepped into the ruin. Compared to the demon swamp, this ruin was completely different. Lin Huang felt like he had stepped from summer into spring as soon as he got in. The ruin looked like it was spring with lush flowers and trees around. There was even a small river flowing not far away. This ruin did not look like a ruin at all. It looked more like a tourist spot where it was spring all year round. Lin Huang was stunned to see the scenery. However, he snapped back to his senses after being distracted for a moment. He remembered clearly of the ruins, description in the Hunter Association's record, intruders would be treated as prey by the local monsters at all times. Lin Huang summoned Bloody as soon as he stepped into the meadows of the ruin. This ruin has beautiful scenery. Bloody could not help but comment when she glanced around as soon as she was summoned. Subsequently, the duo did the usual whereby Bloody spread her leech pods out to get a rough map of the entire ruins. Later on, instead of killing virtual god-level monsters one by one, Lin Huang summoned the Galactic Hive and got the 7 virtual god-level bugs to lead the bug horde to clear the ruins. The hunting garden was only slightly smaller than Union Government's Demon Swamp, but there were considerably fewer monsters in it. There were only a total of 300 million monsters, which was only around a tenth of the total amount of monsters the Demon Swamp had. Moreover, there were only 6 virtual god-level monsters. Among them, the 2 monsters with the highest combat strength were only on virtual god rank -3. That was the reason why Lin Huang used the hive directly with zero concern. Some 5 hours later, the 300 million monsters were cleared by the bug horde. There was no living thing within the range of Bloody's observation. Lin Huang checked the time after watching the bug horde return to the hive. It was only past 2 p.m., and it would take another 10 hours for the monsters to be reset. The ruin would take 48 hours to reset each time, which was shorter than the Demon Swamp's 72-hour window. However, Lin Huang clearly did not plan to stay. It was boring enough for him to wait for 10 hours, and he could only kill time by practicing his sword skill. He had no patience to wait for 48 hours. To him, he could do many things within those 48 hours. The change in light was the other difference between the hunting garden and the demon swamp. The demon swamp always looked like dusk before the night fell, but the hunting garden had clear changes between day and night. It was almost the same as the outside world. Approximately 4 hours later, the sky dimmed when it was 6:30 p.m. In reality, no sun could be seen in the ruin. Lin Huang had no idea what the source of light was in there. There was no light source at all in the dark blue sky above. The sky finally turned completely dark when it was almost 8 p.m. However, that did not affect Lin Huang practicing his sword skills at all. Soon, another 3.5 hours passed. A virtual eye appeared rapidly in the sky just when the needle on the clock passed midnight. Lin Huang looked confused when he saw the virtual eye that had just risen in the hunting garden. Next to him, Bloody smiled. I can't believe that we finally get to see the colorful virtual eye that we've only seen in records. It's my first time seeing it too, Lin Huang responded while smiling. The virtual eye hanging in the sky was colorful with 9 different colors. Although it looked strange, it gave him an odd sense of comfort. Just when Lin Huang was discussing the color of the virtual eye with Bloody, the colorful virtual eye stabilized. A stream of various monsters began rushing out like a pouring waterfall. Lin Huang had not put the galactic hive away since earlier. Seeing monsters rushing out now, he gave his orders to the 4 queen mothers again without hesitation. He told them to kill all of the monsters coming out of the virtual eye. Almost the next second he gave his order, endless bugs rushed out like dark clouds, heading towards the virtual eye. This time, Lin Huang did not observe the battle at a close distance. He watched the battle through Bloody's leech pods from far away. Due to the restriction as a result of the difference in combat strength and the speed of monsters being sent out from the virtual eye, the battle was one-sided from the beginning. The monster horde was completely oppressed and annihilated. The same thing happened to the virtual god-level monsters. They were killed by the superbrain worms and the rest just when they showed up from the virtual eye. The one-sided massacre only ended some 3 hours later. All of the monsters that emerged from the virtual eye were killed. There was no exceptions. Watching the colorful virtual eye disintegrate in the sky while the bugs returned to the hive one after another, Lin Huang could not help but smirk as he recalled the hive back to his body. The Hunter Association's hunting garden is completed. So, what's next? Chapter 1208. Shadow Killer's visit. It was almost 3:30 a.m. when Lin Huang returned from the hunting garden to Emperor City. The first thing he did was sort out the loot as soon as he returned to the Emperor Palace. They killed almost 7 billion monsters from the 2 grade 6 ruins throughout the few days, namely the Demon Swamp and the Hunting Garden. Among the monsters killed, there were 58 virtual god-level monsters. Lin Huang had also obtained a total of 17 virtual god rank 3 to rank 4 godheads. Apart from the bunch of godheads, Lin Huang also obtained almost 20,000 complete monster cards throughout the 2 days. Most of the monster cards were legendary level. Only 3 of them were pseudo-mythical level. There was also a pile of card pieces. He did not integrate them. Instead, he stored them in the card piece mall as backup. The godheads and cards aside, in reality, the biggest reward he obtained was the 7 billion monster carcasses. The carcasses were breeding material for the bug tribe queen mothers. According to Bloody's calculation, the 4 queen mothers should be able to breed 200 million imperial level purple gold rank bug tribe fighters with the 7 billion monster carcasses. Initially, there were only over 30 million bug tribe fighters in the galactic hive. Throughout the round of breeding, the number of bugs would be increased by a few more times. Apart from that, Bloody also obtained 40 virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 parasitic puppets. She experienced a boost in her abilities. One could say that this round of kills gave Lin Huang's overall abilities a substantial boost. After sorting out the loot, he tossed the 17 godheads that he had just obtained into his body and began to practice his sword skills. Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring began vibrating all of a sudden when it was almost 11 in the morning. In the midst of practicing his sword skills, he picked up the video call immediately upon seeing that it was Huang Tianfu calling. "What's up?" Misery sent us a message. They've come to an agreement with the Union government. But the Union government got Misery to join anonymously because of their reputation. Moreover, to avoid future inconveniences, Misery will sign an agreement with Dynasty instead. If they do that, when Misery is exposed of being in the circle, the Union government can pretend that they know nothing and push the responsibility onto us. Huang Tianfu knew the Union government's plan very well. "Isn't that what we want?" Lin Huang grinned when he heard that. "But are the people from Misery reliable?" Huang Tianfu asked, feeling concerned. Lin Huang fell into silence for a moment and thought about it carefully. In reality, it was unnecessary for him to hide the truth from Huang Tianfu any longer. "Misery is already an affiliate organization under me." "Do you mean they're under Royal now?" Huang Tianfu did not expect that. He was clearly stunned when he heard what Lin Huang said. "Yes, I've registered them under Royal," Lin Huang acknowledged. "I get it now. Dynasty will give our all no matter what Misery needs in the future." Huang Tianfu soon accepted the truth. Dynasty is Dynasty, and Misery is Misery. Both organizations will develop individually. You don't have to worry about the development on Misery's side as they won't interfere with us either, Lin Huang added. "There's no need for you to treat Misery as competition. Dynasty's competition will forever be Dynasty. Your humble one understands," Huang Tianfu replied without any change in his expression. "Anything else?" Shadow Killer set an appointment 2 days ago. "They'll visit tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm around tomorrow," Lin Huang confirmed. Also, the remaining demigods have elevated to virtual god level successfully throughout the past 2 days with Mr. Fu's help, Huang Tianfu added. "I'm thinking of announcing about the demigods elevating to virtual gods after we've come up with an agreement with Shadow Killer." "Sounds great. We'll do as you say." Lin Huang did not raise any objections. After hanging up on Huang Tianfu's call, Lin Huang recalled that Shadow Killer's grade 6 ruin was the only one left that he had yet to visit. It's time to leave the gravel world after signing an agreement with Shadow Killer in these few days. Let's visit the last grade 6 ruin. It was in the middle of the night. Lin Huang practiced his sword skills. Until approximately midnight, figuring that he was meeting Shadow Killer the next day, he quickly washed up and went to bed. The next morning, he entered Dynasty's office after breakfast. Although Shadow Killer was a giant, they had always been low-profiled no matter what they did. They did not announce their visit to Dynasty this time. Otherwise, the internet would have been stirred early in the morning, and Dynasty would have definitely trended again. In reality, within Dynasty, only the 3 Grand Dukes and a few dukes knew about this. The rest of the members had no idea about the visit. When it was around 8:50 a.m., the people from Shadow Killer arrived. Everyone gaped at the group of 11 people as soon as they walked into Dynasty's office. Lin Huang welcomed them at the entrance with Huang Tianfu and Huang Wenan. They brought the people from Shadow Killer to the meeting room on the highest floor. The people in the office discussed excitedly among themselves after they left. They were guessing who those people in the black robes were. They seemed to be so honorable that the emperor had welcomed them himself. In reality, Shadow Killer's leader was not the demigod Ying Shisen who the outsiders knew about. Instead, it was Yu Shen who led the team to Dynasty this time. His combat strength was on Virtual God rank -3. Among the 10 people behind him, there was one Virtual God rank 3 and another Virtual God rank 4 while the rest were demigods. The one with the highest combat strength on Virtual God rank 4 was a lady. She wore a black veil on her face and even blocked her divine telekinesis function. Lin Huang merely stole a glance and figured that Shadow Killer must have found a way to elevate demigods straight to Virtual God level because a Virtual God rank 3 godhead was the most a person's body could bear. After entering the meeting room, Yu Shen from Shadow Killer went straight into the subject after they chatted for a while and introduced themselves. What we want from working with Dynasty is very simple. We want the same privileges as the Union government and the Hunter Association. The first response Lin Huang had was, "Has our intel been exposed?" When he heard that, however, he soon realized that was not the case. No offense, but do you know what's the collaboration we have with the 2 union organizations? Huang Tianfu could not help but ask. We've no idea what exactly it is, but the condition must be too hard to resist for you guys to be work with the union government, Yu Shen said while smiling. So, how are sure that what the union government wants is also what you guys want? Lin Huang asked. We're not sure. That's why we're visiting to ask what exactly that is. If that's what we, Shadow Killer, want as well, we'll proceed with the discussion. If not, there's no need to go any further, Yu Shen said like everything made sense. Huang Tianfu and Huang Wenan looked at Lin Huang. They seemed to be asking for Lin Huang's permission to tell the truth. Lin Huang nodded lightly. There's no harm to tell you guys. What we offer the Union government is access to Royals trial zones. Chapter 1209. Assaulted Fish should have assaulted fish's realization. The discussion between Dynasty and Shadow Killer went well the next 2 days. Misery also signed the agreement the same day when Shadow Killer signed theirs. They joined the circle anonymously. The circle that Dynasty and the Union government built became the most powerful alliance in the entire Gravel world. With the 5 giants, including the Union government, the Hunter Association, Misery, Shadow Killer, and the Mystic Butterfly together with the soon-to-be giant Dynasty, this alliance was invincible. The Heretics, which was a top organization, became the weakest one in the circle. They could only play the position as a dependent party. The Heretics, upper echelons, were surprised to see the Hunter Association, the Mystic Butterfly, and Shadow Killer joining the circle recently. They were in a meeting when they heard about Shadow Killer joining. Holy sh*t. 4 out of the 5 giants have joined them. The vice presiding judge, Zhou Tong, forgot to remove his little finger from his nostril when he heard about Shadow Killer joining. Don't forget that Dynasty is the soon-to-be giant. We, the Heretics, are the weakest among the entire circle, added the hunk, rubbing his feet. Luckily, we joined early and managed to butter Dynasty up. Had we only joined now, I guess Dynasty would have just kicked us out, Xiaoya said while biting her nails. I don't think we're that bad. The presiding judge, Sun Zhou, shrugged helplessly. However, Sun Zhou was completely ignored. They proceeded with the next topic on their own. Exactly which organization has joined us anonymously? It's most probably an underground organization. Do you guys think it might be Misery? Xiaoya said, still biting her nails. Boss, the application from the anonymous organization should pass through you. You should know which one is it, am I right? The hunk rubbing his feet turned his head and asked Sun Zhou. Sun Zhou hesitated for a moment and nodded, figuring that it was only a matter of time that they would find out. Yes, it's misery. Keep this within ourselves, and don't spread it around. It's really misery. Now, all 5 giants have gathered. It's insane. The vice presiding judge Zhou Tong explained out loud in his thick nasal voice. I've always thought that we weren't bad, but now I feel like we're just trash. Xiaoya felt like she had just received a slap on her face. 5 giants and 1 soon-to-be giant, so, it's 6 dragging 1 on. I think that's pretty good. There's always one that's slowing the team down. Why can't we be it? Vice presiding judge Zhou Tong proceeded to dig his nose, appearing like he did not care. Don't you have any humiliation in you? The hunk rubbing his feet scoffed while glaring at him. A salted fish should have a salted fish's awareness. We're salted fish. Why should we waste our efforts pretending that we're seafood? Zhou Tong spoke in his nasal voice while proceeding to dig his nose. Because seafood is more expensive, answered Cao Yao, who was sitting next to him. Xiaoya, it was only a rhetorical question, said Zhou Tong while glaring at her. Oh, let's continue our meeting. Stop the irrelevant topic right now. Sun Zhou was getting more and more upset as he listened to them speak. He ended the topic after slamming the table. After signing the agreement with Shadow Killer, Lin Huang followed the team back to their headquarters in Silhouette City in Foothold No. 1A11. He spent half the evening downloading the documents in Shadow Killer's library and archives. The next morning, he headed straight to the last Grade 6 ruin open to the Gravel World. The Grade 6 ruin under Shadow Killer's jurisdiction was called the Shadow Land. Day did not exist in the entire ruin, only night. Apart from many dark creatures, there was a unique monster in this ruin called the Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast was an evil spirit that possessed the ability to control its shadow. Such an ability was actually mediocre. However, it would turn its body into a shadow to be immune to physical attacks. Fortunately, among the Queen Mother's bug tribe army, there were bugs that could handle such a monster. Lin Huang was prepared ahead thanks to Bloody's reminder. After summoning the Galactic Hive, Lin Huang did not get all of the bugs to attack. Instead, he only got the bugs that could fight shadow beasts too. Battle. Throughout the few days, the 4 Queen Mothers were done with approximately a third of the breeding from the monster carcasses. The 30 million strong bug army was boosted to 100 million. Among the 100 million bug tribe army members, only around 10 million of them could harm the shadow beasts. It slowed down the hunting speed of the bug tribe army by heaps compared to before. From 8 a.m., the bug tribe army spent some 15 hours killing the 400 million odd monsters in the ruin. There were a total of 10 virtual god level monsters among them. 3 of them were on virtual god rank 3 while the remaining 7 were either on virtual god rank -1 or rank -2. The ruin refreshed in the middle of the night when they had rested for less than an hour. The virtual eye that was opening in the Shadow Land was completely black. Once again, Lin Huang led the Galactic Hive to block the entrance in order to kill the monsters coming out of it. When it was around 1 p.m., they finally cleared the Shadow Land to decimate it into a land of nothingness. Since it would take 48 hours for the Shadow Land to refresh, Lin Huang did not stay and wait in the ruin. Instead, he left in satisfaction and returned to Emperor City. He began sorting out the loot he obtained this round as soon as he returned to the Emperor's palace. 6 virtual god rank 3 godheads, a total of 14 virtual god rank -1 and rank 2 puppets, over 800 million monster carcasses, enough for the Queen Mothers to breed close to 30 million bug tribe fighters, 2 complete pseudo-mythical level monster cards, over 2,200 complete legendary level monster cards and over 800 million card pieces. Now that I've downloaded everything in all the libraries and archives as well as clearing all the grade 6 ruins available, it's almost time to leave, Lin Huang mumbled softly after sorting out the loot. I think it's best that you don't announce your departure. Just tell people that you're going into closed-door cultivation, Bloody suggested. I think so too, Lin Huang agreed. The reason why Dynasty was currently in the limelight was mainly that people followed what was happening to Lin Huang. Even though he did not participate in the exact management and operation of things, he was influential in Dynasty's development of the people in the cultivation world. At least, many new members joined Dynasty because of him. If Lin Huang were to announce his departure, many people would think that he had left Dynasty entirely. According to Bloody's data analysis, if Lin Huang left Dynasty, there would be at least an 83% drop in new Dynasty members. That was something that Lin Huang did not want to happen. How about your friends? Will you bid them farewell? Bloody reminded, or will you lie to them that you're going into closed-door cultivation to prevent them from leaking it unintentionally? In reality, Lin Huang was almost done with everything before his departure. The only thing that he had yet to do was inform his old friends such as Yi Yeyu. Hearing Bloody's questions, he went into silence for a moment and shook his head. There's no need to hide it from them. I'll spend some time meeting them and bidding them farewell these few days. Chapter 12:10. Fatty's Troubles. Lin Huang looked at the time after chatting with Bloody for a while. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. He spread his divine telekinesis range out and realized that the 3 Grand Dukes were there. Furthermore, most of the dukes who were at the agreement signing ceremony with Shadow Killer were there too. He left the Emperor's palace in a flash and appeared in Huang Tianfu's office. Huang Tianfu was chatting with Huang Wunan and Huang Tufu. They were surprised to see Lin Huang's sudden appearance. The trio greeted Lin Huang as soon as they saw him. Master Emperor. Tufu, you're still here. Is the headquarters busy today? We announced the news about demigods elevating to virtual gods this morning and created a stir on the internet. The Union government, the Hunter Association, the Mystic Butterfly, and Shadow Killer called to ask if the news is real, Huang Tianfu explained with a candid smile. No wonder everyone is here. Lin Huang recalled that Huang Tianfu had asked for his opinion on whether to announce the news after signing the agreement with Shadow Killer. I almost forgot about that. Go ahead with this. Tianfu, help me gather everyone for a meeting tomorrow morning. It's best that everyone can attend. There's something that I want to announce. I'll inform them later. Huang Tianfu agreed directly without asking what the matter was. Huang Tufu was more straightforward, so he asked directly, "What's the matter, Master Emperor?" Lin Huang, who was turning around to leave, stopped. He turned his head and looked at Huang Tufu. All of you will find out tomorrow. Lin Huang did not interrupt them, seeing Huang Tianfu and the rest were busy. He called Gigi from Misery when he returned to the Emperor's palace. He got him to arrange the meeting that would take place the day after tomorrow. Gigi did not ask about that any further. After hanging up the call with Gigi, Lin Huang thought about it and called Yin Hengyi. The call was picked up after ringing less than twice. Fatty's round face occupied the entire screen. Can you not stick your face so close to the screen every time? Lin Huang grumbled. Fatty moved his face a little further away from the screen and argued, "It's not like you've no idea that I have short arms. It's more troublesome to put my face a distance away. You're complaining about moving your hands, but how come you never complain when you're eating?" Of course, it's different when I eat. Eating can replenish my energy. Fatty always had odd theories of his own. Replenish your energy. It's no wonder you're so fat. Lin Huang finally got down to business after messing around with Fatty. How's home? Fatty hesitated for a moment after hearing that. He then nodded and said, "Not bad. Same old, same old." However, his hesitation was undoubtedly like slow motion to Lin Huang, who saw through it crystal clear. What happened? Stop messing around with me, Lin Huang probed further. Fatty only told the truth after realizing that he could not hide it from Lin Huang. Nothing much. It's just that the people in town heard about me coming back alive and said that my family is bad luck. It's just conflict among neighbors. There's nothing to worry about. In reality, Lin Huang expected such a thing to happen. The reason being, Fatty looked exactly the same as he was 2 years ago. People who knew him from the past could definitely discern it. Especially because he lived in such a small place like Nanmu Town, everyone had seen each other and they all basically knew one another. They recognized each other's faces even if they did not know each other. Moreover, the entire town would find out about something as soon as it happened, no matter how minor it was. There was no way of hiding anything in that town. Lin Huang advised Fatty to move in order to prevent trouble like that. Fatty was just concerned about his old lady who had been living in the town for over a decade. He was afraid that the old lady was unwilling to move because she had gotten used to her life. "So, how's business?" Lin Huang asked again when he realized Fatty was reluctant to talk more about his family. "Business has been affected slightly." Fatty shook his head, feeling helpless. "There's a high-end restaurant close to the main outlet in Baki City. They've been competing with us. The people in town found out about that and sold the news about me coming back alive to them. They hired people to make up rumors when they dined at our restaurant. They said that a dead person made the food and that people would have bad luck after eating it. Apart from that, They said the reason why our food is so delicious is that we use human meat. Many people in Baki City heard the stories they made up, and some of the regulars did not dare to dine in our restaurant any longer. People are clearly making things up. Can't you get the union government to handle this? Lin Huang frowned slightly. I did, but it didn't work. They said it was the customers who said that. There's nothing that they can do since it came from the lips of the customers. The union government ran their checks for a while and found those people who made up the rumor. Those people said that someone else told them that. They didn't want to tell who told them that, so that was the end of it, Fatty updated. I'm just complaining and venting to you, so don't worry about it. You're the emperor. Take care of your own stuff. This is just something insignificant. You don't have to worry about this. Fatty was unwilling to get Lin Huang involved in this. Oh yeah, is there anything that you want to tell me? Fatty changed the subject upon noticing Lin Huang fall into silence. I'll have a gathering on the 18th. I invited some old friends over, and Yi Yeyu will be there too. Come join us. Treat it as a getaway to clear your mind. Lin Huang invited Fatty with a smile. The witch examiner will be there too. Fatty widened his eyes and revealed a lecherous smile. Or both of you. You should use your brain capacity to figure how to be a better food hunter instead. Lin Huang interrupted Fatty instantly. On the morning of the 18th, I'll get someone to pick you up. Oh yeah, get the old lady and the rest to come too. Just treat it as a vacation. I'll arrange the food and accommodation. I can send someone to be your tour guide if there's somewhere you'd like to go, Lin Huang added. That's too much to ask for. Don't worry, Emperor City is my territory. Of course, I have to give you guys the best, Lin Huang assured. Tell the old lady that if she doesn't want to come, I'll knock on her door myself. Sure, I'll treat it as a holiday then, Fatty agreed, with a grin. After hanging up on the call with Yin Hengyi, Lin Huang called Yi Yeyu, Yi Zheng, Leng Yuexin, Li Lang, Chan Do, and his senior brother, Lu Ming to invite them to the gathering. They agreed to come without hesitation. These friends were close to Lin Huang. Furthermore, some of them had helped him throughout his journey of growth. Apart from bidding them farewell, Lin Huang actually got each of them a gift. Lin Huang opened his contact page after calling his friends one after another. He called Zhang Shan from the Union government when he found his number on the contact page. He spoke expressionlessly when the call was picked up. Chief Zhang, I need a favor. I have a friend in Division 7's Baki City who's encountered some trouble. Chapter 12:11. His old friends are here. All the upper echelons of dynasty gathered on the 16th of March. Naturally, Huang Baiyu, Huang Haoyang, and the 3 Grand Dukes were there, and so were the 12 virtual god-level dukes. Everyone had their eyes on Lin Huang as soon as he arrived. Apart from Huang Tianfu, who had a rough idea of what the purpose of the meeting was, the rest were unsure why Lin Huang would call for a meeting so early in the morning. Lin Huang glanced at the time after he took his seat. He did not bother to wait any longer upon seeing that it was almost 9 a.m. and announced directly, I called this meeting today mainly to inform all of you that I'm leaving this gravel world. Everyone was stunned to hear that. Even though Huang Tianfu speculated that since the beginning, he could not help but feel emotional when he heard Lin Huang saying it out loud. When are you leaving? Huang Tufu was the first to ask. I'll leave in a few days when I'm done handling some stuff. If everything goes as planned, I should be able to leave before the 20th. So soon, everyone was more than a little shocked. They thought Lin Huang would only leave at least 1 to 2 months later after his announcement. Dynasty's development is on track now, so it doesn't make too much of a difference whether I'm here or not. All you guys will have to do is follow the plan that I've prepared. It's just a matter of time for Dynasty to become a giant as long as all of you follow the plan. Moreover, it's not that I'll never come back after I leave this time. I'll only be gone for a year. By then, I hope to see Dynasty develop better than I can ever imagine. Lin Huang only projected the 1-year plan Bloody came up with after giving his farewell speech. This is the 1-year plan that I've come up with for Dynasty. There's no need for you guys to carry it out strictly. Nothing will go wrong if you follow the main direction, Lin Huang said and forwarded the plan to the 3 Grand Dukes who then forwarded it to the rest of the Duke. Take a look. Ask whatever questions that you might have. We'll discuss this today. The meeting took almost the entire day. Everyone only finished discussing Lin Huang's plan after 8 at night. From the questions the people raised and the depth of the discussion, Lin Huang was sure that Dynasty would be in good hands for the coming year. Bloody's plan almost involved every aspect in detail. She provided solutions for any possible situation. As long as they followed this plan, Dynasty had the certainty of becoming a giant in the coming year. After the meeting ended, Lin Huang returned to the emperor's palace, not tired at all. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for Dynasty's future. The next morning, Lin Huang arrived on time in Nirvana City where Misery's headquarters was. Gigi and everyone in red robes was prepared for his arrival at the top floor of the Sky Pagoda. Master Emperor. Gigi led the bunch of them in red robes to welcome Lin Huang. Lin Huang also noticed that there were a few unfamiliar faces among the people in red robes. They were all on virtual god rank -1, so they must have elevated from demigod level not long ago. Entering the meeting room, Lin Huang glanced through the 15 people in red robes and told them the purpose of meeting up. He then presented them with the one-year plan that Bloody came up with. However, Misery's attitude was clearly less enthusiastic than Dynasty's. When Lin Huang got Gigi and the rest to ask questions, most of them asked things that were unrelated. Only 2 or 3 of them raised some questions that Lin Huang was happy to hear after looking through the plan thoroughly. The meeting ended when it was past 1 p.m. Everyone from Misery soon left after that. Lin Huang gestured for Gigi to stay. Gigi, I had the same meeting with Dynasty yesterday. Do you know what time the meeting ended? Lin Huang leaned back against the chair and asked Gigi while lifting his head. Your humble one doesn't know. Gigi roughly figured what Lin Huang was going to say, but he dared not speculate. The meeting also took place at 9 a.m., then we discussed the plan until 8:20 p.m. All 17 of them from Dynasty participated in the discussion and studied the plan that I provided. Above 80% of the questions raised were related to Dynasty's future development. The plan I gave Dynasty isn't exactly the same as the one I gave Misery. However, it's about 70% is the same, and the direction of development is almost similar. However, among the 15 of them who joined the meeting, only 10 participated in the discussion. Including you, only 3 people really studied the plan. I'll get them to study the plan thoroughly later, Gigi said immediately. Whether or not you guys follow the plan I provide, I want to see Misery's improvement in a year. If Misery's development isn't satisfactory, I'm sorry but I'll remove your organization from Royal's affiliate organization list. Lin Huang gave his last warning. Although Misery's response was within Lin Huang and Bloody's expectations, he was upset when it really happened. After all, he had Dynasty to compare to Misery, which needed tons of improvement in terms of loyalty. However, Lin Huang's gloomy emotions soon turned into joy when he returned from Nirvana City to Emperor City. He sensed Yi Yeyu and the rest's aura as soon as he returned. He spread his divine telekinesis out and found out that apart from Chando, Yin Hengyi, Yi Yeyu, Yi Zheng, Lang Yuexin, Li Lang, and Lu Ming were all there. Furthermore, they seemed to have settled their accommodation. Lin Huang was in a jovial mood after sensing his bunch of old friends. Although the gathering would only take place on the 18th, Lin Huang appeared in the courtyard they gathered in a flash after sensing their location. The Yi siblings were in the courtyard while Lang Yuexin and Li Lang stood by the side. Fatty and his family were there too. Lin Huang could tell that it should be the compound Fatty was staying in. The Yi siblings must be visiting while Lang Yuexin and Li Lang must have been dragged by the siblings to visit. At that very moment, Yi Yeyu was staring at Fatty in the courtyard. Didn't you die? I faked my death. Yin Hengyi, who was also known as Fatty, recounted the story that Lin Huang came up with immediately. But Lin Huang told me that Yi Yeyu was interrupted by Lin Huang before she could ask any further. Fatty encountered some trouble earlier. He had to fake his death to avoid trouble. For his own safety, I had to lie to my friends that he was dead. Lin Huang. Everyone looked cheerfully at him. Why does he look exactly the same just like 3 years ago? Yi Yeyu raised her doubt. That's the side effect of the elixir. It stunted his growth for a few years. However, the side effect only continues for around 2 to 3 years. His growth will normalize again in the future. Lin Huang told them the excuse that he came up with earlier again. How is it possible that there's such an elixir? Yi Yeyu mumbled in doubt. Yi Zheng, who was next to her, changed the topic. He stepped forward and shook Lin Huang's hand while smiling. It's been a while. Yes, it's been a while, Lin Huang acknowledged with a smile too. After they eased the attention off Fatty and chatted for a while, Lin Huang looked at Yin family's old lady in the wheelchair. She was old after all, so it was inconvenient for her to walk. She thought she might as well use a wheelchair to go out. The old lady was in high spirits. Clearly, she did not travel often. After chatting with Lin Huang for a while, she started telling him how great Emperor City was and the things that she saw along the way. Yi Yayu and the rest giggled to see how the old lady would not let go of him. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Fatty took the initiative to interrupt them. "Grandma, you didn't take a snooze today because we were traveling. Let's take a nap. Lin Huang still has some stuff that he has to handle. Don't bother him." "All right then, you young people should catch up while I take a nap." The old lady only let go of Lin Huang then. Lin Huang turned around and walked towards Lang Yuexinen. Li Lang seeing Fatty pushing the old lady in the wheelchair into the house. "Long time no see. I met Brother Zheng and the rest in Division 3 last year, but I've never seen both of you since I left Division 7. "Yeah, it's been more than a year," Lang Yuexin confirmed. "I never expected you becoming so famous so soon," said Li Lang, who was standing next to her, while chuckling. After chatting with them, everyone returned to their compound one after another. On the other hand, Lin Huang arrived in Lu Ming's courtyard in a flash. He began chatting with his senior brother who he had not seen for a long time. The afternoon flew by quickly. Chan Do finally arrived past 8 p.m. Lin Huang had a rough idea of the Chan clan's situation from the Mystic Butterfly. He knew how Chan Do's family had been treating him for the past month. However, Chan Do did not mention his family's situation despite chatting for a while, and Lin Huang decided not to ask him about it. Chan Do still had amnesia, so they fell into an awkward situation after the banter since they had nothing much to talk about. Noticing that, Lin Huang patted Chan Do's shoulder. "Why don't you stay at Dynasty? You can decide whether to go home after you get your memory back." Chan Do fell into silence for a long time before lifting his head to look at Lin Huang. "Give me some time to consider." Lin Huang nodded. "Since you have no idea how you were like in the past, you should plan your future now. There's no need to make it complicated. Go for things that are beneficial to you now." Lin Huang left in huge strides after saying that while Chan Do stared into space while staying in the courtyard alone. Chapter 12:12. "Brother, you must come back." It was a sunny day on the 18th of March. The temperature in Emperor City was getting warmer since it was the break of spring. People no longer wore their thick coats and cotton-padded jackets. They regained their spirits like before. The sun had just risen in the morning. It was sunny, and there were no clouds in the blue sky. A faint glow came from basking in the sun. Lin Huang dragged his old friends to the Fat Auntie's dumpling stall early in the morning. In reality, at Dynasty, there would be professional food hunters taking turns to make breakfast every day. The delicious dumplings at the Fat Auntie's stall were not the main reason why Lin Huang frequented it. Taste-wise, food hunters could definitely make better ones. Lin Huang loved going there for breakfast because there was warmth and kinship there. In reality, such warmth was what most ordinary people in this gravel world experienced every day. It was such warmth that made Lin Huang realize that he was only human after all. They combined 2 tables at the dumpling stall and took their seats around it. The fat uncle served the dumplings while chuckling. "They're freshly made, eat them while they're hot." Fatty Yin Hangyi was the first to pick the chopsticks up. He could not stop complimenting how tasty they were after taking a bite. The rest began eating one after another. "They have some really sick skills." Fatty gushed after finishing a serving of dumplings. The dumpling skin and filling are close to perfection, and the control of heat was great too. Master also said that their dumplings are the most perfect ones that ordinary people can make. Many food hunters might not even be able to make better ones with the same ingredients. Lin Huang reiterated what Mr. Fu said while smiling. After breakfast, Lin Huang became a tour guide and brought them to visit a few tourist attractions in Emperor City. They had a lot of fun going around. Lin Huang only had countable occasions of such relaxed times throughout the 4 years since he traveled to this world. They toured around until dinner time. Lin Huang then brought them to Dynasty's headquarters. He invited all of his friends to the Emperor's palace. Naturally, apart from Yi Yayu and the rest, Lin Xin, Mr. Fu, and Xiaomo were there too. They all gathered at the big dining table. Lin Huang sat at the main seat with Mr. Fu on his left and Lin Xin on his right. To talk at ease, Mr. Fu set up a voice shield to shroud the dining table to avoid their voices from being heard. The chefs were working happily in the Emperor's palace kitchen. It was their first time entering the Emperor's palace. Before the dishes were served, the bartender began preparing the drinks that each of them ordered. Lin Huang picked up the glass before him after everyone had been served their drinks. Everyone, it's been almost 3 to 4 years since I met you all. Some of you fought monster hordes with me, some of you killed monsters in ruins with me, some of you grew with me along the way, some of you gave me help and love, and some of you went through life and death with me. I'm lucky to have friends like all of you. It's destiny. Lin Huang, you're making me bashful by saying that, Fatty scratched his head and said rather shamelessly. To me, it's my honor to have seen you grow, Yi Zheng said in all seriousness. I knew that you'd succeed back then, but never had I thought your growth would be so tremendous. You've only spent less than 4 years getting to where you are now. Yi Yayu was emotional thinking about how Lin Huang had been only a rookie under her when they met. You've saved my life twice, Lang Yuexin said while smiling faintly. I'm the lucky one, no matter what. I owe you my life too. Xiao Mo pumped his chest. Chan Do reminisced with a smile. You told me that I took care of you before, but I don't remember that. All that I know is that you took care of me when I lost my memory. Li Lang, who was dressed in a white suit as if he was getting married, raised his glass high. We've fought together more than once, and we've risked our lives for each other. Let's not get emotional and drink up. Lu Ming spoke to Mr. Fu through voice transmission while looking around the crowded table. They're all great kids. Mr. Fu nodded and smiled. He picked his glass up and downed it. Besides Lin Huang and the rest, even Lin Xin, who had never touched alcohol, picked up her fruit cocktail and drained it. This is actually a farewell. Lin Huang only spoke slowly after drinking. I'll leave the gravel world in 2 days. I'm going to the great world to find a solution to solve the gravel world's disaster. Apart from Mr. Fu, everyone was stunned. Are you going into the virtual zone? Lu Ming was the first to respond. He subsequently turned his head to peek at Mr. Fu. He seemed to be confused about why Mr. Fu would allow Lin Huang to go on a suicide mission. Must you go into the virtual zone? Yi Zheng frowned and asked. Lin Huang nodded lightly. At the moment, the virtual zone is the only way known to get to the great world. I heard that none of the people who entered the virtual zone came back alive. Yi Yayu was concerned too. In reality, not everyone who entered the virtual zone is dead. From what I know, only 2 survived, Lin Huang explained. One is a master god from God Bless. He came from this gravel world and went to the great world through the virtual zone. Another one would be the demigod, Qi Mushang. I found out from his inherited memory that he's been to the virtual zone too. I personally speculate that the reason why nobody survived the virtual zone isn't that all who entered it is dead. It's most likely that the virtual zone is a one-way street. There's no turning back as soon as one enters. If that's the case, even if you manage to survive the virtual zone and enter the great world, when exactly will you be back? Lang Yuexin asked. At the moment, I'm thinking of finding another way to get back. That's the second thing that I need to do when I get to the great world apart from finding the source of the disaster. I must come back before the disaster arrives. I personally think that you should stay and spend 1 to 2 years developing the alliance between Dynasty and the Union government, junior brother. We might be able to survive the disaster then, Lu Ming offered his personal opinion. I've considered what you said too, but that's not going to eradicate the issue. The civilization of our gravel world has been destroyed over and over again because the disaster comes over and over again. To eradicate the problem, finding the source in the great world will be the only way. Our world will only be safe if we've found the source of the problem. Lin Huang thought further. Can't Grandpa Fu seal the crack in the abyss brink again? Lin Xin could not help but ask softly. Silly girl, it's not as simple as you think. Mr. Fu shook his head while forcing a smile to soften the blow of the truth. In reality, the seal at the crack isn't to seal the crack. I can't even seal that crack with my current combat strength. We told the people that the seal works just to give them relief. The true function of the seal is just to prevent some weak monsters from entering our world through the crack. The thing that's really blocking armies from invading is the will of this gravel world. When the will of the world can't stop the crack from expanding, the true gods from outside will enter from the crack. The seal won't be able to stop them. In reality, Lin Huang learned about the truth about the crack from Wu Mo. Mr. Fu aside, even a seal combining some true gods from the ancient era could not do anything to the crack. I'm going to the great world this time to find out why the crack appeared. As soon as I find the reason the crack has appeared, then I can find a solution to prevent it from cracking again. But there are just too many uncertainties. We're not sure if the virtual zone can really bring one to the great world. Even if you make it to the great world, returning is a problem. Also, we don't know whether you can find the reason why the crack formed and whether it can be stopped from cracking again. Lu Ming raised more doubts. These unknown matters will remain unknown forever if nobody finds out. Everyone fell into silence for a long time as soon as Lin Huang said that. Someone must take the first step to find out more about the uncertainties. Even if Lin Huang did not do that, someone would in the future. In reality, there's another reason for me to go to the great world, Lin Huang added. My cultivation method is rather unique, so it's difficult for me to elevate my combat strength if I stay in the gravel world. If I stay, I might not be able to elevate a rank within a year. However, I might be able to elevate to virtual god level in the great world within a year. At the moment, Mr. Fu finally spoke to mediate the situation. A man should have ambitions. I agree that Lin Huang should venture into the great world. This gravel world is too small for him. Just like that saying, shallow water can't feed a dragon. I think the great world is Lin Huang's stage, and I believe that he'll succeed in the great world. I think so too, Lin Huang said shamelessly while smirking. All right, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about something else. The heavy atmosphere was lifted much more after the master and disciple said that. Although the atmosphere was nothing compared to the beginning, it was much better than before. They continued to chat. It was almost 8:30 p.m. when dinner ended. The chefs and bartenders had left the emperor's palace over half an hour ago. Seeing that almost all the dishes were finished on the table, Lin Huang stood up while raising his glass. This is the last toast. There's a gift for everyone after we drink. Everyone stood up with their glasses raised, and they finished their drinks. The dinner finally came to an end officially. All right, it's time for presents. Lin Huang walked to Yi Zheng and pointed a finger to his forehead. Almost at the same time, he contacted Xiao He. Use a flawless card. The target is Yi Zheng. As a flawless card penetrated Yi Zheng's body with a golden glow, he sensed the changes in his body immediately. He quickly sat with his legs crossed. The rest looked at Yi Zheng in confusion. They did not see the golden glow from the flawless card. All they saw was Lin Huang pointing at Yi Zheng's forehead. Subsequently, Lin Huang walked to Yi Yayu and pointed a finger on her forehead. He used the second flawless card. Later on, Lin Huang used a flawless card on Leng Yuexin, Li Lang, Lu Ming, Chan Do, Xiao Mo, Yin Hengyi, and Lin Xin respectively. In the emperor's palace, apart from Lin Huang and Mr. Fu, the rest sat with their legs crossed while sensing the changes in their bodies. Chan Do and the rest woke up one after another around midnight. They gaped at Lin Huang in surprise. Lin Huang, what did you do? I sense that my talent and qualification have gone through a massive boost. Yi Yayu asked while widening her eyes. Nothing much, it's just a trick, but I can only do it once. Naturally, Lin Huang was unwilling to explain further. All of you are on immortal level, so you can cultivate ancient methods instead, Lin Huang said to Yi Yayu and the rest. Master will examine which cultivation direction you guys are more suited for throughout the next 2 days and teach you guys the methods then. Lin Huang had spoken to Mr. Fu a few days before. He had also shared the methods he obtained and those that Bloody created with Mr. Fu. Xiao Mo, although your body has been modified by the Crow God whereby it's close to perfect stage demigod level while your combat strength is on imperial level purple gold rank, there's no life palace in your body. Just continue to cultivate the set of methods that I gave you earlier. As for Boss Chan, you seem to have elevated to imperial level by cultivating the ancient methods that I gave you earlier. I think you might have lost consciousness when you were taken by God bless while your subconscious mind cultivated the methods on its own. With your firm base, you've managed to build your foundation naturally and elevated to imperial level. Just continue to cultivate the methods. You don't have to cultivate other ancient methods, Lin Huang said and looked at Lu Ming. Senior brother, you've elevated to imperial level and consolidated your life palace. You only have 2 choices if you'd like to elevate to virtual god level. You either break your life palace and rebuild a new foundation or you get master to help you to break through to virtual god level when you get to demigod level. Both ways are similar whereby breaking and consolidating godheads is required. It's your choice. How about me? I feel that my qualifications have been boosted too, Fatty asked immediately after seeing that Lin Huang had a plan for everyone. It depends on where you want to go. Lin Huang turned around and looked at Yin Hengyi. If you'd like to cultivate, you can learn from Master. If you'd like to become a food hunter, you can establish a restaurant in Emperor City. No matter what you choose, I personally suggest that you stay in Emperor City with the old lady. Bring your auntie and the rest. As for the restaurants, sell them. Baki City is just a grade C foothold after all. It's nothing compared to Emperor City. Keep your house, so you can stay there when you visit the city again. Settle the rest of the properties. Fatty was encouraged when he heard the advice, but he hesitated. Give me some time to think about it. In reality, Lin Huang knew that Fatty was uncertain because he was concerned about his grandmother. However, he knew the old lady's character well enough. She definitely would not do anything that would slow Fatty down. She might even ask him to stay in Emperor City. After he was done planning for his friends, Lin Huang walked to Lin Xin. Silly girl, learn from Master properly. Read more, play less. Tears were flowing from her eyes. Brother, you must come back. I definitely will within a year. Lin Huang patted Lin Xin's head with a grin. I can't leave such a cute sister like you behind. Chapter 12-13. Virtual Zone. The 20th of March was the day the entrance to the Virtual Zone was opened. Lin Huang rushed to the third layer of the abyss brink after bidding farewell with Mr. Fu and Lin Xin. This time, the Virtual Zone would be opened at the deepest part in the third layer of the abyss brink. Lin Huang only found the entrance after summoning Bloody to spread her leech pods all around the third layer of the abyss brink. There was a black whirlpool 2 meters in diameter that looked like a mini black hole in the cave. Powerhouses who managed to get to the third layer of the abyss brink would basically know what this cave was. If one really saw this, one would definitely avoid it. However, Lin Huang summoned thunder and headed straight into the whirlpool after confirming its coordinates. Lin Huang grinned and leapt when he arrived above the whirlpool. After recalling thunder and Bloody into their card forms, he stepped into it. After a moment of blurred vision, Lin Huang had a barren land in his field of sight when he snapped back to his senses. He looked far away. There was not even a single plant on the cracked and burned land. The land that he was standing on was not a complete continent. It was more like an island floating in midair. There were many islands of all sizes floating around the island. The only similarity they shared was that they were all charred. As he observed his surroundings quietly, Lin Huang recalled returning to the gravel world all of a sudden. He turned around and looked to notice that the dimensional entrance earlier had vanished. Just like what I speculated, the virtual zone is a one-way street. There's only going in, no going out. No wonder so many people never returned after they entered. However, Lin Huang could not understand why would the entrance vanish after one entered the virtual zone. So, how did demigod Qi Mushang return to the mini-world? He thought about it, and since he could not come up with anything, he spread his divine telekinesis all over in a wave. After elevating to imperial level, the radius of his territory had expanded to 100 kilometers. Now that he had arrived at imperial level rank 3, the radius had grown to 300 kilometers. Meanwhile, the search range of his divine telekinesis had increased 10 times more than the radius of his territory, whereby it went up to 3,000 kilometers. It was even farther than the search range of Grimace's divine telekinesis, despite the fact that he was already on virtual god rank 2. However, Lin Huang only sensed a couple of monsters within 3,000 kilometers after a round of searching. There were less than 30 monsters combined within over 28 million square kilometers. Most of them were on either holy fire level or immortal level. Lin Huang was puzzled. Such monster density and combat strength, did I enter a fake virtual zone? One must know that to the gravel world, the virtual zone was the #1 forbidden area known to the public. Legend was that it was filled with god-level monsters, thus even a virtual god-level powerhouse's life would be at risk after entering. However, now it seemed like this was completely different from the legend. Apart from little monsters and floating islands of all sizes, Lin Huang did not find out anything else within the range of his divine telekinesis. He was unsure where he should head to. Feeling helpless, he summoned Bloody. I found nothing, so I can only rely on you. Bloody nodded and began spreading her leech pods out. A sea of invisible leech pods spread everywhere. Lin Huang took 2 chairs out from his storage ring and sat down. He waited patiently for Bloody's search results while chatting with her. His Emperor's Heart Ring lost all of its functions in this virtual zone, including the ability to take out and store items. Fortunately, Lin Huang prepared ahead, so he moved everything into the ring from the Great World. Many storage rings that he had obtained from the royal trials came from the Great World. Before his departure, he picked one which material and model was inconspicuous to avoid grabbing attention from people when he arrived in the Great World, as he did not want unnecessary trouble. Lin Huang was not afraid of the trouble that might come. However, he only had 1 year, so it would be best to have less trouble. Avoiding unnecessary trouble would give him more time to deal with important matters. Around half an hour later, Bloody finally had news. I cast parasites on a few local monsters and obtained the rough situation and map of this virtual zone. To confirm the accuracy of the map in their heads, I got the rest of the leech pods to look around. The preliminary check has verified that the maps in their heads are accurate. This virtual zone we're currently in is very vast. It's almost 1/40th to 1/30th the size of a gravel world. We're currently in the barren area in the west of this virtual zone. You will see shelter number 1 that's closest to us around 30,000 kilometers to the east. The so-called shelter is similar to a human foothold the monsters created in the virtual zone. In reality, the name, shelter, came from the cities the Protoss built in the Great World. These monsters borrowed the name and applied it in the virtual zone. There are approximately 1 million monsters in Shelter No. 1. There are 3 virtual god-level monsters guarding in it, but I'm unsure about their exact combat strength. How do monsters in this shelter feel about humans? Lin Huang asked. I'm not too sure. The few monsters that I cast parasites on are refugees wandering in a farther area. They've limited information about the shelter. At the moment, we only know that the fighting and killing monsters outside the shelter is allowed. Furthermore, the monsters outside the shelter are very aggressive when they see humans. Humans are practically their number 1 prey. In other words, the preliminary speculation should be that monsters aren't too friendly towards humans even in the shelter. Lin Huang nodded lightly and then looked at Bloody. According to the total size of the virtual zone that you obtained, there should be many shelters like this, shouldn't there? There are at least 100 of them in all sizes. The largest one is the central shelter located in the central area of the virtual zone. I heard there are over 30 million monsters and there seems to be true god-level monsters guarding the area. It's almost similar to a slightly larger grade B foothold in the gravel world. Before entering, Lin Huang never expected the virtual zone to have cities. Besides that, a city would have tens of millions in population. These monsters must have intelligence nothing lower than humans to be able to build such large shelters. According to their minds, do they have a way of heading to the Great World? Lin Huang asked again. No, I intentionally looked for related information in their heads, but there's nothing. Bloody shook her head. However, if this virtual zone really connects to the Great World, the people who know the way would most probably be in the central shelter. How far is the central shelter from where we are? Lin Huang asked immediately. Over 400,000 kilometers away, Bloody answered, but I suggest that we should familiarize ourselves with other shelters first and get the basic information. We'll only go to the central shelter when we're more prepared. Sure. Lin Huang nodded in agreement. Chapter 12:14. Shelter. Since Lin Huang was unsure about how humans would be treated at the shelter, he used a transformation card before entering to avoid unnecessary trouble. He transformed himself into Grimace. However, he changed what Grimace was wearing. The exquisite and sophisticated black robe with golden patterns did not have any more golden patterns on it. It was pure black now, while the bottom of the robe was longer. It hung all the way to his ankles, covering his entire body. At first, the black gentleman's hat on his head had a circlet of diamonds mounted on it. Lin Huang removed the adornment so that only the hat remained. He also took off the golden mask that Grimace usually wore on half of his face. The same happened to the white gloves that Grimace wore on his hands. Lin Huang removed them, revealing his fair hands. The pair of hands had long, slender fingers that looked like a pianist's. The black walking stick in his right hand was changed into a normal wooden one. Bloody, who was with him, also changed into a heavy, red robe. She covered her beautiful figure entirely and wore a mask on her face to cover her features. They disguised in such a low profile to avoid unnecessary attention. However, Lin Huang and Bloody never would have thought that all their efforts would be in vain. There were at least 30 monsters of all kinds that seemed like humans queuing obediently at the entrance. It was a long queue at the entrance of the shelter. Seeing those monsters lining up, Lin Huang and Bloody naturally joined the queue at the back. They did not expect the scorpion monster that was queuing before them to give up its queue upon seeing both of them. It went behind them instead. Later on, the second and third monsters before them gave up their spots to them one after another. In confusion, Lin Huang and Bloody stepped ahead of the queue. At the moment, the 4 guards at the entrance came up to them. The leading one was a spider monster with human heads with a combat strength only being on immortal level rank 4 or rank -5. This spider monster with legs that were 7 to 8 meters long had a few capsules that resembled human heads. It ambled to them slowly. I never expected both masters to arrive. Please enter. The 4 guards retreated to the sides after the leader said that to show them the way to the entrance. Lin Huang glanced at Bloody. Noticing that she was in deep thoughts, he did not ask her anything. Instead, he turned his head and nodded at the leading spider monster with human heads. He then walked into the shelter in long strides. Bloody followed him into the shelter. Lin Huang only asked Bloody through voice transmission after they entered the shelter, "What was that?" The few guards only had immortal level combat strength. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to sense our combat strength. Those monsters that were queuing had even lower combat strength, Bloody explained. I'm guessing they must have guessed our levels. To monsters below mythical level, a quadruple mutated mythical level monster would have a certain level of suppression against them. They can clearly sense such suppression on their souls. As the duo chatted through voice transmission, Lin Huang discerned many monsters of all forms around observing him and Bloody. He studied the monsters further to realize that Bloody and he were the only 2 creatures on 2 feet. The other creatures in the shelter were either flying in the sky or crawling on the ground. Almost none of them walked on both feet like them. I thought we wouldn't be noticed if we changed, but it seems like I was too naive, Lin Huang whispered embarrassedly. It isn't a bad thing, Bloody replied with a smile. Since we can't stay low profile, there's no need for us to spy around. We can just speak to the shelter guardians. I guess that's the only way. We must have stepped into the sights of this shelter's guardians now. They'd think that we're up to something if we proceed with sneaking around. Lin Huang nodded in agreement with Bloody's suggestion. He soon found the guardians' location after he spread his divine telekinesis. They stepped out and appeared at the building where the guardians were. The building was clearly built by humans judging from its style. Lin Huang could not help but raise an eyebrow. The building before them was a ruin. Only about 30 floors that were close to the ground was all that remained. Lin Huang did not think too much about it before this. Now that he had seen the building, he realized that this shelter was built on a human ruin. A voice came all of a sudden when the duo peered up. I didn't expect VIPs to visit us today. As the voice rang out, 3 silhouettes came out of the building almost at the same time. They landed slowly on the ground. The leader was a human monster with a grimacing mask. Its body was covered in a loose, black robe, so nobody could tell if it was a male or female. It had a long, black tail behind and the body of a monster with many legs. Furthermore, its body was separated into segments. The tip of its tail was a spear-like sting. The second monster was a white-haired ape. It looked weak with slender limbs, and it held a black walking stick that looked like a branch in its hand. The third monster was a fish monster. It had the body of a human but a head that looked a little like a catfish's. Although it had human limbs, its clearly exposed hands had scales on them. Among the 3 monsters, the fish monsters and the ape monster had virtual god rank 3 combat strength. The black-robed monster in the mask that had spoken earlier was on virtual god rank -4. Although one could not determine its gender under the black robe, one could distinguish that it should be a male from the voice. We're sorry to disturb you. Lin Huang chose to respond courteously seeing that the 3 monsters had no hostility although they had their guards up. He nodded slightly at the 3 of them. I wonder what's the purpose of your visit. Pray, tell. The monster in the mask was still cautious and did not get any closer. We actually fell into this place unintentionally. We thought we could ask for information seeing there's a shelter nearby. We have no other intentions. All we want to know is the way to get back to the great world. The 3 monsters glanced at each other after hearing Lin Huang say what sounded somewhat truthful. They put their guards down gradually. So, you guys are the new people who just entered the virtual zone. I can only say that it's unfortunate for you guys to have fallen into the virtual zone. What do you mean? Lin Huang asked while frowning a little. This place is called the virtual zone. It's a land where the space rule is messed up. There are always space tunnels of all sorts opening here, but it's very difficult to figure out where exactly they lead to. Moreover, even if it's the tunnel that leads to the great world, nobody knows where in the great world it would send you to, the monster in the mask explained while smiling. In other words, for you guys to return to where you came from is as difficult as reaching the stars. Lin Huang and Bloody would never have thought that the virtual zone was such a place. Lin Huang asked again after falling into silence for a moment while frowning, is there really no way for us to go back? It's not that there's no way. In this virtual zone, there's only one person that can send you to the place you desire in the great world. The thing is, it's hard to say if that person is willing to help. Who is that? Lin Huang asked immediately. The butterfly sovereign at the central shelter. Chapter 12:15. The early bird catches the worm. After chatting with the three guardians, Lin Huang left shelter number 1 with Bloody. In reality, he secretly got the nightmare taper to read the trio's minds as they chatted. With the nightmare taper's ability that was comparable to a true god's, everything was practically invisible. The monster in the mask and the rest did not notice that they were dragged into the nightmare taper's dreamland at all. With the three guardians' memories, the duo had no reason to stay at the shelter to spy around anymore. After they left up to 10,000 kilometers away from the shelter, Lin Huang summoned the nightmare taper again and got it to share the trio's memories. Lin Huang smiled after scanning through the trio's memories. Although those three fellas kept something a secret, at least, what they told us was the truth. That's actually considered not bad. Judging from this, monsters are more trustworthy than humans. Naturally, there's no need for them to lie since there's no conflict in benefits. On the other hand, Bloody expected this. Lin Huang grinned and refused to comment further. He then shifted the subject to the serious matter. According to the three guardians' memories, there are 3 sovereigns in the central zone. They are the rulers of the entire virtual zone, whereby they're true god-level powerhouses. Among them, the butterfly sovereign has the weakest ability. She's only a first-rank true god. However, she's an expert in the space rule. She has set coordinates leading to the great world and is the only powerhouse that can send people out of the virtual zone. The other 2 monsters are second-rank true gods. Due to the lack of resources in the virtual zone, the 3 of them aren't on peaceful terms. I'm guessing the butterfly sovereign won't let us go easily if we go to her. We can always make a trade. Nonetheless, Bloody was not worried. There must be something she desires that we can give her. I believe she won't decline our business if there's something she wants that we have. That's true, but something that a true god desires must be difficult to obtain. Lin Huang forced a grim smile while shaking his head. If it's really something that she can get easily, she would have gotten it already. There's no need for her to beg from others. That makes sense. Bloody nodded. But we can't make her send us away by force. There'll be even more trouble if she sends us to a barren mini-world. Lin Huang had thought of solving the issue with violence, but he was afraid that the butterfly sovereign would do something nasty to them. Let's see what exactly she wants. We'll think of other ways if the condition that she suggests is really too much, said Bloody, turning her head to look at Lin Huang. Do you want to look for Qi Mushang's ruin first? Or do we go to the central shelter first? Let's go to the ruin first. We'll find the butterfly sovereign after we get our stuff. Lin Huang thought about it and said, if we go to the central shelter first and the butterfly sovereign agrees to send us away directly, we might not have the time to go to the ruin by then. You're being too optimistic. Bloody faked a smile on her face. I mean, what if? After all, we can't rule out such a possibility. Lin Huang mumbled after he said that, the butterfly sovereign is female. It's possible that she becomes easygoing if she falls in love with Grimace's disguise. Grimace's face is considered the most handsome male creature in the world. Bloody pouted and muttered softly, feeling annoyed, I don't think he's that handsome. What did you say? I mean, what if the butterfly sovereign really falls in love with Grimace and is unwilling to let us go? Bloody changed her words immediately. Then, I'll get Grimace to stay. Since I have 30 summoning authorities, losing him doesn't matter. If I really need him one day, I'll summon him back, Lin Huang said casually. Grimace had absolutely no idea that he had become Lin Huang and Bloody's subject of discussion. Furthermore, the discussion revolved around ideas to sell him off. After the duo chatted, Lin Huang simulated the map projection of the virtual zone with his divine power. He retrieved the 3D map from the 3 guardians' heads. It was undoubtedly more detailed than the one that Bloody obtained through the leech pods earlier. We're currently here. Lin Huang pointed at the western region on the map as it formed. He marked an X and an O all the way down on the right at the border close to the southern region. According to Qi Mushang's memories, the ruin should be around here. It's in the southeastern of the entire virtual zone, close to the southern border, close to the bottom region. According to the monster's memories, the south of the virtual zone is in ruins. There are broken floating islands everywhere with no signs of humans. Bloody studied the location Lin Huang pointed at. That might be the reason why he chose to stay there. Can you roughly calculate the distance? Lin Huang asked. It's around 530,000 kilometers, a little farther than getting to the central shelter, Bloody estimated after merely peeking at it. Then, let's go. Lin Huang nodded and summoned Thunder. With its indigo feathers and golden patterns on its body, Thunder saw the mark on the map that Lin Huang circled with its purple golden eyes. Let's go. If you familiarized yourself with the map. Lin Huang and Bloody hopped onto Thunder's back. He only disintegrated the map made of divine power in the air after Thunder flapped its wings. Thunder gave this flight across over 50,000 kilometers. It's all. They finally arrived 2 hours later. However, Lin Huang could not help but frown when they were thousands of kilometers away from the coordinates. With his divine telekinesis, he could sense that the area of the coordinates had been sealed with a shield. Lin Huang and Bloody finally saw the crystal shield when they arrived close to the coordinates. The sphere covered a large space around the area. It was like a planet made of semi-transparent crystals floating midair. They knew about the ruin. Lin Huang frowned deeply. To him, the virtual zone locals finding out about the ruin was bad news. This is clearly done by a true god. Bloody knew that she could not break the shield just by scanning it with her divine telekinesis. This should be the work of the Dragon Sovereign, Lin Huang concluded directly. There were only 3 true gods in the virtual zone. Among the 3, the one that was expert in the ice element god rule would be the Frost Dragon, which was also named the Dragon Sovereign. They'll definitely notice us if we break the shield by force. Bloody turned her head to look at Lin Huang. The best thing to do is not to alert our enemy. Don't worry, I'm not that impulsive, Lin Huang said expressionlessly. The Frost Dragon is a quadruple mutated dragonkin while his combat strength is second-rank true god. It'd take a lot of effort if I were to fight him. Let's go to the central shelter instead. Let's ask around about the shield and see if there's any way for us to get in, Lin Huang said and patted Thunder, which let out a soft hum and flapped its wings. With the duo on its back, IIT flew at a high speed to the central shelter. Chapter 12:16. The central shelter. Although Lin Huang had retrieved tons of information about the central shelter from reading the monster in the mosque's mind, he could not help but exclaim when he saw the real thing, is this the central shelter? The rest of the shelters were just isolated islands in the virtual zone. However, the central shelter before them was not an island, but an archipelago connecting islands of all sizes and heights. There were at least hundreds of them within their field of vision. Lin Huang, who had witnessed the Wu tribe's floating land, experienced a different feeling when he saw the connecting floating islands at that moment. Nevertheless, it was breathtaking. Among the 300-odd islands of all sizes, Lin Huang scanned through them and eventually set his sights on the mini floating island not far away. There was only one structure on that floating island, a gate. That's the Southern Heaven Gate. Lin Huang was almost chuckling when he mentioned that name out loud. The reason being he had seen the name, Southern Heaven Gate, in dramas on Earth many times before. According to the folktales, this was the gate to heaven. When he learned about the name, Lin Huang even thought it might be travelers who had given these few gates such a name as a prank. However, he soon eliminated that thought. That should be just a coincidence. Although there were over 300 islands of all sizes in the central shelter, there were only 4 gates in the east, south, west, and north of the archipelago that one could enter through. The archipelago had a gigantic defensive formation set up by the powerhouses who came into the virtual zone in the early days when the central shelter was built. Apart from the 4 gates through which one could enter and exit, nobody could enter from the other islands. The guards at the Southern Heaven Gate were 2 Imperial-level monsters. One was a giant rock monster that looked like a mini hill. Another was a black, gigantic monster with 3 dog heads, which was a mutated monster. Both of them had only stepped into Imperial level and were only triple mutated. The 2 guards sensed suppression deep in their core as soon as Lin Huang and Bloody appeared. They stepped aside to let both of them go. They were relieved to see the duo vanish into the Southern Heaven Gate. Did you feel it? One of the heads on the 3-headed monster turned its left head towards the other 2 heads on the right. That's the petrification that comes deep from one's soul. They're definitely on mythical level, the head in the middle said. We don't see a mythical level boss every day, and here comes 2 today. That's pretty rare. The third dog head picked up the conversation immediately. Don't you guys think that the two masters earlier are unfamiliar? I don't think I've ever seen them before, the rock monster spoke all of a sudden. The three-headed monster was stunned when it heard what the rock monster said. I think I've ever seen them before. The dog head in the middle was the first to react. It looked to its left and its right. I don't think I've seen them before either. Theoretically, I'd remember masters of such human form even if I've only seen them once, the dog head on the right said with its tongue hanging out. Now that I think about it, not only I've never seen them, I've never even heard of them. The dog head on the left looked rather serious. In the entire virtual zone, there are a total of 103 virtual god-level powerhouses below the three sovereigns. We've seen most of them. We roughly know how the few that we've never met look like. However, the duo who just entered are on virtual god level, but they don't match the list of the 103 virtual gods. Do you mean? The dog head on the right interrupted before the rock monster could finish speaking. The two fellas who just entered came from outside of the virtual zone. The rock monster glared at the dog head since its line was stolen. It continued to speak, it's a serious matter for new virtual gods to be coming into the virtual zone. We must report it to the bosses. The dog head in the middle stole its line again. Can you guys not steal my line every time? The rock monster glared at the three-headed monster. No, the dog heads in the middle and the right exclaimed in unison. Lin Huang and Bloody, who had entered the central shelter, had no idea that their identities as outsiders had been exposed. According to the monsters' memories, the information transaction mainly takes place at Shelter No. 7. Lin Huang was turning around when he had his eyes locked on an island far away. It should be that island. He flew towards the floating island that he had his eyes on as soon as he was done speaking. The duo landed on the island one after another a moment later. The monsters looked at them following their sudden appearance. Bloody smirked, an invisible wave flashing through her eyes without anyone noticing. She grabbed Lin Huang's arm and pulled him aside later on. The monsters around only snapped back to their senses by then. I hypnotized the monsters that were watching earlier and retrieved some information, Bloody said to Lin Huang through voice transmission calmly, the secret loft isn't far ahead. Apart from that, there's an underground information channel called Silence. However, one can only obtain common information from the two channels. It's not that we can't get the core information, but there's a limit to that. Many bits of information about the three sovereigns are above the limit. The three sovereigns will be alerted as soon as we touch that part of the information. Are there any loopholes? Lin Huang asked immediately. There are no good solutions to that. Bloody shook her head while frowning a little. It's useless to disguise ourselves. The three sovereigns will be alerted as soon as we ask anything above the limit. It'll only take one moment to target us by spreading divine telekinesis, then there'll be no way for us to run. Bloody thought about it and suggested, the only way is to try our best not to ask anything sensitive when we talk to them. If there's something that we really want to ask, try beating around the bush. I hate beating around the bush, Lin Huang grumbled. Do you have any better suggestions? Bloody turned her head to look at Lin Huang. Never mind, we'll do as you suggested. In the three different shelters hundreds of kilometers away, the Butterfly Sovereign and the rest heard the news coming from the southern heaven gate. They might be quadruple mutated mythical level, and there are two of them. Haha, these two mythical level powerhouses must be dummies then. Both of them are on virtual god level. Whether they're really on mythical level or not, I can definitely boost my abilities if I recruited them. They're so unfortunate to be walking into the virtual zone. I'm sure they'll come to me really soon to get me to send them out. Let me think what I should ask from them. Chapter 12:17. The secret loft. Lin Huang and Bloody turned into the third alley on their left after they walked over a kilometer along the main road. The alley was so narrow that only one person could barely slip in. Lin Huang and Bloody walked in with one leading in front of the other. The deeper they went, the darker it got. They finally saw a dark sign when they walked 100 meters into the alley. Secret Loft was written in dark red on the sign. Lin Huang looked up. The little building with the sign was only 2 floors high, and it looked small. Judging from a rough estimation, one floor should be 80 square meters at the maximum. The little building soon matched the one that Lin Huang had in his memory. He was sure that he had gotten the correct place. He opened the door and walked in after a mere hesitation. Bloody followed him into the little building. He was rather puzzled when he walked into the building and saw everything before his eyes. The building that had seemed like it was less than 80 square meters outside was endless. Such a ridiculous replicating technique. It's amazing. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim upon seeing the real thing, although he had seen it in memory. The 80 square meters had expanded at least 100 times. There were at least 10 floors inside, with each floor being higher than the 2 floors he had seen from outside combined. It was crowded in the building. There were many stalls selling all sorts of items inside. In reality, the secret loft sold more than just intel. The little building that looked inconspicuous on the outside was one of the biggest markets in the central shelter. It's pretty crowded. Do you want to take a look? Bloody turned her head to look at Lin Huang. Let's finish our business first. We have plenty of time for shopping when we're done, Lin Huang said, and turned to his left to go up the spiral stairs. The spiral stairs was actually a ladybug. It opened half of its shell and treated it as a flight of stairs, bringing everyone to the floors that they desired to go. The ladybug was a bug monster with many legs and extremely small brain capacity. Its head looked a little like a centipede's, giving it a terrifying appearance. However, it was actually very gentle and generally would not attack other creatures as long as nobody triggered it. Though double mutated, the ladybug had low intelligence. It ranked almost the last among the double mutated monsters. As it was tame and gentle as well as obedient, it liked chasing their own tail and did not mind people climbing onto its body, so it was usually treated as an elevator in the monster world. However, ladybugs were more than happy to be at their service. They thought having people climb on their bodies was like having people play with them, so they did not despise such a job at all. Lin Huang and Bloody stood on the ladybug's shell and arrived on the 12th floor of the secret loft within some 10 seconds. The 12th floor of the secret loft was a place where intel of all sorts were sold. A succubus with a voluptuous figure came as soon as Lin Huang and Bloody arrived. The succubus looked 70% human. She had fair and clear skin while her body was semi-transparent. She wore a white dress on her body, and there was a layer of faint, white mist lingering around her. She looked like a fairy. May I know if both of you are here together? The succubus peeked at Bloody and had her eyes on Lin Huang when she asked the question. Her voice was elusive and sounded completely different from the voice a human would make. We're together, Lin Huang responded. That's great. There's only one room that's vacant now, which is the secret room number 13. I'll bring both of you over, the succubus said, and turned around with her feet hovering above the ground. She led the duo to the vacant secret room. The succubus stopped when the three of them arrived at a room with the number 13 written on it a moment later. Please go in. Lin Huang nodded and flicked a divine stone at the succubus. He then went in with Bloody. The succubus held onto the divine stone and became stunned. This is a divine stone. The secret loft did not force their customers to pay tips to the attendants. However, most of the customers who were generous or held a high status would tip. The succubus had been working for some 10 years at the secret loft. She had received hundreds of tips, but it was her first time getting a divine stone. One must know that a beginner-grade demigod relic would cost about 100 to 300 divine stones. It might be nothing to people above demigod level. However, to an immortal-level succubus, it was undoubtedly a hefty tip. It was almost her 3-year salary working at the secret loft. However, Lin Huang had no idea about that. All he knew was that the monster in the mask and the rest would tip the attendants whenever they come to the secret loft. The basic currency that the virtual zone used was different from the currency used in the gravel world and the great world. They used a type of energy crystal that was called the white crystal, which was produced locally in the virtual zone. Lin Huang did not have such a thing with him. He felt bad not tipping, so he thought he would give a divine stone instead. After all, the divine stone containing divine power was used in the virtual zone and the great world as it was a strong currency. He had no idea that the succubus would mistake him as a tycoon unintentionally. He would not bother even if he knew. Lin Huang and Bloody could not help but peer around when they entered secret room No. 13. There was nothing else in the room apart from a counter and a black-robed man sitting behind the counter. The man had his entire body shrouded in the black robe. Nobody could tell what he was since he had a white plain mask on his face. There were only 4 tiny holes revealing his eyes on the mask. The rest of the mask was pure white. 2 bar stools appeared out of thin air before the counter when Lin Huang and Bloody walked in. The black-robed man only asked slowly after waiting for the duo to take their seats, "May I know what both of you would like to know?" The voice sounded like it came from far away instead of from before them. Lin Huang did not find it odd since he had slightly gotten used to this world where there were more monsters than humans. I want information about the ruins and sites that are opened ever since 1,000 years ago. It's best if it's detailed. The more detail, the better. Bloody spoke directly before Lin Huang could say anything. The black-robed man turned his head to look at Bloody, feeling confused. He thought Lin Huang was the one who would be speaking. However, the confusion only lasted for a moment before he named his price. 30,000 divine stones. So much. Bloody raised her brow. It's inevitable that it's expensive since some of them involve the three sovereigns. The black-robed man gave a short explanation. Is it detailed? Lin Huang asked. Everything that should be included is there. If there's none, it's something that shouldn't be included, the black-robed man affirmed while staring at Lin Huang. Lin Huang and Bloody glanced at each other. He then turned his head back and nodded at the black-robed man. Sure. Secondly, we want ways to leave the virtual zone. It has to be a viable way. The more detailed, the better. Bloody gave her second request. The black-robed man was quick to name his price. 1 million divine stones. Are you freaking kidding me? Lin Huang frowned a little upon hearing the price. Don't be mad, sir. Let me explain, the black-robed man said calmly. In reality, everyone in the virtual zone knows the way to get out of the virtual zone. This piece of information is worthless. The reason why I asked for 1 million divine stones from you is that the secret loft can contact the person who can send you guys out directly. The 1 million divine stones is just the recommendation fee for the person so that you guys can meet her. However, the kind of price the person asked to send you guys out is out of our range. It has nothing to do with us whether you guys can come to an agreement with that person eventually. Of course, we can provide you the information if you guys don't want the secret loft's recommendation. It will be free for the first request. It's complimentary. Lin Huang and Bloody looked at each other and secretly discussed it through voice transmission. The black-robed man did not rush them and waited for their answer patiently. 2 to 3 minutes later, Lin Huang finally turned around to look at the black-robed man. Alright, we'll pay you 1 million divine stones then. Chapter 12:18. You got the wrong dog. Lin Huang and Bloody checked into a hotel in shelter number 7 after leaving the secret loft. Apart from trading markets, there were also hotels in the virtual zone where monsters dominated. Those were clearly borrowed from humans. The overall business model had no difference from the human world. If one had to distinguish the difference, the size of the hotel rooms differed from the human world. As monsters had various body sizes, each hotel in the virtual zone had rooms of different sizes on each floor. Not only were the sizes different, but even the heights varied. The biggest room might go up to 100 meters high and tens of thousands square meters wide. Meanwhile, the smallest room might be less than a square meter. The hotel room that Lin Huang and Bloody were staying in was similar to a room in the human world. The difference was that the room was simple without many decorations and miscellaneous items like the hotels in the human world. To be exact, apart from the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom, there was no other room with a fourth function. There was not even a couch, chairs, a table or a bed, let alone other decorations. The image that appeared in Lin Huang's head was the sharing apartment, which was less than 10 square meters that he rented when he had just graduated from university. Upon seeing the setup in the hotel room, although it was much bigger, it was almost as simple as this. The sharing apartment even had a bed and a wardrobe. It seems like they didn't grasp the essence of the hotel industry. Lin Huang could not help but joke. Humans enjoy life but not monsters. Apart from a minority of them who have outstanding intelligence, most of the monsters live by instinct. Only killing and hunting for food make them happy, not staying in a small, enclosed place and enjoying services from others, Bloody explained. After all, the direction of the human evolution was different from other beings since the beginning. Since they found out that they could tame other lives, humans began to grow crops and keep animals to feed themselves. They no longer needed to kill and hunt. As for houses, the function of it at the beginning was to take shelter from rain and protect themselves from wild beasts. Therefore, a house has been carved in our genetics since the beginning of time for the security that it provides. Lin Huang voiced his understanding. Indeed, it's just like what you said. Monsters love killing and hunting. It stems from their genetics. The reason being they would die from hunger if they don't hunt or kill. Bloody nodded in agreement. Both of them soon shifted the subject to a more serious matter after chatting for a while. Looking at the information the secret loft provided, the ruin called the Miracle should be the ruin Qi Mushang left behind. It was discovered over 200 years ago and is also located in the southwestern region in the entire virtual zone. It was the Dragon Sovereign who sealed it himself, so everything matches. The photos of it since being healed is basically the same as the one that we saw before. Lin Huang nodded in response. Only people below virtual god level can enter. This limitation matches Qi Mushang's character too. This ruin is currently under the Dragon Sovereign's jurisdiction. It only opens once every year, and the opening period this year happens to be in 5 days. However, only a 100-person quota is given each time it's opened. It's the Dragon Sovereign who hosts it, so I'm afraid it's difficult to get in. Lin Huang frowned slightly as he analyzed the situation. It's not difficult to get in. Just find a monster that's already on the list and substitute it. Bloody had come up with a plan since the beginning. Since your card disguise can't be seen through even by true gods, she added, that's a great idea. Lin Huang nodded while smiling. The Butterfly Sovereign, on the other hand, isn't that easy. Bloody proceeded to speak, looking at the information provided by the secret loft. That lady lacks nothing. She usually has many conditions whenever she sends someone out of the virtual zone. She's fickle-minded. Compared to the Dragon Sovereign, such an unfathomable behavior is more difficult to handle. Let's meet her and see if she's willing to discuss. If it doesn't work, we can resort to using violence. In reality, Lin Huang was most afraid of people of such character. He had done sales on Earth in the past and got to know all kinds of people. The most difficult one was not those customers who had many requests. Instead, it was those who were fickle-minded and always changing their minds. Those who had many requests were, at least, sure of what they wanted. All you had to do was what they requested. However, those who were fickle-minded and always changing their mind would want this today and something else tomorrow. They would snap the day after tomorrow and ask for something else. Moreover, the things that they asked for were of low standards. Those people were the most difficult to deal with. A commotion erupted outside the hotel all of a sudden as they were chatting. Just when Lin Huang was going to see what happened with his divine telekinesis, he sensed two silhouettes moving at a high speed within his sensing range. They stopped before his room. Subsequently, someone knocked on the door and a voice came later. Dear Masters, the Honorable Dragon Sovereign wants to see you. Lin Huang raised his brow upon hearing that, and he looked at Bloody. In reality, Bloody expected someone to ask for them, but she never thought it would come so soon. Somebody had come to them less than 10 minutes they checked into the hotel. Lin Huang used his divine telekinesis to open the room door. The two monsters at the door were gigantic. They could not get in, so they could only squeeze their heads in to look at Lin Huang and Bloody. They were eager to see exactly how the duo looked like to have the Dragon Sovereign invite them personally. On the other hand, Lin Huang and Bloody also studied the two inviters. They were a gigantic double-headed boa and a toad. Both of them were demigods that were clearly triple mutated. Just when Lin Huang was going to speak after observing the two monsters for a while, another bout of commotion came from outside. He sensed another two monsters approaching at a high speed within his territory range. Bloody clearly noticed changes in the expression of the two monsters at the door. A moment later, a human and dog appeared at Lin Huang's door. It was a seductive lady with a fluffy, white tail under her white dress. The other dog beast looked like a husky with a white crystal between its brows. Masters, our Honorable Master Lion Sovereign wants to see both of you. They seem to be selling like hotcakes, whereby both the Dragon Sovereign and the Lion Sovereign sent people to invite them within a minute the first invitation arrived. It was a no-brainer for Lin Huang to figure that their quadruple mutation grade had been found out. The reason being there were only over 100 virtual gods in the entire virtual zone. They were only on virtual god rank 2. Theoretically, they were unworthy of being approached by two true gods at all. Who shall buy? How dare you jump the line? What are you trying to do? The toad monster asked immediately. We can fight if you're not happy about it. The husky glared at the giant toad with a side eye in disdain. Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you. The boa monster's left head shouted while its right head had steam coming out of its nostrils. You take husky number 2's words too seriously. He was just barking. Boa number 2, you've got the wrong dog. He's husky number 1, said the lady in the white dress, smiling while covering her mouth. The toad and double-headed boa became silent. They looked a little scared when they looked at the husky now. In her white dress, Hu Xiaobai looked at Lin Huang and Bloody cheerfully. Masters, who would you like to meet first? The dragon sovereign first then. His people came first after all, so we must follow the sequence when we do things, Lin Huang answered while smiling. Chapter 12:19. Good luck in the virtual zone. The shelters where the three sovereigns lived had no codes to avoid unnecessary competition. Codes would only be given to the shelters after the shelters of the three sovereigns were assigned. The shelter where the dragon sovereign lived was called the dragon sovereign shelter. The same applied to the shelters where the remaining two sovereigns lived. They were named after the three sovereigns. Titles is a rule in the virtual zone. If any of the sovereigns resigned and the new heir was enthroned, the shelter would be named after the new sovereign. Such a system was simple and easy to remember, whereby one would not get the name wrong. The dragon sovereign shelter was situated in the eastern region of the central shelter. The surface of the shelter was the biggest Lin Huang and Bloody had ever seen since they entered the virtual zone. The entire shelter was floating midair like a floating continent. In reality, the dragon sovereign shelter covered 63 million square kilometers. Indeed, it was considered a continent. It was even a little bit larger than the biggest Eurasian plate on Earth. However, residency in the shelters where the three sovereigns lived was hard to obtain. Even entry was restricted. There were over 5 million monsters staying long-term in the massive dragon sovereign shelter, but less than 10,000 monsters were permanent residents. Meanwhile, compared to obtaining residency, seeing the three sovereigns was even more difficult. Monsters below virtual god level almost had no eligibility to apply at all. Even virtual god level monsters that were eligible would need to pass the assessments set by the advisors around the three sovereigns even if they had submitted their applications. The assessment would only usually go through when the advisors thought it was necessary for the monsters to see the three sovereigns. However, one could not see them immediately even if they passed the assessment. It depended on whether the three sovereigns were free. If it was not urgent, determining an appointment with the three sovereigns depended on their moods. It was plausible for one to only see the three sovereigns 1 to 2 months later even if they passed the assessment. That was the main reason why Lin Huang and Bloody were willing to pay $1 million to meet the butterfly sovereign. They could only stay in the Great World for a year and could not afford to wait for 1 to 2 months. However, this time, the dragon sovereign had invited them, hence naturally, they did not have to go through the regular process. The boa monster and the toad monster brought the duo to the dragon sovereign palace directly. The dragon sovereign palace that was located in the central zone of the entire dragon sovereign shelter was a massive golden palace. Lin Huang and Bloody could tell that it was a god relic by just looking at it. The double-headed boa monster and the toad monster stopped when they sent them to the entrance of the palace. The palace door opened automatically. A thick and deep voice came from inside. "Come in." It was clearly meant for Lin Huang and Bloody. The duo stepped right in without any hesitation. The palace door closed slowly as they walked in. Lin Huang ignored the door shutting behind them and lifted his head to peer around. The dragon sovereign palace was like the emperor palace, whereby the surface inside was much greater than it looked like outside. Even the decoration inside was even more sophisticated. The ceiling in the dragon sovereign palace alone looked much higher than that in the emperor palace. It was at least 100 meters. Meanwhile, the ice crystal pillars were as thick as old trees that were 10,000 years old. They connected the ground and the ceiling. Each pillar had a different dragon carving on it. Those carvings writhed like they were alive when Lin Huang and Bloody looked away from the pillars. They were looking around while walking deeper into the palace. However, they did not see the dragon sovereign when they arrived at the deepest part of the palace a couple of minutes later. All they saw was a massive ice wall. Just when Lin Huang and Bloody were puzzled, the ice wall experienced a tremor all of a sudden. They lifted their heads to look and saw a massive head checking them out in a condescending way. The ice wall was just a part of his body. Lin Huang looked a little solemn now. He realized that his territory and divine telekinesis had not sensed the dragon sovereign's existence at all. Although Bloody had no expression standing next to him, she fell into silence. The massive dragon head only mumbled to himself after staring at the duo for a while, "That aura, you're really quadruple mutated." The dragon sovereign spoke again a moment later before waiting for Lin Huang and Bloody to respond. "I'm Bai Bing, a pure dragonkin that's quadruple mutated and a second-rank true god. Everyone calls me the dragon sovereign in this virtual zone. Both of you just came into the virtual zone, am I right? Can you tell me what happened?" Lin Huang and Bloody nodded and gave a simple self-introduction one after another. Grimace, a mysterious type of quadruple mutated on virtual god Rank2. Bloody, a wisdom type of quadruple mutated on virtual god Rank2. Mysterious type and wisdom type. The dragon sovereign's eyes lit up when he heard that. The two types of monsters were rare tribes. The dragon sovereign spoke again as his eyes rolled around. His tone was gentle like never before. It's my first time seeing a mysterious type monster, but I've seen a few wisdom type of monsters in the great world. They're extremely intelligent. We dragonkin are close to wisdom type monsters, and we've worked together many times in the wars. Lady Bloody, you guys can stay at our dragon sovereign shelter temporarily if you'd like to stay in the virtual zone. You can also stay for a long time if you like it. I'll welcome you with all of my heart. Lin Huang wanted to ask, how big is your heart? But he thought about it and decided not to. It would be unwise to create trouble at such a time. Master Dragon Sovereign, thanks for your kindness, but we're not interested in staying in the virtual zone. Lin Huang declined the offer directly. We walked into the virtual zone unintentionally this time. All we want now is to return to the great world. Since you've already come in, why don't you stay a little longer? You can treat it as a vacation, the Dragon Sovereign said while smiling. We would love to do that too, but we really have something important that we need to deal with in the great world and we must complete it within a year. We can't even waste a week in this virtual zone, Lin Huang replied helplessly. If that's the case, I won't trouble you guys. The Dragon Sovereign could tell that Lin Huang was not lying. He thought of recruiting them under him, but since they clearly had no intention to stay, it was meaningless to force them. With that, he decided to let them go. At least, according to what Lin Huang said, it was pretty impossible for them to join another team. Since nobody would get them, he would not lose anything by letting go. But let me warn you guys, the Dragon Sovereign added while smiling, I'm afraid it's not that simple a task for you guys to leave the virtual zone. I'm sure that you guys should know by now from asking around throughout the day that you can only look for the Butterfly Sovereign, Kai Yi, if you want to leave the virtual zone. But be warned that she won't let you guys simply leave. Do you have any tips, Master Dragon Sovereign? Bloody asked immediately. The Dragon Sovereign peered at Bloody and shook his head amusedly. You guys are on your own. That lady is fickle-minded, so I can't deal with her either. The only thing that I can say to your guys is, good luck. Lin Huang and Bloody went speechless right away after hearing the Dragon Sovereign's answer. Chapter 12:20. The same comment when they left the Dragon Sovereign shelter, Lin Huang and Bloody saw the human and the dog waiting at the entrance. Hu Xiaobai and Husky number 1 clearly had been waiting for a while. Seeing Lin Huang and Bloody walk out of the Dragon Sovereign shelter, they did not ask anything. Hu Xiaobai expressed, let's go to the Lion Sovereign shelter. A black spider the size of a palm appeared in Hu Xiaobai's palm as soon as she was done speaking. Its 8 little beady eyes looked at the 4 of them once it was summoned. It then spat 4 threads out all of a sudden, tying the 4 people's wrists. Lin Huang and Bloody did not dodge the threads and allowed its spider threads to tie them up because they knew what the spider was doing. The spider was called the Dragnet Spider, which was a unique dimensional monster that was an expert in dimensional transportation for short and long distance. They could construct space tunnels and made them into webs. They used such a web to transport itself wherever it desired. Nonetheless, the Dragnet Spider held no threat. Its timid characteristic whereby it always ran away from fights made them the main source of transportation in the monster world. The Dragnet Spider lifted both its front legs after tying its 4 customers up. A black whirlpool soon appeared automatically, revolving around in the air. The spider leapt from Hu Xiaobai's palm and dragged the 4 of them into the whirlpool. When Lin Huang snapped back to his senses a couple of seconds later, they had arrived above the Lion Sovereign shelter. The Lion Sovereign shelter was located in the western region of the central shelter. Just like the Dragon Sovereign shelter, it was also a massive floating continent. Its surface was almost 61 million square kilometers, slightly smaller than the Dragon Sovereign shelter. Hu Xiaobai recalled the Dragnet Spider, then led Lin Huang and Bloody into the Lion Sovereign shelter. The style of houses in the Lion Sovereign shelter was similar to those in the Dragon Sovereign shelter. Even the appearance of the Lion Sovereign Palace looked no different than the Dragon Sovereign Palace. However, they realized the style of the decoration inside was different when they walked into the Lion Sovereign Palace. The overall decoration in the Lion Sovereign Palace had warm colors. The pillars and ceiling were gold with white accents. Naturally, there were far fewer pillars compared to the Dragon Sovereign Palace. Lin Huang and Bloody finally saw how the Lion Sovereign looked like when they arrived at the deepest section of the Lion Sovereign Palace. To be honest, Lin Huang thought he saw an animation character when he saw the Lion Sovereign. The Lion Sovereign wore a dark blue suit and stood on both feet. Apart from his massive lion head, the rest of his body looked completely the same as a human man. He was a lion man without a tail. As Lin Huang and Bloody observed the Lion Sovereign, so was the latter. A gleam of surprise flashed through his eyes as he could tell that the duo was both on quadruple mutated mythical level. Let me introduce myself. My name is Leon, and I'm the Lion Sovereign of this virtual zone. Quadruple mutated, second rank true god. Unlike the Dragon Sovereign who proudly announced his pure dragonkin identity, Lin Huang and Bloody noticed that Leon did not tell them his tribe and type. The Lion Sovereign did not talk about it. Either it was a secret whereby he could not tell which tribe he belonged to, or he had no sense of belonging to his tribe, hence he was unwilling to talk about it. The duo did not ask further. Instead, they shared their identities. Grimace, mysterious type, quadruple mutated, virtual god rank 2. Bloody, wisdom type, quadruple mutated, virtual god rank 2. Another gleam of surprise flashed through Leon's eyes again. However, he became collected again and said to them with a grin, I heard from Xiaobai that you have met the Dragon Sovereign. We did, Lin Huang replied. Didn't you guys come to an agreement? No, Lin Huang shook his head. The Lion Sovereign laughed when he heard the answer. Seems like the Dragon Sovereign's offer isn't attractive enough. Why don't you tell me what you want? We want to leave the virtual zone. The Lion Sovereign was stunned to hear Lin Huang's answer. He finally understood why the Dragon Sovereign had failed to convince them. The Lion Sovereign asked again after a moment of silence, aren't you considering staying for a while? Although the virtual zone isn't big, it's connected to many worlds and there aren't many competitors. If you join any of the three sovereigns' teams, you would obtain resources so much more easily than joining most of the organizations in the Great World. There are many virtual gods in the virtual zone that are like you guys, whereby they came in by accident. They were eager to return to the Great World in the beginning, but most of them decided to stay after living in the virtual zone for a while. It's too competitive in the Great World. Those major organizations aren't interested in ordinary virtual gods. Only top virtual god level powerhouses who have an ability on par with true gods would have the eligibility to be selected and trained. For other virtual gods, lacking resources aside, they're not even eligible to enter some of the trial spaces. The Lion Sovereign said sounded sincere, but it was actually half true. In the Great World, indeed, the top organizations had no interest in ordinary virtual god level powerhouses. However, a quadruple mutated mythical level powerhouse would be trained seriously no matter which organization they went to. Lin Huang and Bloody knew about that since the beginning. They did not expose the Lion Sovereign's lie nonetheless. Master Lion Sovereign, the Dragon Sovereign told us similar things. In reality, if not for our urgent matters, we'd hope that we could stay and only leave when we've cultivated up to true god level, Lin Huang responded, sounding regrettable. The Dragon Sovereign even told us that we could stay at the Dragon Sovereign shelter for a few months if we want. If we're not happy staying there, we can leave anytime we want and he won't stop us. However, there's something urgent on our plate now, hence we must return to the Great World as soon as we can. Don't talk about a few months, we can't even afford to wait for a week. The Lion Sovereign finally understood why the Dragon Sovereign failed to convince them as he listened to this point. The duo had no intention to stay, so no amount of benefits could entice them. If that's the case, then I won't force you. Go handle your stuff in the Great World. You can visit the virtual zone again when you have time in the future. Our Lion Sovereign shelter welcomes both of you at all times. Thanks. Lin Huang and Bloody had just stood up when the Lion Sovereign spoke again, but it's best that the both of you are mentally prepared for the Butterfly Sovereign Kai Yi not to just let you go. The Lion Sovereign said the same thing as the Dragon Sovereign did. Lin Huang and Bloody did not look comfortable when they left the Lion Sovereign shelter. The Lion Sovereign's last reminder was almost the same as what the Dragon Sovereign warned them. It was inevitable that it concerned them. They would not be so worried if only one person said that. After all, the three sovereigns were not at peace, so any comment might be biased. However, the Dragon Sovereign and the Lion Sovereign had made the same comment on the Butterfly Sovereign. Lin Huang and Bloody basically confirmed that the Butterfly Sovereign was most probably incredibly difficult to deal with. Chapter 12:21. Butterfly Sovereign shelter in a hotel room at shelter No. 7. Bloody who had her eyes closed opened her eyes all of a sudden. Finally, one has sent itself to our doorstep. Lin Huang, who was refining the godheads in his body, opened his eyes too. You found a monster on the list. Yes, Bloody confirmed while projecting the 1,000-legged centipede's image. It's a 1,000-legged centipede, a giant worm monster. Its gigantic dark purple head seemed gravely ferocious. Its body was separated into segments. There was a thick, black exoskeleton covering its back and thorns of different lengths on it. Dense, bloody legs sprouted out of its body. This 1,000-legged centipede ranked the top 3 ugliest among all of the monsters that Lin Huang had ever seen before. The 1,000-legged centipede. Lin Huang was secretly reluctant when he saw Bloody picking out such a monster for him to disguise as. He was no stranger to the 1,000-legged centipede. It was a giant worm monster with a body that spanned over 1,000 meters long. This monster was called the 1,000-legged centipede because it possessed at least 1,200 pairs of legs. A small minority of them even possessed more than 3,000 pairs of legs. He knew this monster was ugly since the beginning. However, the image in the monster guide was rather small. He could not see the details, so he did not have a clear picture of how it really looked like. Now that he saw the full image Bloody projected, the spots and the tiny bulges on the thorns of its back were clearly visible. Even the internal structure of its ugly mouth could be seen crystal clear. Lin Huang only had one thought flashing through his mind. It's so ugly. Can I get another monster instead? Bloody saw Lin Huang's odd expression and explained, thinking that he figured the major transformation would make him lose control of his own body. Although the 1,000-legged centipede has a major difference with a human's physical structure, different creatures have different ways of controlling their bodies. As long as the brain gives the instruction, the body will carry out the order automatically. There's no need for you to worry about the details. After all, you're not using this 1,000-legged centipede's body to battle. You just need to disguise as this form to enter Qi Mushang's ruin. Let's see. Lin Huang really could not accept such a gigantic centipede's form. Among the 100 monsters that are given passes into Miracle this time, there are over 20 of them who have taken on a human form. There are also many monsters that aren't in human form, so they are easier to control. There are still a few days until the ruin opens. Let's see if we can find any monsters that are more suitable. Bloody did not argue when she heard Lin Huang's analysis. She still thought that he was worried about body control and had no idea that Lin Huang was bothered by how he would look. However, Lin Huang did not let go of the 1,000-legged centipede, which was a backup, and got Bloody to cast Parasite on it because he was worried they would not encounter any other monster who was on the trial list. If they gave up on this one, it would mean that they had lost their eligibility to enter Qi Mushang's ruin. However, unbeknownst to Lin Huang, when Bloody and he were busy looking for monsters on the ruin trial list, the Butterfly Sovereign was asking around about him too. The Butterfly Sovereign added the Dragon Sovereign and the Lion Sovereign to a group chat. Did you guys meet those two newbies? Are they really on mythical level? Why, are you interested in them too, Shao Kai? The Dragon Sovereign did not answer her question and asked another question instead. Finding out whether they're really on mythical level or not isn't important. They don't plan to stay in the virtual zone anyway. The Lion Sovereign too did not answer her question. Instead, he concluded directly. Can you guys pay attention to my question before answering me? Alright then. The answer is that it's true, the Lion Sovereign responded immediately, but don't waste your time trying to recruit them since they just want to return to the Great World. Indeed, the Dragon Sovereign confirmed. They must pass me by to be able to return to the Great World. Thank for your tips. Now, I know what I should ask for. The Butterfly Sovereign asked again. Oh yeah, can you tell me which tribe do they belong to? No, it's a secret. Just tell me, handsome. The Butterfly Sovereign did not type that. Instead, she used a voice recording. Her voice was so sweet that one's heart would have melted. One is a wisdom-type monster while the other is a mysterious type, replied the Dragon Sovereign in a straightforward manner. The female is a wisdom-type monster while the male is mysterious type. Please call me handsome again. The Butterfly Sovereign gave a short response right after the Lion Sovereign replied. FCK off. A notification from the system that said, a message has been deleted, popped up almost at the same time the Butterfly Sovereign responded. The duo checked to see that the sweet voice message that was sent earlier had been deleted. Damn, woman. The Lion Sovereign sent another message. She burned the bridge right after she crossed it, the dragon sovereign lamented. However, the butterfly sovereign seemed to have blocked the group chat as she was not replying at all. Did that woman leave just like that? The lion sovereign asked. I guess she's thinking of ideas to trap the two newbies, the dragon sovereign responded. Such poor things. I'm already seeing images of both of them working for that woman like slaves. I can only say good luck to them then. Lin Huang and Bloody had no idea that this chat happened between the three of them. Time flew by, and it was time to see the butterfly sovereign. Lin Huang and Bloody rushed to the butterfly sovereign shelter early in the morning. The butterfly sovereign shelter's surface was much smaller than the dragon sovereign and lion sovereign shelters. It was even tinier than many other shelters at only over 8 million square kilometers. If they did not know the reason why the butterfly sovereign had picked the shelter earlier, Lin Huang might be confused why would one of the three sovereigns pick such a small shelter. In reality, the reason was that this shelter had the most plants occupying it in the virtual zone. It also had the most varieties of flowers. Within the over 8.3 million square kilometers of the shelter, 7.2 million square kilometers of it was covered in all sorts of plants and over 4,000 types of flowers. Apart from the many plants and greeneries, there was another characteristic of the butterfly sovereign shelter. There was a smaller population. There were only over 10,000 long-term monsters in the butterfly sovereign shelter while only 10,000 monsters were given residency permits. Most of the rest of them were tourists. This shelter had no business district. Apart from the necessary materials, they refused business from outside. When it came to tourism, they would only open once a year for outsiders to visit, and only 1,000 tourists would be picked. A year was the longest the tourists could stay. Just like Lin Huang and Bloody, it was rare for them to visit the butterfly sovereign. Other than spending a hefty amount to buy the opportunity to see the butterfly sovereign, the main reason they got to visit was that the butterfly sovereign wanted to see them. Otherwise, based on her character, it was possible for the butterfly sovereign to drag the meeting to the next year. Lin Huang and Bloody looked around along the way. Almost all of the houses in the entire shelter were made of plants. Lin Huang saw that most of the houses were built on thick and short giant trees, and there were more than 30 houses on one. When they arrived at the Butterfly Sovereign Palace, Lin Huang finally recognized the Butterfly Sovereign Palace in his memory. It was a massive white palace that looked like a blooming flower. It floated in the middle of a huge lake, appearing like a blossoming lotus sitting calmly in the water. Lin Huang and Bloody walked to the entrance Butterfly Sovereign Palace and projected their invitation directly after glancing at the two guards. The guards must have learned about their arrival beforehand. They opened the palace doors after merely peeking at the invitation. They did not even check it. Lin Huang noticed that and put the invitation away before walking into the palace door with Bloody in long strides. Chapter 1222. Fairy-type monster. The Butterfly Sovereign Palace looked like a white lotus outside. The structure inside was no ordinary setup of a common palace, but a massive, endless space. There were flowers, plants and huge trees of all sorts looming tall inside. There was no palace ceiling above their heads, but blue sky with clouds floating around. Lin Huang had a faint illusion as if he had stepped into an ancient jungle. Even Bloody was clearly stunned when she saw the scenery. At first, both of them could not find how the Butterfly Sovereign Palace looked like from all sorts of channels. This Butterfly Sovereign really loves plants, Lin Huang thought to himself. As Bloody and he were exploring around, a slight tremor made the ground shake all of a sudden. A little path appeared in the ground before them that was initially covered. The path was less than half a meter wide. Only one person could walk on it each time. Lin Huang and Bloody glanced at each other, then walked onto the little path into the dense jungle in one file. After walking on the little winding path for a few minutes, they could clearly feel that the dimension would shift by over 100 meters with each step they took. On the surface, it would seem like they were taking normal steps. Clearly, the path had a dimensional shift effect. Approximately 5 to 6 minutes later, they finally arrived at the end of the path. The other side of the dense jungle was an endless sea of flowers. There were colorful flowers everywhere as they looked across. Among the sea of flowers, there was a young lady in a white dress who looked 15 or 16 years old standing on a little slope barefooted. The tiny flowers drowned her ankles. She looked almost exactly like a human lady. The only difference was that she had a pair of massive wings made of colorful rays on her back. The form of the wings was different from any bird's. They were massive butterfly wings that were almost as tall as she was. Lin Huang and Bloody could tell that she was one of the three sovereigns, the butterfly sovereign. Although they already knew what she looked like, they thought she looked even more harmless than in photos when they saw her at that second. Is this girl really as difficult to deal with as what the Dragon Sovereign and Lion Sovereign said? Lin Huang could not help but doubt the two other sovereigns. The young lady standing on the slope waved at them like she was meeting friends that she had not seen for a long time. Lin Huang and Bloody walked towards the slope. They only stopped when they arrived 2 to 3 meters before her. The young lady observed them while smiling before introducing herself. My name is Kai Yi, and I'm a fairy monster. Quadruple mutated, my combat strength is first-ranked true god. Although the young lady did not reveal her identity as the butterfly sovereign, Lin Huang and Bloody confirmed that as soon as they saw her. They also gave a simple self-introduction about themselves. The butterfly sovereign smiled and nodded after hearing their self-introduction. Let's sit down and chat. Lin Huang and Bloody sat across her among the flowers while she took out a tea table and a tea set. The butterfly sovereign spoke again, seeing the duo take their seats. Actually, I've noticed your existence as soon as you entered the central shelter. I also know about the Dragon Sovereign and the Lion Sovereign recruiting you. I've been waiting for the day when you guys would visit me. We wanted to visit you sooner, Master Butterfly Sovereign, but we only managed to get an appointment today. We didn't want to break the rules, Lin Huang explained while smiling. The Dragon Sovereign and Lion Sovereign have higher combat strength and seniority than me. It's appropriate for you guys to visit them first, the Butterfly Sovereign said while smiling lightly, but you said that you guys wanted to visit me sooner, so what is that about? She asked a question that she already knew they were curious about. Nonetheless, Lin Huang finally found the opportunity to go straight into the topic. We're visiting you today in hopes that you can help us get back to the Great World, Master Butterfly Sovereign. The Butterfly Sovereign smiled when she heard the plea. It's easy to send you guys back to the Great World. However, there's a price to pay. We know that, Lin Huang replied to the Butterfly Sovereign while looking at her. What do you need from us? The Butterfly Sovereign smirked so faintly that it was almost unnoticeable. However, it went away merely a moment later. I don't think I lack anything at the moment. I really can't think of anything that I want now. How about this? I won't ask anything from you. All you'll have to do is to work 3 years for me. I'll send you guys away as soon as the 3 years are up. Lin Huang forced a smile while shaking his head when he heard the Butterfly Sovereign's offer. Master Butterfly Sovereign, we can't agree to that condition. Give us another one. The Butterfly Sovereign fell into silence for a moment and straightened a finger slowly a while later. She said while staring at Lin Huang, 1 year, that's my best offer. However, Lin Huang still shook his head. There's something really urgent that we must get back to in the Great World. To be honest, we can't even wait a week, let alone a year. Master Butterfly Sovereign, please give us another condition. The Butterfly Sovereign fell quiet for a moment again. She only spoke a while later. I won't ask you guys what exactly is it that's so urgent. I'll step back again. She'll stay and work for me for a year while I send you back to the Great World first. The Butterfly Sovereign pointed a finger at Bloody. I guarantee you that I'll send her back in one piece as soon as 1 year is up. Seeing that Lin Huang and Bloody had fallen silent, the Butterfly Sovereign spoke again. If there's really something urgent, you can go back to the Great World to deal with it. There's no need for you to bring her with you. Even if the matter needs 2 people to deal with, you can get other partners to help you when you get back there. Lin Huang did not hesitate to reject, shaking his head. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that condition. Wait, Bloody interrupted Lin Huang's rejection all of a sudden. She turned her head to say to the Butterfly Sovereign, Master Butterfly Sovereign, can you give us some time to discuss this? Please do. The Butterfly Sovereign picked up her teacup and sipped the flower tea. Lin Huang and Bloody soon communicated on the conscious level. It was a communication built through monster cards. Unlike voice transmission, there was no way to eavesdrop when they talked in that channel. I think we can agree to that. Get her to send you out first and recall me back to card form when you've confirmed that the teleportation coordinates work. Lin Huang stayed quiet for a long time after hearing that. Is there any other way? There's one more. Lin Huang squinted lightly hearing the second idea. He snapped back to his senses a moment later and lifted his head to look at the Butterfly Sovereign. Master Butterfly Sovereign, Bloody and I can't decide just yet. Can you give us a few days to discuss it properly? The Butterfly Sovereign smiled while nodding to give her permission. There's no rush. Take your time. Chapter 1223. clone and disguise the members whom the Dragon Sovereign had picked to enter Qi Mushang's ruin. Lin Huang was relieved to see so many company. He landed slowly and blended into the monster crowd. Chapter 1224. Spider Queen. Including Lin Huang, all the 100 participants on the list were there around 8:30 a.m. Lin Huang glanced through the participants and realized that all of the monsters which came in various sizes and forms only had imperial level combat strength. There was not even a single demigod. Theoretically, the restriction of this ruin should be virtual god level, whereby anyone below virtual god level could enter. The 100 participant quota that the Dragon Sovereign gave did not even have a demigod. Clearly, he thought demigods had drained their talent and were not worthy of being trained. However, no matter whether they were imperial level or demigod level, they made no difference to Lin Huang now. The 99 participants and he were on a totally different level. Although he had no competitors in the journey into the ruin this time, Lin Huang was pretty excited about the setup in the ruin. The more he learned about Qi Mushang, the more he thought that the guy was not an ordinary demigod. He even suspected that Qi Mushang was not a demigod at all. A flirtatious voice pulled him back to reality as his thoughts flew around and he was evidently distracted. "Hey, is that Wu Fei?" Lin Huang was stunned for a moment and he recalled that that was the name of the thousand-legged centipede that he was disguised as. He turned his head immediately to look at the source of the voice. A giant spider with 12 long legs was crawling toward him at a high speed. Based on the thousand-legged centipede's memory, Lin Huang soon found information about the spider. However, he became speechless after sifting through the portion of the information in his head. "Didn't you say that you were going to leave the virtual zone and head to the great world?" The Spider Queen was completely black with purple spots and thorns on her body. Her legs were hundreds of meters long. At that moment, her 16 black eyes glared at Lin Huang with melancholy. This Spider Queen was the thousand-legged centipede's old fling, and they had been lovers for close to 100 years. However, when the Spider Queen asked to confirm their relationship all of a sudden, the thousand-legged centipede backed out immediately because he knew that the Spider Queen would breed as soon as they confirmed their relationship and he would become her meal by then. Lin Huang did not find it strange that the Spider Queen was attempting to breed with the thousand-legged centipede. In the monster guide, he read that monsters of different types could reproduce together. There seemed to be countable creatures that practiced reproductive isolation in this world. Clearly, reproductive isolation was out of the picture for the thousand-legged centipede and the Spider Queen in this virtual zone. However, without reproductive isolation, the spider still insisted on devouring her husband. Lin Huang was speechless about that. The thousand-legged centipede should not have been blamed for backing out. Lin Huang's 4 bloody eyes rolled around and he quickly found himself an excuse when he saw the Spider Queen arrive before him. The application assessment on the Butterfly Sovereign's side took some time and it was only approved earlier. I was going to leave, but the Dragon Sovereign Palace informed me that they've assigned me a place in this ruin trial. I thought of waiting for a few days and only leaving when I'm done exploring the ruin. The Queen Spider did not seem to suspect the thousand-legged centipede, but she was still complaining, "So, why didn't you contact me these days? Can't you see that I'm busy preparing for the trial?" Lin Huang came up with another excuse casually. "You're going to the great world after the trial ends. We don't know when we'll meet again. How about we team up in this trial?" The Spider Queen suggested. "Sure." Lin Huang hesitated for a moment hearing the suggestion but he agreed anyway. However, he began planning his next excuse to get away from her. The Spider Queen held onto Lin Huang's front leg with her long leg happily upon hearing Lin Huang's agreement to team up. She was afraid that he might run away again. Lin Huang looked far ahead, unable to bring himself to look upon the Spider Queen's beauty. With a human sense of beauty, an insect that had been enlarged countless times would give one goosebumps just by looking at it. Although Lin Huang was not afraid, he truly could not appreciate it. He peeked at the memory of the thousand-legged centipede having intercourse with this Spider Queen. He could not unsee the image of the 2 giant insects intertwined together. Damn my curiosity. Lin Huang felt goosebumps rise all over his body. The Spider Queen next to him thought that Lin Huang experienced some reaction while tangling her front leg with his, so she felt shy. Lin Huang experienced another round of goosebumps even before the previous one subsided. He shook the Spider Queen's leg away. Just when the Spider Queen was coming at him again, the Dragon Sovereign finally arrived. "The Dragon Sovereign is here," Lin Huang warned her through voice transmission. Upon seeing the dragon sovereign, the spider queen dared not cross the line again. She maintained some distance from Lin Huang with her head down. The rest of the monsters stopped talking and turned around to face the dragon sovereign with their heads down to show their respect. Lin Huang also lowered his body. However, he was not showing his respect. Instead, he was afraid that the dragon sovereign might see through him. The dragon sovereign glanced at the many participants beneath him quickly as soon as he arrived. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing that all 100 of them were present with zero absence. Clearly, he did not see through Lin Huang's disguise. He did not even stop and glimpse at Lin Huang. Although the disguise card clearly stated that it could deceive true god-level powerhouses, Lin Huang was relieved that the dragon sovereign did not notice him. The dragon sovereign only spoke slowly after taking a glance around. I've organized over 200 searches in this ruin miracle ever since I found it. However, nobody has found anything every year. Nobody remembers exactly what happened in this ruin, and even all the recording techniques are wiped automatically. Among the 100 powerhouses who are entering the ruin this year, more than half of you are seniors who've entered the ruin while a part of you are newbies who've never entered the ruin. I hope your search this time won't disappoint me. Bring me useful information. Although he said that, the dragon sovereign had no expectation. After all, none of the 200 or so searchers were successful. He had already gotten used to failure. However, he still had to say that as a courtesy to the participants. After a simple speech, the dragon sovereign did not bother to speak further. He waved his hand directly and released 10 dragnet spiders. I'm done talking. Go into the ruin now. The dragnet spiders spat 10 threads out each as soon as the dragon sovereign commanded. Each of the threads looped around 10 different monsters and pulled them into the black whirlpool respectively. After the 100 participants were sent away, the dragon sovereign summoned another dragnet spider and leapt into the whirlpool with it. Chapter 12:25. The ruin opens. The 100 participants walked out of the dimensional gateway. What they saw before their eyes was a space covered in alpine white ice. The spherical ice shield was like a giant ice planet hovering mid-air. Lin Huang finally confirmed upon seeing the scenery before him, it really is Qi Mushang's ruin. Although most of the information that he had found before stated that this ruin, miracle, was the one Qi Mushang had left behind, and he had even seen the photos and video recordings, he was completely relieved after confirming the coordinates when he arrived at that very moment. Although many among the 100 participants had been to this ruin, it was the first time for a minority of them to be here. They were astonished when they saw the gigantic ice shield. It was the Spider Queen's first time being there. What a massive shield! She exclaimed while approaching Lin Huang as if there was a magnet pulling her closer. Lin Huang was about to dodge, but the Spider Queen extended her front claw and held on his front leg. It was so natural as if she had done it countless of times before. What does the size of the shield have anything to do with you holding onto my leg? Lin Huang thought to himself. However, he remained calm on the surface and said nothing. He knew his current situation very well. If he messed up his relationship with this Spider Queen, a conflict might explode as a consequence. From the thousand-legged centipede's memory, he knew that this Spider Queen had a hot temper. As soon as he messed up their relationship, there might be a high possibility that she might throw a fit on the spot. By then, it would definitely catch the attention of the rest of the participants and even the Dragon Sovereign. If the Dragon Sovereign was upset and kicked him out of the ruin, it would mean trouble. Nonetheless, he could only tolerate the Spider Queen's flirting temporarily. The Dragon Sovereign was sent in not long after the 100 participants entered. After seeing the Dragon Sovereign's appearance, Lin Huang seized the opportunity to get the Spider Queen off him. The Spider Queen held her head down as soon as she saw the Dragon Sovereign. She dared not fool around, but her 12 eyes were still staring at Lin Huang, who was not far away, in sadness. The Dragon Sovereign glanced at the participants again. Realizing that all 100 of them were there and nobody was stuck in any technical difficulties, he then turned around to look at the ice shield that he had set up. He hovered slowly to the shield and scratched a point on the shield by extending a claw. In the next second, circles of waves rippled on the ice shield like it was the surface of water. As the invisible waves spread out, the ice shield melted at a high speed. It seemed to have turned into a liquid but was still white in color. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing ice flowing like water and not melting. Besides Lin Huang, the rest of the participants stared at the shield with all of their focus. They were watching the transformation of the shield without blinking. However, there was one exception. The Spider Queen still had her eyes on Lin Huang, who was not far away. As the shield on the surface of the ruin turned into a flowing form, the transformation still went on. It shrunk slowly and turned into thick icy chains. The chains were like the lines on a chessboard. They intertwined on the surface of the ruin, sealing the entire ruin within. The people finally saw how the entire ruin looked like. It was a gigantic white light sphere like a star hanging in the sky. Lin Huang was slightly stunned as he stared at the white sphere. There was no other reason than a part of Qi Mushang's memory playing in his head. However, the information coming from the part of the memory shocked Lin Huang. This ruin is Qi Mushang's god territory. But a god territory is a product that stems from the godhead in territory. Only a virtual god who has a godhead can form a god territory. Qi Mushang has god territory, which means his actual combat strength isn't demigod level, but virtual god level. Lin Huang thought everything made sense when he came to that conclusion. He thought it was a little strange why Qi Mushang failed to elevate to virtual god and stayed as a demigod with his ridiculous talent and abilities. Now, it seemed like Qi Mushang was a total virtual god level powerhouse, but due to some reason, he had disguised himself as a demigod. However, Lin Huang could not help but frown when he saw the intertwining chains sealing the entire ruin completely. The memory that Qi Mushang had left behind suggested that it was best for the successor to take the god territory away. However, the dragon sovereign had found out about the god territory and sealed it with the true god technique. In other words, taking the god territory away became something that was impossible to fulfill. The technique that Dragon Sovereign had used to seal the god territory was an ice law. Such an elemental rule was also one of the rule powers. Therefore, only rule powers could be used to tackle it. It seems like I can only enter the ruin and get Qi Mushang's Goldfinger. Whether I can take this god territory away or not depends on the situation then. As Lin Huang was thinking of putting the god territory matter aside, another transformation occurred in the ruin. Nearby, the dragon sovereign's eyes turned frosty white. The thick icy chain on the surface of the ruin began flowing slowly. They looked like living gigantic ice boas swimming on the surface of a star. A moment later, the god territory that was initially sealed by the ice chains revealed a hexagon that had no icy chains covering it. The eyes of the dragon sovereign, who was standing aside, faded back to black. He turned his head and said to the participants, including Lin Huang, slowly, "The entrance to the ruin has opened. The opening duration for this ruin will only be 7 days. If any of you don't make it out within 7 days, you'll have to stay for a year until the ruin opens again next year. There's something that I have to clarify. None of those who didn't make it out within 7 days in the past were found dead, so decide carefully if you want to stay longer than 7 days. Since everyone forgets about their experience in this ruin every time they come out, I've no idea exactly what is in this ruin. I can only speculate from the loot the participants brought out that there should be many giants in there. You guys should have learned about this before coming here, so I shan't waste any more time. The ruin has opened. You may now enter." As the dragon sovereign roared his command, the 100 participants rushed into the hexagonal entrance like madmen. Lin Huang followed behind the people as the last to go in. He only entered a few monsters after the Spider Queen on purpose to avoid her from tackling him again. Never would he expect the Spider Queen's 16 eyes not to have any blind spots at all. She noticed him being left behind, so she slowed down as well, allowing the monsters at the back to overtake her. Soon, she was standing on the same row as Lin Huang was. She did all she could to crawl horizontally to go closer to him. Lin Huang thought of accelerating to get rid of the Spider Queen. However, he noticed the Dragon Sovereign watching him. He seemed to be noticing Lin Huang because of the Spider Queen's actions. Feeling helpless, Lin Huang could only move forward at his initial speed, allowing the Spider Queen to approach him. Chapter 12:26. The Ruin Miracle. The ruin called Miracle was unique. Anyone who came in would forget everything that happened in this ruin whenever they got out. Whatever monsters they encountered in the ruin or caves they invaded and the type of battles they experienced, there would be zero trails left behind, as if someone had removed their memories. Of course, although there would not be any related memory, basically every participant who entered the ruin would bring back loot as long as they made it out alive. Some of them even experienced a boost in combat strength. Therefore, many monsters in this virtual zone would still go mad for this ruin. As for Lin Huang, he had heard about this before he came in, but he was not terribly concerned. No matter how powerful Qi Mushang's technique was, it was just a virtual god's technique. Due to the faulty rule of the gravel world, it was impossible for him to have made it to true god level. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had 3 god figurines whose ability could fight true gods. He did not think that his memory would have been erased. He looked around as soon as he passed through the dimensional portal and began observing his surroundings. However, he was stunned as he looked around. What the hell? Lin Huang lifted his head immediately. Those are weeds. The weeds before him were lush and gigantic, standing tens of meters tall. Lin Huang controlled the 1,000-legged centipede to lift the first half of his body up and peer further away. All he saw were taller and bigger plants. He felt like he had entered a world of giants where all the plants were enlarged by hundreds of times. What surprised Lin Huang even more was that those plants were just ordinary plants. They contained no cultivator's aura. The ordinary plants are already so big. It's no wonder that there are many giants in here. Although no useful information had ever leaked out about this ruin, many of the participants had brought all kinds of giant monster carcasses out. Almost everyone knew about that. The plants here are massive. Just when Lin Huang was figuring how to explore this ruin, the Spider Queen's voice came all of a sudden. He recalled that he had yet to handle this problem. Seeing the Spider Queen approaching, Lin Huang peered around and did not dodge. He allowed her to twist her long leg around his front leg. Where do we go now? The Spider Queen turned her head to ask Lin Huang. There's no rush. Let's see where the rest are going. Lin Huang stood watching the remaining participants leaving one after another. The Spider Queen grinned when she heard his response. Are you planning to go where most of the monsters are so we can kill them from behind? Lin Huang glared at her and said nothing. This spider seemed to be thinking that both of them were a couple. However, Lin Huang clearly did not share the same sentiment. No matter how pretty she was, Lin Huang would stay as far away as he could from a girlfriend who treated him that way, let alone a giant spider that completely defied his sense of beauty. He only turned his head to look at the Spider Queen after waiting for the remaining 98 monsters to leave and were no longer in his territory range. Are you sure you want to follow me? I won't believe your nonsense this time and let you go. The Spider Queen's claw that was holding onto Lin Huang's front leg gripped even tighter now. Alright then. Lin Huang crushed a monster card as soon as he was done speaking. In the next second, Grimace appeared before the Spider Queen quietly in a black robe with golden patterns. The Spider Queen was stunned to see Grimace. Before she managed to react, a black wave rippled in Grimace's eyes. The Spider Queen's 16 black eyes shut immediately. At the same time, she let go of her claw that was clutching onto Lin Huang's leg. She had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Lin Huang removed the effect of the disguise card and recovered his own appearance. Why didn't you get me to kill her directly? Grimace asked. It's unnecessary. Lin Huang did not think that the Spider Queen was a threat to him at all since the beginning. She was just a little irritating. After getting rid of the Spider Queen, Lin Huang soon found the location where Qi Mushang had hidden the Goldfinger in his memory. The part of the memory only unsealed automatically just when he entered the ruin, 33,000 kilometers towards 1 o'clock. After confirming the coordinates, Lin Huang turned around to look at the direction of the coordinates and subsequently summoned Thunder. He waved at Grimace, and both of them hopped onto Thunder's back. Flapping its wings, Thunder flew towards the 1 o'clock direction after turning into a bolt of purple lightning. It spent less than 3 minutes flying 33,000 kilometers away. However, Lin Huang, Grimace and Thunder clearly sensed that the closer they got to their destination, the more monsters there were. In addition to that, the monsters' combat strength got higher the closer they were. Most of the monsters in this ruin seemed to be giants. As their proximity to the area where Qi Mushang's Goldfinger was, the larger the giants were. They were over 10 meters at first and grew to tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, and even tens of thousands of meters. Eventually, there were giants that looked like mountains when they arrived at their destination. All of them had virtual god level combat strength. Although they were only beginner stage virtual god level, there were hundreds of them. The gigantic monsters noticed Thunder from far away and attacked them directly when it was still in the air. Thunder flapped its wings lightly and dodged those giants' attacks easily. Although the attacks were powerful, the monsters were too dumb for Thunder. They could not even touch a single feather. Since Thunder's action had attracted so many monsters' attention, Lin Huang patted Thunder's back all of a sudden. Stop playing. Let's land. Thunder asked nothing and flew down quickly after flying around in the sky. The gigantic monsters that were attacking Thunder with all of their might frozen all of a sudden. Subsequently, they walked away one after another as if they did not see Thunder. After Thunder landed on the ground safely, Lin Huang and Grimace leapt from its back. So did the nightmare tapir with tiger stripes on his body. Lin Huang looked at the nightmare tapir after recalling Thunder and Grimace back into their card forms. Is there any news about the Goldfinger? The nightmare tapir frowned and shook its head. Although these monsters were hypnotized, I can't read their minds. Their memories seem to be locked by a shield. Lin Huang squinted slightly upon hearing that. It must be the Goldfinger doing that. So, what do we do now? The nightmare tapir asked. It must have found out that I'm here. Lin Huang peered around. Judging by the giant monsters' crazy attacks, it seems to be rejecting outsiders from approaching. If I'm not mistaken, it'll attack us later in an attempt to chase us out of this area. 3 powerful ore appeared out of nowhere just when Lin Huang was done speaking. They cornered and surrounded Lin Huang and the nightmare tapir in the middle. Chapter 12:27. Are there true gods here? The 3 powerful ore clearly had a combat strength of virtual god rank -9. They were even a rank higher than the nightmare tapir. Lin Huang was surprised to sense the 3 monsters' combat strength. Qi Mushang shouldn't have been on virtual god rank 9 when he was alive. How is it possible that a monster that's guarding his Goldfinger has a combat strength of virtual god rank -9? And there are even 3 of them. As Lin Huang was analyzing the facts, the nightmare tapir began fighting with the 3 guardians. It dragged them into his dreamland before Lin Huang could see how they looked like. Although the nightmare tapir's combat strength was only on virtual god rank -8, which was a rank lower than the 3 guardians, he had a higher grade that enabled him to overcome the difference in combat strength like a piece of cake. It only took a moment for the 3 guardians to be dragged into his dreamland without realizing it at all. Noticing that the battle had begun, Lin Huang split a tiny bit of his consciousness into the dreamland. He became an audience of the battle. He finally saw how the 3 guardians looked like after entering the dreamland. They aren't giants. The largest one among the 3 guardians was only over 10 meters tall while the smallest one was only 2 meters tall. They were completely different from the other monsters in the ruin. The smallest one looked like a feline but was made of silver metal. Each metal piece on its body had the flexibility and extensibility like muscles and bones did. They allowed the monster to twist its body like a cat and beyond. Its claws seemed to be made of steel as they shone like glaring white glows under the sun. The second largest was only 8 meters long. It was a huge white bear creature with golden armor covering its body. The armor covered its head and a majority of its body including parts of its limbs. It appeared powerful. Although it was nothing compared to the size of the giants, Lin Huang never doubted its strength. He guessed that not many virtual god-level powerhouses were powerful enough to fight with him head-on. Most of the virtual gods might not even stand a slap from it. Meanwhile, the largest guardian was a huge tree with a human face. It was approximately 15 to 16 meters tall but was nothing compared to a strand of grass in this ruin. Apart from the human face on its main branch, this tree looked no different from an ordinary tree whereby its leaves had fallen in the winter. It looked 60% to 70% like a rubber tree with its branches stretched in a distorted way. It took pride in its form although it had no leaves. The battle started almost instantly in the dreamland. The feline monster was extremely agile. Compared to the Ninetails lynx's teleportation, it was just pure high speed. Almost each of its movements reached the limit a virtual god could achieve. No matter whether it was its movement or its attack, it was done almost in the blink of an eye, as if the middle process was skipped entirely. What was more terrifying was that such a speedy physical agility came with the same speed of quickness and neutral response, giving it a scary dodging ability. Fortunately, the nightmare tapir who was in his dreamland borrowed the Ninetails lynx's ability. Its speed was no slower than the insanely quick guardian. The duo collided tens of thousands of times within a moment. The big tree with the human face soon joined the battle. Its branches looked like little snakes that were wriggling alive. They went full swing like a flood of snakes at the nightmare tapir. In midair, some of the branches were as thin as spider threads. They turned into a web in an attempt to restrict the nightmare tapir's movements. Some of them turned into arrows and shot into the sky with a whistling noise. Some turned into long whips, sweeping towards all directions. The single attack alone included a few different attack modes. It almost held nothing back. The nightmare taper was pretty calm while fighting and did not panic at all. It moved in a flash in the air again and again to dodge the opponent's restrictive techniques. It would rip the unavoidable attacks with his claws directly. The opponent's fancy attacks seemed to be child's play to him. The giant golden armored bear was the third to attack. In reality, it attacked at the same time as the two other guardians but was just slow. The giant golden armored bear's attack only struck when the nightmare taper was almost done with the first round of battle with the other two guardians. It slapped the nightmare taper from 100 meters away. A gigantic golden bear paw appeared in the air, covering an area within tens of meters in diameter, which included the nightmare taper. Its attack mode was out of Lin Huang's expectations. He initially thought the giant golden armored bear was a monster expert at close combat. Judging by its physical structure, it should be a monster expert at close combat. Perhaps it chose to perform a ranged attack from a distance away because it knows that with its speed, it's impossible to catch up with the battle rhythm. Lin Huang proceeded to watch the battle with little doubt. The nightmare taper fought the three on his own at ease in the middle of them. Although its combat strength was a rank lower than the three guardians, its grade was higher than theirs. Besides that, it was close to invincible in the dreamland. The reason being it could perform any skills that it had seen before and copy them perfectly. One could even say that fighting with the nightmare taper in its dreamland was just as difficult as fighting Lin Huang's 10 god figurines combat souls all at once. After spending some 10 minutes to familiarize itself with the three guardians, attack mode and learning many battle techniques secretly, the nightmare taper was finally going to give its all. The metal feline monster shot out from a single collision. The nightmare taper's claw attack sent it flying 100 kilometers away. The big tree with the human face's branches were torn and crushed by the nightmare taper's claws. Its body was broken instantly and it was the first to die on the spot. Meanwhile, the giant golden armored bear had its armor crushed from the nightmare taper's claws. Bleeding non-stop, it turned around and ran for its life. However, the giant golden armored bear that was fleeing and the panting metal feline monster were killed one after another in less than half a minute. Lin Huang glanced at the three monster carcasses on the ground after getting out of the dreamland. He then turned his head to look at the nightmare taper. Did you read their memory? The nightmare taper shook its head. I can't. Just like those monsters before, their memories are blocked. Lin Huang went silent like he had fallen into deep thought for a moment. He only spoke again a while later. It's actually alright. The three guardians' appearance means that the Goldfinger is close. We just need some time to look for it. Three powerhouse aura came out of thin air when Lin Huang was speaking halfway. His pupils shrunk upon sensing the strange phenomenon that came out of nowhere while he was in shock. That's True God's Aura. Chapter 1228. True Gods Rule Power. What's this? It's impossible that Qi Mushang could have made it to True God. Why are there true gods in his ruin? While Lin Huang had this doubt in his mind, he summoned the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth while having his guard up. He was a little relieved to see the Ninetails lynx that had shrunk sitting on his shoulder. He peered far away towards the source where the three aurae were coming from and soon saw three silhouettes appearing slowly. Humans. Lin Huang was shocked when he saw the trio's silhouettes. As the three people eventually became clearer, the nightmare taper was the first to attack. It activated his dreamland at full swing in the attempt to pull the three true gods in. However, its effort was like an ocean wave that swept through three rocks when facing the true gods. The nightmare taper had a slight change of expression and spoke to Lin Huang through voice transmission after recalling its dreamland quickly. I can't pull them into my dreamland. Is it because of your combat strength? Lin Huang frowned slightly. No, replied the nightmare taper while shaking its head lightly. If I'm not mistaken, they're god figurines combat souls too, but they only have battle consciousness left. God figurines, combat souls, are you sure about that? Lin Huang was in shock. Qi Mushang is already dead. How are his god figurines combat souls still working? I'm sure that they're god figurines combat souls. The nightmare taper gave a firm answer. The reason why Lin Huang was so astonished was that under normal circumstances, the death of the god figurine's owner's soul would also spell the death of the combat souls. Without a combat soul, the god figurines would regain their idle mode, which was a sculpture the size of a palm. However, the three god figurines combat souls in Qi Mushang's ruin were still functioning as normal. The gears in Lin Huang's brain were turning and he soon came up with three possibilities. The first possibility was that Qi Mushang was still alive. Therefore, his god figurines' combat souls were still functioning as normal. The second possibility was that the three god figurines' combat souls belonged to someone else, and not Qi Mushang. The third possibility was that Qi Mushang was like Lin Huang, whereby he had mastered unique visualization, allowing the combat souls to exist as individuals. Therefore, his death would not affect the god figurines' combat souls from functioning. As the silhouettes revealed themselves slowly, the three god figurines' combat souls' faces were getting clearer. They were two men and a lady. The lady's features were close to perfection. Apart from her breasts that were almost completely flat, the other parts of her body were close to flawlessness. The long, black dress she wore revealed her waspish waist and long legs. She had boyish, short hair that made her seem androgynous but also gave her an experienced vibe. Meanwhile, one of the men had a clean-shaven, fair face. He was short and looked very young and decent. Another one looked over 30 years old with tanned skin. He was skinny and tall, but his arms were muscular. As Lin Huang was analyzing where the three god figurines' combat souls came from, the battle began. The Ninetails lynx replaced the nightmare tapir in the battle as soon as the latter's attack was to no avail. In its shrunken form, the Ninetails lynx disappeared from Lin Huang's shoulder without any sign. It had transformed into a feline monster that was thirsty for blood when it appeared again in the next second. The monster that was over a meter long with leopard prints on its body arrived before the first god figurine's combat soul like a streak of lightning. It mauled with its claws without touching the opponent. Without checking the outcome, it proceeded to attack the second god figurine's combat soul. However, at the same time it attacked, the young man who was struck fought back. He pressed his palm in the air, and the air slices that the Ninetails lynx performed were crushed one after another. The Ninetails lynx's air slices that were usually invincible were dismissed like a piece of cake. Lin Huang's pupils could not help but shrink when he saw that. The nightmare tapir's expression also looked grim. Rule power, the Ninetails lynx had a slight change of expression since its attack had missed. However, it did not choose to dwell on a fight with the decent, young man. Instead, it passed him in a flash to attack the other two targets. It mauled the air a few times consecutively. Crescent-like black air slices appeared quickly and shot through the air like lightning bolts. The tanned man stretched his hand into the air again, and a transparent wall formed before him immediately. The air slices collided against the wall one after another. Circles of ripples were created before they were engulfed by the transparent wall completely, as if they were stones that had drowned in the water. The Ninetails lynx's attack was easily defeated again. The lady did not have to fight at all. The wall that the tanned man created had blocked all of the attacks. Lin Huang could not help but frown when he saw the two true god-level god figurines' combat souls perform rule power abilities consecutively. What exactly was Qi Mushang thinking? Only participants below virtual god level can come in, so why did he set up a true god level defense in the ruin? Nobody will be able to obtain the inheritance at all. Lin Huang could not understand what Qi Mushang's exact goal was. If he wanted someone to obtain his inheritance, putting three true god-level god figurines' combat souls here undoubtedly killed the possibility for everyone to get their hands on it. Even for him, there was a certain difficulty to kill the three god figurines' combat souls. Perhaps it's a technique to prevent powerhouses such as the Dragon Sovereign from stealing the inheritance. Or maybe I activated it accidentally for some reason. Lin Huang thought about it carefully. He was even suspecting whether he had accidentally activated the ruin's defense system. The destructive divine mammoth finally joined the battle as Lin Huang's thoughts were flying. Surprisingly, it did not attack any of the three true gods. Instead, it stepped forward and arrived before the transparent wall that the tanned man had just created. Lifting both of its legs after staring at the tanned man and the lady in the black dress behind the wall, its feet landed on the transparent wall. Circles of waves rippled across the transparent wall again and again as the destructive divine mammoth that had absolute strength stepped hard on it with both its legs. Compared to the Ninetails lynx's attack earlier, the destructive divine mammoth's attack this time was not engulfed by the transparent wall. Instead, there were circles of waves rippling as it inserted divine power. As the waves rippled, intense waves swept across the walls. Layers of waves could not stop overlapping under the destructive divine mammoth's control. They were getting more and more intense. At first, they looked like normal ocean waves. However, they turned into a scary tsunami within a minute. The transparent wall was crushed in less than 5 seconds after the tsunami was created as it could not take such immense tearing. The wall disintegrated into transparent pieces and faded into the air. The destructive divine mammoth looked at the tanned guy in mockery after breaking the defense wall made of rule power. At that moment, a silver glow lit up in the air all of a sudden. It was coming at the destructive divine mammoth at a high speed. Chapter 12:29, The Shackle Serpent Fights. The silver glow shone like lightning and was extremely quick. It struck the destructive divine mammoth's left eye within the blink of an eye. The destructive divine mammoth did not manage to react at all. However, the silver glow pierced through the destructive divine mammoth's body in the next second and crashed into a hill far away. Not only was the entire hill wiped out, but it also left a giant sinkhole that was over 1,000 kilometers wide. Many virtual god-level monsters were impacted by the attack. At least 20 to 30 of them were crushed into dust immediately. Meanwhile, the destructive divine mammoth's body disintegrated slowly and appeared a few meters away. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment. He subsequently peeked at the nightmare taper before him. He knew that it was the nightmare taper's doing earlier. He made the destructive divine mammoth an illusory substitute to dodge this attack. Although he could not pull the opponents into its dreamland, the nightmare taper had illusion and spiritual attack techniques. Despite not being able to use them to fight the enemies head-on, it could be used as solid support and control. The nightmare taper looked at the lady in the black dress who attacked earlier from a distance after solving the crisis for the destructive divine mammoth. A sword cultivator. Can her attack harm the destructive divine mammoth? Lin Huang asked through voice transmission while frowning. A sword cultivator's attack power together with rule power can harm us if they attack our weaker parts, the nightmare taper confirmed. After all, our combat strength has yet to reach true god level while our body only comes with a god figurine's basic defense power. As long as the intensity of their attack can hurt a true god level powerhouse, it can basically harm our flesh. The female sword cultivator's attack earlier could have killed a first-rank true god. Lin Huang just realized that the god figurine's combat soul's invincibility was just a matter of relativity. In the gravel world, they were naturally invincible since there were no true gods. The destructive divine mammoth that was almost hurt on the battlefield was completely enraged. It swung its trunk and attacked the lady in the black dress who had secretly attacked it earlier in a frenzy. Upon seeing that, the Ninetails Lynx took the initiative to block the other two god figurines. The nightmare taper also joined the battle, supporting both of them as a team. Theoretically, god figurines' combat souls that had no consciousness should only have battle instinct and not the ability to strategize battles. However, the three god figurines were in sync when they fought as if they were alive. Lin Huang was frowning deeper and deeper as the battle went on for over 10 minutes. Among the three god figurines' combat souls, the lady in the black dress had the highest attack capability. She was a sword cultivator and she must have mastered sword Dao. Her attack could even tear and crack the destructive divine mammoth's body that was supposed to be invincible in defense. Even the Ninetails Lynx was scared of being hit by her. A god figurine might bleed if they were hit. If their vital parts were hit, they might be severely injured. The tanned man's defense technique was pretty difficult to defeat too. Besides creating a defense wall with the rule power, he could even create armors and shields at the very last minute. The defense techniques coming from the rule power could basically block over 90% of the impact of the Ninetails Lynx and the rest's attack. Furthermore, the three of them were god figurines. Their defense was nothing below the Ninetails Lynx's. In fact, it was even more powerful. Meanwhile, the fair, Young was mainly an expert in the wind element law. Not only could he control wind element attacks, but he could also even play a cameo in aid to speed up his partner's attack or restrict the Ninetails Lynx and the rest's movements. The trio were the perfect team. The upper hand coming from the rule power created a great restriction to the Ninetails Lynx and the destructive divine mammoth. Over 10 minutes had passed, but the Ninetails Lynx and the rest had done almost nothing to the god figurines. Killing any one of the god figurines aside, they could not even harm the three of them at all. Lin Huang held back his urge to use a combat strength upgrade card. After a moment of reflection, he summoned his fourth god figurine's combat soul, the Shackle Serpent. Although it was only on virtual god rank 7, while its sealing ability might not be able to really seal true gods, it should make a difference. The victory of a battle between compelling powerhouses usually happened within split seconds. If the Shackle Serpent's sealing managed to create that split-second effect, it was sufficient for the Ninetails Lynx and the rest to kill their opponents. It twisted its black body that was approximately a meter long around Lin Huang's left arm. Then, It lifted the upper half of its body high. Its black pupils scanned through the three god figurines, and it soon targeted its prey. Both of you will work with the shackle serpent for the kill. You guys will attack whoever that it seals. When both of you are attacking, the nightmare taper will be responsible for stopping the other two god figurines. Lin Huang was not afraid that his voice transmission would be heard by the three god figurines. The three god figurines that took on human forms had no consciousness, so they would not react at all even if they heard what Lin Huang said. The shackle serpent had its eyes trained on the tanned man just when Lin Huang was done speaking. Its pupils turned golden. Almost at the same time, black shackles began growing on the tanned man's body at a high speed while his aura was plummeting. At the moment, the Ninetails lynx took the lead to attack. It turned into a light stream of light while its sharp claws turned into a golden glow. The claws went through the tanned man's neck like an electric arc. The destructive divine mammoth's attack came subsequently. It lifted both its legs high, and a golden giant foot soon arose in the air. The three god figurines panicked a little as the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth changed their targets out of nowhere. The lady in the black dress and the fair, young man attempted to save the tanned man, but the nightmare taper created two silhouette illusions to block their way. The golden giant feet above the tanned man's head came down just when the duo was stalled for a second. Bang! Knowing that it was an opportunity that was hard to come by, the Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth did not hold back on their attack. They released almost all of the divine power in their bodies. The tanned man's body turned into a black silhouette that shot through the sky. It looked like black lightning that crashed straight into the ground. The flat land seemed as if a nuclear bomb had been thrown into the sea. A huge chunk of the soil vanished while the land further away had circles of waves ripple like ocean waves. Intense winds that were stronger than a storm blew furiously. Meanwhile, the place where the tanned man landed had turned into a giant sinkhole that spanned over 3,000 kilometers in diameter. Almost all of the giant gods nearby were killed by the impact. Lin Huang stood where he was without being harmed at all. The credit belonged to the shackle serpent that was twisted around his wrist as it set up a sealed area, blocking all of the impact outside the seal. Is he dead? Lin Huang hovered midair while peering into the deepest part of the sinkhole from far away. However, the hole was too deep. Apart from darkness, he could see nothing. The nightmare taper nodded. His spiritual aura is gone, so he should be. It had a dramatic change of expression before it was done speaking. Its tone became gloomy now. The aura that vanished earlier seemed to have transformed into another aura. It seems even more powerful than before. Chapter 1230. The conversation with Qi Mushang. Soon after the nightmare taper spoke, Lin Huang also sensed the tanned man's aura. Indeed, it was completely different from before. He looked at the sinkhole beneath cautiously, unable to figure out what Qi Mushang had in mind. The tanned man's aura soon stabilized in the sinkhole. Meanwhile, the lady in the black dress and the fair, young man, who were fighting not far away, retreated from the battle all of a sudden. They ceased fighting. The Ninetails lynx and the destructive divine mammoth wanted to go on, but Lin Huang got them to stop. They retreated back to him and stopped dwelling on the battle. The lady in the black dress and the fair, young man stood where they were quietly and froze entirely. They did not look like they were alive any longer. Instead, they were more like two puppets that had lost their marionettist. Meanwhile, an aura rose from deep in the sinkhole. Approximately 2 to 3 seconds later, the tanned man's silhouette shot up into the sky. He only stopped when he arrived at the same height as Lin Huang and hovered less than 100 meters away from Lin Huang. Around Lin Huang's arm, the shackle serpent's eyes soon experienced a change of color again. However, this time, the tanned man extended his arm to block shackle serpent's seal directly. Don't worry, you've passed my test. My god figurines won't fight any longer. Lin Huang stopped his god figurine's combat soul from fighting and asked in a testing manner, Qi Mushang. You know my name. It seems like you've obtained the inheritance I left behind in the grave world. The tanned man then observed Lin Huang closely. I can sense the inheritance in you. He only spoke again after observing Lin Huang. To be exact, I'm not Qi Mushang. I'm just a sliver of consciousness that he left behind. I'm not even considered a soul remnant. My current condition is just a soul remnant living in a god figurine. Young man, how do I address you? Qi Mushang asked after giving a simple explanation about his identity. Lin Huang. Lin Huang asked again before waiting for Qi Mushang to speak again, how can you prove that you're Qi Mushang? Prove? The tanned man was stunned to hear the challenge and laughed subsequently. The inheritance I left behind in the gravel world was incomplete. Even some of the information is fake. Now, I can give you my complete inherited memory. That should prove that I'm Qi Mushang, am I right? Said the tanned man as he pointed his finger from where he was. A golden glow formed at his fingertip and hovered slowly, then it stopped before Lin Huang. Lin Huang extended his hand to grab the golden glow the size of a thumb. The golden glow penetrated his palm slowly and disappeared. The second the golden glow penetrated his body, a steady stream of information was added to Lin Huang's head. Even some of the information coming from Qi Mushang was drowned in the new information that came in. Lin Huang digested the information with his eyes closed slightly for 2 to 3 minutes. He finally finished reading the inheritance roughly by then. He stared at the tanned man in shock after opening his eyes. Your combat strength is only Imperial level. Is that surprising to you? Aren't you on Imperial level as well? The tanned man seemed to act like everything made sense. Lin Huang was speechless at that moment. He had always thought that Qi Mushang's real combat strength was virtual god level. Never had he thought he would have the same combat strength as him, which was merely Imperial level. I thought your first question would be what's a traveler or what's a Goldfinger. The tanned man looked at Lin Huang and smiled. Never had I thought that you'd be more honest than I imagined. Lin Huang did not respond to that. Neither did he deny that he was a traveler, nor did he admit that he was one. The reason he did not pretend to not know what a traveler was that he guessed there was a certain possibility that the person already sensed the existence of a Goldfinger in his body. Just like how he roughly sensed Qi Mushang's Goldfinger. Since you had an ability close to true god, why didn't you disguise your combat strength as virtual god level in the gravel world? Why did you disguise as a demigod level instead? Lin Huang changed the topic after falling into silence for a moment. Fortunately, Qi Mushang did not plan to dwell on the previous topic. While there were a handful of virtual gods in the era that we were in, there were many demigods. Disguising as a virtual god would be too attention-seeking. There were many demigods, so nobody would pay attention to us. Is your main body still alive? Lin Huang proceeded to ask the third question. The tanned man's expression finally became slightly serious upon hearing that. I'm not too sure. I guess he's dead, but I'm not ruling out the possibility that he's surviving by using some unique methods. It's also possible that he has been reincarnated. I don't know the exact situation. What exactly happened to your main body? Theoretically, with your talent, your potential and the help from your Goldfinger, it was only a matter of time for you to elevate to a lord. Why did you die all of a sudden? Lin Huang was very curious about that. The inherited memory Qi Mushang had provided him with had no related memory. The tanned man only spoke slowly after a moment of silence. My main body explored an ancient ruin when he was in the gravel world. He accidentally found a clue left behind by a traveler. He was elated to find that clue because he thought someone of his own kind was there. Never had he thought the clue was the beginning of an unfortunate series of events. He spent over a year and finally found another related clue in another ruin. He used the clues as his target and headed to the great world. He never thought those so-called clues would lead him into a trap. It was a deadly trap set up by the raiders. Lin Huang could not help but frown when he heard that. It was not his first time hearing about the term, raider. Yongling had mentioned raiders too. According to his description, raiders were a bunch of dangerous travelers who hunted other travelers exclusively to take their Goldfingers. Yongling's Goldfinger was taken away the bunch of people, causing him to resort to a low life for hundreds of years. In reality, travelers don't only come from the planet where my main body came from. Many of them came from other planets and civilizations, even from different times and universes. Therefore, not all travelers are nice to their own kind. The raiders are a group of people who have ill intentions towards other travelers. They hunt travelers exclusively and rely on the other travelers' Goldfingers to strengthen their own Goldfingers. In order to reach their goal, they use evil techniques. My main body encountered this bunch of people in the great world following the clues left behind in the ruins. They appeared very friendly on the surface, but they actually faked it. Fortunately, my main body realized how unusual it was and found the opportunity to escape to where this bunch of raiders was gathered. However, he was chased because of that. He was severely injured and almost died. He only escaped from them when he returned to this virtual zone. However, he was too badly injured at that time and was worried that he could not hold on until he returned to the gravel world. All he could do while he had the ability to was to set up this ruin and leave me behind, which is but a sliver of consciousness. I've no idea what happened after that. When exactly did all these incidents that you told me happened? Lin Huang asked immediately. Do you know the exact year it happened? Year 5536. The date the remnant of the consciousness revealed was the old era calendar. The virtual eye opened in year 5538, which was 2 years after Qi Mushang set up this ruin. In other words, Qi Mushang had no Goldfinger during the war over 800 years ago because he left it in this ruin. Furthermore, there's a great possibility that his body had yet to recover. He might have even been dying back then. Therefore, the rumor that Qi Mushang had died in the war might be true. Chapter 1231, Eternity Fire. Qi Mushang managed to kill virtual gods with his imperial-level combat strength without his Goldfinger. He's really a genius, Lin Huang exclaimed secretly. He admired Qi Mushang, his senior. The information about my main body should be included in most of the inherited memories that I shared with you earlier. Ask whatever questions that you might have. Don't ask trivial questions. A remnant of consciousness like me can't hold on for long. Qi Mushang's remnant of consciousness that was conversing with Lin Huang for a while could not help but urge him. All right then, Lin Huang nodded and asked in all seriousness after a moment of reflection, according to your description, Qi Mushang went to the virtual zone from the gravel world to get to the great world. He also returned to the virtual zone after that and went back to the gravel world. I want to know how he managed to do that. He has a God Rule relic for teleportation. The God relic records the gravel world and virtual zone coordinates. He depended mainly on that God relic to escape from the great world alive. He must have depended on that God relic to return to the gravel world as well. In other words, that God Rule relic should have been left behind in the gravel world up till now. Lin Huang asked the tanned man again after mumbling to himself, do you know where he's hiding this God Rule relic now? I've no idea. The tanned man shook his head while smiling. I've no idea what happened after my main body set up this ruin. However, theoretically, there should be related records in the inherited memories my main body left behind for you. He's already given you the inheritance, so there's no reason for him to keep the God Rule relic. His inherited memories have been sealed by categories. It was unsealed automatically after I elevated to Imperial level. However, there was too much information after it was unsealed, so I didn't look at it thoroughly. I only saw the part on cultivation. Lin Huang did not rush into checking whether Qi Mushang left behind the coordinates. He knew that it would be useless for him even if he found it now. The reason being, he could not return to the gravel world within a short period of time. Furthermore, without that God Rule relic, it would mean that he would not be able to leave the virtual zone with the same method. Lin Huang asked again after thinking to himself for a moment, apart from that God Rule relic, do you know if there's any other way to leave this virtual zone? I could return to the gravel world or head over to the great world, whatever works. I've no idea about that either. The memory that my main body has left behind for me only has one method, which is the God Rule relic, answered the tanned man, shaking his head. Lin Huang sighed helplessly after hearing that answer. It seems like I must get help from the Butterfly Sovereign. Apart from getting Qi Mushang's Goldfinger, he actually wanted to learn how to leave the virtual zone. That was the other reason why he entered Qi Mushang's ruin. However, it seemed like his plan came to a dead end completely. Are there any other questions that you have? I think I only have 3 minutes left, the tanned man urged again, ask any questions that you have now. My main body has something to tell you. Lin Huang thought about it and asked the question that he had been wanting to ask, why did Qi Mushang make this ruin trial so difficult? I think nobody else apart from me can defeat the 3 true God-level God figurines at the very end. Basically, nobody can possibly pass a trial of such difficulty, am I right? There are 2 reasons. Firstly, as a remnant of consciousness, I can only be activated once. I'll fade automatically as soon as I'm done with my mission. I won't be welcoming the second participant. The reason why the trial benchmark is set so high is that he wanted to choose only the qualifiers to receive his inheritance. Secondly, my main body has a high benchmark for the participant's ability because he hopes that the person can avenge him in the future. Therefore, he doesn't expect the participant to have abilities that surpass his, but it has to be, at least, close to his. Otherwise, avenging him would be a suicide mission. In reality, he didn't set up the final guardians to defeat the participant. The participant will pass as long as he survives for an hour. Meanwhile, you killed one of the guardians directly, causing the assessment to end ahead of time. I see. Lin Huang could roughly understand why Qi Mushang set the standards so high. He proceeded to ask another question that he was interested in after putting aside the matter of avenging Qi Mushang. I've got another question. It's about the 3 god figurines' combat souls. I want to know who was controlling the 3 god figurines' combat souls since Qi Mushang isn't around. Was it you? Of course, it wasn't me. The remnant of consciousness in the tanned man declined directly. Do you think I could provide the 3 of them divine power with my current condition? Who was it then? The Goldfinger, of course. It also provides the power in the god figurines' bodies. The remnant of consciousness did not hide anything. Since Lin Huang had inherited Qi Mushang's inheritance, the Goldfinger would belong to him sooner or later. Lin Huang narrowed his eyes lightly. A daring idea soon developed in his mind. How many god figurines can that Goldfinger control at the most? Its power is almost endless. Theoretically, it should be able to control countless god figurines, answered the tanned man to Lin Huang's shock. Lin Huang's eyes lit up when he heard that. He had already collected tens of extra god figurines. He was annoyed that the number of god figurines his body could contain was full, so he would not be able to use any more. Never had he thought he would find the solution here. At that moment, he was already thinking of building his god figurines army in his head. Seeing that Lin Huang was silent for a while, the tanned man could not help but speak again. If you've got no more questions, I shall tell you the conditions. Lin Huang was stunned for a moment and nodded immediately. My main body only has 2 conditions. Firstly, you can't refine his Goldfinger. You can use it, but not refine it to upgrade your own Goldfinger. If you think the function of the Goldfinger doesn't fit you and you don't want to use it, please terminate the contract and let it go. Secondly, avenge my main body. 3 people attacked my main body and caused him to almost die in the great world. The leader is a raider called Shentu Zetian. He was already a high-ranked true god in year 5536, but I've no idea what his exact rank is. Meanwhile, the other 2 were called Wang Zi and Huang Yu. The duo were on medium-ranked true god level back then. The 3 of them were raiders with Goldfingers. Shentu Zetian's Goldfinger seems to come with the effects of disguising and deceiving. The other 2's Goldfingers' effects are unknown. However, it's confirmed that the 3 of them have techniques to sense others' Goldfingers from a distance away. However, we don't know if such techniques came from one of the Goldfingers. I can agree to the first condition. Indeed, Lin Huang was going to refine Qi Mushang's Goldfinger. However, now that he found out that Qi Mushang's Goldfinger could control god figurines, he changed his mind. As for the second condition, the traveler was already a high-ranked true god over 800 years ago who also possessed a Goldfinger. He might have already broken through to heavenly god level. Although the other 2 were only on medium-ranked true god level back then, they might have already broken through to heavenly god level. I'm speculating that I can only complete this mission when I'm at least a high-ranked true god or a heavenly god. There's no rush in that. My main body doesn't want you to go on a suicide mission anyway. Naturally, he only wants you to do that when you have the confidence. The remnant of consciousness's voice faded when it was still speaking. I don't have any time left. I hope that you can keep your promises. I will. Lin Huang nodded lightly. Just when Lin Huang said that, the tanned man stood where he was without moving. Just like the 2 other god figurines far away, he seemed to have become a puppet that had lost its marionette. A sphere of golden glow came from underground slowly at the moment. The golden sphere that was like a sun looked like the size of a fist, but it had terrifying energy like a star. The golden sphere rotated around Lin Huang and disappeared after penetrating his chest. Lin Huang closed his eyes to feel the new Goldfinger. He raised his brow lightly when he opened his eyes slowly a moment later. Did Qi Mushang give you the name Eternity Fire? Chapter 1232. There should be many good stuff in this ruin, am I right? The Goldfinger, the Eternity Fire's main function was to provide endless energy. It could include almost all sorts of energy. It also had the ability to absorb and assimilate most of the energies coming from outside. Not only could it simulate life power, but it could even create polymeric substances such as life seeds, tinder and energy. That was the reason Qi Mushang's combat strength managed to be boosted so fast and allowed him to master a suite of abilities at such a young age. This Goldfinger is even more ridiculous than I imagined. It transformed Qi Mushang's body into a pure energy body that was similar to a virtual god when the Goldfinger was only a baby. It even gave Qi Mushang the ability to create a suite of life seeds and tinders, enabling him to obtain thousands of monster skills. No wonder his telekinetic power is close to invincibility. He killed hundreds of types of telekinetic monsters, engulfing and assimilating their life seeds as well as tinders, then integrated them into his own body. Lin Huang was a little envious after scanning through the Eternity Fire's memory of Qi Mushang roughly. He thought he had obtained many monster skills, but it seemed like he was far behind compared to Qi Mushang. When he was on immortal level, the limit of monster skills his skill tree could contain was 30. Now that he was on imperial level, it was only upgraded to 50 skills excluding derivative skills. Meanwhile, Qi Mushang might have over 100 skills before he became transcendent. He might have already had thousands of skills when he was on imperial level. Lin Huang would be lying if he said he was not envious. Qi Mushang didn't make it to virtual god level with such a Goldfinger. Lin Huang mumbled softly. The Eternity Fire spoke through voice transmission all of a sudden when he was going to look at more memory about Qi Mushang. It was I who stopped him from elevating. The voice was thick and loud as it interrupted what Lin Huang was going to do. Why? Lin Huang asked immediately. His cultivation system is different from the usual system because of me. In reality, there was no life palace consolidated in his body when he got to imperial level, but there was an energy crystal that's similar to a godhead. Therefore, his imperial level can also be considered virtual god level. If he wants to get to virtual god level, he'd have to demote the energy crystal and consolidate a godhead all over again. However, it's unnecessary to do that. The reason being the energy crystal in his body was made of divine power. Its energy density and thickness is no less than a virtual god-level godhead. Even if he were to consolidate it all over again, it would only be 20% to 30% more powerful than before, whereby there wouldn't be any changes in its nature. Therefore, the conclusion we had from the discussion was to simulate virtual god level, whereby we divided imperial level into 9 steps. We gave the energy crystal 9 transformations just like a godhead. After the 9 transformations were completed, he would skip virtual god level entirely and reach true god after his divine fire had been ignited. However, he would need some time to digest each energy crystal transformation when he did that. He could only go on to the second transformation when he had completely adapted to the transformed energy to avoid his energy from going haywire. This delayed his time being on imperial level. When he was setting up this ruin, his energy crystal had only undergone 8 transformations. The Eternity Fire's explanation made Lin Huang recall his own cultivation system. He wondered if he could skip virtual god level directly too. I'll spend some time to discuss with the stone tablet. If I can skip virtual god level, it'll undoubtedly save me a lot of time. After putting his personal matter aside, Lin Huang proceeded to ask a few questions that he was eager to know. Since the Eternity Fire started the conversation, he did not bother to look through Qi Mushang's memories. Is this ruin Qi Mushang's god territory? Yes. How did he consolidate god territory when he was only on imperial level? Lin Huang asked curiously. He got it from a virtual god level monster, the Eternity Fire explained. The nature of god territory was actually the reflection and interference of divine power on the material world. Naturally, there's a reflection of will on the soul level in between. No matter what, the nature of it would be the reaction of the energy. As long as there's a reaction from the energy, I can assimilate, engulf and convert it. It's just that the assimilation speed will be slower if it's something complicated. Lin Huang finally understood that Qi Mushang did not consolidate this god territory at all. It was the Goldfinger who had created it. When Qi Mushang was building this ruin, he got me to take out a portion of his god territory. It was approximately a third of his god territory. Meanwhile, he kept the remaining portion of it. I think he must have been dead. Otherwise, it's impossible for him not to come back for me throughout the over 800 years and put away this portion of god territory. The Eternity Fire was clearly depressed when it spoke about this. Over 800 years ago, to be exact, it was the 3rd year when Qi Mushang returned to the gravel world that I came from. There was an invasion in the gravel world. According to the historical records, Qi Mushang participated in the war as one of the main powers and died on the battlefield. Lin Huang provided a simple explanation of what happened in the gravel world. But that doesn't prove anything. There weren't any true gods who participated in the war back then, so he might have faked his death. Or maybe he went missing and was recorded dead. He might have gotten the officials to record that on purpose so that he could get out of the public eye. The Eternity Fire only expressed again after falling into silence for a long time, no matter whether he's alive or dead, I hope that you can find the trails that he left behind when you return to the gravel world. Lin Huang nodded to agree to that without hesitation. No problem. If everything goes as planned, I'll return to the gravel world within a year. The reason why he could promise that so quickly was mainly that he wanted to look for Qi Mushang's teleportation God Rule relic. Naturally, he respected Qi Mushang as a senior traveler on the other hand. If Qi Mushang really was dead, he hoped to bury him properly instead of having his body exposed in the wild. Qi Mushang fought the intruders bravely despite missing his Goldfinger while being severely injured just to protect the gravel world. This alone made Lin Huang admire him. However, Lin Huang recalled something all of a sudden as they talked about the ruin. He then asked the Eternity Fire, "Do you know about the matter whereby this ruin has been sealed by the outside world? There's a second-rank true god level dragonkin who sealed this ruin with the ice law. I know that. He kept wanting to come in, but I stopped him." The answer the Eternity Fire gave him went beyond his expectations. "I'm the core of this ruin. 3 breaths are all it takes for me to break away from his seal. The reason why I ignored it is that I'm afraid that Qi Mushang won't be able to find me when he comes back. Do you plan to take this ruin away?" The Eternity Fire asked. "There's no rush. I'll bring this ruin with me when I'm done with my preparation to leave the virtual zone. The Dragon Sovereign might be triggered if I move the ruin beforehand, and it might be a disadvantage towards my plan to leave." Lin Huang did not wish to have any troubles during such a critical time. If he moved the ruin now, the Dragon Sovereign's first reaction would probably be to seal the entire virtual zone when he found out and prohibit anyone from exiting. As long as he paid his price, the Butterfly Sovereign would give him face and might deny all exit requests within a short period of time. Although Lin Huang could not bring the ruin away now, the exploration period of the ruin was a total of 7 days. He could look for loot in this ruin since he had nothing to do for a couple of days. Lin Huang could not help but smirk. "Oh yeah, old fire, there should be tons of good stuff in this ruin, am I right? Please show me around." Chapter 1233, You Bastard. As the Eternity Fire pulled divine power out of the 3 god figurines, the trio soon turned into 3 sculptures size of a palm. Lin Huang waved and put away all 3 of the god figurines into his storage space. Later on, he put away the few god figurines' combat souls including the Ninetails Lynx, leaving only the Nightmare Taper with him. "Is there any other god figurine?" Lin Huang asked the Eternity Fire in his body through voice transmission. "No, Qi Mushang only left 3 behind." The Eternity Fire explained further, "Apart from this ruin that was set up preliminarily, he didn't leave many things behind. Apart from the 3 god figurines, the valuables in this ruin are basically influenced by me, whereby they were bred automatically throughout over 800 years." Lin Huang recalled the gigantic plants when he just entered as he listened to this part. They must have been affected by the Eternity Fire and were mutated into giants. Since ordinary plants can be mutated like that, theoretically, monsters and items with life power must have gone through an even more significant change. Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he thought about that. The Eternity Fire proceeded to speak. "There are a few spiritual volcanoes in the southern part of the ruin. They've elevated into divine power volcanoes now. There are a few molten divine crystals mines at the bottom of the volcanoes, and they're considered the richest mines. There's a god item that came out of the biggest volcano. It's a molten lotus that has mastered the molten law preliminarily. At the far northern part of the ruin is a frozen ocean. There's an ice crystal mine deep in the ocean which is also a god-level mine. However, there's an ice dragon guarding the place and it's also on true god level. To the east side of the ruin is the Eastern Ocean. There's an isolated island in the middle of the sea with a Buddhist tower on it. It was initially a torn god item, but it absorbed my energy throughout the centuries. Not only was it repaired on its own, but it has even evolved into a god rule item. It suppresses the monsters in the entire Eastern Ocean, and even become the totem that all of the monsters in the Eastern Ocean worship. There's a desert on the west side of the ruin. It used to be the place Qi Mushang piled his monster carcasses up. I don't know if it's because of me or this ruin's nature, but the monster carcasses and skeletons review one after another throughout these over 800 years. They're even more powerful now than before they died. The most powerful one would be the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. It's already a true god now. Monsters of all sorts in the middle of the ruin and the areas around it have undergone a boost in their size. Those monsters that were regular-sized became giants without knowing why. Some of them even become supreme giants. Even a minority of them got rid of their bodies directly and become pure energy. Some of the broken god relics and god relics that are scattered everywhere have gone through all sorts of changes. Lin Huang knew he would be busy for the next few days after hearing the Eternity Fire's introduction about this ruin. Will it negatively affect the ruin if I hunt god-level monsters? Lin Huang decided to ask before moving. It won't affect much. Their energy will belong to me when they're dead. If the beasts' souls are taken, only a drop of life form will remain in the ruin. However, there aren't many god-level monsters anyway. Even if you killed all of them, it would be less than 1/10,000th of a drop. The number will be remedied soon as long as the monsters in the ruin breed as usual. However, it takes time to breed god-level monsters all over again. I'll only hunt for god-level monsters. I won't touch the rest. Lin Huang nodded after he listened and gave his promise. He then turned his head to look at the nightmare taper after he spoke, see if there are any god-level monsters around. The nightmare taper spread his god territory up to a range of 10,000 kilometers around them. It forced a smile a moment later. Almost all of them were killed by the impact of the battle earlier. Lin Huang raised his brow when he heard the update. He paid all attention to using his ocular skill to record the true god-level battle earlier. He did not notice that the spiritual energy filled his body at all. As he looked into his body, he found out that the clouds of colorful spiritual energy had been filtered into a milky liquid by divine fire. They had accumulated into a river. Lin Huang thought about it for a moment and filled the nightmare taper's body with the spiritual energy that had accumulated into a river directly. As spiritual energy filled its body, the nightmare taper's aura began growing continuously. It was getting close to achieving virtual god rank -9. However, its combat strength did not break through eventually after all the spiritual energy was transferred. How far away are you? Lin Huang could not help but ask. I still lack 5 to 6 virtual god rank 9 monsters, the nightmare taper answered after checking its condition. Then, let's go to the south first. The mines over there are relatively easy to obtain. We'll kill the virtual god level monsters along the way. Lin Huang soon made up his mind. Naturally, the Eternity Fire and the Nightmare Taper had no objection to that. Lin Huang summoned thunder and flew all the way to the south of the ruin. The Spider Queen at the entrance of the ruin woke up from her deep slumber. Her 16 eyes opened one after another while her 12 long legs propped her body up slowly. However, she still felt drowsy. Her sleepiness had yet to fade completely. The sky is dark. What happened earlier? Night slowly fell in the ruin. The sky had yet to go into complete darkness at the moment, but it was enough for the Spider Queen to estimate that it had been hours since her last memory. We came into the ruin at 9 a.m. Judging by the sky, it's at least 6 p.m., or even past 7 p.m. In other words, I've been sleeping at the entrance for close to 10 hours, the Spider Queen recalled what exactly happened carefully. I remember coming in with Wu Fei and we waited until everyone left. I felt a sense of sleepiness envelop me all of a sudden. The Spider Queen spread her territory skill out immediately to see if Lin Huang was around. Naturally, he was not within hundreds of kilometers of her range. As her sleepiness faded, she started to think clearly. The Spider Queen seemed to realize what happened. Her 16 eyes glared cruelly while she released a raging shriek far away. Wu Fei, you bastard! How dare you get rid of me? As the Spider Queen was waking up, all sorts of monsters that participated in the trial in the ruin had undergone through close to 10 hours of hunting. Some of them even began to familiarize themselves with the environment in the ruin slowly. They had learned to stay away from dangerous zones as they looked for targets that suited themselves. Some even reaped rewarding results, but some were struggling to stay alive. However, nobody could compare to Lin Huang when it came to rewards. At the moment, he was done digging 3 molten divine crystal mines and only had one last mine that he had yet to dig. Lin Huang gazed at the biggest divine power volcano far away in the nightlight. I wonder how's the molten lotus's ability like. I can test it first. If it's too much trouble, I can only give up on the mine temporarily. After all, I only have 6 days left in here. Chapter 1234. Molten Lotus. The Eternity Fire called the biggest divine power volcano in the ruin the No. 1 volcano. The volcano was over 9,800 meters tall. The bottom stretched 180 kilometers horizontally and spanned 120 kilometers vertically. The entire volcano had over 10 craters, but the biggest one was as wide as 40 kilometers. Thunder flew above the volcano in circles. Even though Lin Huang was only watching the scene below while standing on Thunder's back, he took in the volcano's majesty and beauty. He also sensed the wave of energy coming from the divine power lava at the bottom of the crater from far away. Watching the flowing golden lava at the bottom of the crater, Lin Huang did not doubt that any cultivators who had not mastered divine power would definitely die if they entered it. However, that was not what Lin Huang was concerned about. No matter whether it came to himself, the summoning beasts he had in store, or his god figurines' combat souls, all of them had mastered divine power successfully. Furthermore, he had obtained the molten divine crystals in the 3 divine power volcanoes. He stared at the bloody lotus located in the middle of the divine power lava lake from far away. The color of the lotus was extremely vibrant. It was so red that it looked like it was bleeding. The flower had completely blossomed, and there were layers of petals. The stamens and pistils in the middle were of golden whiskers. It seemed like it would take a long time for its lotus seeds to grow. There was a faint bloody mist lingering within the striking petals, giving the entire lotus an extra striking vibe. The 3 lotus leaves around it were not an ordinary green but an eerie maroon. They were also covered in a layer of bloody mist. Although it seemed like a plant, in reality, this molten lotus was not a plant or a plant-type monster. Instead, it was a god item. To be exact, it was a fire attribute spirit that came out of the divine power lava. From the divine power lava, it evolved into a god rule item due to the influence of the eternity fire. As Lin Huang was observing the god rule item from far away, the molten lotus noticed him too. One of its purplish-red leaves vibrated lightly while a sea of divine power lava in the volcano shot up into the sky. The gigantic volcano erupted immediately without any warning. The golden lava seemed to defy gravity at the moment. It rocketed up into the sky like an upside-down waterfall. It drowned the space where thunder was earlier almost in the blink of an eye. However, a purple glow ignited within the explosive golden sparks. Thunder escaped almost the second it was drowned by the golden lava. Lin Huang stood on Thunder's back while looking in the direction of the crater from far away. Thunder took him tens of kilometers away from the volcano in that split second earlier. Does a god item have territorial consciousness too? Lin Huang raised his brow. He did not expect a god item to take the initiative to attack him. It attacked not because it has territorial consciousness but because it wants to obtain spiritual energy. Since it has evolved into a god rule item, it obtained a simple consciousness whereby it can sense the spiritual energy in the life forms around it. Its instinct is to kill those living forms to take their spiritual energy to fill its own consciousness for it to become whole. Furthermore, the portion of memory it obtained from the spiritual energy would then become its learning archive. The Eternity Fire gave a detailed explanation. It's that powerful. It was Lin Huang's first time hearing that god items were like life forms whereby they could learn. Do you want to wipe its consciousness out? The nightmare taper next to Lin Huang lifted his head to look at him. Its consciousness is very weak, so it's easy to wipe it out. It's rare that such a god item would have consciousness growing in it. It'll become more powerful if we retain its complete consciousness, suggested the Eternity Fire. Lin Huang only made up his mind after falling into silence for a moment. Retain its consciousness since it can be useful in the future. Wiping its consciousness would mean killing the growth potential of the god rule item. Meanwhile, Lin Huang had already planned out on whom the god rule item would be used in the future. He did not hope that charcoal would get a god item with 0 growth potential in the future. The effect of this lotus combined with charcoal's dragon flames should be great. The nightmare taper that had gotten the order had no objections. Its pupils turned black immediately. In the next second, the divine power lava that shot into the sky stopped moving all of a sudden. Subsequently, it seemed to lose its strength and fell. The inverted golden river that was shooting into the sky rained down like a golden waterfall at that moment. A portion of the divine power lava returned to the crater. However, a part of it turned into a storm, attacking the areas around. Everywhere it reached was charred black. After a long time, the golden waterfall returned to the volcano completely. Everything within the range of hundreds of kilometers regained its peace. If not for the golden lava that was still flowing in all directions on the ground, nobody might have noticed that the volcano had erupted earlier. Meanwhile, the molten lotus at the bottom of the crater seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep at the moment. Lin Huang mumbled softly in surprise after sensing the molten lotus's aura that had obviously weakened from far away. You can even pull a god item into your dreamland. As long as it has a consciousness, said the nightmare taper before adding, of course, under the premise that it's within my controlling range. I can't do it if its spiritual intensity is much more powerful than mine. Seeing that the nightmare taper had the extra strength to answer his question, Lin Huang knew that the molten lotus's spiritual intensity should not be that powerful. He could not help but look into the nightmare taper's dreamland to look at the duo's battle. In the dreamland, there were loud thuds coming from the inside of volcano number 1 accompanied by wailing. Lin Huang got the nightmare taper to help him hide while he looked beneath the crater as he stood there. Throughout the battle, the nightmare taper struck the molten lotus hard. The beautiful and eerie bloody flower was destroyed at the moment as if a tornado had decimated it. Only a few torn petals were all that remained. The perfect flower was going bald from the nightmare taper's mauling. Meanwhile, the nightmare taper ripped the few leaves around it into pieces. Not long after Lin Huang began watching the battle, the molten lotus finally could not take it any longer. Under the nightmare taper's harsh assault, its spirit was close to being destroyed. It was left with its last will wanting to survive. In the end, it chose to surrender. It knew that its consciousness might be completely wiped out if it proceeded to be stubborn. The nightmare taper finally stopped attacking upon noticing that it had already achieved what he wanted. It walked slowly to the lotus and extended a front claw, then patted the molten lotus's torn petal. Then, it turned around and left the dreamland. The molten lotus was stunned when it returned to reality. It could not help but shiver for a second when it saw the nightmare taper at the crater. I need you to give us access to volcano number 1 for a moment. The nightmare taper did not even reveal the reason. The lotus hovered and landed next to the nightmare taper, which peeked at it without saying anything. Lin Huang patted Thunder, signaling it to head over upon seeing that the molten lotus had retreated from the volcano. He then summoned Bai and the rest of his summoning beasts to start a new round of digging as he landed at the crater. Chapter 1235. Ding dong, ding dong. At volcano number 1 to the south of the ruin, Bai and the rest were busy digging the molten divine crystals mine. Meanwhile, Lin Huang rode on Thunder's back while rushing towards the eastern ocean to the east of the ruin. According to what the Eternity Fire said, there was an isolated island in the eastern ocean. On it was a Buddhist tower that had evolved into a god rule item. The tower controlled the monsters in the entire eastern ocean. Apart from conquering the tower, the objective of Lin Huang's journey there was to use the tower to attract the virtual god-level monsters in the eastern ocean to take their spiritual energy so that the nightmare taper could break through its combat strength. There are approximately 600 virtual god-level monsters in the eastern ocean, while close to 500 of them are only low-level virtual gods. Meanwhile, among the remaining 100 of them, most of them are mid-level while only 4 of them are high-level. The Eternity Fire described the situation in the eastern ocean along the way as Lin Huang requested. Only 4 are on high level out of the 600 virtual god-level monsters. I wonder if the accumulated spiritual energy will be enough for the nightmare taper to elevate his combat strength. Lin Huang had finally arrived at the eastern ocean past 6 a.m. on the next day as Thunder flew at its full speed. Apart from the nightmare taper, the molten lotus that he had just conquered earlier came along. The main reason why he brought the molten lotus along was that he did not want it to interfere with Bai and the rest's mining at the bottom of the volcano. The Buddhist island was situated in the middle of the eastern ocean. It was a small isolated island. After arriving at the eastern ocean, Thunder spent approximately an hour to finally get to where the isolated island was. However, Lin Huang was puzzled when he saw the island beneath from far away. Isn't it supposed to be an isolated island? Why are there other islands around it? Those around it aren't islands. They are some sea kings guarding the island, the Eternity Fire explained. I've no idea why. They were only some ordinary sea monsters, but they kept growing after they were put into this ruin. Some of them evolved into sea kings directly. I've no idea where they learned the technique to hide their aura and pretend to be islands. Lin Huang was thinking hard to himself. He just found out that the monsters hid their aura. It was no wonder he did not sense any life forms within the range of his territory. Meanwhile, the nightmare taper had activated its dreamland, into which it dragged the island where the Buddhist tower was as well as the visible islands around it. Seeing that the nightmare taper had gotten into battle mode, Lin Huang became a member of its audience immediately. In the dreamland, over 10 sea kings which were even bigger than the Buddhist island seemed to have woken up from their dream. They emerged out of the surface of the ocean one after another and attacked the nightmare tapir that hovered in the air. Among the Sea Kings, the one with the lowest combat strength was on Virtual God rank -5. All of the 4 high-level Virtual Gods that the Eternity Fire mentioned were there. 2 of them were Virtual God rank 7 while one was on Virtual God rank 8, and another was on Virtual God rank -9. The 14 Sea Kings went into a frenzy while their eyes turned bloodshot. Seeing that, Lin Huang frowned slightly while gazing out at the Buddhist tower on the isolated island. The Buddhist tower looked no different than an ordinary tower. It had a total of 9 floors, but it was not even 100 meters tall. Looking at it from a distance, the tower was black like an ancient building that was dated and worn away by years. However, Lin Huang faintly sensed from a distance away that the tower was releasing a strange aura. It was a little similar to the holy power of a god's blood monster, yet it was different. Compared to holy power, this aura was even more powerful and deterring. It even came with a strange, irresistible feeling. He understood at the moment why these sea monsters would worship it as a totem. If he was not a gust of consciousness that came in with the nightmare tapir's ability and was being protected by the dreamland, he would be deterred and controlled immediately if he was there in his own body and flesh. It seems to have mastered a deterrence rule power, Lin Huang thought to himself carefully. He was thinking who would be more suitable for using this god item after he conquered it. On the other side, the nightmare tapir had killed the 14 god-level Sea Kings within an extremely short period of time. It destroyed each of them almost with only one slap. One must know that although its combat strength was only Virtual God rank 8, its grade was much higher than those Sea Kings. Furthermore, in its dreamland, not only did it possess the destructive divine mammoth's strength, but it also possessed the Ninetails Lynx's air-slicing ability. Naturally, killing a Virtual God rank 9 Sea King that was only a rank higher was a piece of cake. The vital signs of the 14 Sea Kings that were killed in the dreamland were fading quickly in reality. They turned into 14 gigantic floating carcasses on the sea like 14 massive islands. Judging by the instant death of its 14 guardians, the Buddhist tower soon realized that the fella, who only had a combat strength of Virtual God rank -8, was not an easy one to fight. Its body that was initially black was turning gold at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. It was shining in a gentle golden glow every millimeter from the tip of the tower to its base. Under the shining golden glow, Lin Huang, who was only a gush of consciousness, could feel the warmth on his body as if he was sunbathing in the winter. He felt like doing nothing than indulging in the warmth. Roar! A deafening noise came all of a sudden, waking Lin Huang up from the strange phenomenon earlier. He did not look well. He could not believe that he was affected even though he was protected in the dreamland. He slowly shifted his focus onto the nightmare tapir, which did not seem to be affected at all. Oh, wow, the nightmare tapir is indeed powerful. In reality, the nightmare tapir was affected. It did not roar earlier to wake Lin Huang up, but to chase away the strange phenomenon that it was lured into. As soon as the strange phenomenon was removed, the nightmare tapir attacked directly without any hesitation. It disappeared and reappeared above the tower in the next second. Its pupils turned golden like never before. Just when Lin Huang was in shock, he saw black shackles growing on the Buddhist tower's surface. Did it copy the shackle serpent's sealing ability? The golden tower was shaking as though it wanted to break out of the seal. After its failed attempt that went on for a while, the Buddhist tower changed its strategy in determination. Golden sparks began burning the surface of the tower at an alarming speed. As soon as the sparks ignited, the speed of the black shackle spreading dropped significantly. It soon fell into a stagnant mode and even showed signs of retreating as time passed by. At that moment, the hairs on the nightmare tapir's body seemed to be alive. They grew into long whips and went after the Buddhist tower. The Buddhist tower could only watch the countless hairs tying it up since it could not move. Lin Huang was even more puzzled as he watched to this point. Theoretically, the flame coming from the Buddhist tower should be burning. The nightmare tapir tying the tower with its hairs should have been an unwise move. However, Lin Huang widened his eyes in the next second. The hair wrapped around the Buddhist tower swallowed the flame on the surface of the tower quickly. The fire died out within the blink of an eye. Without the suppression of the golden flames, the black shackles came alive like weeds growing in full swing after a downpour. The Buddhist tower attempted to break away from the shackles. However, the tower shivered and everything it did seemed to slow down tens of times. Although the effect only lasted for a short 2 to 3 seconds, the speed of the black shackles growing on it was not affected at all. The result was boosted by heaps, and the entire Buddhist tower was soon tied up. Within the short few seconds, the Nightmare Taper used the Shackle Serpent's seal, the Divine Sun Tree's fire assimilation, and the creation clock's slowing down of time. With the three abilities combined, he finally suppressed the Buddhist tower. Although the divine power within was suppressed to its very limit, the Buddhist tower was still trying to break away from the shackles. Noticing that, the Nightmare Taper turned the Shackle Serpent's shackles into a bell shape, engulfing the entire Buddhist tower within them. Then, it subsequently hit it hard. Ding dong, the heavy sound of a ringing bell chimed like the bell that rang at the old temples in the morning. The Buddhist tower that was covered in the shackles trembled as the Nightmare Taper smirked and struck it again and again. Ding dong, the ringing echoed on the isolated island over and over again, agitating the air above the entire Eastern Ocean. Chapter 1236. Crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. The bell ringing only echoed in the Eastern Ocean sky for less than 10 minutes before the Buddhist tower completely surrendered. Each time the bell rang, its entire body would shake from the base to the tip of the tower. There was a soreness in its entire body as if it would collapse any time. The molten lotus that was dragged into the dreamland to watch the battle was terrified as it watched that. By then, it only found out that the Nightmare Taper had yet to perform many techniques when they fought earlier. The Buddhist tower completely lost its temper when it was released from the dreamland. Under the Nightmare Taper's request, a circle of black waves spread out of the body of the tower and rippled towards the sea. Within half an hour, over 600 virtual god-level monsters in the entire Eastern Ocean appeared one after another. After confirming that all the virtual god-level monsters were present, the Nightmare Taper activated its dreamland again and pulled all hundreds of the virtual god-level monsters into it. Later on, Lin Huang saw sea monster carcasses floating on the surface of the ocean around the Buddhist island one after another. In less than a minute, more than 600 virtual god-level monsters were killed. Lin Huang could clearly sense the sea of spiritual energy rush into his body. Then, he quickly transferred the energy into the Nightmare Taper's body. The spiritual energy in the Nightmare Taper's body accumulated immediately. Some 5 to 6 minutes later, its spiritual energy had finally reached its limit and began to stabilize. However, it was still one step away from reaching virtual god rank -9. Almost there. I'll get there when I have tens of mid-level virtual gods. The Nightmare Taper could not help but sigh softly while looking at the spiritual energy that was so close to breaking through in his body. Next to him, Lin Huang smiled while speaking, "Don't worry. There are still many virtual god-level monsters to the west of this ruin. We can continue hunting." The Nightmare Taper nodded and turned its head to glimpse at the Buddhist tower that was not far away. "Do we bring it with us? Or do we leave it here?" "Bring it along." Although Lin Huang was planning to bring the entire ruin with him eventually, he thought he should bring everything that he could this round. Although the Buddhist tower was resistant, it chose to obey since it had witnessed the Nightmare Taper's techniques. It entered Lin Huang's body after the Molten Lotus did. After conquering his second God Rule item, Lin Huang summoned his dimensional portal immediately. He stepped into the dimensional portal with the Nightmare Taper and returned to the central zone that he set the coordinates of before. Bai and the rest had finished digging the entire molten divine crystals mine beneath volcano number 1. Lin Huang complimented them and promised to give all the participants 3 months' worth of snacks. He then summoned all of them back into their card forms. After putting the molten divine crystals away, he then summoned Thunder. "Let's go to the deceased desert to the west." As ordered, Thunder flew and rushed all the way to the west of the ruin with Lin Huang and the Nightmare Taper. They finally arrived at the deceased desert to the west of the ruin when it was approximately 3 p.m. The deceased desert was where Qi Mushang piled the monster carcasses in his god territory. However, since Qi Mushang divided this god territory, nobody knew whether they were affected by the Eternity Fire. The monster carcasses came alive one after another and became spirit-type monsters. There were all kinds of spirit-type monsters wandering in the entire desert. Only a minority of them had complete bodies, whereby most of them had broken limbs and a handful of them had completely turned into skeletons. The most powerful monster in this area is a crimson-eyed skeleton dragon, which is a first-rank true god. It was a complete dragon skeleton when Qi Mushang acquired it. He thought he'd keep it as a piece of art since it was well preserved. Perhaps because it had been dead for too long, this dragon skeleton didn't retain its original consciousness when it came back alive. It was only left with its instinct. Its consciousness only developed slowly throughout the hundreds of years. Apart from that, because the monster carcasses that were piled here had rather high combat strength, there are over 1,200 virtual god-level monsters in this area compared to the Eastern Ocean. There are 11 high-level virtual god-level monsters while 2 are on virtual god rank -9. There are over 200 of them that are mid-level virtual gods. Lin Huang's eyes lit up after hearing the Eternity Fire's description. All of those monsters were prey to him. However, he spoke to the Nightmare Taper while remaining calm. That crimson-eyed skeleton dragon managed to elevate to true god, proving that it was at least a mythical level dragonkin when it was alive. Although it has turned into a spirit-type monster, we shouldn't underestimate its ability. The Nightmare Taper nodded, but it did not see its opponent as a threat. I'll take note of that. However, since its consciousness is new, the intensity shouldn't be anything much more powerful than the Molten Lotus in the Buddhist Tower. In reality, it's a monster that I'd suppress. Lin Huang knew that apart from a minority of beings with compelling spirits and consciousness, most of the life forms could hardly resist being dragged into the Nightmare Taper's dreamland. Beings with weak spirits and consciousness would definitely be suppressed by the Nightmare Taper even if they had compelling combat strength. As long as his opponents were dragged into his dreamland, they were basically waiting to be killed. The reason being the Nightmare Taper was close to invincible in its dreamland. When thunder had just gone into the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's sensing range above the clouds, Lin Huang and the Nightmare Taper could obviously sense someone was watching them. Through thunder's eyes, Lin Huang saw the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon lying on top of the massive mountain from thousands of kilometers away. It was a dragon skeleton that was at least tens of thousands of meters long. Its body was crystal clear like white jade. This dragon skeleton was preserved close to perfection without any flaws, whereby each detail on it was exquisite. The sharp bones that popped up since it was mutated made it look tens of times more ferocious than when it was alive. What caught most attention were its 4 charcoal red pupils. They looked like fire burning in its eye sockets. Meanwhile, the 4 eyes were fixated on thunder thousands of kilometers away. In reality, it did not see thunder that was above the clouds. However, it sensed thunder's exact location clearly within its territory range. It could also sense Lin Huang and the Nightmare Taper standing on thunder's back. The reason why it was looking at thunder was that it could sense the virtual god rank 8 monster on thunder's back with its instinct. The monster was emanating a faint threat. Doubt showed in its 4 pupils. It could not really understand why it would feel threatened by a virtual god rank 8 monster. It was not because he had never encountered such combat strength, but because such a monster was merely food to it. Naturally, Lin Huang could not see the doubt from this dragon skeleton that did not even have flesh on it. Noticing that the dragon skeleton had noticed him, he did not bother to hide himself and patted thunder's back. Approach it slowly, but be careful. He then turned his head to look at the Nightmare Taper. You can do it when we're close enough. No need to wait for thunder to get very close to it. The Nightmare Taper nodded. Thunder, which had received the order, began slowing down and approaching the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon carefully. 8,000 kilometers, 7,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers, the Nightmare Taper's pupils turned black just when flames were spurting out of the dragon skeleton's 4 pupils faintly. The flames in the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's pupils extinguished all of a sudden, and it stopped moving completely. Chapter 1237, Surrender or Die. The battle soon commenced in the dreamland. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's 4 crimson pupils had sparks coming out of them while it lifted its head to release a ferocious roar. A sonic boom spread up to 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound. It stirred the entire deceased desert immediately. Countless spirit-type monsters in the desert seemed to have received the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's order, whereby they turned around and lifted their heads to look where the Nightmare Taper was. Each and every spirit-type monster, including those with complete limbs, broken limbs, the rotten ones, and some that were only left with skeletons without eyes, looked at the direction of the Nightmare Taper as if they were on a pilgrimage. The scene looked extremely odd. Fortunately, it only lasted less than the span of a breath. After confirming the Nightmare Taper's location, countless monsters hovered into the sky one after another and charged toward the Nightmare Taper was at an alarming speed. Despite that, the Nightmare Taper did not panic at all. All it did was give a strange smile and disappear directly. When it reappeared, it had arrived less than a kilometer from the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. The Nightmare Taper's body size looked like an ant when it was standing before the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. Its dragon skeleton was tens of thousands of meters long while the nightmare tapir was less than 5 meters tall. It was even smaller than the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's nostril. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon took some time to put its 4 crimson pupils into focus as the nightmare tapir showed himself. It had finally seen how its enemy looked like. "Surrender or die," ordered the nightmare tapir in an overbearing tone before waiting for the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon to do anything. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon was stunned when it heard the threat. Its first reaction was not anger but confusion. However, it was enraged completely later on. "You're seeking death, you little thing." Flames went wild in the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's 4 pupils. The flames even spurted tens of meters away. However, a crash came before it could finish speaking. Subsequently, it felt an immense strength slamming into its head. It seemed to have lost its ability to fight, whereby its massive head was slammed deep into the ground directly by the immense strength. The gigantic mountain that it was initially lying on turned into a sinkhole as if a meteorite had hit. Not far away, the nightmare tapir lifted its right front claw and licked it with its tongue. So much nonsense. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon was dumbstruck as its entire head was buried in the ground. What happened? Was I attacked? Why didn't I sense anything? It only dawned on it slowly after it asking itself those 3 questions. Was it that feline monster with the trunk that attacked me? It's only on virtual god rank -8. How is it possible that it has such great strength? Although many doubts popped into its head that was devoid of brain juice, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon decided to put aside those questions while focusing on the enemy that it was fighting. It retrieved its massive dragon head out of the sinkhole while staring at the feline monster with 4 of its eyes on fire. It was smarter this time whereby it did not bother with any nonsense while opening its mouth to spit dragon flames directly. Just when the massive skeleton dragon head opened its mouth from which flames ignited, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon realized that the feline monster had vanished. In the next second, an intense sense of danger came from above its head. Just when it lifted its head, it felt an immense strength slamming down from the top before it could see the nightmare tapir. This time, it finally knew what had attacked it earlier. Bang! As a loud bang exploded, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon that had just lifted its head was slammed back into the ground. It was the nightmare tapir that did it. The mountains around them collapsed from the tremor that came from the attack while the sinkhole created by the slamming of the dragon's head this time was 20% to 30% bigger than before. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon had no chance of fighting at all, and it was suppressed by the nightmare tapir twice in a row. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle from far away, was a little confused. To him, this dragon skeleton was a true god-level monster after all. Even though they were in the dreamland, it should not be so weak that it would become the nightmare tapir's toy. However, now it seemed like the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon had no chance of fighting back at all. Lin Huang finally realized something when the nightmare tapir slammed the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon into the ground for the 3rd time. The movements of the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon seemed to slow down whenever it's going to fight back. The nightmare tapir calmly threw voice transmission after hearing Lin Huang mumble to himself, "Yes, I used the creation clock's ability to control the movement of his body." Lin Huang came to a realization by then. He kept thinking that the nightmare tapir was only using the Ninetails Lynx's teleportation ability and the destructive divine mammoth's superhuman strength, but never had he thought that the nightmare tapir had been secretly using the creation clock's ability to control the flow of time. With the 3 combined abilities, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon had no time to react at all. It could only become the nightmare tapir's target. Lin Huang saw it crystal clear on the side, but the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon failed to react so quickly. It had always thought that it was because the nightmare tapir was quicker than it was. Therefore, it always managed to suppress it before it could reach. After being suppressed for over 10 times, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon slowly realized the odd flow of time around it. By then, it had drained half of the divine power in its body. Although it failed to attack even once, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon would drain a sea of its divine power to defend each and every of the nightmare tapir's attack. It had drained half of its divine power after being attacked for over 10 times. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon also realized that it was only a matter of time for it to be defeated if this went on. As soon as the divine power in it was completely drained, it would turn into dead meat. There's no way that I can win if I proceed with the current battle mode. It's basically winning with its speed and control of time. I might only be able to turn the tables around if I change my strategy. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon soon had a plan as it thought about this point. Glaring flames burst out of its 4 crimson pupils again. However, its pupils were not the only thing on fire this time. Its entire body was on fire too. Compared to the crimson flames in its eye sockets, the flames that ignited on its body were blue. The gigantic dragon skeleton was soon covered by a layer of blue flames. It lay there like a massive mountain that was burning blue. Watching from far away, Lin Huang knew that it was the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's last bet. Naturally, the nightmare tapir noticed that too. Although it pretended not to be bothered by its opponent, in reality, it had been careful and dared not underestimate its opponent at all. The blue flames soon spread towards the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's entire body. Meanwhile, the crimson pupils in its 4 eye sockets were burning the brightest they could, like 4 crimson mini-suns. Roar! As crimson sparks shot out of its pupils, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon lifted its head all of a sudden and released a raging roar that shook heaven and earth. Chapter 1238, I chose to surrender. Roar. As the deafening cry came, the blue flames on the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's body exploded almost at the same time. Blue sparks spread towards all directions. The sparks covering hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye and was almost 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound. The blue flames were no ordinary blaze but a fire god rule called the death flame. As soon as a life form touched such a god rule, the life energy in one's body would be taken away. One could even say that the power was nothing below true god-level dragon flame. Naturally, Lin Huang and the nightmare tapir had no idea about that. Although the nightmare tapir had its guard up, it did not expect such a thing to happen. Unable to dodge in time at all, it was swallowed by the blue sparks. Lin Huang, who was watching the battle from far away, was a little surprised to see that. However, he did not seem to be worried. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon did not stop at all since its attack worked. It lifted its head and targeted where the nightmare tapir was by sensing with its territory skill. It then opened its mouth directly and spat crimson dragon flames out. The flames completely engulfed the nightmare tapir. As a 9th-rank true god, even a 2nd-rank or 3rd-rank true god-level powerhouse would be severely harmed by the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's attacks that came without warning consecutively. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon thought that even if the nightmare tapir did not die in this attack, it would lose his strength fighting after spurting the crimson dragon flames for a couple of minutes. Since it did not have that much divine power left in its body, it then stopped the dragon flames. However, as the flames faded together with the sparks, the nightmare tapir stood where it was proudly without being harmed at all. Seeing the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon stare at him after the flames faded, it shook his body and lifted its head to look at it with a smirk. The nightmare tapir disappeared again in the next second. Bang! Almost the same time when the nightmare tapir disappeared, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's gigantic head was flung hard into the ground again. Not again. All the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon could feel was pain throbbing from the back of its head followed by intense dizziness. It even suspected that it would have a concussion if it had flesh on its body. Although it did not even have a brain now, it would feel its world spin every time it was attacked. Why is this happening? My attack earlier could have harmed a true god of the same combat strength severely. It took the hit entirely without dodging and it's in perfect shape without having the time to perform any defense techniques. It was very confused. It could not understand why its attack that could harm and even kill a true god-level powerhouse did not work on the virtual god rank 8 monster. As the nightmare tapir took over the battlefield again, the fight turned back to how it began. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's head was slammed into the ground again and again. As it was restricted by the flow of time, it could not find any chance to fight back at all. In addition to that, it could not think of any techniques to break the cycle. Seeing that the divine power in its body was wearing out and soon coming to an end, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon finally made up its mind. Stop this. I surrender. The nightmare tapir finally ceased the attacks as soon as the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon spoke. It appeared above the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's head in a flash and glared at its 4 crimson pupils without speaking. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon only peeked at the nightmare tapir and held its head down. It had given up on trying to attack the nightmare tapir. Seeing that it really surrendered, the nightmare tapir deactivated its dreamland and released the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon from it. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon that escaped the dreamland was shocked to see everything around it in perfect condition. It realized that the battle earlier did not happen in real life. Sensing the pathetic divine power in its body, it quickly realized that although the battle did not happen in reality, the nightmare taper could have killed it. All of a sudden, it was done with thinking of ways to get back at the nightmare taper. Summon all the virtual god level monsters under your territory. There's no need to summon those under virtual god level, the nightmare taper commanded directly. Although the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon was puzzled about why a human below virtual god level would be standing next to the nightmare taper, it nodded without hesitation and began carrying out his order. A ferocious dragon roar echoed and the sonic boom spread in all directions like ripples on water. Soon, virtual god level monsters that were close by came one after another. Spirit-type monsters of all forms lay low at the bottom of the massive mountain beneath the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. None of them dared to venture any closer. As time passed by, more and more virtual god-level monsters gathered at the bottom of the mountain. Approximately 2 hours later, there were more than 1,200 virtual god-level spirit-type monsters at the bottom of the mountain. The nightmare taper did not bother to wait any longer. It activated its dreamland and drowned more than 1,000 virtual god-level spirit-type monsters within it. All of the spirit-type monsters at the bottom of the mountain became silent as if they fell into a deep sleep. In less than half a minute, the spirit-type monsters that were laying low lost their vital signs one after another. It took less than 10 minutes to kill more than 1,200 virtual god-level spirit-type monsters. After witnessing that, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon that was standing aside jolted secretly. It was even glad that it decided to surrender in time. Otherwise, it might end up the same as these little virtual god-level creatures before it. A sea of spiritual energy rushed into Lin Huang's body from the death of the over 1,000 virtual god-level monsters. He then transferred a portion of the energy to the nightmare taper immediately. Since the nightmare taper was breaking through to virtual god rank 9, it made sense for it to be given the spiritual energy first. As the aura in his body rose again, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon that was watching the scene unfold could not help but gulp. Not long later, the nightmare taper's spiritual energy finally reached the brink of breaking through. Its aura began transforming into virtual god rank 9 at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, its aura finally stabilized completely. Upon noticing that, Lin Huang stopped transferring spirit energy to the nightmare taper. He began transferring the remaining spiritual energy to the Ninetails lynx. Where to next? The nightmare taper asked in excitement after allowing the changes that hummed through his body to sink in for a while. To the north of the ruin. Let's find that ice dragon. Clearly, Lin Huang was planning to take everything in this ruin before leaving. Should we bring this thing? The nightmare taper glared at crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. Of course, we are, Lin Huang said while grinning. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon was a legit true god-level fighter, and it would be a waste to not bring it along. The nightmare taper then turned its head to look at the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. Shrink your body a little and bring us to the north of this ruin. Though unwilling, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon knew that the situation was not in its favor now. The nightmare taper that was on virtual god rank 8 earlier had defeated it and now it was a rank higher now. After shrinking its body to over 10 meters tall, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon lowered its head, allowing Lin Huang and the nightmare taper to ride on its back. It flapped its wings and transformed itself into a white glow as it flew to the north of the ruin. Chapter 1239, Nightmare Taper vs Ice Dragon. The Eternity Fire described the ice dragon in the northern frozen ocean in detail. The ice dragon in the frozen ocean in the north was a carp that went through evolution twice. There seems to be an extremely faint ancient spirit beast's bloodline in her body. Perhaps because the ruin was affected by me, the purity of her bloodline went through a certain level of boost, causing her to elevate to a true god. She's the monster with the most powerful ability in this ruin. Although she has the same combat strength as the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon whereby they're both first-rank true gods, her ability is much stronger. Furthermore, the frozen ocean is her territory. Within hundreds of kilometers around her, almost no life form below virtual god level can get close to her. Those who have low combat strength will be turned into ice sculptures within a few seconds as soon as they get closer. Although the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon could not hear the conversation between Lin Huang and the Eternity Fire, it could not help but finally speak when they approached the frozen ocean in the north. The ice dragon has lived deep in the frozen ocean for a long time. She has pretty amazing abilities and the frozen ocean is her territory. I fought her before, but I didn't get anything out of her. Despite the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's indifferent admission, in reality, Lin Huang and the Nightmare Taper could tell that it must have lost really badly. According to what the Eternity Fire said, the Ice Dragon was also on virtual god level when it was released into this ruin. The intensity of her consciousness and spirit were way above the crimson-eyed skeleton dragons. Furthermore, overall, she had a more powerful ability and the frozen ocean was her territory. One could imagine what happened to the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon for finding fault with her. But she won't be able to do anything if the boss, the Nightmare Taper, were to fight her. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon peeked at the Nightmare Taper carefully. It was secretly anticipating to see how the ice dragon would look like after the Nightmare Taper defeated her. They finally arrived at the frozen ocean when it was past 6 in the morning, and the sky had just turned bright in the ruin. Looking from above, the frozen ocean was black. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom. However, the surface of the ocean was peaceful, appearing more like a lake. Before Lin Huang could speak, the Nightmare Taper hopped off the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's back. In the next second, the pupils of the Nightmare Taper that was standing in midair proudly turned pitch black. At that moment, the frozen ocean at dawn seemed deathly silent as night fell. The crimson-eyed skeleton dragon was worried that it might be affected by the battle impact, so it flapped its wings and retreated a distance away. Meanwhile, Lin Huang, who was riding on its back, got the Nightmare Taper's help to get into the dreamland quietly again, so he became a member of the audience now. Lin Huang noticed that everything before him was different as soon as he entered the dreamland. Earlier, they were above the frozen ocean, but now, he dove into the ocean with the Nightmare Taper. Piercing cold sent a jolting shock through his body. Although he was protected by the dreamland, Lin Huang clearly felt that the cold surpassed the limit his real body could take. There are no monsters below virtual god level that can approach her within hundreds of kilometers. The Eternity Fire wasn't exaggerating. Lin Huang could not help but exclaim secretly, "This is done by the element god rule against the material world. It's unbearable even though the god rule only affects the areas close to her." Meanwhile, the Nightmare Taper dove to the bottom of the ocean quickly as if it was not affected at all. Lin Huang went after it immediately. Nobody knew how long they swam for. Lin Huang finally caught up with the Nightmare Taper at the bottom of the ocean. It was then that he finally saw the legendary ice dragon. It was a dragon whose body seemed to be made of ice and snow. It looked like an ice sculpture but was also like a flawless jade sculpture. It was much smaller than the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon. Lin Huang might have thought she was really a sculpture if the ice dragon did not observe the Nightmare Taper curiously after noticing him. After studying each other for a while, the ice dragon took the initiative to speak. "You came with that skeleton dragon, am I right? So, did he send his underling to hell because he's a coward himself?" Clearly, the ice dragon misunderstood the Nightmare Taper's intention. She could tell that the Nightmare Taper's combat strength was only virtual god rank -9. Furthermore, she sensed the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's aura earlier from far away and found out that they came together. Naturally, they thought the Nightmare Taper was crimson-eyed skeleton dragon's underling. "I'm not his underling. On the contrary, he's considered my underling now," the Nightmare Taper explained with a grin. Clearly, its answer was beyond the ice dragon's expectation. She could not help but be stunned when she heard its explanation. She subsequently guffawed. "Do you think I'll believe that? You're only on virtual god rank 9 while he's already on true god level, though he's the weaker one among the true god levels. Tell me whatever he asked you to say. Stop beating around the bush and fooling yourself. Indeed, that big guy has a higher ability than I do, but I suppressed him. He would have been dead if he didn't yield, so he became my underling." The Nightmare Taper gave a simple explanation and proceeded to speak. "I'll give you 2 options now. Surrender or die, pick one." The ice dragon finally looked serious now after hearing what the Nightmare Taper said. Initially, the Nightmare Taper was nothing to her. Although virtual god rank 9 was only a step away from true god level, the difference was like heaven and earth. All true gods mastered the god rule, that alone defeated virtual god level powerhouses. However, now that the Nightmare Taper said it had defeated the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon, it did not seem like it made it up. That proved that the Nightmare Taper should have some special techniques to fight god rules or even master god rules in advance. The will to kill flashed through the ice dragon's eyes as thoughts raced through her head. In the next second, she opened her mouth directly while white frost rushed out like a river towards where the Nightmare Taper was. She even ignored the options that the Nightmare Taper gave and attacked without hesitation after confirming his intention. She was very decisive. The spreading of the white frost was up to 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound. It drowned the nightmare tapir almost immediately. The ice dragon was relieved to see that her attack drowned the space where the nightmare tapir was, while it did not seem to manage to escape. However, she was not so naive to think that she had defeated her opponent just like that. Since the nightmare tapir managed to defeat the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon, it proved that it had a terrifying ability, so such an attack should not be able to kill it. The ice dragon glared dangerously at where the nightmare tapir stood earlier and retreated quickly, intending to pull a distance away. After all, she was an expert in mastering the ice element but not close-range combat. However, a voice came above her head just when she was going to move. Retreating a distance away, wise choice. The ice dragon jolted and lifted her head to see where the voice came from immediately. The nightmare tapir appeared less than 100 meters above her head, leering at her in mockery. Although she had many questions in her head, the ice dragon did not waste any time to ask. Instead, she flapped her wings directly and began the second round of attack. Countless iced crystal blades appeared in the air as she flapped her wings. They went after the nightmare tapir like a storm. "I don't believe you can dodge this," growled the ice dragon to herself. She decided to perform a distanced attack on purpose to see how exactly the nightmare tapir managed to escape her attack earlier. However, she did not see the nightmare tapir dodging at all this time as well. After the barrage of crystal blades ended, the ice dragon glared where the nightmare tapir was, attempting to see what its deal was. However, a voice came from behind this time. "Why are you staring over there?" The voice came from right behind her. Whipping her head around, the ice dragon had no idea when the nightmare tapir got behind her so quietly. At that very moment, the ice dragon seemed to have realized something all of a sudden. She squinted a little. So, it's teleportation. Chapter 1240. The power of slaps. In the beginning, the ice dragon was curious about how the nightmare tapir dodged her attack. After attacking in a testing manner twice, she finally realized the technique the nightmare tapir was using. The ice dragon held her head high and looked at the nightmare tapir that was beneath her while revealing an expression as if she was winning the battle. "I might be afraid of you if you mastered the space god rule, but it's unfortunate that you're only a virtual god. No matter how powerful your divine ability is, it's not a god rule after all." The ice dragon spread her wings wide as she spoke. In the blink of an eye, she looked like she had turned into an ice sculpture that had existed for tens of thousands of years. A frigid chill was spreading towards all directions. Compared to the chill that came naturally, this bitter cold clearly contained a god rule. Even the seawater that would not normally freeze at 0 degrees Celsius finally broke its limit at that moment as it began to freeze. The seawater froze at a speed that was 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound. It swelled to the nightmare tapir immediately, so it was frozen into a perfect ice sculpture as if it could not fight it. Seeing that the nightmare tapir was frozen, the ice dragon descended to the same level as he was. She was moving freely in the ice crystal like how she had been moving in the ocean earlier. "Since you're using the space rule, I'll freeze the space then. Let's see how you're going to escape this now." The ice dragon stared at the frozen nightmare tapir with a smirk. However, before she could do anything else, a soft cracking came all of a sudden. Almost at the same time, Lin Huang saw the ice crystals around the nightmare tapir's body begin cracking. Never had the ice dragon thought that the nightmare tapir could break her god rule when he was only a virtual god. One must know that a god rule was a rule-bending power, so it definitely surpassed most divine abilities and skills. The difference between the two was almost like a mountain and a rock. Just like an ordinary person, he could carry rocks of a certain weight with both his arms, but it was impossible for him to carry a mountain. At the moment, the act of the nightmare tapir breaking the ice crystals was almost the equivalent to a person moving a mountain. As the ice dragon was still in shock, the ice around the nightmare tapir's body began to break, crushing into bits almost immediately. Even the entire frozen space was cracking and disintegrating to a greater degree. It only took the nightmare tapir a mere flash to get out of the frozen space. Right after that, he slapped the frozen space that had yet to completely collapse in front of the ice dragon. That slap clearly possessed the destructive divine mammoth's superhuman strength. An intense bang exploded from the slap, and subsequently, the entire frozen space collapsed like an avalanche. Witnessing that, the ice dragon finally found out how the nightmare tapir got out of her ice god rule. It was through pure brute strength. Upon realizing that, the ice dragon was not sure whether to laugh or cry. The battle earlier made her think that the nightmare tapir was an expert at speed. However, it looked like it was also an expert in strength. Its strength was so great that it was terrifying. This guy doesn't seem to have any shortcomings at all. Even the ice god rule can't contain him. What do I do now? The ice dragon thought to herself. Initially, she thought she could defeat the nightmare tapir by possessing the ice god rule. She assumed that it was a sure win. However, now that her trump card was destroyed, she had no idea how to defeat her opponent now. Your most powerful ice god rule can't defeat me. You're not my match when it comes to close combat either. The nightmare tapir did not rush to fight back. Instead, it was advising the ice dragon with a grin, just surrender. At least, your skin will suffer less if you surrender now. You wish. The ice dragon rejected directly without even giving it a thought. Before the nightmare tapir could speak, the icy wings on her back spread open again. Her body turned into a chilly hell once more, freezing everything around her. Once again, the nightmare tapir was frozen into an ice sculpture. However, the ice dragon did not stop after freezing the nightmare tapir this time. Instead, she proceeded to charge the ice god rule to freeze him in more layers. She only stopped the layering a little unwillingly when she had drained more than half of the divine power in her body. Let's see how you're going to get out now. The ice dragon recalled her wings and shouted at the frozen nightmare tapir in rage. She then glared dangerously at the ice crystal where the nightmare tapir was frozen. Time passed by. Just when the ice dragon was secretly relieved that there was no commotion coming from the nightmare tapir, a light crack was heard. The ice dragon widened her eyes when she saw a crack on the ice crystal that the nightmare tapir was wrapped within again. The crack was only as thick as a hair in the beginning and less than a centimeter long. However, in a heartbeat, there were up to 100 cracks like spider webs. Some of them were as thick as fingers while some were a few meters long. Almost in the next second that the first crack was formed, the ice crystal around the nightmare tapir fell completely as it made it out of the ice again. It appeared not far before the ice dragon directly in a flash from the frozen space and taunted her with a smile. I've told you that it's futile no matter how many times you try. After all, you're only a first-rank true god whereby your god rule is limited. Even if you charge all the god rules you have in your body, the most you can do is to trap me for a few seconds more. It's useless. Perhaps you could really hurt me if you combined this technique with a powerful attack skill. Unfortunately, your most powerful attack technique is an ice element, so you can't break through my defense at all. The ice dragon knew very well that the nightmare tapir was right. Her biggest weakness was that she lacked a powerful attack technique. She could restrict someone by freezing them and attacking them with elemental divine skill if she encountered an ordinary opponent. The combination of controlling and attacking was a great technique. However, she could not even show a tenth of her upper hand when encountering the nightmare tapir, who was an expert at resisting elemental divine skills. I'm going to give you one last chance. Surrender now or surrender later when I beat you up. It's your choice. Nobody knew whether the nightmare tapir was showing sympathy or had some other reason for changing his options from surrendering or dying to just surrendering. Just when Lin Huang was puzzled, the nightmare tapir's voice transmission came into his ears. This ice dragon's inherited memory is rather special. She might have a bloodline that's even more powerful than what you see on the surface. You can try training her. Lin Huang came to a realization when he heard that. It turned out the nightmare tapir had retrieved a part of ice dragon's memory. That was the reason why he changed the options. He was not showing sympathy at all. Meanwhile, the stubborn ice dragon on the other side chose to fight further. However, what she received was the nightmare tapir's merciless slaps. The slaps that went on one after another was like a cat playing with a ball. It was having so much fun. Half an hour later, the divine power in the ice dragon's body was finally drained completely. She lay dying in a sinkhole under the ocean, unable to even get up. The ice dragon then finally made the correct decision. I surrender. Chapter 1241. Leaving the ruin after conquering the ice dragon, Lin Huang had basically fulfilled his preliminary goal of entering Qi Mushang's ruin. For the next few days, apart from leaving Bai and the rest to dig for treasures on the frozen ocean, Lin Huang had been staying on the isolated island on the eastern ocean to digest Qi Mushang's memory. Before entering the ruin, Qi Mushang's memory had a big hole while some of the recollections were even made up. However, since the eternity fire penetrated Lin Huang's body, he finally obtained Qi Mushang's true memory that was close to perfection. Throughout the past few days, he had been organizing the portions of the memories. He wanted to look for a way to exit the virtual zone, but his effort was to no avail. Time passed by, and it was the last day of the 7-day ruin being opened. The time will be up in 2 hours. It's time to leave. Lin Huang looked at the time projected from his emperor's heart ring and mumbled to himself softly. We didn't miss anything out, did we? The nightmare taper asked next to him. No. Looking at Qi Mushang's memory, we've basically obtained everything valuable in this ruin. Overall, Lin Huang was satisfied with the reward of this trip. As soon as he was done speaking, he had his eyes on the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon and the ice dragon that were not far away. How do we bring the two of them with us? Lin Huang could integrate God rule relics and God items into his body but not living monsters unless they were pets that he had signed a contract with. They would then be put away in his pet space. Moreover, the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon and the ice dragon were not monster cards that were formed after being killed, so they could not be put away in Lin Huang's body. I can put them away in my God territory for a short period of time. However, my God territory will collapse if they're in there for too long. After all, they're true gods. Even if they don't activate the God rule, they will affect the God territory's internal rule. Unless it's a true God-level God territory, it can isolate the influence of the rule, the nightmare taper explained after hearing Lin Huang's concern. I guess we can only leave them in the ruin for the time being. Lin Huang thought about it and chose to leave the two monsters aside decisively. We'll bring the ruin with us and only release them when we arrive in the Great World. The ice dragon and the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon had mixed feelings upon hearing that. On one hand, indeed, they hoped to leave the ruin that had become a prison to them. On the other hand, they would be controlled if they left with Lin Huang. It would be impossible for them to terrorize a place freely like they used to be. After settling the ice dragon and the crimson-eyed skeleton dragon, Lin Huang put away the nightmare taper, buying the rest of the monster cards before summoning a dimensional portal. He then returned to the entrance of the coordinates he had set earlier. As soon as he stepped out of the dimensional portal, he lifted his head and saw a gigantic spider with long legs glaring at him with her 16 pitch-black eyes. There was doubt and confusion in her eyes. It was the Spider Queen who had had a fling with the 1,000-legged centipede. The Spider Queen was stunned to see a human appear in the ruin out of nowhere. She could not make sense of things at the moment. A human? Why is there a human in the ruin? On the other hand, Lin Huang reacted immediately. He summoned his imperial monster, Grimace, quickly. While he had considered the possibility of encountering monsters on the way here, never had he thought that he would encounter this Spider Queen. Initially, his plan was to kill the monsters that he might encounter. However, after realizing that it was the Spider Queen, he decided not to kill her. After all, she had never showed any ill intentions since the beginning. Just erase her memory about seeing me, Lin Huang ordered in his deep voice. Hearing his instruction, Grimace turned around and lifted his head to look at the Spider Queen while raising his brow. Isn't this that little spider from before? Lin Huang had spared this spider's life before and now he was asking Grimace not to kill her this time. Grimace looked at Lin Huang in confusion. However, he did not plan to go against his order. Before the Spider Queen, who was not far away, could react, she saw a handsome man in black robes appear next to the human. The man in black robes snapped his fingers all of a sudden, sending a clear ringing sound that went into her head. In the next second, the Spider Queen's giant body slumped onto the ground directly and she fell into a deep sleep. Let's toss her out of the ruin. Lin Huang looked at the ruin exit not far away and gave Grimace his second order. With a pout, Grimace stretched the threads from his divine telekinesis to tie the Spider Queen up. He then tossed her hard like a basketball, thrusting her into the whirlpool at the exit of the ruin accurately. The Spider Queen's gigantic body was soon engulfed by the exit of the ruin and vanished. Spreading his divine telekinesis, Lin Huang kept calm after realizing there was no other monster around though a few were approaching at a high speed. After putting Grimace away slowly, he crushed a disguise card again. A moment later, he disappeared and was replaced by a gigantic 1,000-legged centipede. As soon as the effect of the disguise card took place, an insect beast with 3 pairs of wings flew towards him at an alarming speed. However, after spotting Lin Huang, the beast merely glimpsed at him and entered the exit that was not far away. Sensing that there were still 2 monsters approaching at lightning speed, Lin Huang did not rush out. Instead, he began chatting with the Eternity Fire. From what I know, All monsters that come into this ruin will have their memories erased after they leave. Are you the one who does that? The Eternity Fire did not hide the truth. That's right. To prevent Qi Mushang's inheritance from being stolen, I set a rule in this ruin. Any living form will forget everything that has happened in the ruin once they leave this place. Any form of records will be erased too. Indeed, it prevented the ruin's coordinates being exposed at first. A true god from the virtual zone found out about this ruin later on. Such a rule prevented that true god from stealing the ruin. Anyone he sent into the ruin failed to bring any information out of the ruin effectively. So, will I be affected once I leave too? Lin Huang asked immediately. Theoretically, the rule-bending power should be applicable to everyone and he might not be excluded. However, the Eternity Fire denied his question. Naturally, your memory won't be erased. I was the one who set up this rule, so I'm immune to it. Since I'm hiding in your body, that means that you're immune to the rule. Lin Huang was relieved to hear the answer. At the moment, the two silhouettes that he sensed earlier came one after another. Both of them merely peeked at Lin Huang as they got into the exit of the ruin without stopping at all. Seeing that, Lin Huang controlled the thousand-legged centipede's gigantic body to lumber out of the exit calmly. Chapter 1242, Don't You Dare Leave Me Behind Again. Lin Huang looked around as soon as he got out of the ruin. Over 60 out of the 100 participants who had entered the ruin gathered around the entrance. Most of them were discussing something intensely with their cliques. Many participants had their eyes trained on him after he appeared. Just when Lin Huang was puzzled, the Spider Queen stretched her long legs and appeared before him. You're finally out, Wu Fei. Do you remember what happened in the ruin? Lin Huang lifted his head and saw the Dragon Sovereign who was not far away from the corner of his eye. Although the Dragon Sovereign had his eyes shut like he was sleeping, Lin Huang knew very well that he must be watching him and listening to what he was saying at the moment. Ruin. Lin Huang pretended to be puzzled and turned his head to look at the entrance of the ruin behind him. Stop looking at it. The ruin will close in an hour. We've already gotten out of it, the Spider Queen said directly. How come I don't remember entering the ruin? Lin Huang showed a confused expression and turned his head to look at the other monsters. He seemed to suspect that the Spider Queen was lying to him. Nobody remembers getting in and nobody recalls what happened, but you should check your storage space. You'll realize that you did get in after checking, the Spider Queen explained patiently. She had really forgotten about Lin Huang's douchebag behavior of leaving her behind in the ruin, let alone remember the scene of Lin Huang stepping out of the dimensional portal. I could only confirm that I really went in after seeing the various loot in my storage space. Lin Huang said nothing and pretended to check his storage space. He only lifted his head a long time later, looking shocked. Have I really gotten in? See, I told you. The Spider Queen groped Lin Huang's front leg with one of her long legs as she spoke. Lin Huang did not bother to struggle and allowed the Spider Queen to drag him aside. He was a little worried that the Dragon Sovereign would notice something off since he had gotten out. Fortunately, the Spider Queen chatting him up had concealed many of his possible flaws. Moreover, another monster got out of the entrance of the ruin not long after the Spider Queen dragged him aside. Therefore, the Dragon Sovereign's attention soon shifted to the monster, which was a great relief to Lin Huang. Do we have to wait for everyone to get out? Lin Huang asked the Spider Queen softly. Yes, the Dragon Sovereign Master said that he'll send us out of here after the ruin is closed, the Spider Queen confirmed with a nod. Both of them chatted with the occasional silence. Over an hour had passed, and no more monsters got out of the ruin when 87 of them were finally gathered. The opening window seemed to be finally up. The survival rate was actually higher compared to before. The main reason was that Lin Huang had killed almost all the virtual god-level monsters in the entire ruin. Without local virtual god-level monsters around, the Imperial-level participants undoubtedly encountered less threats. Naturally, as a result, the survival rate went up significantly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Sovereign did not seem to care how many monsters survived the ruin. He flew to the entrance as soon as the time was up and pointed a claw into the air. The iced shackles began flowing slowly like they were alive before the Dragon Sovereign did anything. The hexagonal entrance was shrinking at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In less than half a minute, the entrance was sealed completely. The ruin recovered to its sealed condition completely, transforming into an ice planet. The Dragon Sovereign only turned around after sealing Qi Mushang's ruin again. He looked at the 87 monsters expressionlessly with his cold, blue eyes. All of the monsters knelt onto the ground as a result of his true god's suppression. They had no will to fight back at all. Naturally, Lin Huang knelt down on purpose. Although a second-rank true god's suppression would overpower him on a certain level, it was minor. As long as he activated his god's figurine or god rule relic in his body, he could defend the suppression like a piece of cake. However, he did not plan to reveal any flaws. The Dragon Sovereign, Bai Bing, only spoke slowly after. Suppressing all the monsters present, who out of the 87 of you here remembers what happened in the ruin? Tell me even if you only remember the tiniest bit of it. I'll reward you handsomely as long as someone can tell me what exactly happened in the ruin. Of course, if any of you were to lie for the reward, you should know very well what the consequences will be. The 87 monsters held their heads low as none of them spoke. In reality, apart from Lin Huang, it was impossible for the other monsters to lie under the suppression. The powerful pressure and fear had stolen the possibility of them lying directly. The Dragon Sovereign glanced through the 87 monsters after he spoke. Including Lin Huang, almost all the monsters felt like the seconds that passed by were years. Naturally, compared to other monsters, Lin Huang was afraid that he might show his flaws. None of the monsters spoke after they fell into silence for over a minute. The Dragon Sovereign sighed softly and recalled his suppression power then. He knew that they would definitely tell him whatever happened in the ruin if anyone remembered it under his suppression. Even if they attempted to hide, they would definitely show their flaws. However, none of the 87 participants looked suspicious this time. Clearly, nobody remembered anything just like before. Alright, I'll send you guys back to the Dragon Sovereign shelter and you guys can leave after that. The Dragon Sovereign waved again after he spoke and released 10 dragnet spiders. The dragnet spiders spat spider threads out immediately as soon as they got the order. The threads tied the monsters up and dragged them into the black whirlpool that appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, Lin Huang and the rest passed through the whirlpool and returned to the Dragonkin Square at the Dragon Sovereign shelter where they had been before. Soon, all 87 monsters were sent to the square without anyone being left behind. Lin Huang wanted to leave right away, but he decided to wait since all the monsters were waiting patiently at the square. However, they did not see the Dragon Sovereign after waiting for 2 to 3 minutes. At the moment, a guard at the Dragon Sovereign Palace spoke all of a sudden. The Dragon Sovereign says that you guys can leave now. Hearing the explicit permission, all the monsters at the square left one after another. Lin Huang hovered into the air without hesitation when he saw the Spider Queen looking in his direction. He immediately zoomed far away. The Spider Queen was stunned for a moment and hesitated. However, she soon made up her mind. Just like before, she went towards the direction Lin Huang left in aggressively. Wu Fei, don't you dare leave me behind again. Chapter 1243. The second option. Lin Huang's clone stood up all of a sudden in the hotel where Bloody was at in shelter No. 7. Bloody had a slight change of expression. Has Master's main body returned? Yes, I'll head over to shelter number 11 to meet him to get his body back, the clone responded lightly. Shelter number 11 was a large business shelter. There were 3 guardians, all of whom were on high-level virtual god level. The most powerful one was an ape monster. Although its combat strength was only on virtual god level rank 9, it had impressive abilities. It seemed to have a powerful background, whereby even the 3 sovereigns dared not offend it. One of the reasons why they chose to meet there was because this place was basically the 3 sovereigns' jurisdiction. Another reason was that there were all sorts of monsters coming in and out of this shelter daily. Since coming out of Qi Mushang's ruin, Lin Huang's main body headed straight to the shelter number 11 following Bloody's arrangement earlier. Regarding the Spider Queen, who was following him, Lin Huang did not worry about getting rid of her. All he did was enter a floating island foothold close to the ruin and transform into a random monster that he saw on the street. He then left the foothold. He had no idea how the Spider Queen would react when she failed to find Lin Huang in the foothold. After getting rid of the Spider Queen, Lin Huang arrived at shelter number 11 safe and sound. He waited for his clone patiently. When it was approximately 2 p.m., the clone arrived at shelter No. 11. It walked straight into the biggest trading market in the shelter whereas Lin Huang had been walking around for over half an hour. Both of them signaled to each other when they met near a stall that they had agreed on earlier. The clone faded quickly in the midst of the crowd and the surveillance snail's blind spot. Lin Huang spent over 2 hours strolling in the trading market after changing back into Grimace's form. He only left shelter number 11 after purchasing 2 toys. It was almost 9 p.m. when he arrived at the hotel room. In a red dress, Bloody was drinking tea on the couch in the living room when he returned. Upon seeing Lin Huang come in, Bloody put the teacup in her hand down and finally revealed a smile on her face. Did everything go well? Pretty much. Lin Huang nodded. Bloody nodded as well and did not ask further. Let's have supper at the food street. Sure. Lin Huang agreed right away. It had been a week since he last ate anything proper. Both of them walked straight to a food street nearby as soon as they got out of the hotel. Red lanterns were hanging on both sides of the street. Excluding the strange monsters walking all over the street and the stall owners that looked weird, the entire street was basically the same as a food street in the human world. However, most of the food choices available were weird too. Nonetheless, there were more choices compared to the human world. Most of them were ingredients that Lin Huang could not recognize. Bloody, on the other hand, did not let her time go to waste throughout the stroll. She introduced him to the food through voice transmission as they walked. You can try the drinks at stall number 16 ahead. They have fruit juices, and the stall owner is a vegan enthusiast. Stall number 43 further is a barbecue stall. They serve swine beast mostly. You'll have to get their special menu if you'd like to try some other meat, but we can go for their normal set menu. Stall number 67 sells seafood. They have many dishes that are common among humans. They tasted the foods of the monster world as they strolled along the street. Although many of them were less tasty compared to the food cooked by human chefs, they had their very own style and some of the food were pretty delicious. Did everything go well on your side? Did the butterfly sovereign come again? Lin Huang asked seemingly casually through voice transmission while eating barbecued meat. No, none of the 3 sovereigns came. Perhaps we seemed to be in a rush in the beginning. We might have calmed them down and they're waiting for us to go to them instead. Bloody nodded lightly. We avoided from having our identities exposed by doing that. Lin Huang thought it was something good. How about you? Did you get anything from exploring the ruin? Bloody asked. The reward is pretty great. We can take the whole ruin away when we leave, but I haven't found the way to the great world. Now we only have one last thing to solve in the virtual zone. How do we go to the great world? Lin Huang turned his head to look at Bloody after swallowing the barbecued meat in his mouth. Bloody only replied slowly through voice transmission after taking a sip of the pink juice calmly. The first option is the one that I suggested before. Get the butterfly sovereign to send you to the great world while I stay back. Recall me back into card form when you arrive in the great world. That's the easiest way. Bloody proceeded to speak before Lin Huang could reject the suggestion, but the downside of this option is that although the butterfly sovereign promised to let us go after we work for her for a year, I'll need to work way more than a year for her. Even if I promise to stay and she sends you away first, she might break her promise and send you somewhere else other than the great world. To prevent you from getting back to the great world, there's a great possibility that she'll banish you or even send you to a land of death where nobody can survive. To her, you naturally won't come back for me as long as you're dead. When the 1-year period is up, all she'll need to do is find some excuse to get me to stay. She might play with my emotions or suppress me with her power. No matter what, it's very unlikely that she'll let me go. So, we can basically eliminate this option. Lin Huang had figured the downside of the option much earlier. The second option is rather complicated to carry out. To put it simply, we will fulfill her wish, Bloody said while smiling after taking another sip of the juice. Fulfill her wish. Lin Huang was a little confused as he listened to this point. The reason why the 3 sovereigns want us is simple. All 3 of them are greedy, including the butterfly sovereign. Why don't I stay to make her greed come true? As soon as her greed has grown so big that the entire virtual zone can no longer contain it, she'll be aiming for the great world sooner or later. By then, she'll bring me to the great world at her own will. How would we have time for this? Lin Huang was almost speechless to hear that. Naturally, it'll take hundreds to even thousands of years if we really want to do it. But what if it's just a dream? Bloody had finished the juice in her hand completely. She tossed the cup into a trash can by the street and lifted her head. She looked at Lin Huang with slyness shining in her eyes. Do you mean that we'll get the nightmare taper? Lin Huang came to a realization at the moment. He understood Bloody's plan completely. I've already planned out the script of the entire dream. We can carry it out after getting the nightmare taper to read it and prepare what we need. Sure, let's do it. I'll pack Qi Mushang's ruin first thing tomorrow and we'll meet the butterfly sovereign at 9 a.m. Chapter 1244. 100 years passed by. In the dream at 8:50 a.m., Lin Huang arrived at Qi Mushang's ruin as he stepped out of the dimensional portal. He contacted the eternity fire in his body while looking at the ruin that seemed like a frozen planet. Put the ruin away. Soon after Lin Huang spoke, tens of thousands of golden glows shot out of the sealed ruin. It looked as if the sun had been awakened. As the golden flames shot out of the seal, the white icy crystal wall collapsed like an avalanche. There were also cracks that could be seen by the naked eye appearing on the thick icy chains. On top of that, the cracks were expanding at an astonishing speed. A few seconds later, the icy chains broke into hundreds of sections. They then disappeared into the air. The entire thing lasted less than 10 seconds. Just like that, the seal the Dragon Sovereign by Bing set collapsed completely. As the seal collapsed, Qi Mushang's shiny ruin was as glaring as a burning sun. However, the sun only shone for less than a second. It shrunk to the size of a sesame seed and penetrated Lin Huang's forehead through a stream of light. In the next second, Lin Huang summoned the dimensional portal directly without any hesitation. He stepped in right away. Within half a minute, Lin Huang disappeared. The original area where Qi Mushang's ruin had been experienced a dimensional turbulence. Slowly, a gigantic silhouette came out of the black dimensional whirlpool. It was none other than one of the three sovereigns in the virtual zone, the Dragon Sovereign, by Bing. His icy blue pupils glanced at the original position of the ruin quickly. He was clearly stunned when he saw nothing there. Subsequently, he frowned and scanned the area with his divine telekinesis. Naturally, his search was futile as Lin Huang had left through the dimensional portal. Not only had he returned to Division 7, but he had arrived at the Butterfly Sovereign's shelter with Bloody at that moment. Having found nothing after the divine telekinesis search, Bai Bing was enraged. How dare anyone touch my stuff? No matter who you are, I swear I'll dig you out of your grave. As soon as Lin Huang, who had disguised as Grimace, and Bloody arrived at the entrance of the Butterfly Sovereign Palace, a beautiful lady approached them. The lady looked like she was only in her early 20s. She wore a long, purple dress. The most unique thing about her appearance was a pair of butterfly wings on her back that was purple as the base color. They were embellished with pastel colors and bright colors such as orange and red. They were a refreshing burst of colors to one's sight. Lin Huang and Bloody immediately recognized that this lady in purple butterfly wings was the Butterfly Sovereign's personal god servant. Master, the Butterfly Sovereign has acknowledged your arrival and got me to bring both of you in. Follow me. The lady in purple nodded lightly and did not say anything unnecessary. She turned around and led both of them into the Butterfly Sovereign Palace right away. Soon, under the guidance of the lady in purple, Lin Huang and Bloody passed through a tiny path and saw the Butterfly Sovereign, who was in a white dress once again. The Butterfly Sovereign looked like a 15 or 16-year-old lady just like before. However, she was no longer dressed as casually as before. Her white dress reached the ground like a blooming lily. She had a bloody crown on her head that was adorned with divine patterns all over it. Lin Huang and Bloody could tell that it was a god rule relic. Also, she was no longer barefooted. Instead, she had a pair of red heels on her feet. Compared to the plain air she carried the first time they met, the Butterfly Sovereign's get-up matched what Lin Huang and Bloody were expecting to see before meeting her. The Butterfly Sovereign sat on the throne that looked like a giant, white flower. She held her head down as she looked at them with a very subtle smirk on her lips. Have you guys decided? We have. Lin Huang, who was disguised as Grimace, nodded while smiling lightly. So, your final decision is, we'll stay and work for you for a year. When the contract reaches a year, we hope that you will do as you promised, Master Butterfly Sovereign, which is sending both of us to the great world. Lin Huang shared his decision. The Butterfly Sovereign could not help but raise her brows when she heard him. To be frank, Lin Huang's decision was out of her expectations. Initially, she thought only one of them would stay. However, both of them were staying now. Aren't you guys in a hurry? How come the both of you are staying now? Don't you need me to send one of you away to handle your matter? The Butterfly Sovereign could not help but fire the few questions at once. We've discussed it in detail in the past week and we've come to a decision that we'll both stay. We actually lied about only being able to stay for a week at the most so that we could leave the virtual zone as soon as possible. In reality, we can stay much longer than a week in the virtual zone, Lin Huang explained. All the Butterfly Sovereign's suspicion dissolved. Alright, we'll sign a contract then. From today onwards, Both of you will be under me for a year. You'll follow my orders. A year later, when the contract expires, I promise to send you away. Sure. Lin Huang was finally relieved when he saw the contract signing go smoothly in the dreamland. The contract has finally been signed. Yeah, we're pretty fortunate that we succeeded on the first try. I was worried that she might spot something off and struggle out of the dreamland. Bloody could not help but exclaim. The nightmare taper, who was next to them, could not help but add, you guys don't actually have to worry. She only has a combat strength of first-rank true god. The intensity of her spirit is common among true gods, so it's still within my range of control. Even if I fail the first time, I can still do it again by resetting the dreamland. Although the possibility of her finding out about the strange occurrence will increase every time I reset the dreamland, judging by the intensity of her spirit, it shouldn't be a problem to do it within 3 attempts. There'll only be a small possibility of her noticing it if I were to do it more than 5 times. Although the Nightmare Taper only had a combat strength of Virtual God Rank 9, his rank was higher than the Butterfly Sovereign's. Apart from that, since the Butterfly Sovereign's spirit intensity was mediocre, she was dragged into Nightmare Taper's dreamland without noticing. That was how Lin Huang and Bloody witnessed whatever happened earlier. A year had passed in the dreamland in the blink of an eye. With Lin Huang's disguise and Bloody's assistance, the Butterfly Sovereign developed much more than the Dragon Sovereign and the Lion Sovereign. Her growth could be described as prosperous. Although the Butterfly Sovereign was still the weakest among the 3 sovereigns, the gap between her and the other 2 sovereigns had undoubtedly shrunk significantly. With the 2 capable warriors, the Butterfly Sovereign almost went all out and finally convinced the duo to stay. Years had passed in the dreamland. With Lin Huang and Bloody's help, the Butterfly Sovereign's organization only spent 12 years catching up with the Lion Sovereign. She even surpassed the Dragon Sovereign in the 18th year, becoming the #1 organization in the entire virtual zone. In the 78th year, the Butterfly Sovereign finally elevated to a 2nd-rank true god. In the 99th year, she successfully took over the Lion Sovereign's organization. Later on, she spent 2 years taking over the Dragon Sovereign's organization. She was the overlord of the virtual zone by then. In the 102nd year, the Butterfly Sovereign finally agreed to let her capable warriors, Lin Huang and Bloody, leave to the Great World under their persuasion. In reality, it had only been less than 10 minutes in the real world. The moment when the Butterfly Sovereign was going to activate the Dimensional Gateway, the Nightmare Taper projected what the Butterfly Sovereign was doing in the dreamland into the real world, putting her into a mode as if she were sleepwalking. As the Butterfly Sovereign activated the dimensional portal in the dreamland, she also activated the same gateway in the real world. Lin Huang and Bloody looked at each other and smiled when they saw the dimensional portal forming. The duo brought the Nightmare Taper into the gateway. Chapter 1245, Shelter number 1245, were finally out. A black whirlpool consolidated midair in a wilderness from nowhere, before a man and a woman stepped out of it. The young man in a black trench coat could not help but smirk as he lifted his head to look far ahead, bracing the strong wind that swept up the dust that covered the wilderness sky with weed. If I'm not mistaken, we should be somewhere close to the grade -1 shelter number 1245. According to Butterfly Sovereign's plan in the dreamland, the destination we've been teleported to should be close to shelter No 1245. However, we still can't confirm our current coordinates before seeing shelter number 1245. The lady in red next to him hovered midair as she turned her head and looked at the young man. Naturally, the 2 people who appeared out of thin air were Lin Huang and Bloody that the Butterfly Sovereign had just teleported to the Great World by means of the Space God rule. The Butterfly Sovereign had set the coordinates close to shelter number 1245 when she was in the Great World back then. Due to Lin Huang and Bloody's persuasion, the Butterfly Sovereign who ruled the entire virtual zone was intending to return to the Great World growing in her. The Butterfly Sovereign would occupy shelter number 1245 as her first plan before stealthily expanding and developing her influence. Shelter number 1245 was just an inconspicuous grade -1 shelter, and the most powerful guardian was only a demigod. If there were not millions of them, there were at least hundreds of thousands of such shelters throughout Protoss territory. No powerhouses would give attention to such a place at all. With the Butterfly Sovereign's capability, it would not take her long to elevate this shelter to a grade 3 shelter once she took over. Eventually, she would make it into a significant organization. Later, She would apply to be a Grade 5 Shelters affiliate, and with a Grade 5 Shelters protection, the organization would have their feet planted in the great world. She would develop it further later on an attempt to break through to the Heavenly God level, and as soon as she broke through, the Shelter's grade would be elevated to Grade -5. By then, she would also consider an overlord in the great world. That was the plan Bloody came up with for the Butterfly Sovereign in the Dreamland. Even if the Butterfly Sovereign had no interest in the beginning, her greed grew significantly after ruling the virtual zone in Bloody's Dreamland. No matter how big the virtual zone was, it could no longer contain her greed. The black whirlpool behind Lin Huang and Bloody began to fade and disappeared gradually as the duo chatted. Lin Huang peeped at the gateway's exit that was disappearing. He raised his brows slightly. I thought she'd come after us. That lady is much calmer than I imagined. However, it seemed to be in Bloody's expectation, no matter what, she's the overlord of the virtual zone. If she can't even handle such a situation, she can't be the Butterfly Sovereign of the virtual zone. If it was me, I might even bomb Butterfly Sovereign Palace if I found out I was tricked in the Dreamland and was being used to activate the gateway toward the great world. Lin Huang chuckled softly. She must be secretly crushed, but she knew very well that she's no match for Nightmare Taper. She'd most probably die if she came after us. After all, she fell into the trap earlier without even noticing. There's a high possibility that she'd fall into the trap for the second and third time. No matter how upset she is, she can only tolerate in silence. What Bloody said seemed to reflect the Butterfly Sovereign's current mood. At the Butterfly Sovereign Palace in the virtual zone, Butterfly Sovereign Kai Yi clenched her fists tightly while watching the dimensional gateway fade slowly in rage. There were a few times when she attempted to rush in. However, she decided to be rational and finally gave up on that thought. Grimace. Bloody. I'll remember both of you. I'll definitely kill the both of you in the future. Although she said that while clenching her teeth, Kai Yi had little faith in succeeding in that endeavor. Until this moment, she was still unsure of when she fell into the trap and got dragged to the Dreamland. That aside, she also knew full well that she stood little to no chance of a victory should she see the duo again, despite them both only having the combat strength of people at the virtual god level. She began recalling everything that happened in the Dreamland over 10 minutes as she calmed herself down. All of a sudden, a strange expression could be seen on Kai Yi's face. Although it was just a dream, the development strategies and combat skills that Girl Bloody provided seemed to really work. What if I carry them out in reality? Kai Yi's eyes lit up. She seemed to have completely forgotten that she was tricked. However, Lin Huang and Bloody, who was, at this moment, far away in the great world, knew nothing about that. The duo rushed along their path and soon arrived at the Protoss shelter that was closest to their sensing range. Lin Huang and Bloody attracted the shelter guards' attention just as they were descending from midair. There was fear in their eyes. Are both you masters entering the city? The monster guard with crocodile head asked carefully. A Protoss would have 3 forms and would usually appear in their mortal form, which was a human form. The reason was that their original form was usually gigantic, making it inconvenient for them to move around. Meanwhile, their immortal form would drain their energy at all times, since energy was the main source of retaining that form. Clearly, the complete human forms had proved that the duo were legitimate members of the Protoss. The grade suppression from Bloody and Lin Huang disguising into Grimace alone was enough to make the guards tremble just from standing there. It was the kind of suppression that a human could not fake. What's the code of this shelter? Lin Huang asked coldly. He even only peeked at the 2 guards coldly. Since he disguised into a Protoss, he should naturally portray a Protoss arrogance as well. Courtesy was unnecessary when asking questions. Master, this is shelter number 1245. The 2 guards did not find Lin Huang's question odd. The reason was that most of the shelters below grade 3 only had codes but not names. Hardly any members of the Protoss would visit shelters below grade 3, so it made sense that they did not know of the shelter's code. Lin Huang and Bloody turned their heads and looked at each other after hearing the guard informing the code. The duo was finally relieved, as the Butterfly Sovereign sent them to the correct coordinates. Let's take a look at the shelter, Bloody signaled to Lin Huang. This was the first shelter that the duo discovered in the great world. Naturally, the first thing to do was to collect some basic information. Masters, do you want to see the Master Guardian? The crocodile head guard asked softly. I hope that isn't too much. I mean, lead the way, Lin Huang was about to say. I hope that isn't too much, by habit. However, recalling that he was a snobbish Protoss, he scrapped that immediately. Clearly, Bloody, who was next to him, heard. She could not help but smirk, she almost laughed out loud. Soon, the duo arrived at the Guardian residence under the Crocodile Head's guidance. The shelter's guardian was a dog-headed person with blonde hair. Although he only had combat strength of Imperial level while he was approximately 2 meters tall, Lin Huang was tempted to pat its head since his golden hair was shining like a purebred golden retriever under the sun. Chapter 1246. Could there be precious treasures nearby? It was not Lin Huang's first time seeing a dog-headed person. In reality, he had seen such a monster in the wild zones more than once during his first year of travel to the gravel world. However, the dog-headed person that Lin Huang saw back then looked like a strange, mixed breed. They were ugly with messy hair and looked many times filthier than most strays on Earth. Most importantly, their intelligence was lower than most dogs on Earth. All they could do was bite and eat. It was Lin Huang's first time seeing a dog-headed person that was of pure golden retriever breed at that moment. This made him think back to the golden retriever he had as a child back home before traveling to the gravel world. The dog-headed person did not mind Lin Huang being out of the zone at all. He greeted them passionately. Let me know if there's anything that both of you masters need. I'll definitely help if I can. Bloody took over the conversation after noticing that Lin Huang was distracted. If that's the case, we won't hold back. We need maps of the nearby areas along with access to this shelter's archive. The more versions we have of the map, the better. Also, the higher the access level granted to us for the archive, the better. A surprised expression flashed through the dog-headed person's eyes when he heard Bloody's requests. However, he agreed directly without much hesitation. Sure, I'll arrange accommodation for both of you first. After that, I'll bring both of you to the archive, sort out the maps and send them over to you. There's no need for accommodation, it won't take long for us to read the documents. Just send the maps to the archive directly. The divine telekinesis virtual gods possess the ability to retrieve various information at a blinding speed. With Bloody's supreme intelligence, her speed of retrieving information was hundreds of times faster than ordinary virtual god-level powerhouses, and probably only required less than half an hour to read all the archives in a grade -1 shelter. Naturally, this made it unnecessary for them to stay in this shelter. Alright then, I'll lead both of you to the archive now. The dog-headed person nodded immediately. The archive was located at the back courtyard of the Guardian residence. The dog-headed person led Lin Huang and Bloody through a graveyard with various creatures, carcasses buried, and stopped when they arrived at a small house. Lin Huang could not help but frown slightly as they were walking here. He knew about dog-headed people's bad habit of burying carcasses a few years back. He never thought that the spotless golden retriever he saw before him had the same bad habit as the mixed-breed dog-headed people. The dog-headed person seemed to be embarrassed by himself as he kept his gaze low while they walked through the backyard, walking faster than before. He only spoke again when they arrived at the little house in the backyard. This little house isn't the real archive. There's a red worm guarding it in there, and only people that I bring in won't be attacked. The real archive is underground. To be exact, in the maze built by the red worm, only the red worm and I knew the correct route. Although Lin Huang had never seen a red worm, he was not a stranger to it. He remembered a monster with that name when he saw it in the monster guide for the first time because it looked like an earthworm that had been enlarged countless times. Apart from the difference in size, the red worm had sharp teeth that looked like spikes all over its mouth and a long tongue that could be shot out rapidly. It could burrow underground like an earthworm and enjoyed setting up mazes in its territory. The red worm mainly eats rotten flesh and would also attack creatures that trespasses into its territory. However, to Lin Huang and Bloody, the red worm's maze was nothing to them no matter how difficult it was. They could see everything in the maze clearly by just scanning it with divine telekinesis. The dog-headed person could only defend against Imperial-level enemies at most. After all, the red worm that was hiding under the little house only had combat strength of an Imperial level. It would be killed immediately as soon as it encountered a virtual god-level powerhouse. Hong Hong, I brought some people here. The dog-headed person took a step forward and knocked on the little house's metal door 3 times. A humming sound soon came from the house in response to the knock. Then, the dog-headed person turned his head around to nod at Lin Huang and Bloody. You may now enter, masters. Please follow behind me, and try not to make a sound. The dog-headed person extended his hand and opened the metal door as soon as he was done speaking before entering hastily. Lin Huang and Bloody followed him immediately. As Lin Huang expected, the inside of the house was small, only less than 30 square meters. However, there was a big, 4-meter diameter hole in the middle of the house that had a gigantic monster extending its head from the hole. The dog-headed person took out a rotten beast carcass from his storage space and tossed it at the monster. It opened its mouth, caught the carcass, and began eating it happily. Lin Huang took this opportunity to observe the monster. According to the monster guide, the highest combat strength ever recorded for a red worm found in the gravel world was only at the holy fire level. There were no immortal level red worms ever found. However, the one before him had a solid imperial level purple gold rank combat strength despite its size that did not look much different from what the monster guide described. It was just an earthworm that was enlarged countless times with a mouth full of sharp teeth. The only thing that was different from the description in the monster guide was there were many faint, tiny purple spots on its wrinkled, red skin. In less than 10 seconds, the red worm ate and swallowed the beast carcass that weighed hundreds of pounds. There was not a single bone or anything left over. The dog-headed person only spoke again when the red worm was done eating. Please send these 2 masters to the archive. There are errands that I need to run. I'll come back later. Send them off for me if these 2 masters need to leave before I return. The red worm released a hum like it was responding to the dog-headed person. The dog-headed person then said to Lin Huang and Bloody in relief, please ride on its back, masters. It'll bring you to the archive. I'll go on to sort out the map. I'll return later. Sure. Lin Huang swallowed the thanks that almost slipped out of his lips. Both of them rode on the red worm's back. It then turned around to the ground and crawled towards the destination quickly. After seeing both of them off, the dog-headed person only looked away a while later. He seemed like he was in deep thought. The 2 Protoss came out of nowhere. They requested to look at our archive and maps. Judging by the duo's responses, there must be precious treasures close to the shelter. But I've looked through all of the areas that are open around the shelter throughout the decades here. I didn't find anything valuable, let alone items that are attractive to 2 Protoss. There should be something that's happening if it's something that only appeared during recent decades. Still, I don't recall anything happening during the past decades. The dog-headed person shook his head, feeling helpless after failing to come up with anything. He left the little house with a head full of doubts. Chapter 1247. Giving your dog head a pat. The reason Lin Huang and Bloody wanted to read everything at the archive and attain the maps were actually very simple. All they wanted was to learn more about the Great World. After all, it had been over 300 years since the Butterfly Sovereign was last in the Great World. The world that she remembered must be different from how it was now. After more than 300 years, the shelter that the Butterfly Sovereign remembered may no longer be there, let alone the accuracy of the coordinates. Moreover, it was not only the Butterfly Sovereign, but most of the convicts that Lin Huang met in the royal trial were also imprisoned for up to 100 years or more. Their impression of the Great World too were from hundreds of years or even up to 1,000 years ago. Lin Huang and Bloody rode on the red worm's back and waited for it to crawl for some 10 minutes patiently. Finally, the duo arrived at the cave where the archive was. The red worm turned around and left after dropping them at the cave entrance. Lin Huang and Bloody chuckled out of surprise as they stepped into the cave and saw what was inside. The cave was pretty big. However, the so-called archive was just merely a couple of crude shelves. The shelves were built out of some animal skeletons, were over 3 meters tall and approximately 2 meters wide. However, in the huge archive, there were less than 8 such bookshelves. Not only that, only 2/3 of them had documents while 1/3 of them were empty. Lin Huang walked closer and realized that they were beast skins of assorted colors and thickness. He also noticed the texts used to record the documents on the beast skins. He was familiar with them. Fortunately, the documents were recorded in divine words. Otherwise, we would need to spend some time to familiarize with them. As Lin Huang was observing the beast skins on the shelves, Bloody had scanned through dozens of beast skins with her divine telekinesis and confirmed the recorded texts. The so-called divine words were the official universal text used among the Protoss organizations. The reason why Bloody said that was because apart from divine word, the more significant tribes in the Great World would have their own languages and scripts. Bloody spent less than 3 minutes reading everything recorded on the beast skins in the archive. It was much faster than what she expected before coming here. There's not much useful information in this archive. Fortunately, the news documents throughout the recent decade are well maintained. They basically have everything major that happened in the God territory for the past 10 years. They have so many news documents in store. Lin Huang was a little surprised. The so-called news documents were the newspapers and magazines on Earth. However, what differentiated the Protoss news documents was that there were up to 1,000 pieces of news media available. There was all sorts of news around daily. There was only one clan who owned the right to publish news in the God territory, the News clan of the Protoss. Not only that, under normal circumstances, they would only publish one edition per month. Although most people in the God territory were using the communication devices invented by humans, the news subscription from the News clan was growing. The reason was that there was only one edition per month. Moreover, it was usually a cover with a piece of beast skin. Therefore, the news that were published was basically major news. Given that the News clan brilliantly added the entertainment section and electronic version of their news, realizing the information impact on the internet, their sales were growing instead of dropping. Initially, people read the news documents for information. Nowadays, reading news documents was more like entertainment to pass time. The news documents stored in the shelter's archive were totally a request from the Protoss. To guarantee their sales, the News clan had signed an agreement earlier with the Protoss, upper echelons that required shelters within the God territory to subscribe to their news each month. Not only that, they would have to keep the news for at least a decade untouched. That was the reason why the shelter where the dog-headed person lived had so many news documents in store. Naturally, Lin Huang and Bloody had no idea of the secret. They thought the blonde dog-headed person had the habit of collecting news documents. Judging by the news documents, the internal conflicts between the Protoss have been getting worse throughout the years. This matches the Butterfly Sovereign's memory in the Dreamland, Bloody said while sorting the content that she put together and shared them to Lin Huang. Lin Huang only managed to digest the information after a good 10 minutes before he spoke again with a smile. It makes sense that there are internal conflicts between the Protoss. After all, they're the top tribe in the great world where they've been living in peace for over 5,000 years. As soon as a person gets comfortable, they'd naturally have more desires, let alone those clans and organizations among the Protoss that are already greedy. They'd always want more of what they already have. The duo chatted about the God territory for a while before the blonde dog-headed person returned riding on the red worm. Seeing Lin Huang and Bloody, he took out 2 beast skins from his space storage immediately. This is the map of our planet, the latest version that was released 13 years ago. The shelters and the danger zones, coordinates are marked clearly. The dog-headed person spread open the 2 beast skins one after another and explained while pointing at them. This is the detailed map of the areas close to our shelter. It included the 7 shelters around, with clear pictures of the mountain terrains. Do you have the star map? Lin Huang asked. I only have one simplified version of the star map with me, the dog-headed person replied as he spread another beast skin open. The information on the piece of beast skin was much simpler than the previous 2 maps. Only the dust shelter has a detailed version of the star map. Lin Huang and Bloody read a little bit about the dust shelter at the archive. The dust shelter was a grade 3 shelter that dominated this planet. There was a branch on this planet with a virtual god rank 8 guardian at the moment. Meanwhile, the dust shelter's headquarters was on another planet close by. The guardian was only a 2nd rank true god. There was only one true god in the entire shelter, whereby there were only 3 planets under their territory including the headquarters. It was considered the weakest grade 3 shelter among the rest. Lin Huang could not help but frown as he recalled everything he knew about the dust shelter. The Butterfly Sovereign must have her own intentions for choosing to send them here. Give me this star map as well. Lin Huang took over the 3 maps from the dog-headed person's hand and put them away into his storage ring. He then patted the dog-headed person's arm. Thanks for your hard work. It's my responsibility to provide such services to both of you, masters. The dog-headed person held his head down a little fearfully. Lin Huang turned his head to look at Bloody. There's no need for us to stay, am I right? Should we head straight to the dust shelter? Sure. Bloody nodded. Thanks for your service. Lin Huang could not help extending his gratitude again before he left. The dog-headed person held his head down again with a little more fear now. All of a sudden, he felt a hand pressing on his head. The dog-headed person was dumbstruck at the moment. It's a little tangled, you should wash your hair. Lin Huang patted his head twice and commented. He used to have a golden retriever at home when he was younger and was eager to pat the dog-headed person's head as soon as he saw him. He finally got to pat his head now. Before the dog-headed person managed to respond, Lin Huang pressed onto Bloody's shoulder and they took their leave from the underground in a flash. The duo who returned to the ground did not stay there at all. Instead, they headed directly toward where the dust shelter's branch was. The dog-headed person who looked shocked was the only person left behind at the archive. What just happened? Chapter 1248. Dust Shelter. The dust shelter's branch was over 20,000 kilometers away from the shelter where the dog-headed person was. Moving at 100 times faster than the speed of light compared to usual virtual god powerhouses, Lin Huang and Bloody merely spent 10 minutes to travel close to half of the Earth's perimeter before they arrived at their destination. The guardian at the entrance of the shelter was respectful as usual as they were invited into the city. Although this particular shelter was only a branch, it was much more crowded than the shelter where the dog-headed person was at. However, Lin Huang and Bloody stood out in the crowd as they appeared in human form. Many of those who were there were checking them out secretly. The duo did not stay at all. Instead, they headed straight to the Guardian residence. As soon as they arrived at the Guardian residence, a person in the form of a fish welcomed them with a group of people. It is the pleasure of the dust shelter to welcome both of you masters. Clearly, the fish person was the guardian of this branch. Lin Huang and Bloody sensed the aura on him. His combat strength was indeed the rumored virtual god rank -8. Although Lin Huang had read about the fish person on the monster guide, it was his first time seeing a real one, so he began observing him a little. The fish person looked like a human with a muscular body that was over 2 meters tall. He had a sea blue beard all over his face and looked like some 40-year-old middle-aged man. If one must differentiate him from a human, he had a few tears that looked like shark gills on both sides of his chin to his neck. They were covered partially by his thick beard, so only a few fears were faintly visible. After the person chatted with Bloody for a little bit, Lin Huang was done with his observation. We just happened to pass by this planet. We need to borrow your shelter's dimensional portal. Sure, I'll bring both masters over. The fish person agreed to that without hesitation. In the god territory, Protoss members held a high position. Apart from powerhouses on the true god level, most of the tribes only held affiliate positions. The same applied to the virtual god rank 8 fish person. Although Lin Huang, who disguised himself as Grimace and Bloody, were not of pure god's blood, they were in their complete human form. Given their quadruple mutated mythical level aura, these two factors alone were sufficient for people to believe they were Protoss. Even the virtual god rank 8 fish person guardian before them suspected nothing about their identity at all. Although Lin Huang and Bloody only had combat strength of virtual god rank 2, the fish person guardian dared not slow down at all. He led the duo to the dimensional portal directly. Lin Huang and Bloody took this kindness at face value and stepped right into the dimensional portal, disappearing from where they were. When they walked out of the dimensional portal, both of them had arrived at another planet. Even the energy density in the air of this planet is much denser than the previous one. Lin Huang sensed the significant difference between the two planets as soon as he stepped out of the dimensional portal. It makes sense. A GRADE-3 shelter's headquarters that was picked out by a true god-level powerhouse would have more minerals and resources of all sorts. It's only natural that the energy density is higher. Bloody nodded lightly. As they were chatting through a voice transmission, they got a clearer picture of the environment around them. There were two guardians next to the dimensional portal with Imperial-level combat strength. Both of them were aquatic monsters, with aquatic monster heads. Welcome, masters. The two monsters bowed and spoke at the same time as soon as they saw Lin Huang and Bloody. Lin Huang and Bloody nodded lightly and hovered into the air before heading to where the shelter was. The duo headed straight to the Guardian residence as soon as they entered the shelter. Shelters of grade 3 and above would have at least a true god-level powerhouse, except Branch's Guardian. Even in a god territory, the Guardian's position was no different than a member of the Protoss. As a courtesy, it was necessary for both Protoss juniors to visit the Guardian since they came to the grade 3 shelter. Lin Huang and Bloody knew that, so they decided to visit the dust shelter's Guardian as soon as they got here. A merman welcomed them just when they arrived at the Guardian residence. What differentiated them from fish person was all mermen and mermaids had fishtail, including this one before them. Not only that, they had handsome faces with blonde hair. They would be the top boy toys if they were on Earth. Lin Huang saw mermaids at the peaceful ocean in the gravel world before. He knew that this tribe was beautiful no matter male or female, so he did not find that odd. However, this merman before them was not the shelter's guardian. Lin Huang and Bloody could tell that by just looking at him. The reason being he only had combat strength of virtual god rank 7, which was too far away from true god level. The merman observed them quietly from far away. He only welcomed them with a smile when they arrived at the entrance. The governor has been waiting, please follow me, masters. Clearly, this merman was just a butler of some sort. Lin Huang and Bloody nodded while smiling, they then followed him. They did not find it strange that the guardian knew that they were coming. The guardian was at the true god level after all, his sensing range of the god territory should be wide enough to cover the entire planet. Their quadruple mutated aura and human form should attract the guardian's attention right away. After all, it was rare to have Protoss members to visit a grade 3 guardian residence. This grade 3 shelter was much bigger than the previous grade -1 guardian residence. The merman led Lin Huang and Bloody through the courtyard for 5 to 6 minutes and finally arrived at a palace. The palace was mainly blue and gold in color, with a faint, white mist lingering around. The merman pressed his palm on the palace door that was tightly shut, causing a faint blue wave to spread on the door before it opened slowly. This palace is a god rule relic. This is really a great world, whereby some grade 3 shelter's guardian would have an expensive collection of his own. I would love a palace god rule relic too. Naturally, it was impossible for Lin Huang to say that out loud. He was only thinking that to himself secretly. He could not help but look at Bloody who was next to him, he wanted to see her reaction. However, she seemed very calm. Noticing his glare, she turned her head to lock eyes with him. She subsequently smiled, clearly guessing what Lin Huang had in mind at the moment. As the palace door opened, completely, the mermaid only stepped foot into the palace hall before leading the duo in. The three of them passed by a few rooms, and the mermaid only stopped walking when they arrived before a blue and silver metal door. He pressed his palm on it and pushed it open. Please wait in this lounge, the master governor will be here later. There's no need, the master governor can go ahead with his errands first, Bloody responded while smiling. This lounge was similar to a human lounge with a similar setting. Clearly, the god territory had significant influence from humans. The only difference was that the room was over 5 meters tall. Moreover, there was a gilt chair that was 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal chair placed in the middle. As Lin Huang and Bloody were looking around, the mermaid began pouring them tea at ease. Just when the tea was served and the duo took a sip, the lounge door was opened. A thick voice came, "It's Dust Shelter's pleasure to welcome both distinguished guests." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 1249. The best solution as the deep voice boomed, a majestic silhouette stepped into the lounge after the door was opened. Even Lin Huang and Bloody could not help but lift their heads because the person who came was at least 3.5 meters tall. It was a giant indeed. When looked closely, one would notice that he only looked 90% like a human. There was something that differentiated him from a human. There were 4 almost invisible tiny holes on each side of his neck under his chin. However, the detail alone made Lin Huang and Bloody realize who the person was. The human form, the gigantic body, and the breathing holes on his neck were clear descriptions of those in the monster guide. The person was definitely a member of the Whale Man tribe under the Fish Man tribe. I'm Dust Shelter's guardian, Whale 13. Welcome both distinguished guests here. I'm Grimace. This person next to me is Bloody. Lin Huang shared the identity of his current disguise. Both of us passed by this wonderful place by accident. We thought we have to pay you a visit since there's a Fish Man tribe senior guarding the shelter. Although he was disguised as a Protoss member, the person was a true god after all. He deserved to be called a senior. Whale 13, on the other hand, was over the moon when he heard what Lin Huang said. It was not that he had never met a Protoss before, but those that he met were arrogant. Even those juniors who were not even on virtual god level were rude when they met him, a true god. However, these 2 juniors who were not even on virtual god level before him kept calling him a senior, so he was pleased to be speaking with them. How wonderful would it be if all Protoss juniors are as courteous as them, Whale 13 could not help but think to himself. Haha, this shelter is quite a crude and remote one. Apart from my few best friends and tribe people, there are usually very few guests on normal days, let alone Protosses like both of you. It's destiny that brought you here today. Give me a minute. Let me get people to arrange a banquet to welcome both of you. Whale 13 treated the duo passionately. The level of his friendliness made Lin Huang and Bloody suspect that he might have some ill intentions. Fortunately, nothing unpleasant happened. The three of them chatted while drinking tea. Soon, a fish man came to inform them that the banquet was ready. Whale 13 then dragged Lin Huang and Bloody to the table. On the dining table, Whale 13, who was tipsy from the drinks, finally revealed how Lin Huang and Bloody were different from other Protoss. At the same time, he criticized what he was unsatisfied with. Lin Huang and Bloody were not sure whether to laugh or cry when they learned why Whale 13 was so friendly to them. After they were done with the brunch and made sure that Whale 13 was treating them out of genuine kindness, Lin Huang asked for the star map and the request to access the archive calmly. I can provide the star map for you guys for free, but there's no way that I can give you full access to the archives. Grade 3 shelters are guarded by Protoss, and there are some documents that only the Guardians can access since they're confidential to the outside world. There's no exception for Protosses like the both of you, Whale 13 spoke in all honesty. Then, give us the access that's open to us, Lin Huang nodded while smiling. Don't mind me asking this. My dust shelter is remote, and you should be able to find most documents available at shelters above grade 3 in the Protoss archive. What are you guys looking for to be coming to our archive intentionally? Whale 13 could not help but raise a question. In the God territory, ever since humans helped build the internet and archives, all sorts of documents and information in grade 3 and above shelters were stored in a copy in the Protoss's great archive that was similar to a cloud system. The Protoss members could read up within their access limit at all times. Lin Huang and Bloody knew that too. Just when Lin Huang was thinking of how to answer Whale 13's question, next to him, Bloody spoke, "Well, I've loved reading stories since I was young. I would collect local stories wherever I go, including local folklores and historical information since they're also in my reading range. Moreover, there are some folklores and history that can't be found in the archives. Therefore, I always request to go to the archive whenever I go to a shelter, no matter the size." Clearly, Whale 13 suspected nothing from Bloody's explanation. "Oh, I see, Ms. Bloody, you sure are knowledgeable." This whale is embarrassed. After the banquet, Whale 13 made a copy of the star map and sent it to Lin Huang. He left after leading the duo to the archive. The dust shelter was a grade 3 shelter after all. Its archive was much bigger than the grade -1 shelter earlier, and the documents were much more complete. As Bloody was reading the documents, Lin Huang was checking the star map that Whale 13 had sent him. After a while, having browsed through the star map thoroughly, Lin Huang spoke to Bloody through voice transmission. This star map still has no coincidental points in the star map in Qi Mushang's memory. However, we can basically confirm where we are now. The star zone that we're currently in is called the Dust Zone. It's under the Northern Desert Star Zone, under the territory of Grade 5 Shelter, the Golden Sand Shelter. The Northern Desert Star Zone is rather remote, almost at the northwestern border of the God territory. Although the Golden Sand Shelter is considered the weaker one among the Grade 5 shelters. They have over 24 GRADE-4 shelters and some 120 GRADE-3 shelters under them. As it's rather remote, the management guardians are pretty weak. Most of the shelters are quite dangerous. Besides that, there are many fugitives who escaped here. Also, there is almost zero humans in the Northern Desert Star Zone. The God territory isn't a friendly place for humans, and the discrimination is even worse in the Northern Desert Star Zone. If I appear as myself, I'm afraid there would be people who are eager to beat me up. However, the problem is that my disguise card can only last for a day. It would mean that if I'd like to stay in this grade 3 shelter, I would need to use one disguise card every day. My cards are my trump card. This would mean that I would have to use a trump card that could save my life even if I did nothing every day. That's not going to work in the long run. Although Lin Huang had disguise skills, given his Imperial level combat strength, he could not even deceive virtual gods, let alone true god level powerhouses. Bloody multitasked while giving Lin Huang a solution directly after hearing what he said. There are actually two solutions to your situation. The first solution is to use a disguised god rule relic. You won't expose yourself and you'll save on your cards. If you're still concerned, you can even use 2 god rule relics. The second solution is to appear as my god servant. If that's the case, you can use your human identity in public without a disguise. I'd recommend the first one of the two solutions. I think it's better that you don't expose your identity and appearance. This is the great world after all, and powerhouses are everywhere. It's better to be cautious before you have definite confidence. However, true God level is the most a God rule relic can deceive. There's a chance that you might be exposed when you meet heavenly God level powerhouses or top true gods. All grade 4 shelters have top high rank true God guardians and heavenly gods in shelters above grade -4. If you go for the first solution, you won't be able to enter shelters that are grade 4 and above. However, if we don't go into the God territory's core zone, the information we get will be very limited, so I'm thinking that it's best that we go our separate ways for our next journey. You're a human, so you'll encounter trouble everywhere you go in the God territory. However, it's a different case for me. Although I'm not a God's blood, it's easy for me to join the Protosses with my quadruple mutated wisdom type complete human form. The Protoss is different from before, it's not a world full of pure God's bloods any longer. All monsters of quadruple mutation and above with complete human forms can join. I'm worried about letting you go into the God territory's core zone alone. Lin Huang thought about it for a moment and said while shaking his head, I'll go for the second solution, which is to go into the core zone with you as your God servant. If you decide to be my God servant, you'll need to spend most of your time with me. There will be a significant restriction on your mobility. If that's the case, it's very difficult for you to elevate your combat strength as you planned. After all, we only have a year. Moreover, your combat strength level will affect mine directly. You'll have to seize every second to elevate your combat strength. If you're still worried, you can summon Kylie to be with me. Kylie is of pure God's blood. Not only does she have powerful combat ability, but she also has her own army, as well as her speed and spatial divine abilities. My safety should be guaranteed since I have her with me. That's the best solution that I can think of. Let's go our separate ways. Kylie and I will get intel at the core zone while you'll have to do everything you can to elevate your combat strength. Lin Huang nodded eventually after falling into silence for a long time. He knew that Bloody had indeed come up with the best solution available. Chapter 1250. You wish half an hour had already passed when Lin Huang and Bloody left the archive. In reality, Bloody spent less than 10 minutes reading all of the documents. She spent the rest of the time discussing the year-long plans and arrangements with Lin Huang. As the duo walked out of the archive, Whale 13 appeared before them in a flash. I just recalled there's a Mr. Shu in this shelter who loves telling all sorts of stories. Since, Ms. Bloody, you love listening to stories, both of you can stay a few days at my guardian residence. I'll get someone to bring Mr. Shu over. There's no need for the trouble. Bloody took over the conversation just when Lin Huang wanted to reject him. There's no harm staying a day or two. Lin Huang peered at Bloody in doubt. He did not ask more since Whale 13 was still standing next to them. Bloody only explained through voice transmission after Whale 13 left with their confirmation. We only discussed the rough steps at the archive. I'll need a little bit of time to prepare and arrange the detailed plans for this year. We can avoid interruption and being spied on if we stay at his guardian residence for now. Moreover, both of us don't have authentic Protoss identities yet. We'll expose ourselves if we stay at a hotel. Now, the priority is to have someone to get us an alternate identity. Also, you'll need a disguised God rule relic. Get it as soon as you can. An alternate identity, I've already figured who to get that from. A person's face soon appeared in Lin Huang's head. I'll check out the disguised God rule relics in the royal market. Under the arrangement of Whale 13's butler, Lin Huang and Bloody soon checked into the guest room in the guardian residence. The butler had arranged for a suite at the top floor of the guardian residence. Apart from the great view, it was connected straight to the little garden at the rooftop. Lin Huang and Bloody could not help but look at each other when they saw the garden. The design of this garden is pretty unique. It seems to be the work of a master, Bloody exclaimed to Lin Huang. She clearly wanted the butler to hear that. As expected, the butler revealed a faint smile on his face. Your humble one designed this garden. I learned gardening from a human master when I was younger, so I know a little bit about it. No wonder, humans indeed are brilliant in some aspects, Bloody responded with a smile. In reality, Lin Huang and Bloody could tell that the garden was designed by a human as soon as they saw it. That's right, there are actually many humans that are very talented. The butler stopped speaking all of a sudden. He seemed to have realized that the duo was Protosses, so it was inappropriate for him to compliment humans before them. He changed what he was going to say immediately. However, no matter how talented humans are, they're no match for the Protoss geniuses in our god territory. Noticing that he was being inappropriate, the butler dared not speak nonsense again. He left right after he arranged their accommodation. It seems like not everyone in the god territory discriminates against humans. Lin Huang felt consoled about that. Indeed. However, the butler's response earlier proved even more that it's normal for humans to be discriminated in the god territory. Bloody, on the other hand, recognized the different perspective of the incident. They talked about serious business after a brief chat on the human's position in the god territory. Did you find anything useful from all of the documents that you read in the archive? Yes, it's much more detailed than the grade -1 shelter earlier, which only had official news documents. They only recorded the major incidents in the god territory. Apart from news documents, the Dust Shelter archives have many other documents. They even have some recordings of incidents outside the god territory. That organization Royal that you joined earlier, they have quite some information recorded here too. The latest news was from 7 years ago when a prince elevated to heavenly god level. One of the prince's positions has been vacant ever since then. Lin Huang was stunned to hear that news. A prince of royal was different from that from dynasty. The lowest qualification for being a royalty was a supreme genius. As long as they were alive, almost all members had the potential to elevate to true god level. That applied to normal members too. The criteria for the candidate was much stricter for a prince of dynasty. Dynasty's royal court would first vote among the candidates to be prince. The royal court would then send the chosen candidate's detailed documents to one of the lords of dynasty. After the lord looked through the documents, he would have to approve the candidate himself to make the candidate a prince. As soon as one was awarded the prince title, he would become one of the lords of dynasty's nominal disciples. He might even be taught by the lord himself. In reality, for those who managed to enter the royal court list, they were basically guaranteed of their potential and quality in elevating to lord level by the royal court. However, the greater difficulty in achieving the title as prince was that there was only a quota for 12 princes of dynasty in the entire great world. The quota was almost always full and was hardly vacant. Under normal circumstances, there would only be 2 situations when there was a vacancy. One was when a current prince was dead, while the other would be when a current prince had elevated to heavenly god level. Lin Huang knew what the position of a prince of dynasty was as soon as he joined royal. However, he did not care about that because it was too far away from him. Although he was named the #1 genius of the era in the gravel world, he knew that the great world was much greater. To him, there must be many young people who had greater talents and gifts compared to him in the great world. He did not think much about it, even though he just heard about a vacant prince position at the moment. This news was from 7 months ago. There's no more news about royal deciding on a prince since then. It means since 7 months ago, they probably have yet to find a suitable replacement for the prince of royal. I think you stand a chance. Bloody turned her head and looked at Lin Huang connivingly while smiling. Royal picks most of the candidates who are already on virtual god level as their prince. Before cultivators achieve virtual god level, there are many unstable factors. No matter how powerful a genius is, they might be no different than an ordinary person as long as he doesn't find the correct way to elevate to virtual god level. I don't even qualify the first basic condition with my imperial level combat strength, so stop fooling around with me. It was not that Lin Huang had no confidence, but he never believed in blind confidence. There are only 2 possibilities why royal has yet to have a prince since 7 months ago. The first one would be that there's no one suitable one among the candidate list who deserves the position. There's even a high possibility that the Lord has rejected the candidate list submitted by the royal court many times. The second possibility would be there are many suitable candidates, but they can't decide on one due to internal differences. If it's the first possibility, whereby the Lord hasn't seen anyone that he likes and keeps rejecting the royal court's list, you'll elevate to virtual god level or even straight to true god if that drama drags out for a year. Won't you be qualified by then? Bloody shared the possibility in all seriousness. You wish. Lin Huang could not help but scoff to himself at the moment. Chapter 1251. Night and Shadow. After a while of chatting, the duo soon began working on their own. Bloody began coming up with a detailed plan for the coming year following the information and documents she had. Lin Huang, on the other hand, created a message with his communication device and sent it out. Old Yang, I'm Lin Huang. I've just arrived in the god territory of a great world today. Are you still doing what you were before? I'm in a hurry for 3 fake identities, the sooner, the better. It's inconvenient for me to make video calls and phone calls to you here, so we can keep in touch by text. Although there was a shield-like restriction in the guest room, theoretically, the outside world would not find out about whatever that was happening in the room. However, it was Whale 13's territory after all. Nobody knew if the room was bugged, so Lin Huang thought it was better to err on the side of caution. He got a reply within 10 seconds the text was sent. Send me the names and photos. Come up with your identities. I can make Protoss identities too, but they are easily exposed in a god territory above grade 5, thus I don't suggest doing that. Also, no matter what identities you're counterfeiting, you'd better disguise yourself properly and not expose any flaws. I'll send you the identities right away. Give me a minute. Can I ask approximately when I'll get them? Lin Huang replied as soon as he saw Yang Ling's reply. Yang Ling responded again a moment later. It doesn't take long to create fake identities. It can be done within half an hour at the most. However, it takes time for the logistics of the identity rings. If you're in human territory, tomorrow will be the latest you can get them. However, since you're in a god territory, there'll be a transfer in logistics. They'll only reach at least 3 days later. Moreover, not all god territories have goods receiving points in the shelters. All shelters of grade 5 and above undoubtedly have receiving points, but only approximately 10% of grade 3 shelters and around 30% of grade 4 shelters have receiving points. Send me your shelter code. I'll check the closest receiving point for you. I'll send the goods to the receiving point then, and you'll have to pick them up yourself. Lin Huang had never expected a god territory's logistics system to be so backward. Sure, I'll pick them up myself. I'll send you the documents soon. Lin Huang began discussing with Bloody again after exchanging messages with Yang Ling for a while. I've come up with a rough identity, but I'm not sure which tribe to use. I'll get Yang Ling to make one up for me. You should think of an identity to disguise as. Come up with one for Kylie too. After all, they were in Whale 13's territory. For safety purposes, Lin Huang did not summon Kylie directly. The both of us will use our real identities, Bloody replied almost without hesitation. We're going to stay in the core zone for a long time after all, and we might need to talk to people often. It might backfire easily if we disguise as other people, so we'll just use our names and tribes. It's too risky to use your real identity. Lin Huang frowned slightly when he heard her suggestion. There's no harm actually. Kylie's and my characteristics will stand out even more if we use our identities. Under normal circumstances, if something were to happen, it's easy for one's real identity to be tracked. Then, it'll be more difficult for one to get away. It might be troublesome to others, but you can recall us back into card form, which can wipe all trails immediately. If something really were to happen, all I need is to send you a message to get you to recall us back into card form. Bloody seemed to be adamant about using her own identity. Besides that, they don't lack powerhouses with high access in the core zone of the god territory. There'll be even more trouble if they find out about our fake identities. By using our real identities, even if they discover something wrong, we can say that we're from a mini-world. To avoid trouble, we bought fake identity rings, but we registered our authentic details. Even if the Protoss contacts our tribe to verify, there won't be any problem at all. Lin Huang thought Bloody's explanation made sense indeed. Although Yang Ling had superb skills when it came to creating fake identities, this was the great world after all. Moreover, just like Bloody said, the core zone of the god territory had many powerhouses with high access. If someone's access was high enough to track their fake identities, that would spell trouble for them. However, if they were to register their fake identities with genuine information, even if the Protoss was to expose them, the most they could prove was that their identity rings were fake but their identities were authentic. Even if Bloody could not find the exact tribe, other wisdom types would definitely come forward to vouch for her. Meanwhile, Kylie was a pure god's blood herself who belonged to the Nephilic Judge tribe, which belonged to the superior bloodline among the Protoss. Among the superior bloodlines, there were only a few of them. As soon as she was exposed, the Nephilic Judge tribe would definitely come forward for her. Bloody only made the decision after some careful consideration and concluded that it would be safer to use their real identities. Lin Huang stopped disagreeing with Bloody's decision after some careful thoughts to himself. After creating the 3 identities, Lin Huang sent them together with the shelter code to Yongling. Yongling soon replied with 2 messages, "Your location is really remote. I've checked. There are 2 receiving points that are closest to you. One is the Start Shelter, Grade 3, and the other would be the Jupiter Shelter, Grade 4. While the Grade 4 shelter is slightly closer to you, it doesn't make much difference. So, which receiving point do you want me to send them to? Also, I've told you that fake Protoss identities are easily exposed in the God territory. Are you sure you want your summoning beast, Kylie, to disguise as a Protoss? I'm not responsible for any after-sales service if there's any problem with that." Lin Huang replied while smiling after reading Yongling's message, "Send the goods to the Grade 3 receiving point then. As for Kylie's identity, it's alright to disguise her as a Protoss. I won't force you to take responsibility if something goes wrong." 2 words popped up within 3 seconds. Lin Huang sent the message. "Got it." After sorting out the fake identities, Lin Huang opened the royal trading page and began looking at disguised God rule relics. Soon, he saw 2 relics that he desired. One was a black mask named Night. The mask was pure black and was adorned with golden droplets so tiny that one almost could not see them with their naked eye. They were like stars that lit up the night sky. Apart from that, there was a white precious stone the size of a thumb mounted on the forehead, resembling a full moon. The effect of the mask's rule could isolate any energy from penetrating from the outside. Not only did it block divine telekinesis and divine power, but it could also block a majority of energy impact, creating a certain level of defense. The second relic was a cloak with a hood named Shadow. The cloak was pure black without any decoration or patterns. The effect of the rule was disappearing, including blocking one's aura from being detected by the outside world. In the beginning, Lin Huang struggled a while as he wondered which one to purchase. In the end, he decided to purchase both of them. The starting price of a God Rule relic was up to 1,000,000 divine stones. Both God Rule relics were expert grade, so their price exceeded 10 million divine stones. To be exact, both of them cost 46 million divine stones. It was not a small figure even to the wealthy Lin Huang. He happened to only have just over 10 million divine stones. He would have to sell lots of his resources to gather 46 million divine stones. That was the reason why he was struggling with which to purchase in the beginning. However, after some consideration, he eventually decided to splurge on both the God Rule relics for safety purposes. Chapter 1252. Money Boss. In order to get money to purchase God Rule relics, Lin Huang only left behind a couple of demigod and god relics that he usually used and sold the rest on the royal trading market. To sell all those demigod and god relics, he set them at a rather low price. They were even slightly cheaper than the market price. However, the speed of the goods being sold was much faster than Lin Huang expected. Within less than 10 minutes, up to 100 demigod and god relics were sold. I thought I'd need at least 2 to 3 days to gather the remaining 30 million or so divine stones despite selling them cheaply. I can't believe I made close to 10 million divine stones within 10 minutes. Lin Huang said as he checked the buyer record. However, he began to appear doubtful after doing so. What's wrong? Bloody noticed his expression immediately. This person seems to be the only one who bought up to 100 of my goods just now, Lin Huang said through voice transmission while grinning. The buyer record shows that it comes from the same account with the username, Money Boss. One can tell from the username that the person is loaded, Bloody said amusedly. In reality, it's not strange that this person bought so many things. You priced them slightly lower than the market price since you're in a hurry. Anyone would know that they'd be sold at a much higher price if they were sold at an auction. This Money Boss has most probably bought so many demigod and god relics for reselling purposes. Of course, there's another possibility. He might happen to have an underling who's lacking equipment, so he desperately needs demigod and god relics. He bought the equipment for his underling without hesitation as soon as he saw what you were selling. The second possibility is too much of a coincidence. Moreover, this person has the username, Money Boss. There's a higher chance that he's a businessman. As Lin Huang was chatting with Bloody, a message popped up on the royal trading page all of a sudden. Lin Huang looked closely to see a message from Money Boss that he was discussing with Bloody. Why's that guy looking for me? Skeptically, Lin Huang tapped open the message that the person sent through the royal trading page. Hi, Mr. Lin, I saw that you're selling many demigod and god relics today. They're slightly cheaper than the market price. I suppose you're in need of money, aren't you? Lin Huang did not create a username on the royal trading page and only showed his family name, which was the default setting. He could not help but raise his brows upon receiving such a message coming from Money Boss out of nowhere. Why do I have a feeling that this is an usury? Is this guy offering me usury? Though skeptical, Lin Huang decided to chat with him to see what exactly this buyer wanted. He did not answer the person's question. Instead, he gave a straightforward reply, "Give it to me straight and don't beat around the bush." Money Boss's message came 1 to 2 minutes later. "Well, I'm a businessman. Apart from doing some middleman business to make some commission, I do loans too to make some money from interest. I'm sending you this message to see if there's a chance if we can come up with a business deal, Mr. Lin." As expected, it was an usury. Lin Huang chose to reject decisively. "I won't take a loan from you. Usury isn't what I'm doing. The annual interest is only 4% as long as you pay it off within 3 years. You can consider it, Mr. Lin." Money Boss had yet to give up. Lin Huang did not expect the rate to be even lower than the housing loan on Earth. "What if I fail to pay everything back within 3 years? He asked curiously. "The interest will be doubled for payback within 3 to 10 years, which is 8%. It will double again for payback 10 to 20 years, which is 16%, and you said it isn't usury," Lin Huang thought to himself secretly. "I was just asking out of curiosity. Neither do I have the habit of borrowing money, nor do I have any interest in your usury business." Lin Huang thought the person's hopes would be killed and he would stop clinging onto him after his reply. Never did he expect another message to pop up just when he was going to turn off the trading page. "Since you aren't interested in taking a loan, we can talk about another business, Mr. Lin." Lin Huang frowned slightly and replied with a question mark. "I've looked through the number of goods and prices that you are selling this time. I speculate that you're in need of money, Mr. Lin. The price of goods you're letting go is 30 million divine stones. To be exact, it's over 35 million divine stones. No offense, but may I know if you're going to purchase something with the money? I think that's none of your business." Lin Huang thought the person was nosy. "I don't mean to disturb you. Perhaps I can help you get a bargain if you're using the money to purchase goods. I'll apologize for disturbing you if the money is for something else and I'll no longer disturb you." "Get me a bargain." Lin Huang was skeptical. This person's way of making business was clearly out of the ordinary. "Yes, I'll get you a bargain. I'll take 30% of the difference while you'll enjoy 70% of the discount." Money Boss seemed to be worried that Lin Huang might not understand and soon sent another message. "Let me give you an example. If an item's original price is 10 million divine stones, I'll save 2 million for you if I manage to bargain for 8 million instead. You'll pay me 30% of 2 million as commission, which will be 600,000. That means you only pay 8.6 million for something that was originally 10 million. You mean you'll purchase the goods at a bargain and resell it to me? How can I trust you not to sell it to me at a higher price? It's totally possible for you to purchase a 10 million item at 8 million and sell it at 12 million to me. If I'm desperate for the item, I suppose I'll have to accept the price you offer, wouldn't I?" Lin Huang voiced his doubt. "I've considered such risk and doubts in trust for my client's sake. Therefore, I'll only be responsible for getting the bargain for you. You'll have to complete the purchase yourself as I won't be participating in the deal. After the purchase is done, you'll pay me the commission as agreed," Money Boss replied. "Do you really trust your clients? What if I take my word back and refuse to pay you the commission after the deal is done?" Lin Huang thought the person was pretty naive. "I've encountered clients who've backed out on their words. However, they died soon after the deal was done without exception." Lin Huang did not think that the person was boasting after hearing what sounded like a threat. After all, the person dared to trust his clients. It proved that the person had a high possibility of being able to control the risk of his clients breaking their promise. What's the confidentiality of the deal like? Lin Huang was a little tempted now. After all, the two items would add up to 46 million. Even if the person only managed to get a 10% discount and take the 30% commission, he would save over 3 million, which was quite a significant figure. Clearly, Money Boss came to Lin Huang upon noticing that he was purchasing something expensive. "I'm just a businessman who wants to do business. I won't reveal a word about the business of all of my clients to anyone. There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Lin. All right, there are indeed 2 items that I'd like to purchase. I'll need to discuss the collaboration details with you to decide if we have a deal." Lin Huang finally agreed to discuss more with the person since Bloody, who had been sparing a portion of her attention to observe the conversation, nodded. Chapter 1253. Death Sickle. Within 2 hours, close to 40 million divine stones worth of items that Lin Huang was selling in Royal's market were almost sold. In reality, over 90% of them were purchased by Money Boss. Lin Huang was finally relieved to have gathered enough money to buy God Rule relics during his trip to the God territory this time. I've got you a bargain. It will be a 22% discount for Night. The original price was 25 million and now it's 19.5 million. You get 25% off for Shadow, which was originally priced at 21 million and is 15.75 million now. In other words, you're only paying 35.25 million for something that was 46 million. The difference is 10.75 million. I'll be taking 30%, which is 3.22 million. Let me round it up for you. Just transfer me 3.2 million after you've paid the buyers. So, how do I trade with the sellers? Lin Huang asked immediately. You'll have to send the sellers a personal message. Tell them that you're the buyer Money Boss mentioned. After that, just follow the steps they teach you. Sure, I'll transfer you the commission after the deal is done. Just when Lin Huang was done messaging Money Boss, he contacted both sellers immediately. The sellers changed the price of the items without hesitation as they changed their privacy to be visible to Lin Huang's account. The royal trading system was very unique. Product logistics on the page did not matter, whereby the products would be transferred to the storage equipment the buyers set up directly as long as the purchase was successful. The next official trade was completed smoothly within a minute. Lin Huang was finally relieved to see 2 extra God Rule relics in his storage space. He scanned through his storage equipment with his divine telekinesis and checked properly, confirming that both God Rule relics were fine. Lin Huang then clicked Money Boss's account and transferred the 3.2 million divine stones in commission over. I've transferred the divine stones to you. Please check. Got it. It's a pleasure working with you. Please get me to bargain for you again if you're getting more God Rule relics or business that's more than 10 million divine stones in the future, Money Boss replied almost instantly. Lin Huang could not help but smirk when he saw the message. I'll definitely look for you next time. Is it done? Bloody had been sparing a portion of her attention to Lin Huang's progress. I've gotten both of the God Rule relics. I've checked them and all are good. Lin Huang nodded. I'm basically done on my side too, but it's a little inconvenient to finish the master plan now. Bloody was also cautious. After all, they were in someone else's territory now. Let me give you a rough idea. We'll discuss the details after I'm done with the master plan and I'll send it to you tomorrow. First of all, you'll have to summon Kylie after leaving this shelter. The 3 of us will head to the start shelter to pick up our identity rings. Later on, Kylie and I will head to the core zone of the God territory. You'll disguise yourself and head to the next grade 3 shelter. I've given a good thought about your identity. It's best that you aren't a lone ranger. The great world is different from the gravel world, and you'll encounter plenty of trouble since you have no organization background. Although Royal is a huge organization, its headquarters is in a human territory that's too far away from the God territory. Distant water cannot quench the present thirst, thus it's best that you join an organization in the God territory. There are a couple of major organizations in the God territory, but currently there are only 2 that are recruiting and are suitable for you. One would be the Combat God Temple while the other would be the Death Sickle. The Combat God Temple is the best choice for your need to kill a great number of virtual God level monsters alone. The Combat God Temple is the biggest mercenary troop in the God territory, whereby they take on all sorts of group hunting missions all year long. If you join them, not only can you hunt all sorts of monsters, but you'll be given mission rewards from the Combat God Temple too. However, the biggest disadvantage of joining the Combat God Temple would be the lack of freedom. The reason being, all members will be put into a small troop and they'll have to move as one unit. Although the troop can choose their own missions most of the time, sometimes there are some compulsory requisitions that you can't say no to. Lin Huang frowned a little upon hearing this point. Tell me about the Death Sickle then. The Death Sickle is the biggest assassin organization and its main business is all sorts of assassination missions. The Death Sickle is very lax on their member recruitment. Almost all tribes can register as their reserve members regardless of their ability. The reserve members have all the freedom they want, and they can even reject all the missions. Of course, that would mean not having benefits at all. As long as the reserve members complete 3 assassination missions within a year or accept 3 specific missions within 10 years, they'll become an official Black Sickle assassin. So, there are ranks among Death Sickle members. Lin Huang could not help but interrupt to ask. Yes, the ascending order of ranking in the Death Sickle would be the Reserve, Black Sickle, White Sickle, Golden Sickle, and Blood Sickle. There are only 7 Blood Sickle assassins, all of whom are on Heavenly God level. The 7 of them control all of Death Sickle's decision-making. So, what are the benefits of the higher ranks? Lin Huang asked again. The higher the ranking, the higher the grade of mission one gets and the better the reward. Reserve, Black Sickle, White Sickle, Golden Sickle, and Blood Sickle correspond with the grade of the mission. Reserve members can only take missions below Virtual God level, Black Sickles can only take missions below True God level, White Sickles can only take missions below Heavenly God level missions, and so on and so forth. Not only are there mission rewards for completed missions, but there are also accumulated points. One will earn a place on the Death Leaderboard when they have sufficient points. There are 3 leaderboards for the Death Sickle, which are the Black Sickle Leaderboard, the White Sickle Leaderboard, and the Golden Sickle Leaderboard. There are only 100 names on each leaderboard which will be renewed every day at 000. Throughout the month, those who manage to rank the top 10 will receive a handsome reward. Those who are usually on the Black Sickle Leaderboard are top Virtual God level powerhouses. Those who rank the top 3 will receive a reward that is at least comparable to a God Rule relic each month. The rewards for the White Sickle Leaderboard and the Golden Sickle Leaderboard are even better. 1 per month would mean that one will get 12 God Rule relics in a year. I've only gotten 2 God Rule relics after my hard work in the gravel world and spending most of what I had. Meanwhile, the few of them on the leaderboard can earn that within 2 months. So, what's the disadvantage of joining the Death Sickle? Lin Huang turned his head to ask Bloody immediately. You must complete at least 3 missions each year if you become a Black Sickle. You can pick the missions within your own level. If you fail to complete a few of them in a year, you'll be given a few specific missions in the next year. The specific missions are usually those that basically nobody is willing to do because they're very risky. Secondly, the number of hunts will definitely be lesser than those in the Combat God Temple if you join the Death Sickle. After all, the killing in the Combat God Temple is done in battles with many enemies. It's more suitable for you to elevate your combat strength. I'll join the Death Sickle. I can go to battles on my own when there's no mission. I just won't get the reward that the Combat God Temple will be giving. Lin Huang shared his thoughts. To me, the Combat God Temple's restriction is too much. Besides that, I'll have to fight in a team, so there'll be many techniques that I can't use. I think the Death Sickle is better for me since I can fight on my own. I figured you'd choose that. Bloody shrugged helplessly. Chapter 1254. Start Shelter. Lin Huang and Bloody bade farewell to Whale 13 early the next morning. While Whale 13 was surprised, he said nothing. All he did was pat Lin Huang's shoulder heartily. Go if something has come up. Don't delay your business. Please come play at my dust shelter anytime when you're free. I'll welcome you with open arms at all times. Lin Huang summoned Kylie after bidding farewell to Whale 13, and as soon as they left the dust shelter, he disguised himself using the 2 God Rule relics. The 3 then headed to start Shelter at ease. According to Yong Ling, the identity rings would need at least 3 days to reach the receiving point. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. Under normal circumstances, they would need to transfer at only 5 shelters to get from the dust shelter to start Shelter. However, there were 2 grade 4 shelters among them. For safety purposes, they decided to take a longer en route whereby they transferred 11 times at grade 3 shelters along the way. Fortunately, none of their identities were suspected at all. Bloody would even request the shelter guardian for permission to read at their archives at each shelter. None of the 11 shelters rejected her, which allowed her to gain access to more documents and information. Apart from asking about the mission at the beginning, Kylie was cold and arrogant as usual. She did not even ask about the details of the mission, and Bloody was the one who took the initiative to tell her. Meanwhile, Lin Huang spent most of the time shopping at underground black markets and auctions. Whilst familiarizing himself with the market prices, he was trying his luck with worthy items. His new disguise was a man in a black robe that was transformed from his God Rule relic, Shadow. It was completely different from earlier and was adorned with a simple golden pattern from the pure black before. Meanwhile, his mask was transformed from his God Rule relic, Night. The delicate mask was now pitch black. It was so black that it could even absorb the diffused reflection of the light. Apart from that, there was a layer of black mist lingering around it. The hoodie of the cloak would hide whatever that was beneath it even during the day as long as the light did not shine directly on one's face. After putting on the mask, even if the light were to shine directly, one could only see a black silhouette. 3 days later, the trio arrived at the start shelter. Lin Huang was a little shocked to see skyscrapers and crowds when they arrived. Why's this shelter so crowded? I suppose a grade 4 shelter isn't as crowded as this. Although start shelter is only a grade 3 shelter, it has the top standard among grade 3 shelters. The crowd is even larger compared to some remote grade 4 shelters, Bloody explained through voice transmission. I heard the guardian of Start Shelter, whose name is Start, is a pure Protoss. His father is a rather famous heavenly god who's also the guardian of a grade 5 shelter. Due to his background, many guardians of grade 3 and grade 4 shelters nearby are willing to be his friends, and they have trade agreements with Start Shelter. When Start Shelter was newly built, many neighboring guardians brought businesses and immigrants to them, making Start Shelter develop quickly. After Start Shelter elevated to a grade 3 shelter, Start's father used his connection in the god territory to get him the privilege of a receiving point. Since then, the shelter prospered completely. A pure Protoss whose dad is a heavenly god, Lin Huang frowned slightly. We don't even have identity rings now. If we visit him, we might expose ourselves. We don't have to visit him this time. There are up to 1 million people coming in and out of Start Shelter every day. There are always true gods and Protosses coming in and out. If Start has to host those guests every day, I guess he'd have to host at least 100 times throughout the year. I heard that he's arrogant whereby he looks down on ordinary Protosses and true gods, and he doesn't care to befriend them. Moreover, we're only staying for a day or two to pick up our stuff. There's no need to embarrass ourselves by visiting him. So, you're not going to their archive? Lin Huang asked. Although Start Shelter is crowded, it's just a grade 3 shelter after all. I'll have many opportunities to visit grade 4 and grade 5 shelters in the future. Then, let's look for a place to stay. We'll leave right after we pick up our stuff. Let's not have any contact with him. Lin Huang began browsing for hotels as soon as he was done speaking. The receiving point of Start Shelter was located in the central zone of the entire shelter, which was also where the Guardian residence was. They were only less than a kilometer apart from each other. It was the most crowded place in the entire shelter. Above 90% of the luxury hotels in the shelter were located in this area, making up more than 70% of the shelter hotels that were in the central zone. Although they had no identity ring in the god territory, Lin Huang picked a small hotel where registration was unnecessary. He got them the biggest 3-room suite in the hotel. When they opened the door to the suite, Lin Huang realized it was the crudest room that he had ever stayed in since he traveled to this world. Although the 3 rooms were close to 100 square meters large, the walls were all white and the ceilings were made of plaster. Apart from a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and a chair, there were almost zero decorations. Although there was a fabric couch in the living room, it looked like it had been there for at least 20 years. The coffee table before it seemed to be made of glass, but there were 4 to 5 cracks on it. Lin Huang thought that the glass coffee table might crack entirely if he were to put an ashtray on it. Let's change hotels. Lin Huang did not mind the place, but he felt bad for the 2 ladies, Bloody and Kylie, to be staying at such a place. Kylie glanced through the living room quickly. We'll stay here since it's only for 1 or 2 days. We don't have identity rings now. I suppose hotels that accept frauds like us would have similar conditions. It doesn't really make sense to change to another hotel. Let's just stay here then. Bloody agreed to stay too. Alright then, let's tidy up our rooms. It might be slightly bearable if we clean it up a little, Lin Huang suggested. Both ladies nodded in agreement. The trio spent half an hour to tidy the rooms completely. Although it did not look like it had been renovated, at least, it was more pleasing to the eye than before. Lin Huang thought he would let the ladies stay in the bigger rooms while he occupied the smallest one. However, Bloody realized that the smallest was only 6 or 7 square meters large. The entire room was cramped with the bed and a wardrobe. Not only that, there was not even a tiny window for ventilation. Therefore, she suggested staying in the same room with Kylie while Lin Huang took the bigger room. Kylie did not reject the suggestion. The man and the 2 ladies then stayed in the Start Shelter's small hotel. Chapter 1255. 0618. After a night at the small hotel, Lin Huang's communication device vibrated all of a sudden before dawn came. He tapped it open and realized that it was an unknown number. Your stuff should arrive at the start shelter in the afternoon today. If you guys aren't there yet, please get there as soon as you can to pick them up. There are plenty of flaws in the God Territory's logistics system. It's very common for some shelters to lose parcels. The longer the parcels are left at the receiving point, the higher the chances of them being lost. Lin Huang knew it was Yang Ling who sent the message without even looking at the signature. We arrived yesterday. Lin Huang turned off the communication page after the brief reply. He peeked at the time. It was only 4:51 a.m. Through the window, he could see that the sky was still dark, so he turned around on the bed and pulled the blanket over himself, shutting his eyes again. He slept all the way past 7 in the morning, only stirring calmly upon hearing the chatter between Bloody and Kylie. Lin Huang walked to the living room to see both Bloody and Kylie there. He said through voice transmission, Yang Ling said the stuff will arrive around the afternoon. We'll have breakfast soon and walk around. In the afternoon, we'll head there straight to pick up the stuff. After washing up, the three of them put on their black robes again and headed out. Lin Huang was already disguised as a man in a black robe. Meanwhile, as Bloody and Kylie looked exactly like Protosses, they would definitely attract unwanted attraction if they were to check into such a small hotel in their own forms. Therefore, they put on a cloak and a mask just like Lin Huang did when they checked into the hotel. Both their cloaks and masks were god relics. However, the small hotel was located in the central zone of Start Shelter, which was close to the Guardian residence. Not many true gods would step on Start's feet and pry with their divine telekinesis as they wished. Moreover, most people who would stay at such a small hotel were usually problematic. They were either fugitives or were hiding something embarrassing. They knew where they stood, so they would not pry to avoid any unnecessary incidents. It was only 8 a.m. after spending some 20 minutes eating their breakfast. The auctions and markets at the shelter had yet to open. However, the underground market was already open for business. The Start Shelter black market was in an alley somewhere next to the Guardian residence. In reality, the Guardian, Start, was the mastermind behind the black market. Most of the people in the shelter knew that, but nobody dared say it out loud. Start had a heavenly god supporting him, and as a Protoss himself, nobody dared to report his business. Everyone knew that the most that would happen to the black market would be it closing down even if someone were to report it. With Start's background, it was basically impossible for him to be punished. The three of them took a stroll at the black market. They spent over 2 hours to look at all the shops and stalls. Since they did not see anything they wanted, they left the black market alley empty-handed. After getting out of the black market, they casually strolled through the auctions and markets that had been open for a while. It was past 1 p.m. when they were done shopping. Figuring that he had yet to receive any notification about their parcel, Lin Huang took Bloody and Kylie to a restaurant with a good reputation for lunch. As they began eating after the dishes were served, Lin Huang's communication device vibrated all of a sudden. Again, the message still came from an unknown number. Lin Huang knew it was Yang Ling who sent it as soon as he tapped it open. The message was brief with only 2 sentences. The logistics system on my side shows that the stuff has arrived at Start Shelter. If you're not busy, it's best that you pick them up today. I took some time to check the God Territory's receiving point, and I found out that the shelter always loses parcels. Naturally, Bloody and Kylie saw the contents of the message since Lin Huang's communication device messages were set to pop up. Let's go there right after we finish lunch, Bloody said instantly as she was concerned that the stuff might get lost. Lin Huang nodded and turned off the communication page. He then proceeded with lunch. It was not even 2 p.m. when they exited the restaurant and headed straight to the receiving point immediately. The receiving point was on a main road. The shop was pretty large, and there were 2 lines queuing at the entrance. The longer line was for the delivery of mail with some 20 people there. The pickup line was shorter as there were only 6 people queuing. Lin Huang and the other 2 queued quietly behind the pickup line and waited for the people before them to collect their stuff patiently. The first of the 6 picked up their stuff and left successfully. When it was the second person's turn, he began arguing with the shop owner. My stuff should have arrived last night. The pickup details on my communication device clearly state that my stuff arrived at 11:21 last night. Now, you're telling me that you didn't receive them. It was a muscular elephant person who was yelling loudly. Why are you screaming? I told you that we didn't receive it. Isn't it normal to lose parcels? "You're not the only one whose parcel is lost," responded the shop owner, who was a skinny and short human-faced monkey around 1.4 meters tall. Although he was almost a meter shorter than the elephant person, the latter was nothing to him. "You guys are doing logistics as your business. Does it make sense for you guys to lose stuff?" The elephant person was enraged to hear such a nonchalant answer. "You should ask around and see which receiving point in the god territory never loses their parcels." The human-faced monkey did not intend to apologize at all. "I can only say that you have shoddy luck to lose your parcel. There's no one to blame. Stop blocking my way and interrupting my business. I won't leave if you don't give me my stuff. I'll block your entrance and paralyze your business." The elephant person began throwing a tantrum. "Are you sure you want to block my way?" A cold gleam flashed through the human-faced monkey's eyes. Almost at the same time, a terrifying aura came out of his body for merely a second. Even the pupils of Lin Huang and the other two who were queuing at the back shrank. The human-faced monkey's aura was clearly at peak virtual god level. They could tell by the intensity of his aura that he was but a step away from stepping to true god level. The elephant person who was supposed to collect his parcel peed in his pants then and there. He only had imperial level combat strength and had never come in such close contact with a virtual god before. Fortunately, the aura was fleeting. If it really suppressed him, losing control of his bladder might not be the only thing that would happen. His soul might collapse shortly. "Get lost," the human-faced monkey scoffed. In turn, the elephant person turned around and ran away while shuddering. He dared not stay even for a moment. The expression of the people queuing at the back became complicated when they looked at the human-faced monkey again. Next, the human-faced monkey pretended like nothing happened as he called out to the next person. The pickup queue was moving fast. It was Lin Huang and the rest's turn within 3 minutes. Not one of the next 5 people after the elephant person lost their parcels, much to their relief. "Pickup code 0618, Lin Huang stated his pickup code directly. The human-faced monkey lifted his head to peer at Lin Huang and subsequently glanced at Bloody and Kylie, who were wearing masks and cloaks. He spoke a moment after lowering his head. "I can't find your pickup code here." Chapter 1256. The Guardians visit. Lin Huang could not help but frown a little when he heard the human-faced monkey announce that he could not find the pickup code. However, nobody could see the expression on his face since he wore a mask. Next to Lin Huang, Bloody spoke up first. "Do you mean that our parcel is lost?" The human-faced monkey squinted at Bloody. "Since we can't find the pickup code, it's usually stolen. Smaller items are susceptible to that." Bloody turned her head to look at Kylie next to her after hearing that. She nodded at her imperceptibly. Kylie stretched her arm out and took off her mask, revealing her cold face. At the same time, she released her pure god's blood aura and recalled it immediately. The human-faced monkey was stunned when he saw Kylie's human features. Subsequently, his expression changed dramatically when he sensed the fleeting pure god's blood aura of the Protoss. One must know that they were in a god territory, thus it was Protoss territory. Among Protosses, pure Protosses were the most arrogant and bossiest. Moreover, most of them had a terrifying background. Whilst the human-faced monkey was unsure about what to do, Bloody, who was standing aside, spoke again. "Boss, why don't you look for it carefully again?" The human-faced monkey nodded immediately. "Perhaps I missed it just now. Let me check again." Kylie glared at him coldly and said nothing. She put on her mask again. The bunch of people queuing behind did not see Kylie's face. Only a handful of them sensed her fleeting Protoss aura and knew what happened, while the rest of them were confused. "Isn't the owner all high and mighty? Why is he giving in now? Yeah, he always calls the shots whenever the parcel can't be found. Whoever questions him would normally be chased away. Why is he looking for the pickup code for the second time today?" The human-faced monkey held his head down and checked again. Soon, he lifted his head and passed Bloody a little carton the size of a palm. "I found it. Indeed, I missed it earlier." The trio did not trouble the human-faced monkey further after taking the parcel. They turned around and left immediately. The human-faced monkey was relieved when he saw them leave without saying anything. Although he was confident in his ability, he dared not offend any Protoss. It was the Protoss's territory after all. Lin Huang and the other two did not expect such an incident to happen. Fortunately, they managed to get their identity rings in the end. They returned to the small hotel as soon as they received the parcel. After they got into the hotel room, they opened the parcel. The 3 rings had different styles, but there was a little label on top of each ring. Among them were Bloody and Kylie's names, while another one had Xianxia written on it. The name of the label was correct. Lin Huang used a fake name of Xie Lin, switching around the name Lin Xie that he had used in the past. They removed the label after retrieving their identity rings. Then, they began claiming ownership by dripping their blood onto the rings. After the ownership claiming was done, the three of them began familiarizing themselves with the identity rings. Although the identity ring in the Great World had many features that were different from those in the Gravel World, most of the functions were similar. The functions on the page were just slightly more complicated with different interfaces. Lin Huang merely spent a few minutes to learn all the functions of the new ring. Bloody had used Lin Huang's identity in the past under his authorization, so with her intelligence, her speed of picking up the information was even faster than Lin Huang. She spent less than half a minute to familiarize herself with the identity ring completely. Kylie spent a little more time on it since she had never used an identity ring before. Under Bloody's guidance, she only learned how to use the identity ring roughly half an hour later. At the same time that the trio picked up the identity rings, a piece of news reached Start Shelter's Guardian residence quietly. There were 3 people who are suspected to have disguised as Protosses at the receiving point earlier. We've confirmed them. One of them is a female pureblood Protoss. The other 2 were disguised, so we failed to detect their real identities. We speculate them to most probably be Protosses too. The 3 of them have a combat strength of beginner stage virtual god level. Half naked, Start, who was revealing his muscular body, raised his brows slightly as he read the message while sitting in a cultivation room with his legs crossed. 3 beginner stage virtual god level Protosses, why bother to disguise themselves just to pick something up? A ring of waves reverberated behind Start just when he mumbled as if he was talking to himself. A rather husky voice came slowly. There are 3 possibilities. The first one is that the goods are extremely important. Secondly, the goods are shady. Thirdly, the 3 of them are shady. There's a certain chance that the 3 possibilities overlap one another. They probably don't want to attract any attention picking up their stuff at your territory. After all, Start Shelter is just a grade 3 shelter. Interesting, Start smirked. In the small hotel, the trio who were familiarized with the identity rings applications were preparing to leave Start Shelter when someone knocked on the hotel room's door all of a sudden. Their expressions changed. Who is it? A thick male voice came behind the door slowly. Your humble one is Start. I heard that there are 3 Protosses of the same kind staying here, so I thought I'd make a trip to visit. The 3 of them were stunned to hear that. Never had they thought that the shelter guardian would come to them when they were leaving. Lin Huang merely hesitated for a moment before he walked forward in big steps and opened the door. It's the Master Guardian. What a pleasure. Start glanced at the 3 of them. With his true god's vision, he saw through Bloody and Kylie's disguises. Although he was not sure if Bloody was a Protoss, a glimpse was all it took for him to confirm that Kylie was the pureblood Protoss who had revealed her face at the receiving point earlier. He shifted his attention and his gaze landed once more on Lin Huang, who had opened the door. However, he could not see what was hiding under his disguise, so he could not help but feel doubtful. You sure are uptight with your attire, little brother. I've been scared of the cold since I was born, so I wore a bit more, Lin Huang responded while smiling. Please come in, Master Guardian. Start nodded and walked into the room. He could not help but shake his head after looking around. I suppose the 3 of you didn't have to stay somewhere so crude even if you don't want anyone to know that you're in my Start Shelter, did you? We just don't want unnecessary trouble, Lin Huang responded. May I know if there's anything that we can do for you, Master Guardian? Nothing. I just heard my people say that they saw Protosses of my own kind. I thought I should meet you guys and make friends. Start turned around and looked at Lin Huang with a smile. That's all, Lin Huang asked while frowning a little. That's all. We're just here to pick up a parcel. We'll leave today, Lin Huang said clearly. He did not want any trouble or to be friends with the Guardian. You're leaving so soon. I thought of getting you guys to stay at my residence if you're staying for a few days more. This is my territory, and I should be a good host since it's a rare occasion to meet Protosses of my own kind, Start invited, grinning. Thanks for your kindness, Master Guardian, but we can't take it. There's something that we need to handle as soon as possible, so we won't be staying. If we have the opportunity to come to Start Shelter again, we'll definitely stay longer and make it a proper visit. Lin Huang's rejection was very cordial. He was mentally prepared to attack if Start insisted on him staying. However, Start seemed to really have no ill intentions. He nodded and said warmly, "I shan't get you guys to stay since there's something that you must deal with. Let's exchange contact numbers to keep in touch. If you guys are free to come to Start Shelter again, just come straight to my residence. I'll welcome you guys at any time." Then, he bade farewell to Lin Huang and the other two after they exchanged numbers. Lin Huang thought it was strange when Start left. What was that guy thinking? Did he come all the way here just to get our number? However, Bloody had seen through Start's trick. He wants to check our identities through our contact. So what if he finds out about our identities? After all, Kylie exposed her pureblood Protoss identity. Perhaps he has the intention to keep in touch with us because of that. If Kylie's tribe is from a major organization among the Protosses, having her contact would create the possibility to be in contact with a major tribe. If he finds out that we're insignificant among the Protosses, he'll just delete our contacts and cut ties. All he did was waste a couple of minutes to meet us. Chapter 1257. Death Sickle at Start Shelter's Guardian Residence. A shirtless Start sat in the middle of the cultivation room. The communication ring on his finger vibrated all of a sudden. He opened his eyes slowly and tapped on the message that just came in. "I've identified the three of them. Among them, the man isn't a Protoss. According to the archive records, he's a quadruple mutated mysterious type. The two females are Protosses, the tribe of one of which isn't recorded, so she should belong to an insignificant tribe. The other one is a pureblood Protoss. According to the records, she's from the Nephilic Judge tribe." From the Nephilic Judge tribe? Start could not help but raise his brows. Although the Nephilic Judge tribe was considered a rare tribe due to the number of Protosses whereby there were only some 100 people in the entire tribe, many of them ranked high among the Protoss. Moreover, more than one of them that were heavenly gods. In other words, Kylie was much more powerful than Start when it came to their background. Although Start's father was a high-level heavenly god, among the Nephilic Judge tribe, there were 3 high-level heavenly gods that were known to the public at the moment. It was said that even one of them was going to be Lord level. "It seems like it's necessary for me to get closer to them," Start nodded lightly. After some thought, Start decided to speak to his father to give a brief description of Lin Huang and the other two. He sent his father a text. A moment later, a reply came. "Give me their contact numbers." Start then sent all 3 of their contact numbers over. Within half a minute, another text came. "You're being deceived. The 3 identities are fake. It's a heavy offense to disguise as a Protoss. I've reported the 2 fake Protosses to the related organization." Start was stunned to see the message. "They're fake, but I sensed a pureblood Protoss's aura from one of the ladies clearly." Although he was secretly doubtful, Start did not suspect his own father, so he did not ask further. All he did was reply, "All right, father. I know now. Since father has found out that their identities are fake, there must be something wrong with them. Perhaps the pureblood Protoss's aura that I sensed was the disguise of that lady's god rule relic." Start squinted slightly after exiting the communication page. He spread his divine telekinesis quickly so that it covered the entire shelter immediately. However, he could no longer sense Lin Huang and the rest. After sending the Guardian, Start, off at the hotel, the trio left Start Shelter right away, going on their own ways. Bloody and Kylie took the effort to head to the Grade 4 stop shelter. Meanwhile, Lin Huang passed through a couple of Grade 3 shelters consecutively. Following the route that Bloody planned, he headed to the Grade 3 shelter, the Iron Fist shelter. After getting out of the Iron Fist shelter's dimensional portal, he headed straight to where the Death Sickle was. Among Grade 3 shelters, the Iron Fist shelter was considered the top in terms of how it was modeled. It was even more crowded than Start Shelter. The main reason was that this shelter happened to be located among some 10 Grade 4 shelters, so it naturally became an interchange point. Apart from its fortunate location, the Iron Fist shelter had existed for over 30,000 years, thus it was considered one of the oldest Grade 3 shelters left behind in the God territory at the moment. The Iron Fist shelter would have been upgraded to a Grade 4 shelter if not for the fact that there was no inhabitable planet close to it. However, although it was only a Grade 3 shelter, the Iron Fist shelter was considered to best even Grade 4 shelters when it came to its population. Many organizations made it their stationary point for the convenience. Lin Huang was there for the Death Sickle. Although it was a major organization, the Death Sickle was rather low-key on their conduct. Their stationary point was located in an alley of the Iron Fist shelter black market. Lin Huang found the place soon according to the coordinates Bloody found. The Iron Fist Shelter Black Market was crowded even during the day. It was packed like the morning market with people going in and out of the 9 intersecting alleys in the black market. There would even be shouts of bargains from time to time on both sides of the road. Lin Huang felt suspicious that he might be in the wrong place. Fortunately, he found the 2-story building in the picture that Bloody gave based on the coordinates that she marked. The short building only had 2 floors. The tiles on the top floor were dark green while the door was black. A red lantern was hung at the entrance, its illumination adding a tiny bit of liveliness to the entire building. Lin Huang shook his head while smiling. Although low-key, this building was out of place compared to the other houses around it. The houses around were basically 3 stories high with tall roofs, and they were at least 5 meters taller than the short building. All of the roofs had red tiles. None of them were of any other color. After making sure that he got the right place, he strode in confidently. He glanced around quickly as soon as he stepped in. The lobby was rather dim. There was a long counter just across the entrance, but it was unattended. To be exact, there was nobody in the entire lobby. "Anybody here?" Lin Huang shouted since nobody came to greet him. A silhouette walked out of the shadows not far from Lin Huang as soon as he spoke. His pupils shrunk a little because he did not sense the person coming at all. "You look like a stranger. I guess it's your first time here. Are you here to delegate a task or to pick something up?" The man who walked out of the shadows was skinny. There was a scar that was close to 5 centimeters long under his left eye which looked a little like a tear stain. With a black tail on his back, Lin Huang could not tell what kind of monster it was. This person's aura was very well preserved whereby one could not tell his combat strength at all. However, judging by his appearance out of nowhere, Lin Huang could tell that he was at least a high-level virtual god. There was a high possibility that he could even be a true god. Lin Huang observed the man for a while and quickly looked away, announcing, "I would like to join the Death Sickle." "What should I do?" "Give me your contact number. I'll send you the registration form to fill in," Scarface said expressionlessly. After sending his contact number to Scarface, Lin Huang received the registration form almost instantly. Scarface turned around directly without waiting for Lin Huang to tap open the form and said stonily, "Send it back to me when you're done." "What do I do with the parts that I don't know?" Lin Huang asked immediately. "Leave it blank," Scarface replied without even turning his head. Lin Huang scanned through the registration form roughly after opening it. In reality, there was nothing much to be filled. He did not bother to ask Scarface further, so he filled up the form after skipping a few questions which involved his privacy. He then sent it back to Scarface. Within a minute, Scarface appeared out of nowhere again. "Should I fill in those that I left blank?" Lin Huang had come up with a story himself. Never had he thought that Scarface would toss him a wooden token immediately. Lin Huang held his head down to look at the token after catching it. It was only the size of half a palm and seemed to be made of ordinary wood. There was the character, "Reserve," written in the middle of the token. He realized that it was the Death Sickle's reserve token. Enter the code on the token on the page that you've just registered on. You'll be an official reserve member when the binding is completed. Chapter 1258. The Tortoise Reserve. After performing a surprisingly simple registration at Death Sickle's base, Lin Huang soon left the black market and found a nearby hotel to use as a temporary residence. Only when he was at the hotel did he begin to study Death Sickle's website in earnest. As Bloody had said, it was easy to join the Death Sickle organization. All he had to do was fill in an incomplete form and he immediately became a reserve member. However, reserve members had extremely limited access. On the official website, apart from public messages that could be found on the internet, the forum only contained a section for reserve members and a section for missions. There were also access restrictions in the missions section. He was only able to look at reserve-level missions. As for the forum itself, there were access restrictions on even the message and trading sections. That's what you get for being a reserve member. It's no different from being a passerby, Lin Huang could not help but exclaim after giving the website a general once-over. Not long after though, Lin Huang found a sticky that was pinned to the reserve members section. The post was entitled Rules and Regulations for Promotion of Death Sickle Members. He clicked on the post immediately, which took him less than a minute to read. Now he finally had a complete understanding of how Death Sickle's ranking system worked. Just like what Bloody had found earlier, Death Sickle members were ranked in the order of reserves: Black Sickle, White Sickle, gold sickle, and blood sickle. A normal registration would make one a reserve member straight away. Reserve members only needed to complete 3 assassination missions within a year or take on 3 designated missions within 10 years to become official Black Sickle members. In actuality, there was also a real name registration process that would allow one to bypass the reserves level and directly become a Black Sickle member. However, this particular process required a recommendation from an official Death Sickle member. Not only that, the person would need to register their real name. Their combat strength and ability had to be above virtual god level as well. They would also have to pass an actual combat assessment. They could only skip over the reserves level and become a Black Sickle member if they passed their identity checks as well as their combat assessment. 2 conditions had to be fulfilled for Black Sickle members to be promoted to White Sickle members. The first was to be in the top 3 places on the Black Sickle leaderboard's monthly rankings for 3 consecutive months. The second was to complete a True God assassination mission, which was a trial mission assigned when the promotion was requested. The conditions for White Sickle members to be promoted to Gold Sickle members were similar. Apart from being in the top 3 spots on the White Sickle leaderboard monthly rankings for 3 consecutive months, one also needed to complete a Heavenly God assassination mission. The conditions for Gold Sickle members to be promoted to the highest rank of Blood Sickle were even stricter. The basic condition for promotion was to maintain the number 1 spot on the Gold Sickle leaderboard monthly rankings for 3 years consecutively without missing a single month. They had to carry out 3 trial missions, each to assassinate a half-step lord. Judging by that last condition, although on the surface it seems as if there's no lord-level guardian in Death Sickle, the 7 Blood Sickle members should at least be at the level of half-step lord instead of the ordinary peak stage Heavenly God, Lin Huang exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. If these 7 Blood Sickle powerhouses have the ability to kill half-step lords, the power of 7 of them combined might be on par with a lord. After Lin Huang had finished reading this pin, he checked out other pins on the forum as well as the stickies with the most comments. He only returned to the main page after scrolling over the reserve members section for over 3 hours. The access for reserve members is too limited. I must get promoted to Black Sickle level as soon as possible so I can take on missions to assassin virtual gods. Now that he had a rough understanding of Death Sickle's organization and hierarchy, Lin Huang was able to come up with a plan very rapidly. I don't think I'll be able to go the route of using the identity check, so I can only be promoted through normal channels. That means I'll need to complete 3 reserve missions. Once he had considered things to this point, Lin Huang clicked on the missions page and began looking for missions that suited him. Due to the restrictions, Lin Huang could only access the reserves missions listed in the missions section. Despite that, he found plenty there to occupy him. After giving the matter some thought, Lin Huang chose to sort these missions by distance. He wanted to be promoted as soon as he could, so naturally the closer the mission was, the better. He did not bother to take into consideration the difficulty level and the reward points. Mission: Assassinating Ai Yun. Location: Iron Fist Shelter. Targets details: Son of Ai Rong the Iron Fist. Combat Strength. Imperial Level. Mission reward points: 10,000 points. Lin Huang was stunned when he saw the first mission that popped up according to distance. The location was the Iron Fist Shelter, which was the shelter that Lin Huang was currently in. In addition, it was worth 10,000 mission reward points. The points were comparable to those awarded for killing a new first-rank True God. Lin Huang had never heard of Ai Yun. However, the name Ai Rong was familiar to him because it was the name of the Iron Fist Shelter's guardian. According to the information that Bloody provided earlier, Ai Rong had been a 9th-rank True God since time immemorial. No one had yet been able to measure the extent of his abilities. Lin Huang then looked through Ai Yun's information again. He discovered that not only was the boy Ai Rong's youngest son, he was also Ai Rong's only remaining son. However, Ai Yun was only Imperial level in combat strength, or at least the combat strength that he demonstrated to the outside world was only Imperial level, and he did not seem to harbor any potential for cross-ranking battles. Perhaps it was because Ai Yun was only Imperial level that the mission was also open to reserve members. However, Lin Huang skipped the mission without hesitation and went straight to the next one on the list. This mission was nearby, but it was not worth offending a top True God just to get promoted to be a Black Sickle member. After spending some 10 minutes doing simple filtering, Lin Huang selected 3 missions that he deemed suitable. Kill the Boa Seal Shelter Guardian Vine Boa. Kill Violet Rat Shelter Guardian Lumi Rat. Kill a poisonous swamp frog to retrieve venom. Both boa seal and violet rat shelters were grade -1 shelters. Moreover, they were both on the same planet and near the Iron Fist shelter. The reason nobody was willing to take on these two missions was not that both shelter guardians were so powerful, but because both shelters had a massive number of monster tribes in them. Though they were merely grade -1 shelters, they housed about 1 million members of the same tribe. The population alone was comparable to that of a top grade 3 shelter. Meanwhile, both of the missions were only published in the missions section for reserve members for a reward of 100 points, respectively. Given these missions were high risk and low return, it made sense that nobody was willing to take them on. The poisonous swamp frog was located on a miasmic planet close to the boa seal shelter and the violet rat shelter. The entire planet was covered in toxic mist, and almost all living things in its ecosystem were poisonous. The layer of toxic mist alone could affect most living beings below virtual god level. Given that the reward points were low, only 300 points, it was only natural that nobody was willing to take such a risk. All three of the missions happened to be in the same area and they were not far away from the Iron Fist shelter. Lin Huang selected them without hesitation. Chapter 1259. The simple reserve missions. Less than an hour after deciding on his missions, Lin Huang arrived on Craft Planet, the location of his intended target. The entire planet seemed to reek of rot and decay. Murky raindrops fell from the gloomy sky. There were no plants to be seen, and faint traces of animal claw marks and snake trails were visible in the muddy soil. The stench in the air is terrible. Lin Huang could not help frowning a little under his mask. A moment later, a bug tribe army appeared in front of him. The bug tribe army was made up of 2 pseudo-mythical level bug servants and 20,000 imperial level purple gold rank bug tribe fighters. Both of you take 10,000 fighters each, head to the 2 respective shelters on this planet and wipe them out. Bring me both of the guardians' bodies and make sure they're intact, then handle the rest of the carcasses yourselves. Don't forget to look for loot while you're at it. Both bug servants selected 10,000 fighters each and went their separate ways after the order was given. Perhaps the massive tribes of the boa seal shelter and violet rat shelter intimidated other people. For Lin Huang, that proved no obstacle to his hunt. No matter how many boas and rats there were, their numbers were child's play compared to his bug tribe armies. The bug tribe army produced by the 4 bug tribe queen mothers had exceeded 300 million from very early on. Not only that, the weakest bug tribe fighter was at imperial level purple gold rank in combat strength. Any random fighter sent into battle would be no less powerful than either of the guardians, vine boa or lumi rat. Besides, apart from the bug tribe fighters, there were 2 pseudo-mythical level bug servants and 7 mythical level bug beasts that were on the same level as the queen mothers. 2 bug servants and 2 10,000 bug tribe armies were definitely sufficient to handle 2 grade -1 shelters. The reason the shelters had to be wiped out was to prevent news spreading to Protoss about the appearance of the bug tribe, which would attract unnecessary trouble. After the bug tribe armies had departed, Lin Huang activated divine telekinesis and was very soon able to observe the battle situation. Within 10 minutes of their departure, both bug tribe armies encountered hunting teams that were outside of the shelters. Both hunting teams comprised over 10 elite members of their tribe. However, the poor things were killed almost as soon as they discovered the bug tribe armies. As for the bug tribe armies themselves, this did not slow them down at all as they advanced towards their targets. A little over half an hour later, both of the bug tribe armies arrived at the shelters they had been assigned to and commenced a one-sided massacre. Although the members of both of the shelters outnumbered the bug tribe armies by 100-fold, the battle was one-sided, as was to be expected. Attacks from countless beasts and rats could not break the defenses that the Queen Mother had so painstakingly drilled into her troops. Within 10 minutes, both of the shelters were completely wiped out. No lives were spared. After leaving behind a small team to search for loot, both bug tribe armies separated into 100 individual small teams respectively to search for other hunting parties that might still be outside the shelters. The 200 bug tribe teams spent around 2 hours combing the entire planet and killing several hunting teams in the process. After making sure that there were no survivors, the bug tribe teams reformed their squadrons, then returned to Lin Huang in a collective army along with all the beast carcasses and loot. Lin Huang only collected the loot in both of the guardians' bodies. The rest of the carcasses he gave to the army to bring back to the Queen Mothers as raw material. Having successfully killed 2 birds with 1 stone, Lin Huang immediately headed to his second destination, the Misty Toxin planet. Just as its name suggested, The misty toxin planet was a planet covered in poisonous mist. The entire planet was shrouded in gray mist all year round. Powerhouses below virtual god level and even imperial level powerhouses were not immune to the lethal poisons that were to be found within the mist itself. As Death Sickle only published this mission in the reserve members section and the reward points were a measly 300 points, it was perfectly natural that nobody was willing to take the risk. Lin Huang had been willing to attempt this mission because it was close to the location of the previous two. Another reason was that since he had divine fire within his body, he was not afraid of the toxins on the planet. However, the moment he set foot on the misty toxin planet, Lin Huang found he could not take the stench of the poisonous mist. This toxic mist reeks 100 times worse than the air on that other planet. It's making me sick. He felt disgusted as soon as he inhaled, so he had to stop breathing and put his body into breath circulation mode. With his imperial level combat strength, although he could not keep up this internal breathing mode indefinitely, he could maintain it for 3 to 5 days. The mission for the misty toxin planet was to kill a poisonous swamp frog and retrieve its venom. It did not take long for Lin Huang to locate the poisonous swamp frog's toxic swamp on the mission's map. He summoned Thunder and set off for his destination at a furious gallop. Thunder took less than 2 minutes to travel over 8,000 kilometers and galloped faster than the local monsters on the misty toxin planet could see with the naked eye. As a result, Lin Huang and Thunder encountered no obstacles along the way. Lin Huang could not help frowning a little under his mask as they arrived above their destination, a bubbling purple-black swamp with steam rising from it. Before setting out, he had read from the mission details that most of the toxic gases on this planet came from the huge swamp currently below him. The swamp covered close to a third of the entire planet. It was 500 million square kilometers, which was comparable to the Earth's entire surface area. According to data records, there were less than 100 poisonous swamp frogs in this entire swamp. Apart from poisonous swamp frogs, the swamp was also home to other monster species. At a count, these ran into tens of thousands. Taken altogether, the various monster tribes added up to at least billions in number. Finding a poisonous swamp frog in this swamp was definitely like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, Lin Huang had a solution. He gestured with his hands and summoned Grimace. "What the hell is this evil-smelling shish-tty place?" Grimace complained the moment he materialized. Subsequently, he shut down his breathing system immediately. A toxic swamp on the misty toxic planet in God territory within the Great World, Lin Huang informed him before continuing. "I accepted a mission to find a poisonous swamp frog." Lin Huang projected the poisonous swamp frog's likeness as he spoke. "Capture one for me, I don't care if it's alive or not." "In this swamp?" Grimace asked. "That's right. How big is the swamp?" Grimace inquired again. "Approximately 500 million square kilometers." "That's not exactly easy," Grimace smirked. "A set of god relic flying daggers or a god relic puppet, take your pick." Lin Huang knew that Grimace was looking to get some benefits for himself. "I'll go for the flying daggers then," Grimace gave his answer after some consideration. "Sure, off with you now," Lin Huang nodded without hesitation. "All right." Grimace seemed to be in a good mood since he had managed to get what he wanted. He activated his god territory directly, covering the maximum radius of 20,000 kilometers. A moment later, all monsters within the territory fell under an illusory spell. Grimace turned his head and asked Lin Huang, "Is one enough? Do you want a few more?" "No, one is fine." Lin Huang did not expect Grimace to be so efficient. Lin Huang had almost finished speaking when a gigantic silhouette suddenly thrashed out of the swamp. Lin Huang scrutinized it closely. The poisonous swamp frog was a gigantic frog monster 5 meters tall, weighing at least 3 tons. Its body, wreathed in toxic black mist, was bound by Grimace's telekinetic thread. Yanked out from deep within the swamp, it hit the ground hard in front of Lin Huang and promptly fell unconscious. Lin Huang did not hesitate as he used the telekinetic thread to pick up a flying dagger and slit open the poisonous swamp frog's chin. He retrieved its venom as if he had done it many times before. Chapter 1260, The Top 10 Most Deceiving Mission, Black Sickle version. Lin Huang had spent less than a day completing 3 fairly difficult reserve missions. He headed straight to Death Sickle's base in the Iron Fist shelter as soon as he completed the missions, and handed both over both the beast carcasses and the poisonous swamp frog venom. The reception staff was a lady with hair that was permed into large, loose waves. She was rather surprised when she received the mission items. "These 3 missions have been sitting there for ages. Nobody was willing to accept them, and we never expected that anyone would be able to complete them either, the lady muttered softly as she processed the promotion paperwork for Lin Huang. Very soon, the formalities were completed. The lady looked up at Lin Huang. It's Xie Lin, am I right? I've submitted your mission results and proceeded with your promotion formalities. It usually takes around 3 minutes to update your level. If nothing changes after an hour, come back and we'll handle that for you. Lin Huang headed straight back to the hotel after leaving Death Sickle's base. He clicked on Death Sickle's official website and saw that his level had indeed been updated. It had been upgraded from the initial, Reserve, to Black Sickle, now. Apart from that, the default image changed from the word, Reserve, to a pair of crossed black sickles. Not only that, there was a change in his access authorization too. The previously locked trading and forum exchange sections were accessible now. The missions section no longer showed only the section for reserve members, there was a Black Sickle section as well. The message section now gave him access to Black Sickle level information. Lin Huang could finally see Death Sickle's Black Sickle, White Sickle, and Gold Sickle leaderboards. Apart from the code names used by Death Sickle members, the leaderboards recorded combat strength, the number of completed missions, the number of failed missions and total reward points. Code name, Fallen Star, Combat Strength, Virtual God rank 9 inches, number of completed mission, 1,361 inches, number of failed mission, 33 inches total reward points, 6,071,518 inches, code name, Destiny, Combat Strength, Virtual God rank 9 inches, number of completed mission, 1,368 inches, number of failed mission, 59 inches, total reward points, 5,712,623 inches, code name, Twin, Combat Strength, Virtual God rank 9 inches, number of completed mission, 1,281 inches, number of failed mission, 88 inches, total reward points, 5,112,513 inches. Almost all of the top 30 names on the Black Sickle leaderboard were at Virtual God rank -9. Lin Huang looked through the Black Sickle leaderboard for a while before turning his attention to the White Sickle leaderboard. Code name, Virtuoso, Combat Strength, 7th rank True God, number of completed mission, 768 inches. Number of failed mission, 0 inches, total reward points, access denied due to low authorization. Lin Huang was shocked when he saw the details of the number 1 name, Virtuoso. His combat strength is only at the level of 7th rank True God and he's taken on very few missions, but he's still on the top spot. The person listed after Virtuoso was a 9th rank True God who had completed 3,619 missions. Although he failed 78 missions, he was still ranked number 2. Clearly, the missions that Virtuoso took on were more difficult, so the reward points had to be very high. He didn't fail at any of those 700 over difficult missions. Lin Huang's attention was drawn to this particular point. Obviously, this person with the codename Virtuoso was very powerful. On the White Sickle leaderboard, the person in the No 2 spot failed 78 missions while No 3 completed over 3,700 missions and failed 126 missions. The next person in line had over 200 failed missions. It was obvious that White Sickle level missions were not easy to complete. After browsing the White Sickle leaderboard for a while, Lin Huang proceeded to look at the higher-ranked Gold Sickle leaderboard. The person who ranked number 1 there was no other than Buried Heaven, who was famous in the entire God territory. Even Lin Huang, a recent arrival to the God territory, had heard of him. Code name, Buried Heaven, Combat Strength, 9th rank Heavenly God level, number of completed mission, 5,128 inches, number of failed mission, 13 inches, total reward points, access denied due to low authorization. After checking out Buried Heaven's statistics, Lin Huang was convinced that Virtuoso, the top rank on the White Sickle leaderboard, was a genius. Buried Heaven ranked number 1 on the Gold Sickle leaderboard and had 9th rank Heavenly God level combat strength, yet he had failed 13 missions. Meanwhile, the people who ranked 2nd and 3rd after Buried Heaven had failed more than 50 missions. After a general look through the 3 leaderboards, what impressed Lin Huang most was not the Gold Sickle leaderboard, nor Buried Heaven who was ranked the most powerful. It was Virtuoso who ranked number 1 on the White Sickle leaderboard. Unfortunately, as a Black Sickle member, Lin Huang did not have the authorization to access details of White Sickle and Gold Sickle members. Interest peaked. Lin Huang tried hunting for information on Virtuoso over the internet but found nothing. In contrast, information on Buried Heaven could be found easily. There were even many videos of him killing his targets. Buried Heaven's modus operandi was different from other assassins, one might even call him an anomaly. He never bothered with sneak attacks. In every assassination he appeared before his targets in full sight and made no attempt to disguise or hide his face. He would confront his targets directly, kill them, and leave. He had also never prevented any spectators from recording his battles, nor did he care about the consequences that might ensue after his videos were posted on the internet. As for the storm of mocking and teasing after the videos of his 2 failed missions went viral on the internet, he had never responded to any of it. This Buried Heaven is quite an interesting guy. After closing the page, Lin Huang reined in his curiosity and began to look through the forum's message section. Before beginning anything, the most important step was to retrieve information related to the task at hand. This was the advice that Bloody had given to Lin Huang. As a result, Lin Huang thought he would check out the message section to see if he could find anything useful before he officially took on any missions. Reserve members were denied access to the message section. It was Lin Huang's first time checking it since his promotion to Black Sickle. Level. Based on popularity, the top thread was one entitled, The Top 10 Most Deceptive Missions, Black Sickle Version. Lin Huang could not help clicking on the thread after seeing the title. The number 1 most deceptive mission, Killing the Wine Ant Queen. Target information. Bug Tribe Wine Ant Queen, mythical level, virtual god rank 9 combat strength, might elevate to true god level anytime. Has 4 pseudo-mythical level bug guardians whose combat strength is also peak virtual god rank -9. She has over 100 million ant tribe fighters under her, all of them at virtual god level. The Wine Ant Queen can produce up to 1,000 ant tribe fighters every minute when she has sufficient resources. Mission reward points, 300,000 points excluding points for selling bug carcasses and pseudo-mythical level bug guardians. Extra 10,000 points for each kill. Challenges of the mission. 1. The Wine Ant Queen has at least 100 million ant tribe fighters, all of which are at virtual god level. Not only that, she does not stop producing ant tribe fighters along the way. Even a beginner stage true god level powerhouse would find it hard to go deep into the colony. As soon as one's divine power is exhausted, a true god would die in the colony. 2. The 4 pseudo-mythical level bug guardians are individually almost as strong as true gods. Not only that, all of them have different abilities. Some are good in long-distance attacks, some excel at close-range combat, while others specialize in control and defense. The 4 bug guardians have been fighting together for years. When they join forces, even a second-ranked true god might not be able to defeat them. 3. The Ant Queen is mythical level herself. Her ability might be comparable to a first-ranked true god were she to go into battle. 4. The star zone where the Wine Ant Queen resides is a battleground in itself. Apart from the Ant Queen, there are also other powerful bug tribes around. Lin Huang was all fired up after reading the mission's description, instead of being discouraged. Perhaps to other Black Sickle members, this mission seemed impossible, it was practically going to one's death even. Lin Huang, however, was not at all afraid of these sorts of bug tribes with a queen mother. The numbers of the Ant Queen's troops were merely numbers as long as their ability was below Nightmare Taper. The incredibly high 300,000 reward points were very tempting as well. After all, for Black Sickle members, ordinary missions to kill virtual gods were only worth between 100 to 10,000 points. Only limited, difficult true god level missions would have reward points over 10,000. The 300,000 reward points awarded for killing the Wine Ant Queen were because the difficulty was much higher than assassinating ordinary beginner stage true gods. If this mission was posted in the mission section for White Sickle members, most of the beginner stage true gods might be afraid to accept it, only medium-ranked true gods would dare to take the risk. After all, although true gods had divine fire within their bodies, as soon as the drain on divine power surpassed the speed by which divine fire could produce divine power, one's divine fire might be exhausted too. This mission deserved to be called the number 1 most deceptive mission. After reading through the mission's full description, Lin Huang considered it for a little, then proceeded to check out other missions on the leaderboard. Chapter 1261, Newborn Calves Are Not Afraid of Tigers. Lin Huang had an odd expression on his face after reading the thread. Among the top 10 most deceptive missions listed, there were 3 that suited him very well. Apart from the Wine Ant Queen mission that ranked number 1, there were 2 other similar missions. One was the Spider Empress mission in the No. 2 spot, while another was number 4, the Tyrant Bug King mission. The situation with the Spider Empress was more or less the same as that of the Wine Ant Queen. However, the tribe that the Empress produced was smaller. Despite that, preliminary estimation put the number of the tribe at about 50 million spiders. Not only that, there were countless spider web traps all over the Spider Empress lair. Many of the spider fighters harbored deadly toxins in their bodies. Overall, hunting the Spider Empress was no easier than hunting the Ant Queen. The Tyrant Bug King on the number 4 spot was a male bug king which could not reproduce. However, this bug king possessed powerful abilities and could face off in battle against a first-ranked true god when it went into berserk mode. It had conquered dozens of powerful bug kings on its own and formed an army with over 30 million bugs. Although it could not reproduce to replenish its army, this bug king had the tyrant's divine ability. Under its god territory coverage, all Protoss fighters would go into berserk mode. Their combat strength would elevate at least 2 ranks higher, while some could even elevate 3 ranks higher. Apart from the Tyrant Bug King itself, the 30 over bug kings under it were all high-level virtual gods, including 7 first-ranked true gods. Other people had no second thoughts about skipping over these 3 missions. After all, bug hordes were no joke. Even a true god would die on the spot if he was smothered in the bug horde with his divine power exhausted. However, Lin Huang was secretly elated. His main goal in coming to the Great World was to hunt a great many virtual god-level monsters so he could retrieve godheads and refine a sea of them to elevate his combat strength. At the same time, the spiritual energy that he gained from killing virtual gods could be given to the combat souls of the gods' figurines within him. I'm Imperial level grade 3 now. I'll need at least 10 virtual god rank 4 monster godheads to elevate to Imperial level grade 4, which means I need 10,000 virtual god rank -1 godheads. If I calculated like that, even if all bug tribe fighters are on virtual god rank -1, 100 million bug tribe fighters are sufficient to get me to Imperial level grade -8. The reason Lin Huang calculated things this way was not because of the 1,000-fold difference in power between virtual god rank -1 and virtual god rank 4 godheads. It was because the effectiveness of the conversion rate for lower-level godheads would drop each time his combat strength elevated a rank. If not for the conversion rate, the most that could happen was that he experienced 3-fold more godheads exhaustion each rank he elevated, instead of the current 10-fold. Naturally, Lin Huang based his calculations on the most conservative estimate possible. It was unlikely that all the bug tribe fighters under the Bug Queen and Bug King would be at virtual god rank -1. It was even more unlikely that they were all at beginner stage virtual god level. There must be at least quite a few mid-level virtual gods and a lesser number of high-level virtual gods among them. Lin Huang only needed a few preliminary calculations to realize that he would be able to elevate to Imperial level grade 9 as long as he completed all 3 of these missions. Having considered things to this point, Lin Huang went into the missions section again. It did not take him long to find the 3 missions, once he had accessed the Black Sickle section. After making sure that everything was alright, he accepted the 3 missions without hesitation. Once he had done this, the number of times these missions had been accepted was updated on the missions list. Very soon, people noticed the unusual activity and a heated discussion broke out on the forum. I remember the Wine Ant Queen mission. There used to be 13 acceptances before, why is it 14 now? Could someone have accepted this mission today? I also seem to remember that the number of acceptances for the Spider Empress was 21, but it's 22 today. What's happening? Someone has fallen into the trap of the number 1 most deceptive mission, the Wine Ant Queen won again. I wonder if some rookie was tempted by the reward points and took it. It's not just the Wine Ant Queen mission, even the Spider Empress and Tyrant Bug King missions have been taken. 3 of the most deceptive missions taken on the same day. It's impossible that the same person accepted them all, right? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, rookies nowadays are very bold. Best wishes to him, so he comes back in one piece to give up on those missions. Ha ha ha, the ID of the poster above is rather familiar. I think he's the one who took on the Tyrant Bug King mission last year. He was the guy who ran out of the battleground in only his underwear after the bug horde ripped his clothes to shreds. Hey, it's been over a year since that happened. Why do you have to bring it up in so much detail? The forum aside, even some of Death Sickle's upper echelons were discussing Lin Huang. Someone accepted the Wine Ant Queen mission on the Black Sickle missions list. I suppose it's a rookie again. The question came from an old man with a gray beard. He wore a red robe and sat at the head of a long table. It's a kid named Xie Lin. He just registered a Death Sickle account today and took less than half a day to complete 3 reserve missions. He's been promoted to Black Sickle level, an alluring lady in a red dress responded. She wore a black hat with a veil, and through the veil, one could see her faint smile. There's nothing so impressive about completing 3 reserve missions within half a day. The most I can say is that he is highly capable, answered a grim-looking man sitting opposite the lady in the red dress. His face was expressionless. Out of curiosity, I looked at this kid's mission record. The 3 reserve missions that he took on were rather difficult. What's more interesting is that not only did he take on just the Wine Ant Queen mission after being elevated to Black Sickle, he took on 3 missions at once. The other 2 are the Spider Empress and Tyrant Bug King ones, the lady in the red dress commented. He picked the missions with the highest reward points. That only indicates he's a person who is greedy for points, the grim man said after a moment of silence. Haven't you noticed? The targets of the 3 missions he accepted have the ability to control bug hordes, the lady in the red dress said with some emphasis. Maybe it's just a coincidence, it doesn't prove anything. The grim man's face remained expressionless. I think he picked them intentionally. You're overthinking this. Alright, let's end this discussion here. We'll start the meeting, the old man with the gray beard interrupted. Seeing that the pair were going to continue bickering, there was nothing much that he could do except to halt the discussion. Lin Huang had no idea that he was being discussed by the Death Sickle's upper echelons, neither did he check out the heated discussions he had caused on the forum. This was primarily because he had departed right away as soon as he had accepted the 3 missions, heading straight for the Wine Ant Queen's colony. After traveling for a night, it was past 10 the next morning when Lin Huang finally arrived at the area where his intended destination lay, the bloody battleground. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he did a temporary identity registration at the garrison of the Combat God Temple. Name: Xie Lin. Combat Strength: Virtual God Rank 3. This was the answer that Lin Huang gave, having used his God Rule relic to camouflage his combat strength. Organization that you belong to. Death Sickle. Chapter 1262. Completed like a piece of cake. The bloody battleground was one of the rare low-grade battlegrounds in the God territory. Ever since Protoss won the war in the Great World, the God territory had entered into a time of peace. On unanimous agreement from all the tribes, a few battlegrounds were left behind for army training. The main reason why all the tribes had agreed to set up temporary battlegrounds like this was so they could train their tribe armies there as well. The bloody battleground was one of the few battlegrounds that the God territory and Bug territory had agreed to set aside for virtual gods to train their armies. The battleground had a great Dao barrier that had been set up by both the Protoss and Bug tribe lords. Only powerhouses under True God level could enter the area. If someone happened to elevate to True God in the battleground, they would instantly be teleported out. Initially, the Great Dao barrier was supposed to restrict virtual gods from entering the battleground. However, the God territory figured that young geniuses below virtual God level might need to cultivate in there, so they conferred with the Bug tribe to relax the combat strength restrictions a little. The purpose of relaxing this particular condition was to benefit people from the God territory, which now gave Lin Huang his opportunity. After completing his temporary identity registration, Lin Huang officially became a non-permanent member of the Combat God Temple. The Combat God Temple had many battlegrounds under their jurisdiction, but they did not restrict non-permanent members' activities. After registering himself, Lin Huang purchased a set of battleground maps at the temple. He then donned light battle gear and headed straight for the territory of the Wine Ant Queen. The Wine Ant Queen had come to the bloody battleground more than a decade ago and had soon become an overlord of the area. Since her elevation to virtual god Rank 9 during recent years, it was only natural that she became the #1 overlord of the entire battleground. Countless people in the God territory had tried to kill her, to the point where various powerful organizations had allotted high rewards for such assassination missions, but nobody had succeeded yet. Nobody below True God level, not even the elites among the Protoss, had managed to withstand the Wine Ant Queen's bug horde attack. Lin Huang encountered a few God territory members and some bug tribe monsters while he was on his way to the Wine Ant Queen's territory. However, he did not stop at all and headed straight for his destination. Just as he was entering the Wine Ant Queen's territory, Lin Huang ran into 2 other virtual god rank 9 god territory members. Upon seeing that Lin Huang was heading in that direction, the duo shouted, "Don't go any further, you'll be in the Wine Ant Queen's territory if not." Lin Huang smirked under his mask, "That's where I'm headed." He passed the duo before he was done speaking, continuing on his way. Another guy who is full of himself. I think his combat strength is only virtual god rank 3. Every now and again, there are always reckless fools who think they're the chosen ones, trying to complete missions that ordinary people can't. We warned him but he refused to listen, so if he wants to go to his death, who are we to stop him? Naturally, Lin Huang could not hear the duo's discussion. After passing the duo, the number of ant beasts increased visibly as he headed some 100 kilometers deeper into the area. Not only that, all the ant beasts possessed virtual god level combat strength. Without needing to look at the map, Lin Huang knew that he was almost at his destination. He then summoned the combat soul of his god's figurine, Nightmare Taper. Instantly, all the ant beasts ignored them both. Just like that, Lin Huang led Nightmare Taper in without encountering any interference along the way. There were more and more ant beasts the further they went, and the distribution of the ant beasts became denser. Lin Huang finally saw the ant colony's entrance when they arrived in the inner area that was marked on the map. It was a gigantic sinkhole, like a huge crater made by a fallen meteorite. Hovering above the sinkhole, Lin Huang looked down but darkness was all he could see. He could not tell what lay in the depths of the sinkhole. However, he did not hesitate at all but headed straight into the sinkhole with Nightmare Taper. Only when he was inside did Lin Huang realize that the walls were densely covered with holes. These caves were of various sizes and were irregularly distributed. There were at least several hundred of them. Hovering in midair, Lin Huang turned his head and looked at Nightmare Taper beside him. Nightmare Taper rapidly sorted out the memories that he retrieved from the ant beast's brains, picked a cave and slipped in. Lin Huang followed close behind him. Once inside the cave, the path within twisted and turned. Not only that, there were forks every now and then. Sometimes there were 2 forks, sometimes 3 or 4, and sometimes there were even more than 10 forks. Very soon, Lin Huang was dizzy from the journey. Fortunately, Nightmare Taper knew the route like the back of his hand. There were many ant beasts in the road forks. Initially they were merely virtual god rank 1s and rank 2s, later there were virtual god rank 3s and rank 4s, even virtual god rank 5s and rank 6s. The deeper the duo went, the more powerful the ant beast's combat strength was. However, the number of ant beasts above virtual god rank 4 visibly dropped. They only bumped into a few virtual god rank 6 ant beasts. Under Nightmare Taper's divine ability, all of the ant beasts ignored the duo. Human and beast entered a barren land with no enemies in sight. It did not take them long to penetrate deep into the core of the colony. The core of the colony was a gigantic underground space. It was like a massive cave, with ant beasts densely crawling all over the ground and the walls. All of the ant beasts here were at least virtual god rank 6. At a cursory glance, Lin Huang saw at least 1,000 virtual god rank 6 ant beasts, up to 100 virtual god rank 7 ant beasts and dozens of virtual god rank 8 ant beasts. Meanwhile, the ant beasts had cleared a space in the middle that was approximately hundreds of square meters in size. A huge red ant queen was lying there. There were 4 virtual god rank 9 bug guardians at each cardinal point, guarding the ant queen. The ant queen and 4 bug guardians were alerted as soon as Lin Huang and Nightmare Taper appeared. The rest of the ant beasts were still under the influence of Nightmare Taper's divine ability. They ignored Lin Huang and Nightmare Taper's existence completely. Without waiting for the Wine Ant Queen and the 4 bug guardians to react, Nightmare Taper's pupils turned black in the dark cave. The next second, the 4 bug guardians had been rendered dazed and immobile. Meanwhile, the Wine Ant Queen only had time for a struggling gleam to flash through her eyes before she was overwhelmed completely, unable to move. Lin Huang had thought that the Wine Ant Queen's soul and spiritual intensity were extraordinarily powerful since she was mythical level and had conquered over 100 million ant tribe members. By right she should not fall prey easily to mind control. He had not expected that she would be completely powerless against Nightmare Taper. Retrieve their memories first, see if there's anything useful. Spare no one after that. Lin Huang was so decisive mainly because he needed a considerable amount of godheads to elevate his combat strength. Although massacring this Ant Queen's tribe would almost certainly draw the bug tribe here for investigation and revenge, there was little difference in the consequences, whether he killed just the Ant Queen or slaughtered the whole tribe. A moment after Nightmare Taper's command, the sea of bug beasts lost their vitality without warning. They looked like they had fallen into a deep sleep. Those that were crawling on the walls fell onto the ground like chips of rock, stirring up waves of dust. At the same time, Lin Huang could clearly sense a sea of spiritual energy seeping into his body. Seeing the Ant Queen slowly losing her vitality in front of him, Lin Huang summoned a Queen Mother army immediately to clear the battleground and pick up the bug carcasses. Chapter 1263, Mission complete. Having settled the matter of the Wine Ant Queen, Lin Huang did not linger in the bloody battleground. Instead, he retreated from the area immediately and headed straight for his second destination, the Hunter Battleground, where the Spider Empress was. Like the bloody battleground, the Hunter Battleground was an area for army training. The Spider Empress and the Wine Ant Queen were similar in terms of circumstances, both rapidly become overlords after coming to their respective territories. Although the Spider Empress abilities were not as powerful as the Wine Ant Queen, the traps and poisons in the spider lair scared off many people. The difficulty of killing the Spider Empress was just as high as that of killing the Wine Ant Queen. Lin Huang spent almost a whole day getting to the Hunter Battleground. Although he did not refine godheads during that time, he had allocated the sea of spiritual energy in his body to the combat souls of his gods figurines accordingly. Ninetails Lynx and Destructive Divine Mammoth, who were initially Virtual God Rank 8, as well as Shackle Serpent and Undead Styx, who were initially Virtual God Rank 7, had been allocated 90% of Lin Huang's spiritual energy. All of them had been elevated to Virtual God Rank 9 right away. Meanwhile, the remaining 10% of spiritual energy had been assigned to the other 5 gods figurines' combat souls, including Divine Sun Tree. They had elevated from Virtual God Rank 7 to Virtual God Rank -8. Although there were no changes in their combat strength, their overall abilities were significantly upgraded. Upon entering the Hunter Battleground, Lin Huang used the non-permanent member identity from his registration the day before at the Combat God Temple. He was approved immediately. Although the registration staff saw that Lin Huang had just been to the bloody battleground yesterday, they did not find it odd that he was here at the Hunter Battleground today. In reality, there were many non-permanent members like Lin Huang. Most of them would take on missions in different battlegrounds and then head straight to the next battleground after completing their mission at the first one. It was very common. After entering the Hunter Battleground, Lin Huang followed the map and headed straight to the spider lair, where he used the same strategy as yesterday. Under Nightmare Taper's divine ability, the duo managed to go deep into the spider lair without being discovered. However, as they had to avoid all sorts of traps inside, they spent a much longer time in the spider lair than they had in the ant colony. The mission took a total of about 2 hours, from entering the Hunter Battleground to Nightmare Taper dragging the Spider Empress into his dreamland. The population of the spider tribe was much bigger than initially speculated. The official figure was around 50 million, but in reality, there were some 70 million that perished under Nightmare Taper's control. Lin Huang gave this round of spiritual energy to Divine Sun Tree, Enchanted Fairy, and Death Butterfly. The 3 of them elevated from Virtual God Rank 8 to Virtual God Rank -9. After disposing of the bug carcasses, Lin Huang recalled all of his cards and gods figurines' combat souls. He then left the Hunter Battleground right away and headed to his third destination. The area where the Tyrant Bug King had his territory was called the Mad King Battleground. In this battleground, although the Tyrant Bug King had conquered the Bug Tribe army with extraordinarily powerful ability, it was not ranked as number 1. Instead, the honor fell to another quadruple mutated prime grade bug beast, the Horned Beetle. In fact, the Horned Beetle was also listed in the Black Sickles mission section as number 3 of the top 3 most deceptive missions. The killing of the Horned Beetle ranked above the Tyrant Bug King because the Horned Beetle, a prime grade bug beast, was protected by a chitinous black exoskeleton. Its defenses were comparable with a God Rule relic. The Horned Beetle's strength and speed were also at True God level. It could face a first-rank True God head-on with its brute force and thick shell alone. It was almost impossible even for a first-rank True God to kill it. Lin Huang had not taken up the mission to kill the Horned Beetle because it was not always in the battleground. It only appeared occasionally, so encountering it would be through sheer coincidence and luck. Moreover, one could gain a large number of card pieces and complete cards by hunting bug hordes. There was only one Horned Beetle. The chances of getting a complete monster card from killing it were almost zero, so this did not interest Lin Huang very much. After entering the Mad King battleground, just like before, Lin Huang headed straight to the Tyrant Bug King's territory. Right as he was about to step into the Tyrant Bug King's territory, however, he sensed an intense collision impact from a distance. The collision impact came from a powerhouse of at least virtual god rank -9. Someone took the mission before I did. Lin Huang could not help but frown as he watched sparks flying into the air from the collision of powerhouses in his target destination. However, he did not feel troubled. It was not unusual for someone to take up the mission since it had been distributed to all organizations. After all, the Tyrant Bug King was not a queen mother. It could not produce a bug tribe army, which rendered the mission difficulty much lower. Despite that, nobody had managed to complete the mission in the 2 to 3 years of its initial announcement. Naturally, Lin Huang did not think that the person who had first taken the mission could complete it either. "Let's just go over and watch, don't do anything yet," Lin Huang said to Nightmare Taper with a smile. Human and beast easily made their way deep into the Tyrant Bug King's territory in the presence of countless bug beasts, without being discovered. Once he was near enough to the battleground to see the situation clearly, Lin Huang's expression was one of great surprise under his mask. Initially, he thought that the person fighting the Tyrant Bug King would probably be a member of the god territory, with a high possibility of them being a Protoss. However, now he realized it was actually a bug tribe beast that was fighting the Tyrant Bug King. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Bug King was not fighting alone, it had formed a battle formation with dozens of high-level virtual god-level bug kings. They were locked in combat with a black bug beast. "I guess this is the horned beetle. Is it going to usurp the bug king's place?" Although Lin Huang had never seen the horned beetle before and had not even checked on its mission details, he recognized the bug beast as soon as he saw it. It was gigantic and covered with a thick, heavy black shell. However, its speed was not affected at all and it was incredibly strong. The Tyrant Bug King was also a quadruple mutated prime-grade bug beast, but even with a battle formation, it could gain no headway over the horned beetle. In fact, the Bug King was even at a slight disadvantage. Lin Huang watched as the horned beetle fearlessly collided with the Bug King's gigantic bug beasts and could not help exclaiming, "I'm afraid this horned beetle's bodily power and strength might be on par with the Tyrant Bug King. Its explosive force isn't as great, but it's faster and more agile. Monsters with such physique usually have unbelievable stamina. The longer the Tyrant Bug King takes for this battle, the more at a disadvantage it's going to be." Lin Huang had only watched the battle for less than 10 minutes before he saw that the horned beetle was obviously gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Bug King's situation was also getting worse. Lin Huang finally decided to interrupt things when he noticed that the Tyrant Bug King was about to be defeated. As Nightmare Taper's pupils turned black, a colorless wave began to radiate outwards over the entire battleground and everything went silent. All of the bug beasts, including the Tyrant Bug King and the horned beetle, seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Just as he had done previously, Lin Huang had Nightmare Taper retrieve all the bug beasts' memories and send them into eternal slumber. Lin Huang smirked a little upon seeing the horned beetle's carcass, which had lost all of its vitality without the need for a single casualty. "Seems like I might need to take on the top 3 most deceptive missions on that leaderboard when I get back." Chapter 1264, Where did the Bug King and the Bug Queens go? Lin Huang returned to the Iron Fist shelter after he was done with the Tyrant Bug King. However, he did not hand over the mission items right away upon his return. Instead, after accepting the mission to kill the horned beetle on Death Sickle's missions forum, he rented a cultivation room and went into closed-door cultivation. Once in the cultivation room, the first thing Lin Huang did was to give the Tyrant Bug King's bug beast spiritual energy to Fading Petals and Creation Clock. Although the bug beasts that the Tyrant Bug King had conquered were less powerful than the Wine Ant Queen and the Spider Empress, he had many high-level virtual gods under him. He had dozens of virtual god rank 8 and virtual god rank 9 bug kings, some of them were even mythical level. The total sum of spiritual energy was not that different from the other 2 missions. After this transfer of spiritual energy, the last 2 gods' figurines, combat souls, namely Fading Petals and Creation Clock, finally elevated to virtual god rank -9. As of now, all 10 gods' figurines, combat souls were one step away from elevating to true god level. Their overall ability was over several times more powerful than before they came to the Great World. After allocating his spiritual energy, Lin Huang checked the cards that he had obtained over the last few days. Since he used a double reward card every time these days before fighting, he had obtained a total of 450 million card pieces and over 1,200 complete monster cards. Most of them were basically triple mutated legendary level monster cards. There were only 52 pseudo-mythical level cards and 8 mythical level cards. There were 2 Spider Empress cards among the mythical level cards. The remaining 6 cards were 2 Bug Guardians and a Bug King under the Tyrant Bug King. Since he used a double reward card, the number of complete cards was doubled. Lin Huang was actually surprised to have obtained the Spider Empress cards. He had not been hoping for much. After placing the 1,200 over Bug Beast cards that he had just obtained into the Galactic Hive, Lin Huang fed all of the extraneous bug carcasses into the hive. Earlier, Lin Huang had retrieved the godheads in the bug carcasses when he had summoned the bug tribe army to clean up the battlefield. He had since placed them in a corner of the storeroom. Now he brought them out. Apart from the 4 virtual god Rank9 godheads from the Wine Ant Queen, the Spider Empress, the Tyrant Bug King and the Horn Beetle, there were 2 godheads that came from the mythical level Bug Kings under the Tyrant Bug King. Lin Huang had finally gathered the main materials he needed, which were the 6 virtual god Rank9 godheads. Meanwhile, he had over 200 million godheads for supplementary materials. Naturally, he had sufficient materials now. Without hesitation, he tossed a virtual god Rank9 godhead into his divine fire as the main material. Subsequently, he tossed in the sea of godheads as the supplementary materials. The godheads turned into meteors, colliding straight into his life palace. Very soon, they were surrounded by 10 golden life wheels resembling suns. Each life wheel spurted dark red divine fire, enveloping the godheads entirely. When Lin Huang was still Imperial level rank -1, he needed a full month to refine a virtual god Rank9 godhead. Now that he was already at Imperial level Rank3, the refinement period was shortened by almost a third, which meant he would only need 20 days for refinement. The refinement time would accelerate after level elevation. This was because the Divine Fire's refinement power was restricted by Lin Huang's combat strength. In the cultivation room, Lin Huang closed his eyes to focus. He concentrated all his attention on activating the Divine Fire. After being refined by Divine Fire, the Sea of Godheads was transformed into a white stream that penetrated his life palace. The stream was merely the thickness of a hair and flowed slowly at first. As the Godheads were refined, the stream grew. Some 1 to 2 hours later, it was flowing like a great river in the life palace. Time flew by, 12 days passed. All of the supplementary materials were refined and the life palace began to stop absorbing supplementary energy. Lin Huang began focusing on refining the single remaining virtual god Rank9 godhead in his body. 8 days went by just like that. The main material, the virtual god Rank9 godhead, had been refined completely, turning into a white river that flowed into the life palace. A moment later, Lin Huang's inner universe experienced a period of upheaval. The divine fire retreated back into the life lamp while the 10 life wheels returned to their original positions. Lin Huang could clearly feel the divine power in his body undergoing another transformation. However, this was just a minor transformation. It was not powerful enough to trigger a fundamental change in the divine power's nature, but the divine power's intensity was certainly a bit stronger than before. At the same time that this divine power transformation was taking place, Lin Huang's physical body and soul were strengthened too. Although once again no fundamental change took place, he could clearly feel that he was more powerful now. I've been elevated to Imperial level Rank4. After observing the transformation in his body for a little, Lin Huang then looked at the monster cards in his body. Bai and the others had had their combat strength elevated to virtual god rank -3. Lin Huang was at peace again after calming himself down. He took out 2 virtual god Rank9 godheads and a large number of supplementary godheads. Without any hesitation, he tossed them into his inner universe again. While Lin Huang was focusing on refining godheads to elevate his combat strength, the forum exchange on the Death Sickles website was a stirring hive of activity. One of the threads had over 10,000 comments. The title was, "Where did the Bug King and the Bug Queens go?" The thread described the sudden disappearance of the overlords of 3 battlegrounds, the Wine Ant Queen, the Spider Empress, and the Tyrant Bug King. There were verification photos and videos too. Before the thread was posted, people had originally been speculating on the internet about the disappearances of the Bug King and the 2 Bug Queens. It was just that most of them thought this was a rumor started by trolls. Even though there were videos and photos, people still thought they were faked. However, as rumors continued to spread like wildfire for the next few days, people witnessed a couple of major organizations sending their elite virtual god-level teams to investigate the 3 battlegrounds, while more videos and photos were posted. Only then did people start to believe that this was the real thing. More and more discussions about the disappearances of these 3 bug overlords mushroomed up on the forums of every organization. However, basically, everyone on the forums had come to the same conclusion. All of them assumed that the 2 Queen Mothers and the Bug King had retreated by choice from the battlegrounds, which explained why there were no traces of battle left behind at the scenes. Not only had the Bug King and the Bug Queens disappeared, but even the Bug Tribe armies had also vanished. If it were only the Bug King and the Bug Queens that had died, people might have speculated that powerhouses from the god territory had invaded the core of each bug lair and assassinated the overlords. There was certainly a possibility that this could have happened. However, 100 million over Bug Tribe troops disappearing without a trace could not possibly be the work of human agency. Most importantly, there were no traces of battle at all. Even the upper echelons of a few major organizations in the god territory were discussing the matter, including Death Sickle. All of them were asking if anybody had taken up the missions recently. Death Sickle's upper echelons even discussed Lin Huang in their meeting. However, it was merely someone mentioning in passing, "I think that rookie Xie Lin took those missions recently, but as I recall, he's only a virtual god rank 3. Everyone merely shook their head and smiled before skipping over the subject. Nobody thought Lin Huang could possibly be responsible for the mysterious disappearances. Chapter 1265. Imperial level rank 9. In a flash, almost 2 months went by. Within this period, Lin Huang elevated from Imperial level rank 3 all the way to Imperial level rank 9 by consecutively using 6 virtual god rank 9 godheads as the main materials and a sea of godheads from various ranks as supplements. Initially, he took 20 days to elevate from Imperial level rank 3 to Imperial level rank -4. However, as his combat strength rose, the speed at which he refined godheads accelerated, as did the speed of his level elevation. Subsequently, it took him only 14 days to elevate from Imperial level rank 4 to Imperial level rank -5. After that, he merely spent 9 days elevating from Imperial level rank 5 to Imperial level rank 6 and 6 days to go from Imperial level rank 6 to Imperial level rank 7. Altogether it took Lin Huang a total of 56 days to elevate from Imperial level rank 3 to Imperial level rank -9. Perhaps for others, such rapid elevation might have resulted in a weak foundation. However, Lin Huang's Imperial level was different from the rest. Refining one virtual god rank 9 godhead was the equivalent of building his foundation all over again. In other words, it was making his life palace sturdier, which made his foundation all the more stable. Given that his physical constitution and spiritual resilience were already at virtual god level, he was able to handle the stress that such elevation methods invariably put his body through. 2 months of continuous rapid elevation had no side effects on him whatsoever. Naturally, Lin Huang was very careful. Every time he elevated up a rank, he would check his body over very carefully to make sure nothing had gone wrong. He only refined the next round of godheads after making sure that everything was fine. He finally stopped refining godheads after he elevated all the way to Imperial level rank -9. He did not get out of cultivation immediately either. Instead, he began checking his body carefully again. My body is already close to peak stage virtual god rank 9 while my strength and speed are at virtual god rank 9 level already. Lin Huang examined himself with care, finally turning his attention to his life palace. His life palace, which was originally black, was now faintly imprinted with a dark red divine pattern. Life Palace, Monster Paradise, Life Palace's territorial range, radius of 10,000 kilometers from the Life Palace possessor, potential for expansion. Life Palace Ability 1. Within the Life Palace's territorial range, the dead summoning beast soul will return to the Life Palace with its body reconstructed and revived. Those with a broken soul will have their broken soul pieces recalled and recovered. Ability Restriction 1. Each summoning beast can only be revived 30 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate after 30 times and they won't be able to return to the Life Palace potential to grow. Ability Restriction 2. Each summoning beast can only have their soul recovered 9 times within 24 hours. Their soul will disintegrate after 9 times and they won't be able to return to the life palace potential to grow. Derivative ability. If the life palace possessor dies within the coverage range, he can choose to use a summoning beast as a substitute in death. The summoning beast chosen as a substitute won't be able to be summoned for 24 hours potential to grow. Remarks. The life palace possessor can only be substituted 9 times within 24 hours. He can only be substituted 3 times if his soul has disintegrated potential to grow. Life Palace ability 2. Within the Life Palace's territorial range, the Life Palace possessor and his summoning beasts would have a 9-fold boost in strength, speed, and spirit. The other summoning beasts would have a 30% drop in their strength, speed, and spirit potential to grow. Remarks. The Life Palace possessor can turn off the boost and the undermining effect as and when he wishes. Lin Huang's Life Palace abilities had seen great improvement since its elevation from Imperial level rank 3 to Imperial level rank -9. Not only were the territorial ranges widened, but there was also a significant improvement in the summoning beast's number of revivals, substitution abilities, and ability boosts. My life power is much more powerful now, but it still doesn't seem to be at its peak. Lin Huang sensed clearly that there was still room for improvement in his Life Palace. It did not matter if he were elevating to virtual god level or elevating directly to true god level in future, he was still not at his maximum potential for elevation. Don't tell me I need to elevate to Imperial level rank 10 to go any further. Lin Huang mumbled softly, you should try and see if you can continue to elevate. The stone tablet's thick voice sounded all of a sudden, since you feel that your Life Palace isn't at its peak yet, it's definitely possible to elevate further. But my Life Palace has stopped absorbing the remaining energy coming from the godheads. Right after I elevated to Imperial level rank 9, I had a small amount of godhead energy left behind. I tried making my Life Palace absorb it, but there was no response, as if it were already full. Lin Huang raised his doubt. The stone tablet fell silent for a moment, before suggesting, since you feel that it hasn't reached its peak, it's very unlikely that it's full. I think you can try refining godheads from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank -9. If that doesn't work, then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that your Life Palace can still elevate further, but there's a specific condition attached to it. The other possibility would be there's something wrong with your senses. However, the chances of the second possibility are fairly small. After all, you're not a rookie who has just stepped onto the cultivation path. Lin Huang nodded. From the storeroom, he took out godheads from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank 9 and tossed all of them into his body. He activated divine fire and proceeded to refine them. Time flew by. 2 days passed. After the godheads had been refined, Lin Huang repeatedly activated his Life Palace to absorb the energy. However, there was no response from the Life Palace at all. I've tried godheads from virtual god rank -1 to virtual god rank 9. It doesn't absorb any more energy. Lin Huang looked helpless. Then there's a high chance there's a specific elevation condition. You'll have to figure out exactly what it is on your own. The stone tablet was out of ideas as well. Forget it, I'll leave things alone for now. Lin Huang set the issue aside decisively. He began discussing questions about further elevation with the stone tablet. I should have 2 choices for elevating to the next level when my Life Palace is fully elevated. One is to consolidate godheads to get to virtual god level. Another is to refine divine fire to directly get to true god level. Which do you think is better? If you would like to elevate your ability in a short period of time, elevating to true god would naturally be faster. However, if you're considering development for the long run, I personally suggest elevating to virtual god level first, the stone tablet answered after thinking about it for a while. Given the stability of your Life Palace, you can certainly use it as a godhead and refine your divine fire directly. However, think about it this way for a moment. Although you would save time by skipping virtual god level and going to true god level directly, it would waste what you've been accumulating for the past few years. Your elevation to true god level would be no different from other true gods. However, if you go through virtual god level before getting to true god level, you would be the top powerhouse among the true gods. Not only that, in the long run, you would have a higher chance of elevating to heavenly god or even lord level in the future. There's another reason why I don't suggest elevating to true god level directly. The gravel world that you were in before had incomplete rules and denies true gods from entering. For you, the difficulty of returning to the gravel world after elevating to true god level would be very high. Even if you managed to return, you would be hindered by the rules of the world everywhere you go, unless you seal your combat strength below true god level. Lin Huang fell silent for a long time after hearing what the stone tablet had to say. He had considered those issues before as well. However, the gravel world's impending crisis was getting closer. There were less than 9 months left now. Naturally, he was anxious, which had resulted in him wanting to elevate his ability as soon as possible and thus neglect many details. He had a sudden epiphany regarding the stone tablet's words. I know what I should do now. Chapter 1266. My name is Jibai. My name is Jibai. I am a male, demonic plant species. To be exact, I belong to the charming flower tribe. Our tribe members are beautiful no matter male or female. In the god territory, our tribe members are responsible for reception tasks in all organizations. For instance, I'm working as a mission receptionist at Death Sickle's branch in the Iron Fist Shelter. The Iron Fist Shelter is a classic Grade 3 shelter. Although it's only Grade 3, in reality, it's more crowded and hectic than some Grade 4 shelters. The Death Sickle estate that I'm working at is one of the most crowded places in the entire shelter. Therefore, our daily tasks aren't easy at all. I shouldn't chat anymore. Someone is here to submit his mission. What? You're asking how do I judge if a person is here to submit his mission, taking a mission or announcing a mission? That's easy. One can announce and accept missions on Death Sickle's website. Submitting missions is the only time one needs to submit proof. Therefore, they would have to come to the estate in the shelter. There are only a handful of people who do not know how to navigate our website, hence we would remember them after they visit us once. Alright, I really can't chat anymore. I need to work now. Sir, is there anything that I can help you with? I smiled at the man dressed in black robe before me. His black robe was big and loose, no details could be seen from the coverage. Even his face was hidden under his hoodie. I could vaguely see a black mist lingering in the shadow of the hoodie. I could not judge what race or tribe he belonged to. I'm here to submit my mission, the man in the black robe replied with his extremely deep and husky voice. Sure, please tell me your mission code, I smiled as I replied. Asking for the mission code was the first step to approving a mission. Black SSS 13, Black SSS 14, Black SSS 19, Black SSS 21, the man in the black robe read out the 4 codes. I was slightly stunned when I heard that. There were categories to Death Sickle's mission code. Black would mean Black Sickle level. The alphabet behind it indicated the mission difficulty. The mission difficulty was categorized from low to high, which are D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Black D level was easy, whereby even a virtual god rank -1 could complete it under normal circumstances. Black C level was similar to killing beginner stage virtual god level. Meanwhile, Black B level was similar to killing intermediate stage virtual god level and Black A level was similar to killing high level virtual god level. Black S level would mean that it was immensely difficult, which was the equivalence of killing virtual god rank -9. That was the difficulty level of Black S level. The Black SS level, which was even higher, meant that one's hunting target was on peak stage virtual god level, which would elevate to true god level anytime. On the other hand, there were very few Black SSS level missions. Basically, almost no virtual gods were able to complete the mission. Some of the hunting targets even surpassed ordinary first-rank true god. Even a genius with Protoss bloodline could barely complete it. Meanwhile, this guy before me gave 4 mission codes that are all on SSS level. Was he crazy? I would not believe that anyone could complete 4 SSS level missions at once. And on his own. With doubts, I found the missions with the 4 codes and began looking through them. Black SSS 13, killing the Wine Ant Queen in the Bloody Battleground. Black SSS 14, killing the Kill Spider Empress in the Hunter Battleground. Black SSS 19, killing the Tyrant Bug King in the Mad King Battleground. Black SSS 21, killing the Horn Beetle in the Mad King Battleground. After looking through them, I'm almost 120% sure that this guy before me was trying to make a fool out of me. Although there was punishment in Death Sickle for false mission reports, the punishment was not usually heavy. Therefore, there would be trolls lying about their missions for rewards now and then. This guy before me was here to cheat his way to rewards. Not only that, something was wrong with his head reporting 4 SSS level missions at one go. Such trolls that would cheat for rewards would usually use mission targets that were already dead and submit unrecognizable carcass parts to pass as the mission target's carcass parts. In reality, on a certain level, missions such as killing the Wine Ant Queen and Spider Empress were the prerequisite to cheat for rewards. The reason being, they had gone missing without any reason. Moreover, it has been proven that they were no longer in the battlegrounds. However, this man in the black robe had mistaken one thing. Many people were following the few missions such as the Wine Ant Queen and Spider Empress. Although it has been 2 months since it happened, as a mission receptionist, I couldn't forget about these missions. To be honest, I was following these few incidents that happened 2 months back closely. I even discussed it with people on the internet. It was concluded that these bug kings and bug queens retreated from the battlegrounds themselves. Otherwise, it would be impossible that they had disappeared with up to 100 million of armies without any battle signs left behind. Naturally, I would not show mercy to this guy before me who lied about the missions. As soon as he took out the fake bug carcass parts, I would report him immediately. Of course, I would not show it on my face. I would remain smiling professionally. Sir, I've checked through the mission codes. You can submit the mission target's complete carcasses or carcass parts now. If you're submitting the remains, we might need some time to verify if they're the mission targets. There's no need for those troubles, I brought complete carcasses. The man in the black robe took out 4 bug carcasses from his storage space as soon as he was done speaking. 4 complete bug carcasses. I was stunned when I saw them, which I subsequently felt the terrifying aura left behind in the bug carcasses. The lingering aura was still threatening even after death. These bug carcasses are real. Such ridiculous thought flashed through my mind the moment I saw the bug carcasses. However, I shook my head in the next second to shake off the ridiculous thought out of my head. The reason being, to a black sickle assassin, it would be impossible for him to complete the 4 missions. This guy had used some technique to forge these 4 bug carcasses. Since he dares to submit missions under the sun like this, it proves that he's very confident in the bug carcasses that he forged. I refuse to believe that I could not see any faults in them. Please give me a moment to check them, sir. I stood up and walked out of the counter to the bug carcasses and checked them one by one. I checked them thoroughly for over 10 minutes. I could not find any flaws at all, no matter the bug shell, mouths, even their sizes, and physical characteristics. I knew that these few bug carcasses had exceeded my verification ability. This guy was too powerful in his forging skill. Is there a problem? The man in the black robe asked in an urging manner. I knew that the more nervous he was, the more it proved that he was scared that I might find the flaws. These 4 bug carcasses were definitely fishy. I'm sorry, my verification ability is subpar. I can't verify if these 4 bug carcasses are the mission targets. I can only inform the headquarters and get their experts to verify again, I said while faking a smile. This guy would feel guilty that I said that. They're bug carcasses, not items. Why do you need to verify them? The man in the black robe sounded a little doubtful. See, he's guilty now. How long does it take for the second verification to take place? Usually, there would be experts here within 24 hours. If the experts at the headquarters are busy, they would still handle it within 72 hours, I explained while smiling. I'll wait then, please let me know when the experts are here. I was surprised that the man in the black robe responded so decisively. Could it be that this guy was so confident in his forging skill that he thought he could get away from the professional appraisers from our headquarters? As I watched him leave, I posted what happened with the encounter with the guy together with a few pictures that I took sneakily here on the Death Sickles forum. Let me show you guys how crazy forgers were nowadays.